From a pitiful child who relied on the hospitality of 100 families in a small mountain village to a pampered heiress, 5-year-old Nuan Nuan now enjoys a life adored by her entire family. Her eldest brother, stoic and taciturn, is the heir to the Gu family. Her second brother, a warm-hearted genius, is the youngest professor at a research institute. The third brother is a popular star with fans across the globe. The fourth brother, a brilliant and aloof doctor, is capable of snatching lives from the clutches of death. The fifth brother is a gifted painter, with a single artwork valued at millions. The sixth brother is a rebellious school bully, while the seventh brother is a cunning yet playful. Hild, a true king of kids. Chapter 1. Nuan Nuan, I am your mother. On a misty morning, a procession of luxury cars traversing the narrow concrete road shattered the tranquility of this mountain village. A dark-skinned farmer, hoe in hand, straightened his back and craned his neck, wide-eyed, as he gazed upon the vehicles that seemed only to exist on television. My goodness, how much must one of those cars cost? The wealthiest person in their village drove a car worth over 300,000, which had long been a source of envy for the villagers, who regarded such ownership as a significant achievement. Now, the cars passing before them appeared far more extravagant and imposing. According to the village youth, each of these cars costs several million, an astronomical figure for those who toil in the fields for their sustenance. And there was not just one of them. Come on, let's go take a look. In this small mountain village, where entertainment is scarce, even a hint of excitement can stir the entire community. This line of luxury vehicles, awe-inspiring even in a bustling metropolis, was nothing short of astonishing in their quaint village. A luxury car came to a halt before a dilapidated wooden cabin, eliciting gasps of astonishment and curiosity from the onlookers in the village. Have you heard? Nuan Nuan's family has arrived. My goodness, if that is indeed her biological family, they must be exceedingly wealthy. She is transformed into a young lady of affluence. What did Xiao Lu say this car was? It's something extravagant, anyway. Amidst the harmonious murmurs of well-wishing, an incongruous voice intruded. An elderly woman, munching on sunflower seeds, spoke with a sharp, caustic tone. But is it really her family? Ha! Furthermore, look at Nuan Nuan. Raised in our humble mountain village, what could she possibly offer to a wealthy household? Her words caught the attention of the bodyguards stationed outside, who turned their fierce gazes upon her. The elderly woman, feeling the weight of their stares, could no longer enjoy her seeds. After all, she was merely a countrywoman, unaccustomed to such imposing presence. Fearful of confrontation, she hastily pulled her grandson, who was covetously eyeing the grand vehicle, away. During their departure, the sound of the chubby child's loud pleas to see the car echoed, accompanied by the distant reassurance of the old woman promising her grandson that she LD buy him a grand vehicle in the future. Those who remained, though somewhat intimidated, found their courage renewed once the old woman had left and the black-clad bodyguards diverted their attention. They began to converse again, some expressing well wishes for Nuan Nuan's future, while others scoffed at the earlier remarks of the old woman. Inside the cabin, the room was reasonably clean and tidy, yet the presence of several elegantly dressed individuals starkly contrasted with the cramped surroundings. In the room, the sole occupant, a timid and apprehensive little girl, gazed at them with her large, expressive eyes, reminiscent of glistening grapes, strikingly vibrant in their company. Contrast to black and white. The elegantly poised woman approached the small child with deliberate slowness. Her eyes reddened with emotion as she carefully and tremulously grasped the frail, tiny hand of Theg. IRL, is your name Nuan Nuan now? I am your mother, she said, her voice tinged with a slight quaver. As she looked at the delicate, diminutive girl, a pang of nostalgia washed over her. Yet her lips curled into a smile, for she had found the precious treasure she thought forever low. St. With a gentle yet resolute grip, the woman held the child's unremarkable little hand. The 5-year-old girl, though slender and somewhat unkempt, bore an air of cleanliness. Her clothes, slightly faded from washing, and her skin, not in the best condition, still revealed finely sculpted features, albeit obscured by her tousled hair. Only her remarkably bright and captivating eyes stood out, sparkling as they met the gaze of the woman before her. The woman's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, as if her resolve would falter, releasing the floodgates of her emotions. For reasons unknown, Nuan Nuan felt a twinge of sympathy. Clumsily, she reached up with her small hand to wipe the woman's eyes, whispering, "Don't cry." The softness of her voice, delicate and sweet, resonated beautifully. Just those two simple words were enough to break the woman's composure, and she could no longer contain her tears. She enveloped her long-lost treasure in her arms, weeping for the fears endured over the past 3 years and the joy of their reunion. A graceful and distinguished middle-aged man approached, embracing both mother and daughter, as if his strong arms were constructing a steadfast refuge for them amidst the tempesto. Emotions that in the moment when Nuan Nuan was embraced by them, she felt an unprecedented warmth that left her yearning and reluctant to let go, engulfed in a sense of confusion and helplessness. Her small nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation, and tears like glistening pearls cascaded down from her large, misty eyes. Amidst this tender scene, the 12-year-old boy, who seemed somewhat out of place, paced restlessly around the room, muttering under his breath while occasionally glancing at the little girl. "Why are you still crying when you've been found?" Given the Gu family's striking looks, it was perplexing how the beauty seemed to plummet so drastically with the arrival of his younger sister. He was too embarrassed to even mention to his friends that he had a sister. She was rather plain, and he feared that if he took her out, others might ridicule them, leaving him to defend her honor. It was all rather vexing. "Hey, you little brat, go wait in the car and stop being a nuisance here." "Fine, I'll leave. I don't even care to stay." Guin tilted his chin defiantly, hands stuffed in his pockets, tossing his hair back with an air of self-assured charm as he sauntered away. Gu father clenched his fingers, his fists hardened with resolve. "Nuan Nuan, do not be afraid. This is your eldest brother, and he usually carries this swagger. If he dares to bully you at home, just tell Mom and Dad, or your other brothers. Our entire family will ensure he gets what he deserves." Nuan Nuan gazed with her large, expressive eyes at her brother, who strutted away like a proud little rooster. Upon hearing her mother's gentle voice, she shyly murmured in response, "Okay." Though it was but a single word, the soft, tender voice melted the hearts of the two adults present, causing Mother Gu to smile through her tears as she stroked the little girl's fluffy hair. Before departing from the quaint village, Nuan Nuan's parents made a point to visit each household, bearing gifts as tokens of appreciation. They had learned that since the elderly woman who had adopted Nuan Nuan had passed away, she had been raised on the kindness of the villagers, who, for the most part, were sincere, indeed warm-hearted, having lent a helping hand to the child. Naturally, there were a few exceptions. The couple generously presented gifts to those who had supported their daughter, while they were not so magnanimous as to forgive those who had bullied their precious girl. After all, the loss of Nuan Nuan was a fault of theirs. The villagers had largely embraced her with goodwill, and they felt no right to blame others for their missteps. As the time to leave drew near, Nuan Nuan mustered her courage and tugged gently at Mother Gu's clothing. "What is it, Nuan Nuan?" Mother Gu immediately knelt down to meet her gaze, speaking to her in the most tender voice. With her cheeks flushed, Nuan Nuan's voice was as delicate as a kitten's. May I bring De Huang and Mei Chiu with me?" After speaking, she lowered her head, her fingers fidgeting together, displaying her anxiety and uncertainty, fearing that her request might be too much and that they would dislike her for it. "Of course you can," came the deep, reassuring voice from above, as a large, warm hand gently ruffled the little girl's fluffy head. Chapter 2. Nuan Nuan. "We are home aside from De Huang and Mei Chiu. Is there anything else you wish to take with you, Nuan Nuan?" De Huang, a rustic dog, and Mei Chiu, a black cat, trailed closely behind Nuan Nuan. "No, nothing else." Upon hearing that she could take De Huang and Mei Chiu with her, Nuan Nuan puffed up her cheeks and beamed a sweet smile. "What is so special about that ugly dog and cat? My buddy has a Siberian husky that truly embodies beauty and grandeur. You should see it someday." Guin, with an air of disdain, tilted his chin as he scrutinized the yellow dog and black cat. However, he soon regretted his words. If he were to let this little girl see the husky, it would mean taking her to meet his good friend, and that simply wouldn't he do. He couldn't allow them to discover that he had such an unattractive sister. "Shut your mouth." Guin, ever the troublemaker, was met with a disapproving glare from his father. Defiantly, he lifted his chin, thinking, "Am I not allowed to speak my mind? Nuan Nuan, don't take your foolish brother's words to heart. He never thinks before he speaks," Gu Mama said softly, quickly trying to clarify. while casting a warning glance at Gu, and Nuan Nuan pressed her lips together and smiled faintly. She could sense that her brother did not harbor any malice towards her. After all, Nuan Nuan had grown up under their watchful eyes, and the little girl was always polite and well-behaved, endearing herself to nearly everyone in the village, except for one family. Grandma, I want a gift. Everyone else has gifts except for me. I want a gift, and I want that car, wah. After the intimidating figures departed, the 7-year-old chubby boy threw himself onto the ground, rolling and wailing without regard for his image. The elderly woman, whom he referred to as Grandma, wore a grim expression. While the villagers received gifts, her family was overlooked, which embarrassed her immensely. Now, as her grandson acted out, the entire village seemed to revel in her humiliation, prompting this traditionally biased grandmother to scold her own grandson for the first time. What is there to covet? Is our family lacking in sustenance? Bah! Just a trifle of fine goods, and you flaunt it. I have watched that ungrateful girl grow up, a true ingrate. Her gaze faltered momentarily, yet she quickly regained her bravado and spat in the direction of the luxurious vehicle as it departed. What is there to be envious of a worthless brat? She will eventually be cast aside. Zhao, do show some decency, a voice interjected. What has that polite child, Nuan Nuan, done to you? Her parents cherish her dearly. Zhao retorted. Who knows the true nature of those wealthy families? Just wait, that little nuisance won't have it easy. Deep down, she was consumed with jealousy, pondering how that little brat could have such affluent parents. If only this situation had befallen her own grandson instead. In the car, Gu's mother, Nuan Nuan, and her brother sat in the back seat. The two children nestled close together, while Guan scrutinized his new sister, noting her frail stature. How old are you? You're so tiny, he remarked, taking pride in comparing their heights. I stand considerably taller than you. At last, he is no longer the shortest in the family. 5 years old. As he spoke, he raised his fist in a display of bravado. Nuan Nuan obediently and softly echoed, Oh, Guan. A thunderous voice, laden with ire, resounded from the front, followed by a sharp tug on his ear, deftly executed by his seemingly gentle mother. Were it not for Gu Dad seated in the front, unable to intervene, this little tyrant Gu and would surely have faced the combined wrath of his parents. Have you lost your senses, boy? 3 days without a beating, and you're already climbing the walls. Is this how you speak to your sister? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Mother, what of your gentle persona? Guan exclaimed. What is wrong with my words? She is so frail, it's not appealing. Other people's sisters are fair and delicate. If I take her out, what face will I have? In a fit of anger, Gu Dad reached back and smacked Guan on the head. You little rascal, your sister doesn't even care for you. Nuan Nuan watched the scene unfold with wide eyes, and seeing her brother in such a predicament, her earlier anxiety began to dissipate, a smile emerging in her large, expressive eyes. The Gu family is one of the most prestigious aristocratic families in Linqing. Though only 3 generations old, the descendants have proven their worth. Each heir has been a prodigy, and under their stewardship, the family business has flourished. With a united direct lineage, there has been no slacker among the heirs, and now the Gu family has ascended to become the wealthiest in the nation. Upon arriving at the Gu family's villa, Nuan Nuan gazed apprehensively through the car window at the unfamiliar world outside. Such a beautiful and grand residence. Would this truly be her home from now on? It felt surreal. The stark contrast to her previous living situation instilled a sense of inferiority and anxiety within her, yet she endeavored to conceal these emotions. A pair of gentle hands grasped her entwined fingers. Nuan Nuan looked up at her kind mother and her encouraging father beside her, nodding earnestly. Like a timid kitten venturing into new territory, she cautiously followed her relatively familiar parents, her eyes too shy to wander, quietly and obediently entering through the villa's grand entrance. Approaching them was an elderly gentleman clad in a black suit, his hair interspersed with strands of white. He stood tall and elegant, a warm smile gracing his face. Butler, I am hungry and wish to eat. Please have Aunt Lu prepare my favorite dishes. Despite having received a thorough reprimand in the car, Guan remained the arrogant and proud young master of the Gu family, unrepentant as ever. The butler, with a cheerful demeanor, assured him that arrangements had already been made. His gaze fell upon the petite girl, and upon seeing Nuan Nuan's face, he momentarily froze, his eyes glistening with emotion, and the smile on his face softened even further. The butler struggled to steady his trembling hands, fearful of startling the timid child, and deliberately lowered his voice. It is truly so reminiscent. Yet, upon observing the delicate and slender figure of Nuan Nuan, he felt an overwhelming surge of compassion, One could only wonder how much hardship she had endured. Father Gu exchanged a knowing glance with the butler, their unspoken thoughts resonating between them. This was the esteemed butler, affectionately referred to as grandfather. Mother Gu gently stroked Nuan Nuan's hair, smiling as she made the introduction. Chapter 3. Grandfather Nuan Nuan grasped her mother's hand, lifting her face with a shy smile as she looked at the butler and sweetly greeted, Grandfather Butler. Her polite and obedient demeanor was undeniably endearing. The butler responded with a couple of affirmations, his eyes glistening with concern as he remarked, Miss Nuan Nuan is so thin. You must eat more. We are uncertain of your preferences, so we have prepared a selection according to the tastes of Madam and Sir. Mother Gu nodded with a smile, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your trouble. As they made their way to the living room, the elder, already seated in the main position, exhibited a palpable impatience upon the entrance of his grandson. Guin pouted slightly, yet he dared not act unruly in the presence of his grandfather. Why are you so anxious, Grandpa? They are just taking their time behind us. Why does everyone seem solely concerned about my sister and not about me? The elder cast a sidelong glance at him, retorting, It would be a blessing for you to keep quiet. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, prompting the elder to spring up in anticipation, adjusting his attire with a flurry before swiftly resuming his seat, attempting to exude an air of authority. However, he soon reconsidered, concerned that such demeanor might frighten his beloved granddaughter, causing his expression to soften considerably. It was astonishing to witness this formidable patriarch, who had dominated the business realm for decades, now displaying signs of nervousness, an incredulous notion to convey to anyone who might hear. Yet, the truth remains undeniable. The elderly man nodded at his son and daughter-in-law, his gaze settling on his frail, diminutive granddaughter standing beside her mother. Upon beholding the cherubic face of the little girl, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he abruptly rose to his feet, his hands trembling slightly at his sides. This, Mr. Gu hastily patted the old man's back, attempting to soothe him. Father, please remain calm. All right. The elder stammered repeatedly, his lips quivering as he eagerly approached the little girl, squatting down beside her. In response to the timid gaze of the young child, he offered a gentle smile. Do not be afraid, my dear. I am your grandfather. Why are you so thin? My sweet girl has endured hardships. From now on, I shall ensure you suffer none. With a quivering embrace, he held the tiny figure close to his heart, fully confident of her identity without the need for a paternity test. The little girl, puzzled by her grandfather's tears, obediently remained in his embrace, her small hand cautiously wiping away the old man's tears. Grandfather, do not cry, she softly consoled him, her voice sweet and melodic. The elderly man nodded repeatedly at her words. Do not weep. I am simply overjoyed. His tone was unprecedentedly gentle, leaving Mr. Gu, who stood nearby, utterly astonished. Could it be that his grandfather could display such warmth? That he could cry? This was nothing short of extraordinary. Hearing the little girl call him grandfather filled the old man's heart with an indescribable warmth. He finally has a granddaughter. A cherished granddaughter who is remarkably well behaved and bears a striking resemblance to his late wife. Oh, our dear Nuan Nuan is truly delightful. The little girl, basking in the praise, felt a flush of shyness on her cheeks. In the presence of this kindly elder, her apprehension dissipated and her bright, beautiful eyes sparkled as they gazed at him. The elder's heart softened under her gaze. Our Nuan Nuan is indeed lovely, particularly her enchanting eyes, which mirror her grandmother's. So vibrant they seem almost to speak. She is a good child, though a tad frail. She must eat heartily to grow plump and rosy, for then she shall be even more charming. Meanwhile, Guin, lounging nearby and waiting for the meal, cast several glances at Nuan Nuan, thinking to himself that his grandfather's eyesight must be failing, for how could he find her attractive? He simply could not envision her growing plump and pretty, to him. She currently appeared rather plain, at best somewhat tolerable, and he remained skeptical about his sister's potential beauty. Grandfather Gu chatted with Nuan Nuan for quite some time. And when the meal was served, the family, with the exception of Guin, busily filled Nuan Nuan's bowl with food. Nuan Nuan, eat more of the shrimp. The fish is boneless, so you can eat it without worry. This steamed egg is delicious. Dear child, do have some more, and after you finish, drink a glass of milk to grow tall. In stark contrast to the affectionate attention showered upon Nuan Nuan by the three adults, Guin felt neglected and irritated. You are all being unreasonable, paying so much attention to my sister while completely disregarding me. 3 pairs of eyes fixed intently on the table. And with a forced smile that barely masked his irritation, Father Gu tossed a chicken wing into Guin's bowl. The scene appeared somewhat ominous, causing Guin to shrink back timidly. Come on, Dad is taking care of you. The old man squinted, deftly picking up a pair of chopsticks to offer a serving of vegetables. And it seems to have gained a bit of weight recently. Don't just indulge in meat. Make sure to balance your nutrition with more vegetables. Guan pondered, why must I always add my 2 cents? Under the pressure of 3 scrutinizing gazes, Guan pitifully struggled to consume both the vegetables and the chicken wing from his bowl. Woe is me. While others have stepmothers and stepfathers, why does my family have a little sister, and suddenly I have a stepmother and stepfather as well? Oh, and let us not forget a grandfather. Nuan Nuan noticed that everyone's attention had shifted to her brother and breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The food in her bowl had piled high, and she was nearing her limit. Fortunately, the 3 adults seemed to agree that it was too much and refrained from serving her more, allowing her to eat her fill. Once she was satisfied, Mother Gu took her upstairs to change clothes. She led Nuan Nuan into one of the rooms, opened the door, and gently clasped her small hand as they entered. Nuan Nuan, from now on, this will be your room. Nuan Nuan gazed around, marveling at how this room was far larger than the wooden house she had previously inhabited. The luxurious and dreamlike decor was beyond her wildest imaginings, leaving her with an expression of sheer astonishment. Is this really Nuan Nuan's? Nuan felt a bit dazed as she accepted this reality, as if caught in a dream that seemed utterly surreal. Indeed, the entire room was prepared for her. The toys on the bed belonged to her. And over there was the desk where, once she began school, her books would be placed. In this wardrobe, she introduced each item in the room to Nuan, her gentle words gradually easing her anxiety and trepidation. As she opened the wardrobe, an array of beautiful clothes and dresses greeted her, overwhelming her with their splendor. However, she found it curious that some of the garments were clearly far too small for her at this moment. Mother Gu approached and removed a few of the diminutive outfits, guiding Nuan to sit on the bed, her eyes glistening with emotion. Nuan stared blankly at the neatly arranged, beautiful clothes and dresses that had adorned her from childhood to now, her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation. Her eyes misty and struggling to focus on the objects before her. It dawned on her that she had always been cherished. She was not an unwanted child. Mother Gu embraced her little daughter tightly, harboring a profound sorrow that only family could understand. No one knew the extent of her despair when her daughter went missing. A heart-wrenching experience that had even led her to contemplate the unthinkable during her illness. Fortunately, she had persevered through the care of her family, never relinquishing hope in her quest to find her little girl. For all these years, she had tirelessly searched, always pursuing even the faintest hint of information, regardless of her own busy life. Yet, often, she was met with disappointment. Despite this, she remained resolute, fearing that a moment's inattention might cause her to miss the chance to reunite with her one true daughter. When the news of Nuan Nuan's arrival reached the family, a sense of unease enveloped them all. However, upon seeing Nuan Nuan, she instantly recognized that this little girl must indeed be her daughter. The subsequent paternity test was merely a formality to bring closure to their uncertainty. In Chapter 4, as Mother Gu retrieved an album and opened it, her voice softened as she introduced the family members to Nuan Nuan. In the photographs, 2 strikingly similar young men appeared, one exuding an air of coldness, while the other radiated elegance. Their differing temperaments made it easy to distinguish between them. This icy figure is your elder brother, and the one beside him, wearing glasses, is your second brother. They're twins, yet their personalities are as disparate as night and day. Nuan Nuan gazed at the 2 brothers in the album with her large, expressive eyes, feeling a mixture of admiration and trepidation. Were they truly going to embrace her? Sensing her apprehension, Mother Gu smiled and reassured her, when you were born, your 2 brothers were even more eager to hold you than I was. You adored clinging to them. After you went missing, they nearly turned the entire city upside down in their search for you, and they have never ceased their quest to find you over the years. With tears glistening in her eyes, Nuan Nuan nodded softly, her voice barely a whisper. Brothers are so wonderful. Mother Gu continued to share more photographs of the family, especially that of her younger brother. Guan, your elder brother, is only a few years older than you, and from a young age, he has exhibited a spirited and unruly temperament, becoming somewhat of a little tyrant within the family. Aside from your elder brother and grandfather, no one else can truly manage him. He often speaks without considering the impact of his words. Therefore, if Nuan Nuan hears him utter anything unpleasant, please inform grandfather or our parents, and we shall assist you in addressing his behavior. Of course, it would be splendid if Nuan Nuan could best him in a playful brawl. Mrs. Gu concluded with a jest. Nuan Nuan smiled shyly, pondering how such a tiny figure could possibly overpower him. The mother and daughter spent a considerable time flipping through the photo album, reminiscing. Nuan Nuan even came across photographs of herself at 1 and 2 years old, an adorable, fair-skinned child, whose beauty starkly contrasted with her current appearance. Mrs. Gu remarked that Nuan Nuan was inherently beautiful, noting that she and her grandmother shared the closest resemblance. Her grandmother was indeed the most beautiful among the Gu family. Although she has become somewhat frail, appearing undernourished, once Nuan Nuan regains her health, she will undoubtedly become the most charming young lady in the family. This compliment rendered the bashful Nuan Nuan's cheeks a delightful shade of crimson. Mrs. Gu then presented an old photograph, revealing a striking woman clad in a qipao, radiating an ethereal beauty as if she were a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Even Nuan Nuan was momentarily entranced. "This is your grandmother," Mrs. Gu sighed, her voice tinged with nostalgia. "Regrettably, she has." The sigh encapsulated the weight of loss. Every girl from their generation idolized this woman in her youth, who stood as a goddess in the eyes of all the daughters of affluent families. "Grandmother." Mother Gu smiled and nodded, noting that Nuan Nuan and Grandma bore a striking resemblance, perhaps 6 parts alike. As Nuan Nuan grew, that similarity might blossom to 7 or 8 parts. "Your grandfather adored your grandmother dearly, and it was this love that brought him to tears upon seeing you." Nuan Nuan, her petite form nestled against her mother, listened intently to tales of her grandparents, her tiny hands clutching a photograph that depicted a woman of exquisite grace and radiant joy. Through the image, it seemed as if she could glimpse the breathtaking beauty of her grandmother. After perusing the album and recounting the stories, Mother Gu led her to the bath, where they washed away the day, leaving Nuan Nuan fragrant and refreshed. Her somewhat dry hair received tender care, and once clad in a lovely pale yellow nightgown, she appeared entirely rejuvenated. Although she remained quite slender, her appearance had undeniably improved. That night, Nuan Nuan shared the bed with her mother. Lying on the soft, comfortable mattress, she initially felt a bit awkward. Yet, as her mother embraced her gently, she gradually relaxed, her fluffy little head nuzzling against her mother's chest like a small kitten. The events of the day felt dreamlike to Nuan Nuan, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Since she could remember, she had known the absence of her parents. The loss of her grandmother had left her feeling as though her world had collapsed, rendering her a pitiable little creature, utterly alone. Reflecting on the difficult days she endured after her grandmother's passing, the little one occasionally sniffled in her quiet sorrow, curling her small body closer to her mother. "Mama." Her warm, soft voice, tinged with a heavy nasal tone, broke into a fit of tears. "Thank you, Mama, and also to Papa and my brothers. Thank you for never giving up on me, for always searching for me." At just 5 years old, she had to be more understanding and diligent due to her family's poverty in that small mountain village. Yet she remained utterly bewildered about her future, unsure of what to do next. Warm, dear, Mrs. Gu thought of the hardships her little girl had endured over the years, her heart twisting in anguish. This was a daughter who should have been showered with affection, yet had suffered so much due to their negligence. "Don't cry, Mama." With a voice sweet and soft, Warm reached out from beneath the covers to wipe her mother's tears away. "All right, Mama won't cry." Mrs. Gu smiled as she held her tiny daughter tightly. That night, the Gu family's long-held anxieties finally settled. Recalling everything from the previous day, Warm suddenly widened her eyes, glancing sideways. Upon seeing her beautiful mother sleeping beside her, she sighed in relief. The little one discreetly pinched her frail arm, feeling a twinge of pain that reassured her of reality. "It's not a dream," Warm murmured joyfully in a whisper only she could hear. She lifted her small hand to pat her cheek, her expression somewhat dazed as she propped her chin on her palm, alternating between silly smiles and furrowed brows, lost in her thoughts. Observing her mother, who was still peacefully slumbering, Nuan Nuan gently descended from the bed. Her tiny feet were clad in soft and cozy slippers, and as she carefully took a couple of steps, a blissful smile graced her face. Stealthily, she tucked her mother's blanket snugly around her before scampering off to the bathroom. She rolled up her sleeves and picked up the soiled clothes she had changed out of the previous day, yet found herself at a loss as to where to wash them. After a moment of contemplation, she quietly opened the door and stepped outside. Downstairs, the ever-early butler, upon hearing a sound, glanced upward and spotted Nuan Nuan emerging from her room. "Why is Miss Nuan Nuan up so early?" he wondered. Upon noticing the elderly gentleman approaching, she shyly tugged at her tiny fingers and politely greeted him in a soft voice. "Good morning, Grandpa Butler." The sweetness of her gentle voice was enough to warm the hearts of those who heard it. With a kind expression, The butler approached and, observing the somewhat bashful little girl, inquired softly whether she needed assistance. Nuan Nuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, fidgeted with her fingers and replied, "I wanted to wash the dirty clothes I changed out of yesterday, but I don't know where to wash them." The butler paused briefly, then, recalling the challenges Nuan Nuan had faced over the years, he tenderly ruffled her hair. "My dear Miss Nuan Nuan, you need not concern yourself with such tasks. We have dedicated servants for laundry. Moreover, the lady of the house has prepared an abundance of garments for you. Those old clothes you wear are somewhat short now, and you may soon outgrow them." Accustomed to frugality, Nuan Nuan's thoughts had yet to be properly aligned. It was only after the housekeeper's gentle reminder that she recalled the beautiful garments and delightful little dresses she had seen in the wardrobe yesterday. She could change into a different outfit every day without repeating. Considering this, the outfit she had brought seemed utterly out of place here, destined to remain unworn, subject to ridicule. While she could bear the mockery herself, she knew her mother would also be subject to it. Nuan Nuan raised her little head, nodding earnestly, acknowledging that she would no longer wear it. She had an abundance of new clothes prepared by her mother, so she would no longer worry about having nothing to wear. What a relief that was. Chapter 5. A little parent-child activity. The housekeeper's heart melted at the sight of the sweet, obedient girl, prompting him to inquire why she was awake so early. With a soft, sweet smile gracing her face, Nuan Nuan's voice was a delightful mix of innocence and warmth. She explained that she could not sleep, as she had always risen at this hour in the past. In those days, she would tend to the chickens and ducks, gather firewood from the mountains, and water the vegetables in the yard. However, upon waking today, she found herself at a loss, suddenly confronted with an unsettling emptiness. Observing the little girl before him, the housekeeper felt an even deeper pang of sympathy. "Are you unable to sleep?" he asked gently. Nuan Nuan nodded obediently, confessing her restlessness. "Then, shall Miss Nuan Nuan watch some cartoons?" he suggested. He led her to a soft sofa, settled her comfortably, and turned on the television, which began to play a whimsical animation. Instantly, Nuan Nuan was captivated, her eyes transfixed by the charming spectacle before her. During her time in the village, she had watched television, albeit only in the homes of others, and due to her busy schedule, the moments she could indulge in this pastime were rather scarce. She endeavored to avert her gaze, her bright, dark eyes gazing longingly at the butler. "Grandfather Butler, I haven't yet washed my face, brushed my teeth, or combed my hair." "Oh, is that so? Then, I shall take Nuan Nuan with me." Before the butler could finish his sentence, a voice resonated from upstairs, Father Gu's voice. Nuan Nuan lifted her little face, her bright, dark eyes meeting Father Gu's gaze. Gulima's expression softened as he said, "Nuan Nuan, come here. Shall I take you to wash up?" The butler was naturally pleased with this arrangement, as it would foster a bond between Miss Nuan Nuan and her family. Meeting her father's expectant gaze, Nuan Nuan puffed up her cheeks and obediently nodded her little head. Finally, she bestowed upon him a wonderfully heartwarming smile, sweetly uttering, "Thank you, Daddy." After speaking, she sprang off the sofa and, with her little legs, ascended the stairs. When she reached her father's side, a large, warm hand extended toward her. Nuan Nuan hesitated for a moment, pursing her lips, before gently placing her slender little hand in his. Her father's palm was both large and warm, imparting a profound sense of safety. Nuan Nuan sniffled slightly, her eyes growing a touch red, as she kept her head lowered, not daring to let her father see that she was on the verge of tears. After all, she was not a little crybaby. The small palm of the child was enveloped by her father's large hand as Gulima slowed his pace, leading her towards the bedroom. The little one followed closely beside him, stealing glances at the hand that clasped her own, unable to suppress a gentle smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, and her clear, sparkling gaze was exceedingly beautiful. Gu's mother, who had been peacefully slumbering, was startled awake by the sound of the door opening. Instinctively, she glanced to the side, her heart racing. Where could her obedient little daughter be? Panic set in as she threw off the covers and sat up, only to see her husband entering the room, holding their sweet, gentle daughter by the hand. A wave of relief washed over her. Putting on her shoes, Gu's mother hurried to her daughter, squatting down to embrace her warmly. "You scared me to death. I thought everything that happened yesterday was merely a dream." Nuan Nuan tenderly patted her mother's neck, offering soft, comforting words. "Mommy is fine. Nuan Nuan is here." The little girl was a source of warmth and reassurance. Upon learning that her husband had accompanied Nuan Nuan to wash up, Gu's mother immediately sprang into action, eager to join them. "Are you going to wash by yourself?" Or do you need Daddy's help? The sink appeared rather high for little Nuan Nuan. Gu's father promptly fetched a small stool, effortlessly scooping her up under her arms and placing her atop it. At that moment, Nuan Nuan let out a tiny gasp, quickly followed by a burst of joyous laughter. This is your toothbrush. The elongated hand gently retrieved a pink toothbrush, squeezed toothpaste onto it, and presented it to her. Thank you, Daddy. Nuan Nuan expressed her gratitude softly as she accepted the toothbrush. Under the tender gaze of her parents, she began to brush her teeth, meticulously cleaning her neat little teeth. Her mother then instructed her on how to wash her face with a cleanser specifically designed for children, natural and harmless, which not only protected her delicate skin but also exuded a delightful milky fragrance. Ultimately, it was her father who used a warm towel to gently wipe away the foam from her face. This small parent-child activity brought Nuan Nuan even closer to her parents. After her mother applied a moisturizing cream to nurture her skin, she lovingly styled 2 charming little braids in her hair. Nuan Nuan's father watched eagerly from the side, yearning to comb his soft little girl's hair as well. Her mother, with a playful lift of her chin, remarked, "You, with your clumsy hands and feet, might not be suitable for this task. Do avoid pulling on Nuan Nuan's hair." Unwilling to concede, her father protested, "How can I be clumsy? Just wait until I practice a bit more, and then I will style Nuan Nuan's hair, all right?" His final inquiry was directed at Nuan Nuan, the subject of the matter. The soft little girl leaned against her mother and nodded obediently. "Okay, such a good girl." Her mother affectionately kissed her daughter's forehead. Nuan Nuan shyly lowered her head, her bright eyes sparkling with evident joy. By the time everything was ready, it was already 6:30. Warm, holding her father's hand in one and her mother's hand in the other, had her beautiful big eyes shaped like crescent moons, glistening with an enchanting allure. Downstairs, the grandfather was sipping tea, and upon seeing Warm descend, his eyes lit up, and he waved cheerfully at the little girl. Warm approached her grandfather obediently. She responded with a soft yes and walked over, where the elder smiled and affectionately tousled her fluffy little head. "I heard from the butler that you woke up quite early. Are you hungry? Is there anything you wish to have for breakfast?" he inquired. "It's wonderful that you're not picky. Being unselective with your food will ensure you grow strong and tall in the future." Warm nodded her head eagerly, her bright eyes sparkling. "Yes, I will grow taller." Her adorable demeanor endeared her to the elder, who felt that having a girl in the family was indeed a blessing. Look how well-behaved she was, unlike the boys who had been quite unruly in their youth. Breakfast was a lavish spread. Warm sat obediently at the table, her eyes wide with wonder at the array of charming and exquisite dumplings of various flavors, fragrant seafood congee, wontons, dumplings, and finally, a steaming cup of milk. Her eyes could hardly take it all in. So much. Will my tummy be able to hold it all? Warm began to eat heartily, and the elder advised, if you can't eat anymore, don't force yourself. Otherwise, your tummy will hurt. After you finish, I will take you to explore the villa and introduce you to the family. And don't forget about the cat and dog you brought along. Warm lifted her little face, looking at him with eager eyes, recalling that she hadn't seen the coal ball and the big yellow one last night. The elder, seeing her expression, burst into hearty laughter. Rest assured, the two of them are in good health. Yesterday, the maid took them for a bath and vaccinations. And from now on, they will reside at home to accompany Nuan Nuan. Thank you, Grandpa. Nuan Nuan's expression of gratitude resounded with crystal clarity, bringing immense joy to the elder's heart. Chapter 6. The childish grandfather and father. The old man glanced at his son and daughter-in-law with a sense of pride, unknowingly indulging in a moment of boastful delight, his face radiating the sentiment that Nuan Nuan's favorite will always be this old man. In response, Father Gu, unwilling to concede, declared that after Nuan Nuan finished her meal, he would take them out for a stroll. The little one nodded obediently, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. Despite her slightly darker complexion, her exquisite features remained undeniable. The beauty of her smile only enhanced her charm. The little girl softly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Daddy." Father Gu's lips curled upward, casting a calm glance toward the elder. "Grandpa Gu, what an unfilial son." Mother Gu observed the silent duel of glances between the two authoritative figures in the household, finding it both amusing and perplexing how they had become so juvenile. "Mom, where's brother?" Nuan Nuan asked, holding a delicate soup dumpling, taking a bite, and leaving a crescent-shaped indentation on the plump, white dumpling. The dumpling was simply delectable. Upon tasting it, Nuan Nuan's eyes sparkled with delight, clear and glistening, as if stars were twinkling within them. The little one appeared utterly blissful as she feasted. Her cheeks puffed out to an adorable extent that even her slender frame could not conceal her charm. Observing her devour her meal, old Master Gu felt an instant surge of appetite. Never mind him. Your brother is undoubtedly still asleep. That fellow cannot rouse himself before 10 o'clock. Nuan Nuan obediently responded with a soft "oh," her tiny tongue licking her lips before she devoured the remaining bun in one swift motion, causing her cheeks to swell even more, resembling a little hamster that had pilfered a treat, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch those soft, plump cheeks. Nuan Nuan, instinctively wanting to restrain herself, recalled how, back in the village, she had hesitated to eat too much for fear of being judged. Today, however, she was still grappling with the habit of moderation, fretting whether her hearty appetite would earn her disapproval. Her little face twisted in contemplation, her fingers fidgeting nervously beneath the table. Has Nuan Nuan had enough to eat? Mrs. Gu inquired with genuine concern as she noticed her pause, asking if she could manage a bit more. If you can eat, do indulge, but be cautious not to overstuff yourself, or you might end up with a stomachache, understand? The other two at the table also regarded her with expressions of care and attention. Seeing that they did not scorn her, Nuan Nuan finally relaxed her anxious heart, sitting up straight in her chair and offering a bashful yet sweet smile. Yes, I am full. Old Master Gu took his time wiping his mouth, his expression warm as he addressed Nuan Nuan. Today, witnessing how heartily you enjoyed your meal, I indulged myself with an extra bowl of porridge. Recently, the elder gentleman's appetite has diminished considerably, consuming far less than before, which has caused quiet concern among the family. Today, however, witnessing him eat a bit more brought them great joy. Nuan Nuan, filled with warmth, cheerfully encouraged her grandfather to eat more, her voice soft and persuasive. The elder chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "Very well, from now on, I shall dine with Nuan Nuan, and we shall both eat our fill." Nuan Nuan nodded eagerly, delighted by the prospect. "Come, grandfather, let us go find your two cats and dog, and perhaps work up an appetite." Mr. Gu, unwilling to be left behind, stood up, asserting, "Wasn't it agreed that I would take Nuan Nuan?" The elder cast a sidelong glance at him, taking Nuan Nuan's small hand in his own. "You ought to be at work now," he remarked. Mr. Gu stepped forward to grasp Nuan Nuan's other hand, unperturbed. "There's no rush. It's not yet time. Moreover, as the company owner, who would dare question me if I were late? Accompanying my daughter is, of course, far more important." He emphasized the words "my daughter" with particular intensity. The elder let out a cold huff, reflecting on how he once regarded his eldest son as composed and courteous, only to now see him as anything but. "What of your daughter? Is she not my granddaughter as well?" The two men, father and son, quickly fell into a light-hearted clash. An unusual sight that had never occurred before, especially not over a matter concerning their beloved daughter-granddaughter. The butler and Mrs. Gu exchanged bemused glances, wondering how it is that one grows ever more childish with age. One warmly observed this and that, gently tightening her grip on their fingers, she softly said, "Daddy, Grandpa, let us walk together." She stood in the middle, a petite figure who took up no space at all. "All right, for the sake of warm. Grandpa won tea hold it against you, my childish son." The old man chuckled, walking with a spirited gait, entirely devoid of any semblance of old age. Father Gu nearly lost his composure, rolling his eyes. Who exactly was being childish here? The two of them took Warm to find Big Yellow and Cole, both of whom had been settled in a wooden house in the garden. This little cottage was larger than the house where Warm lived and quite charming as well. Originally a storage room, it was cleared out to be transformed into a pet haven, equipped with everything that other households provided for their pets. Before they even reached the door, the two eager companions, a cat and a dog, were joyfully wagging their tails and sprinting towards Warm. Big Yellow's tail was waving like a fan, and just as he was about to reach Warm, a nimble, slender figure descended from above, landing deftly on Big Yellow's head to gain leverage and then gracefully leaping into Warm's embrace. As for Big Yellow, he stumbled and fell, sprawling on the ground. "Woof, woof, woof." Big Yellow growled at the black cat nestled in Warm's arms, infuriated. Meanwhile, the black cat sat elegantly, licking its paw with a haughty and disdainful glance directed at the sprawled Big Yellow. "Oh dear, this has escalated quite dramatically." De Huang, invigorated with enthusiasm, leaps forth attempting to bite the coal ball. Yet, is the coal ball truly so easily intimidated? Within mere seconds, the cat's paws rise, striking with such swiftness that shadows linger in their wake, targeting De Huang's face with fierce intent. Grandpa Gu and Father Gu express their deep concern for Nuan Nuan's safety. However, their worries are unfounded. Despite their skirmish, both creatures remain acutely aware of Nuan Nuan, ensuring she remains unscathed. In fact, when Nuan Nuan intervenes to halt the fray, they instinctively cease, yet continue to glare at each other with undeniable animosity. No more fighting, Nuan Nuan declares, placing the cold ball beside De Huang, her hands firmly on her hips, exuding an air of indignation. With a fierce glare from her large, expressive eyes, both animals obediently sit in a row. Like a miniature adult, Nuan Nuan pokes her tiny fingers at the furry foreheads of both, initiating her lesson. How many times must I remind you? De Huang and the kobold are family. Families must not bully one another or engage in conflict. What if someone gets hurt? Injuries can be painful. Disobedient De Huang and the kobold are not good children. Naughty children deserve a smack on the bottom. Chapter 7. Nuan Nuan is utterly content. Nuan Nuan's sweet, soft voice brings delight to the ears of those around her, and several adults stand by, amused, as they observe this small figure, reminiscent of a little adult, reprimanding the cat and dog. Once she has effectively subdued their antics, leaving their ears drooping in submission, Nuan Nuan suddenly recalls the presence of her father and grandfather, her cheeks flushing with shyness. Haha, our dear Nuan Nuan is truly remarkable. Her bashful demeanor elicited a hearty laugh from the esteemed Mr. Gu. Nuan Nuan nestled her entire little face into the soft fur of the cold ball, which had just been bathed yesterday, exuding a delightful fragrance. Are you still going to play? Mr. Gu teased. Of course. The little one raised her face, her voice ringing sweetly as she trotted over to her father and grandfather, placing the cold ball down and tugging at their hands to stroll about. In this unfamiliar environment, the cat and dog were initially quite vigilant. However, upon spotting Nuan Nuan, their wariness gradually dissipated, and they began to explore, sniffing around to mark their territory. The exuberant dog, De Huang, dashed about excitedly, wagging its tail and occasionally barking joyfully, while the cold ball maintained a more reserved demeanor, gracefully leaping onto the walls or trees, casting a disdainful glance at the bumbling dog below. Nuan Nuan, this is the garden. How about your grandfather makes you a swing over there? Nuan Nuan blinked, recalling how the village children loved to play by the mulberry trees in the forest, where they would swing on sturdy vines. An activity that appeared somewhat perilous yet immensely enjoyable. That sounds great. Nuan Nuan nodded enthusiastically, her soft voice filled with delight, her clear eyes sparkling with joy. Upon hearing her agreement, the adults in the family were filled with joy, eagerly taking her hand and beginning to envision the layout of the garden. They suggested placing a slide here, a little rocking horse or sandpit there, elements that would delight any child, clearly intent on transforming the garden into a playground. However, Nuan Nuan quickly waved her hands, insisting that just a swing would suffice. With a timid gesture, she raised a short finger and shyly asked her father and grandfather, "Is that okay?" Father Gu took a deep breath and gently ruffled Nuan Nuan's fluffy little head. "You need not be so cautious, my dear. You are the treasure of the Gu family. Whatever you desire, feel free to express it to your parents or grandfather at any time. We shall never disdain your wishes." He understood the reason behind Nuan Nuan's careful demeanor, and this knowledge filled him with a bittersweet ache. This child should be growing up in their home without a care in the world. Nuan Nuan looked up with her small face, her tiny hands grasping her father's broad palm, her eyes curving into delightful crescents, the most enchanting sight in the world. The brilliance of the stars shimmered in her clear, luminous gaze. Yet, she felt utterly content. In a soft, sweet voice, she nestled her fluffy head into her father's palm, affectionately rubbing against it. "I am already very happy," she declared. "I have my father, my mother, my grandfather, and my brothers. That is more than enough joy for me." This was a happiness she had once dared not even dream of. Mother Gu approached, her eyes glistening with tears as she gently stroked her little girl's head. "How can our Nuan Nuan be so well behaved? Certainly, let us embark on a journey of joy and warmth." Nuan Nuan nodded, her soft, delicate lips curling into a smile, revealing a set of pristine, even little teeth, reminiscent of a radiant sunflower that warms the heart. Observing this scene, the elderly Gu discreetly wiped his eyes, feeling the weight of his years manifest in newfound sentimentality. Before they found Nuan Nuan, life had seemingly continued as usual for everyone, indistinguishable from others. Yet, they alone bore the profound impact of her absence, a wound that had not healed over the span of 3 long years. "Grandpa, let us go out and play." "Oh, here we go." The old man instantly regained his vigor, appearing several years younger in spirit. Engaging in physical activity while aiding digestion would not only help Nuan Nuan acclimatize to her home environment, but also nurture the bonds among the family, making this outing a splendid idea. Alas, there was one sluggard in the household, likely to remain in slumber until lunchtime. Upon their return, a visitor arrived at the villa. The first to descend from the vehicle was a man strikingly similar to Gu's father. His gaze soon fell upon the frail little girl beside the elderly Gu, and upon seeing her, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. How has she become so thin? What kind of suffering has she endured? Following closely was a forthright woman who hurried over, gently caressing Nuan Nuan's petite face with concern. As a child, Nuan Nuan was adorably plump. How has she diminished to this state? Warm tightly grasped her grandfather's hand, gazing curiously yet timidly at the two unfamiliar individuals before her, yet she felt no fear. She possessed a keen sensitivity to the emotions of others, and she could sense that these two harbored genuine affection for her, devoid of any malice. Thus, she did not shy away. "Do not frighten her," the elder Gu chided, then introduced, Warm, this is your uncle, and this is your aunt." "Uncle, aunt," Warm sweetly called out, her voice soft, tender, and endearingly innocent, endearing herself to the two relatives who had no daughters of their own. "Oh, Warm is truly well behaved. This is a gift from your aunt," she said, producing a safety pendant to adorn Warm's neck. "This safety pendant is to bless you with peace and safety in the future. When you were little, your uncle and I used to hold you, but alas, you are the only girl in our family. Back then, your uncle had to compete with your grandfather, your father, and even your brothers just to hold you for a moment. Once he had you in his arms, he was reluctant to let go. Such a small, soft bundle. And now look how much you've grown." As they reminisced about Warm's childhood, nostalgia enveloped the room. The Gu family was predominantly male. Gu mother had given birth to 3 sons, while the uncle's family also had 2 boys. It was only when it came to Warm that they finally welcomed a girl, and everyone found it utterly delightful. Chapter 8. The fourth brother and the youngest brother in a banner. Guin swiftly dressed and emerged, passing by Nuan Nuan and Gu Mingli, casually throwing an arm around them and proudly lifting his chin with a haughty hum. Gu Mingli, however, hardly spared him a glance. Instead, he playfully tugged at Nuan Nuan's hair and gently pinched her cheeks and little hands, all the while making malicious remarks. "Your hands resemble chicken claws. When will you ever gain some weight?" Nuan Nuan, innocently shaking her head, was at a loss for words. TSK. Your hair is quite lackluster. Far too dry. And this hairstyle? It's rather outdated, don't you think? Once we finish our meal, brother will take you to pamper your hair and perhaps even give it a trendy makeover." Nuan Nuan looked up, her clear eyes fixated on him. "Will it look like fourth brother's red hair?" Gu Mingli replied, "No, it's merely a change of style, not dyeing." When he had dyed his hair in the past, he had been chased around the yard by the old man wielding a cane. Yet, he was inherently rebellious. The more his family forbade him from doing something, the more he yearned to do it, leading him to change his hair color every few weeks. By now, his family had grown accustomed to it, reaching a point of blissful ignorance. However, if he were to dye Nuan Nuan's hair, he would wager his own head that the elders would be furious with him. Life was good. After all, he was still young. Nuan Nuan, oblivious to the myriad thoughts swirling in her fourth brother's mind, simply wiggled her little toes and nodded obediently. "All right." With a languid gait and hands behind his back, Guin, seemingly indifferent, retorted, "You always heed his words. What if he gives you an even more hideous hairstyle? Wouldn't that render you even more unattractive?" No sooner had he spoken than he received a sharp kick to the backside from Gu Mingli, who regarded him with the disdain reserved for fools. "Do you think everyone is as foolish as you pig?" Guin bristled. "I merely spoke the truth. With your peculiar and bizarre taste, you still dare to take her for a makeover? It's laughable." Gu Mingli's cold laughter echoed. "Indeed, it is laughable." After a moment, Guin finally grasped the situation, his anger swelling like a pufferfish. "Just you wait. I may not be able to defeat you now, but a gentleman takes his revenge 10 years hence." One of Guin's notable traits was his self-awareness. Even in his enraged state, he understood that he was no match for Gu Mingli, thus sparing himself the futility of seeking a fight. Gu Mingli gestured mockingly above their heads and unleashed a derisive laugh. "Ha! Even if I wait decades, you will still not be my equal." Guin, nearly seething with rage, flailed his arms in frustration before defiantly raising both middle fingers at him. Gu Mingli, exclaiming, "Guin, are you tired of living?" His voice, filled with fury, seemed to resonate throughout the heavens. Guan gestured wildly and sprinted away. Reaching the stairs where he supported himself with one hand on the railing and leapt with abandon, sliding down the banister with a swift whoosh. All the while emitting a cacophony of cries. Auntie and uncle, fourth brother is going to beat me. Gu Mingli chased after him, but alas, he was merely a fist's distance away from capturing the cunning Guan. Nonsense. You provoked me first. Guan darted behind his aunt, his voice dripping with innocence and feigned pity. Fourth brother, you must be joking. How could I possibly provoke you at such a young age? Besides, I could never match your strength. Uncle and auntie, you must protect me. Guan, being astute, knew better than to run to his parents, fully aware that they would not shield him. At this moment, seeking refuge with his aunt seemed the wisest choice. He was young and handsome, and with a touch of charm, the elders would inevitably lean in his favor, at least ensuring that fourth brother would not lay a hand on him. As anticipated, Auntie Gu gently patted Guan's shoulder, casting a sharp glance at her son. Gu Mingli, you wish to strike, do you? How about a little spar with your mother? Gu Mingli rolled his eyes in exasperation, his patience wearing thin. Just protect that little fox, will you? Meanwhile, Gu Mama pinched Guan's ear, pulling him closer. Stop pretending to be innocent. Don't you find it unsettling to go a day without stirring up trouble? Mama, please be gentle. Old Master Gu observed his two grandsons with a calm gaze. Warm, is it? Here? Little Nuan Nuan grasped the railing timidly, revealing a fluffy little head. Her eyes crescent-shaped and sparkling with pure delight, while the corners of her petite, charming mouth curled into a sweet arc. Grandpa, Nuan Nuan is here. Her soft, melodious voice resonated, prompting laughter from those who beheld her endearing, rabbit-like shyness. Nuan Nuan, hurry down. After breakfast, your mother will take you out to play, someone called out. All right. The little girl was about to descend when Gu Mingli bent down and lifted her into his arms. Nuan Nuan was momentarily startled, but soon erupted into joyful laughter, wrapping her arms around Gu Mingli's neck. Thank you, fourth brother, she exclaimed, her voice sweet to an extraordinary degree. On the surface, Gu Mingli appeared indifferent, even dismissive, as if the gesture was effortless. Yet, the corners of his mouth subtly lifted, revealing a foolish joy that would make even his mother blush with embarrassment. Nonetheless, his unexpected gentleness towards Nuan Nuan astonished everyone, for Gu Mingli typically viewed others as fools, embodying a rather pretentious notion of being the only enlightened one amidst the masses. He had a short temper and was particularly impatient with children, yet he displayed an unusual patience with Nuan Nuan. Gu Mama exchanged glances with Aunt Gu, both recognizing a sense of relief in each other's eyes. When Gu Mama turned to look at Guan, a sense of frustration crept in. Her son was utterly clueless. Just wait until the day Nuan Nuan is whisked away by your uncle's family, then you will regret it. Young Master Guan cast an irritable glance at Gu Mingli and Nuan Nuan, muttering to himself, what is so great about it? I'm still her real brother. Aunt, after dinner, could you take Nuan Nuan to get her hair done? It's simply dreadful. Gu Mingli touched his nose and fell silent. As the tyrant of the school, it was already a significant blow to his pride to wear the school uniform. His hair was his last bastion of defiance, and he would never dye it black, no matter the persuasion. Nuan Nuan, come here to your grandfather. After scolding Gu Mingli, the old man performed an impeccable transition into a warm and amiable demeanor towards Nuan Nuan, exuding kindness and affection. In the eyes of the onlookers, his blatant double standards were nothing short of brazen. Gu Mingli, well, what could he say? After all, he was a boy, and the Gu family was never short on boys. However, if the roles were reversed, he would find boys equally distasteful, particularly his narcissistic brother and that mischievous brat. Guan. Their gazes met, both boys disdainfully turning their heads away from each other. Gu Mingli, why do you look even more foolish than before? Guan, a simple-minded brute with well-developed limbs. At that moment, their thoughts bizarrely aligned. Chapter 9. My sister is back, and I must accompany her. Nuan Nuan scampered over to her grandfather, and before she could even climb onto the stool herself, the old man cheerfully lifted her by her armpits and set her down. Nuan Nuan. She could have managed it herself, but it seemed the adults delighted in lifting her onto the stool. Another sumptuous lunch awaited, entirely different from last night's offerings. Yet each dish was a feast for the senses, bursting with color, aroma, and flavor. Warmly swung her dangling feet, her eyes sparkling with a radiant brilliance akin to stars. The crescent shape of her eyes lent her an aura of profound happiness. At the dining table, nearly every gaze was fixed upon her, as if the meal itself had become more delectable. Dressed in a pristine little dress, the petite figure of young Warm exuded charm. though her slender frame evoked a pang of sympathy. Yet, her smile was truly angelic, offering a soothing balm to all who beheld it. Aunt Gu expressed her desire to have a daughter, but given the Gu family's genetic predisposition, it was likely that another son would be the outcome. With a slight pout, she reconsidered. Managing 2 sons was already enough to drive her to the brink of exasperation, and adding another might render her a frequent visitor to the hospital. Warm. You should eat more meat. The elders began to affectionately serve her dishes, most of which were meaty delights. In the blink of an eye, her bowl was overflowing. Warm. I can't eat anymore. What should I do? Although she had only been at the Gu residence for a day, the sense of security provided by her relatives was immense, allowing her to shed the timid demeanor she had displayed during dinner the previous night. That's all right, said Father Gu with a smile. If Warm can't finish, Daddy will take care of it. Mother Gu offered a gentle smile, adding, Mummy can help too. Grandfather Gu, beaming with joy, affectionately ruffled Warm's hair, assuring her that he didn't mind finishing her leftovers either. Warm cheeks flushed instantly, and she puffed her cheeks to encourage herself. She was determined to finish her meal and grow plump. Gu Mingli mockingly inquired if she was the only girl in the family, questioning if she could match Nuan Nuan's charm or her endearing way of speaking. Guan, not a single one. Gu Mingli chuckled derisively, his sarcasm palpable, implying that with nothing to offer, she couldn't expect her uncle and grandfather to treat her differently. Such expectations were utterly absurd. Guan, her fists clenched. Yet she felt powerless against him. Why was her 4th brother so insufferable? The meal unfolded in a seemingly harmonious atmosphere, yet it was tinged with tension. After dining, Nuan Nuan reluctantly bid farewell to the loyal dog and the coal ball waiting at the door, ultimately settling into a luxurious car. To her left sat her mother. To her right her aunt, with her 4th brother in front and a younger boy following them for reasons unknown. When we reach the mall, Nuan Nuan, feel free to pick whatever you like, and don't hesitate to use Annie's card, her aunt generously offered, handing over her card to Nuan Nuan. Gu mother interjected, questioning the appropriateness of this. What is wrong with it? Nuan Nuan has me as her mother. She doesn't need your sister-in-law's help. Her father's earnings are meant for her. After all, you may have your own, but as her aunt, I am more than happy to treat Nuan Nuan. Her aunt insisted. The 2 elegant women, both adorned with graceful smiles, nearly lost their composure in a light-hearted dispute over who would spoil Nuan Nuan first. Mom, Auntie, please don't argue. Warm warmly advised one and consoled the other, busily engaged in their respective tasks. Sitting in front, the amused Gu Mingli let out a sigh, observing the 2 women, whose camaraderie resembled that of sisters, nearly come to blows over a single individual. It must be said that this little one, Nuan Nuan, indeed possesses the potential to be a femme fatale. In light of this, I shall purchase dresses for Nuan Nuan. Then I shall procure shoes and accessories for her. The 2 women reached a tacit agreement, which at last brought about a semblance of tranquility. Gu Mingli's nonchalant voice broke the silence. Mom, your eagerness to spend money is quite palpable. Why not grant me a bit of pocket money? Aunt Gu cast him a sidelong glance. Are you planning to skip class to engage in brawls or squander your time on video games? I have no intention of wasting my money on your mischief. Gu Mingli rubbed his nose. Am I not your beloved son? Why this discrimination? Aunt Gu crossed her arms and scoffed. If you want money, fine. If you manage to improve your rank by 5 places in the next exam, I shall reward you. Gu Mingli's expression instantly morphed into one of despair, much to the amusement of Gu Mama, while Aunt Gu shot her son an exasperated glare. You are aware of your rank being the 5th from the bottom. Just look at how generous your mother is. She hasn't even demanded you pass all your subjects. Having long since given up on any hope for her son's academic improvement, she mused that attempting to teach him was akin to sending a soldier into battle. Despite sharing the same family lineage, how had her son's academic performance descended to such depths? Nuan Nuan nestled against her mother's warm embrace, stifling a giggle at the playful banter between her elder brother and Aunt Gu. The towering skyscrapers and vibrant hustle of the city were sights that Nuan Nuan had never encountered before. As she gazed out from the car, she was already profoundly astonished. Upon alighting and stepping into the shopping mall, she felt akin to a country bumpkin entering the city, her eyes wide with wonder and her mouth agape in astonishment. How vast it is! Not only was it expansive, but it also radiated brightness and spaciousness. Nuan Nuan felt a bit lightheaded. Tightly gripping her mother's hand like a little tail, following closely by her side, uncertain of which direction to take otherwise. Let us go first. We'll treat Nuan Nuan's skin. The 2 women, with purpose, strode towards an upscale beauty salon, which offered specialized treatments for children. The various creams employed were composed solely of pure, natural plant ingredients, gentle in nature, ensuring no irritation or adverse effects on a child's delicate skin. The two women were already esteemed VIPs at this establishment, thus well acquainted with its offerings. Fourth brother, what exactly are we doing here? Guan glared with a pair of lifeless eyes as he watched the three women being ushered away, while he and his companion remained in the waiting room. Let us take a break. With that, Gu Mingli reclined against the plush sofa, pulling out his phone to send a message to the group chat. Li, a few of us are heading out to play some games. How? Brother, you finally emerged. We thought something had happened to you since you hadn't contacted us or played in so long. Fong, exactly. How many times have we tagged you in the group? Li Gu, come join us for some ranked matches, flirtation. JPG. How? What the hell? Fong, what the hell? What the hell? Where did you get that little sister? Gu Mingli glanced at his phone, his brows arching in amusement at the cascade of exclamations in the group chat, a smile gracing his lips. Guan furrowed his brows, perplexed by this individual's silly grin. Chapter 10. What to do when bullied. Stealing a glance in that direction, Guan saw nothing but was swiftly caught. Stick to your own game, he remarked dismissively, as if it were of little consequence to him. He plopped down onto the sofa, his fingers deftly assembling the Lego set on the table. The salon's decor exuded an air of comfort and elegance, yet Nuan Nuan felt utterly out of place. A wave of anxiety washing over her as she surveyed the opulent surroundings. However, with the comforting encouragement from her mother and aunt, she resolutely suppressed her trepidation, continually motivating herself not to bring shame upon them. When the salon's graceful attendants began to gently cleanse her face and apply soothing treatments, the exquisite techniques lulled her into a state of relaxation, and she eventually succumbed to slumber. Though the young girl was somewhat slender and her skin slightly parched, her beauty was undeniable. The esthetician caring for Nuan Nuan's skin softly remarked, I have encountered many children, yet few possess such delicate and lively features as this young lady. Her eyes seem almost to possess a spirit of their own, as if they could speak, if only she were a bit plumper and fairer. Who does not delight in hearing their child praised? Regardless of the truth in the esthetician's words, Gu's mother felt a surge of joy blossom within her. However, this time the beautician spoke no falsehood. Those in her profession possess an innate ability to perceive the essence of facial features beyond mere appearances. She had encountered countless faces, and even a 200-pound individual could be assessed at a glance, revealing the potential for beauty that lies beneath. Nuan Nuan had merely lost a bit of weight. Her skin was somewhat roughened from years under the sun, yet her features were exquisite and appealing. The foundation was there, and with proper care, she could undoubtedly blossom into a delicate fairy. Yet, the beautician observed Nuan Nuan and her mother with a keen eye. This client was a familiar face. While the intricacies of their home life were not entirely clear, she knew they had several children. When had another daughter emerged, and one who evidently had not been raised in a wealthy household, she refrained from prying, having learned over the years that she should listen to what clients chose to share while respecting their privacy regarding what they preferred to keep unsaid. When Nuan Nuan finally awakened, the beauty treatments had concluded. As she opened her eyes, momentarily disoriented, the sight of her mother and aunt's smiling faces filled her with embarrassment, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue. I'm sorry, Mama, I fell asleep. With her head bowed and her softly curled lashes gently trembling, her voice was sweet and endearing. It was impossible to scold her for what she had done, especially as she had committed no wrongdoing at all. Mother Gu gently stroked Nuan Nuan's head, her voice tender as she reassured her, I'm sorry, sweetheart. Both your mother and your aunt fell into a deep sleep, but we have just awakened. Seeing you sleep so peacefully indicates that your sister possesses remarkable skills. Nuan Nuan nodded, the corners of her soft pink lips curling into a sweet, obedient smile. Thank you, big sister. The beautician's heart melted at that moment. She had encountered many children, yet none had such an infectious smile and a voice so soft and polite. No need for thanks. This is what big sisters are meant to do. Nuan Nuan touched her own face, marveling at its smoothness. She noticed that her skin appeared fairer than before. When she caught sight of herself in the mirror, she was taken aback, her little mouth forming a perfect round shape in astonishment. In truth, her appearance hadn't changed drastically. Her skin merely looked significantly healthier and a touch more radiant. However, this subtle transformation had immensely elevated her natural beauty. Previously, Nuan Nuan had not paid much attention to her looks, but like any young girl, she cherished beauty. Seeing herself become more attractive filled her with joy, especially since her face felt so soft and supple. She had never experienced such a sensation before. As she strolled out, her little hands discreetly caressed her face no less than 5 times, believing she was being inconspicuous, unaware that the 2 adults were watching with amused smiles, pretending not to notice. At last, they emerged. After several hours of waiting, the 2 boys, their tempers nearly frayed, sprang to their feet the moment they spotted them. Women can indeed be a source of trouble. Guan pouted her small face and muttered softly, only to be swiftly pinched by her mother. What did you say? I couldn't quite catch that. Care to repeat it? Gu Mama threatened with a smile. I said nothing at all. Guan protested vehemently, her voice rising in defense. Meanwhile, Nuan Nuan had just emerged when someone seized her soft cheeks, and it was evident who it was. Gu Mingli pinched and raised his brows, pleased with the slight paleness of her skin, finding it quite delightful to the touch. With a swift motion, Nuan Nuan's cheeks were freed from his grasp as their mother shot him a disapproving glare, admonishing him not to constantly pinch Nuan Nuan's face. My sister, can I not indulge in such affection? He quipped, a playful smirk gracing his lips as his narrow eyes regarded Nuan Nuan with curiosity. Clutching her own cheeks with small hands, her bright, expressive eyes darted around, and her short legs timidly took a step back. After 2 seconds of being scrutinized, she obediently nodded, appearing as soft and pliable as dough, devoid of any anger. Gu Mingli mused to himself about her remarkably gentle temperament and affectionately ruffled her fluffy hair. With such a soft disposition, what would happen if others took advantage of her sweetness? He chuckled heartily, extending his hand towards her. Why not give it a bite? Just for fun? Nuan Nuan looked distressed. She had never bitten anyone before. Ultimately, she never managed to take a nibble out of Gu Mingli before they exited. Guan huffed audibly, making sure her disdain was unmistakably noted by those around her. He crossed his arms and shot a disdainful glance at Nuan Nuan, questioning her timidity. He even allowed you to bite him. Why not take a good bite? If he dares to retaliate, I, your aunt, would be the first to object. Nuan Nuan puffed up her cheeks, gazing eagerly at her older brother. Gu Mingli narrowed his eyes, looking at Guan with a dangerous glint. Are you itching for trouble? Guan scoffed. Wasn't that what you said yourself? After a brief pause, he rolled his eyes and extended his hand toward Nuan Nuan. Here, bite me if you dare. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Don't let yourself be outdone by a mere rabbit. If this continues, you will only end up being bullied when we go out. Though I, as your brother, will certainly help you deal with them. It's best to keep such incidents to a minimum. I would prefer that my younger siblings not know I have such an unattractive sister. Ouch! With a sudden snap, Nuan Nuan bit down on his outstretched hand, her dark eyes fixed intently on her brother. Chapter 11. Nuan Nuan's transformation. You really did bite. Guan exclaimed. Why didn't you bite him when he let you? He glared at Nuan Nuan, feeling an unjust sense of imbalance, considering he was her biological brother. Nuan Nuan released her bite and scampered behind Gu Mingli, peeking out with her big eyes fixed on him. You made Nuan Nuan bite. I've told you several times that Nuan Nuan is not ugly. You, however, are being unreasonable. Guan protested, hands on his hips. Gu Mingli poked his forehead with a finger, admonishing. How do you speak? Can't you call me brother? If you get bitten, it's your own fault for being so glib. Where is my sister ugly? You are the one who is ugly. Guan is my younger sister. Gu Mingli scoffed disdainfully. Did I not just hear someone say that Nuan Nuan is not allowed to claim she is your sister outside? How quickly one forgets their own words. Should I buy you a few more walnuts to help jog your memory? Guan fidgeted a bit. I merely asked her not to say it in front of my younger brother. The 2 exchanged barbs as they walked, with Nuan Nuan trailing behind Gu Mingli, her small hand clutching the hem of his garment, following him like a dutiful little shadow. Gu Mingli, who typically strode with the confidence of a conqueror, his long legs covering great distances with each step, now ambled with a newfound subtlety, taking shorter strides, allowing Nuan Nuan to keep pace. His expression remained composed, as if this was his natural demeanor all along. Gu Mama and Gu Shaoshan followed closely behind, their eyes sparkling with amusement as they observed the scene. Choosing not to interject in the boys' playful rivalry, they hoped instead that Nuan Nuan would seamlessly integrate into their midst. Gu Mama, who often perceived Mingli as hot-tempered, was pleasantly surprised by his attentiveness. The 2 women certainly noticed Mingli's subtle gestures, feeling a sense of satisfaction in their hearts. As for that mischievous little rascal of mine, his incessant chatter will surely backfire one day when Nuan Nuan truly ignores him. It will be interesting to see his reaction. Aunt Gu chuckled, remarking on Gu's stubborn nature. She claims not to care, Yet here she is, accompanying us, isn't she? She even waited for several hours at the beauty salon. Do you think she would have tolerated that in the past? As the two women conversed, laughter erupted between them. Finding solace in the harmonious interaction between Nuan Nuan and her two elder brothers. Come along, I shall take you to get your hair done. Gu Mingli effortlessly scooped the young girl into his arms, his long legs striding towards the hair salon. Suspended in mid-air, Nuan Nuan wore a bewildered expression, remaining oblivious even as she settled into the designated chair. Let us give you a lovely hairstyle. With that, he leaned back against the chair in a manner reminiscent of a carefree elder, instinctively crossing his legs with an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, Guan, reveling in the situation, swaggered past Gu Mingli, narrowly avoiding a kick to the backside. Gu Mama was conversing with teacher Tony, requesting a little pampering for her daughter's hair, aiming for the best and most suitable treatment, followed by a charming haircut. Teacher Tony acknowledged the request, and after a series of transformations, Nuan Nuan's previously dry hair became smooth and voluminous, transitioning from long tresses to a chic bob, rendering her even more adorable. The transformation was striking. Guan rubbed his eyes in disbelief, circling Nuan Nuan as if questioning whether she had been swapped with someone else. Is that really you, my once ugly sister? His fingers playfully prodded her delicate face. Although she lacked the chubby cheeks of childhood, her skin was soft and supple, and her hair was fluffy and silky, like a delightful little creature, exuding an irresistible charm. His hands itched to touch her further, contemplating the idea of introducing her as his sister to the outside world. Guan pondered quietly. Well, if she truly wishes to express herself, I shall turn a blind eye this once. Gu Mingli, more straightforward in his approach, vigorously tousled the soft, fluffy hair, causing the freshly styled locks to frizz uncontrollably. She covered her little head, exclaiming, Brother, be gentle. My hair is all messed up. The little girl protested with a soft whimper, lacking any semblance of menace. Observing the flustered Nuan Nuan, a certain mischievous fourth brother felt quite pleased, his lips curving into a broad smile. However, his delight was swiftly extinguished by a sudden, sharp blow, and his mood soured instantly. Are you itching to cause trouble, you little rascal? Look at what you've done to Nuan Nuan's hair. Now, he found himself the one scrambling with his hands on his head. Guan's expression stiffened, and he shot an angry glare at Gu Mingli. His inner self seething with frustration. He hadn't even had the chance to ruffle his sister's hair yet. Brother is leaving, she said in her soft, sweet voice, which doused Guan's fury just a tad. As he held Nuan Nuan's hand for the first time, he met her cautiously sparkling, beautiful big eyes, and, feeling slightly awkward, proudly lifted his chin. Given your evident affection for me, I shall permit you to hold my hand. Let us proceed. He tightened his grip, casting a smug glance at Gu Mingli, his eyes brimming with provocation. See, it's clear that I am her favorite. It felt as though he had finally found his voice. Gu Mingli cast a disdainful glance at Guan, thinking to himself that holding onto Nuan Nuan's hand made him feel more popular than he truly was. Had he been proud when Nuan Nuan had tugged at his sleeve and led him along? Not at all. He had thoroughly transformed Nuan Nuan, stripping away her once pitiable image of a simple country girl, save for the fact that she could not gain weight too quickly. At the headquarters of the Gu Corporation, as the meeting drew to a close, Gu Linma glanced at the clock, realizing there were still 2 hours until the end of the workday. He had never felt time to be so excruciatingly slow. His lips pressed together in a frown, the atmosphere around him noticeably dimmed. His assistant stole a covert glance at his boss, sensing something was amiss today, very amiss. Throughout the entire meeting, he had witnessed his boss check the time for the 6th time. The palpable impatience to leave was so intense that even he could feel it. At that moment, Gu's father's phone rang. He almost eagerly pulled out his phone. Hello? Dad, came Nuan Nuan's soft, melodious voice from the other end, instantly softening Gu's father's expression. The assistant remarked, It must be the lady of the house calling. Is that you, Nuan Nuan? The sweetness of her voice was almost tangible. Wait, Nuan Nuan. Who is that? The assistant suddenly became tense, staring at his boss with an odd look. Nuan Nuan's gentle voice, filled with a milky sweetness, seemed to warm Gu's father's heart, making him feel utterly softened. We went for skincare treatments and haircuts. My mother and aunt bought Nuan Nuan numerous beautiful clothes and little shoes. As I listened to my daughter chatter on about the day's activities, Father Gu, with a gentle smile, made his way to his office. Along the way, those he greeted were almost rendered speechless by his broad grin that reached his ears. The shareholders and directors stood there, bewildered, gazing at Gu Linma's departing figure, their hands still raised in greeting, exchanging puzzled glances. What had come over Mr. Gu? Who was he speaking to on the phone that had him grinning so foolishly? Their curiosity was piqued, yet none could discern the answer. Upon reaching his office, he reluctantly ended the call, glancing at the time. There remained an hour and a half until the end of the workday. Were there any significant engagements ahead? At that moment, the assistant pondered the earlier events. Mr. Gu had referred to the person on the other end of the line as Dad, yet he could not fathom which son could elicit such tenderness from him. Furthermore, Nuan Nuan was clearly a diminutive name for a girl. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard Mr. Gu's voice and immediately embodied the exemplary qualities expected of an assistant. Standing upright and focused, he appeared to have cast aside his earlier musings. Mr. Gu, Director Li has requested a dinner meeting, he reported, before hastily departing, leaving Assistant Li in a state of confusion. Even with his professional demeanor, he struggled to comprehend the situation. It is too late to catch up. Moreover, he has to arrange other matters and can only discuss a series of subsequent tasks with a few secretaries. As he works, 7 words continually echo in his mind. The boss has actually taken leave. Mom, I've finished talking with Dad. On the way home, Nuan Nuan handed her phone to Mother Gu, her eyes beaming with joy, exuding an adorable charm that could melt anyone's heart. Aunt Gu thought to herself how remarkable it was that Nuan Nuan could be so endearing. Just imagine how powerful her charm would be once she filled out. He said it will be soon. The atmosphere in their car was warm and cozy, while in the vehicle ahead, sparks were flying. Gu Mingli crossed his arms and sneered, shooting sharp glances at Guan. What is this? Earlier, you seemed to disdain Nuan Nuan for not wanting to call you brother. Are you regretting that now? Guan flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Who said I did it for her? I just want to be in the same car as Mom and Aunt. Why didn't I see you so eager before? That's because you weren't paying attention. You're blind. Gu. Guan shrank into a corner, screaming in panic. Gu Mingli, don't mess around. Aunt Wan-Ti let you off. Ouch. Brother. 4th brother, I was wrong. The driver sighed, overwhelmed by the chaos. In the Gu residence, old Master Gu sat at the entrance of the villa, a black cat perched on the gate and a large yellow dog lying in front, all 3 pairs of eyes eagerly gazing outward. The butler sighed in resignation, realizing that with age, one only becomes more stubborn. The familiar vehicle approached the villa, and the elderly gentleman's eyes brightened with excitement as he promptly rose to his feet. Woof, woof, woof. The large dog sprang up as well, panting and wagging its tail like a fan, brimming with enthusiasm, in stark contrast to its earlier lethargy. A black cat perched on the wall leisurely stretched, showcasing its remarkable agility, before elegantly leaping down and landing precisely atop the dog's head. The dog rolled its eyes in surprise, shaking its head, yet the cat remained poised, even descending further down its back. The dog, still panting, chose not to mind. After all, it often encountered such antics in the village, where its simple mind could hardly compete with the cleverness of the feline. Before the vehicle had fully arrived, a fluffy, adorable little head peeked out from the window. Warm and sweet, the child called out for her grandfather, waving her small hand in greeting, her eyes sparkling with joy and delight. Guan, seated in the front of the car, glanced back and scoffed, foolish. Immature. Gu Mingli shot him a sidelong glance, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Guan sensed the blatant mockery and felt a surge of indignation, yet he knew he was no match for it. The large dog, with the cat still perched atop its head, dashed to the car door, where the little girl, as soon as she alighted, was warmly surrounded by them. Big yellow Cobalt, she called softly, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons as she reached out to pat one and stroke the other. After greeting her 2 pets, she scampered over to the elderly gentleman, taking hold of his wrinkled fingers with her small hand, her cherubic face tilted upward as she sweetly inquired, Grandfather, what brings you here? The elderly man chuckled heartily, awaiting the arrival of Nuan Nuan. De Huang and Mei Chiu were also there, keeping him company. Meow. Mei Chiu softly called out, leaping from De Huang's head to Nuan Nuan's shoulder, her long black tail playfully swishing around the little girl's neck. De Huang wagged his tail, nuzzling against Nuan Nuan's feet, leaving a fleeting shadow in his wake. The little girl grasped the old man's hand, slowly leading him toward the villa, her voice sweetly inquiring. Grandfather, how long have you been waiting? Not long at all, just a little while, he replied with a smile. I was also soaking up some sun. It's good for the health. Then I shall accompany you to bask in the sun from now on. Very well, then I shall await your presence. Chapter 13. Gu Nan Gu Mama and Gu Auntie stood nearby, their faces unconsciously brightened with smiles. "Grandfather, I will join you in enjoying the sunshine," Guan chimed in, positioning himself beside the elderly man, chattering away while casting a proud glance at Nuan Nuan. With a hint of disdain, the old gentleman remarked, "You joining me for sunbathing? It would be good enough if you don't disturb this old man." Despite the seeming reproach, his eyes sparkled with mirth. Guan protested, "Grandfather, am I really that kind of person?" Nuan Nuan laughed until her eyes turned into crescent moons, prompting Guan to glare at her. "No laughing." The little girl obediently replied with a soft "oh," trying to suppress her upturned lips, yet the twinkle of joy in her eyes was impossible to conceal. Old Master Gu gently tapped Guan's forehead and admonished, "Do not scold your sister. It was excessive, you all favor her." "I did not scold her, I merely glared." Before anyone had ventured far, the sudden roar of an engine pierced the air. "Is that Dad?" Upon hearing Guan's words, Nuan Nuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meeting the gaze of the little one, bright with anticipation, the elder chuckled, Go on, go on." Feeling a tad bashful, Nuan Nuan revealed a soft, sweet smile, tilted her head to nuzzle her grandfather's hand, and then scampered off on her tiny legs towards the sleek black car. Old Master Gu watched intently as the vehicle's door swung open, revealing her father, Gu Linma. Standing nearby, the butler remarked, "That's because you have no daughter, Dad." Nuan Nuan's lovely eyes sparkled as she gazed at the figure emerging from the car, her voice ringing out sweetly. She was promptly lifted by the tall man. The little one, feeling somewhat shy, wrapped her small arms around her father's neck, her cheeks flushed, yet her eyes shone with delight, conveying a blend of joy and bashfulness. "Did you miss Daddy?" Gu Linma gently placed his soft, tender daughter on his sturdy arm and playfully bounced her, inquiring softly. His smile radiated the essence of a doting father. Were his business associates to witness this, they would surely question whether he had been swapped at birth. Was this truly the formidable, fearsome figure they knew? Gu Linma chuckled heartily, his eyes sparkling as he beheld the warm and charming visage of his daughter. Truly, she was a reflection of him. With just a little grooming, she appeared utterly adorable, unmatched in cuteness by anyone else. "Dad, you finished work early today?" Guan bounced over to inquire. The old gentleman chuckled lightly, dismissing her question. "Nothing much. Just fooling around. As the head of the company, I scarcely have time to eat or rest when things get busy." Under the disdainful gaze of his father, Gu Papa sheepishly rubbed his nose. After all, he had a young, robust, and capable son. Who could he possibly fear? A sudden, unexpected sneeze escaped Gu Nan, who was miles away in another country, leaving him expressionless as he pinched his nose. His assistant hurried over, concerned, "Sir, do you think you're catching a cold?" The weather here was indeed rather chilly, prompting him to call for a black trench coat to be brought to him. Gu Nan's expression remained perpetually stoic, akin to that of a statue, his gaze somewhat aloof. Most who wished to engage him in conversation were often daunted by his impassive demeanor and cold eyes, facing an overwhelming pressure when speaking with him. As he draped the trench coat over his shoulders, he retrieved his phone. The moment it lit up, a delightful image of a little girl with a playful hairstyle appeared on the screen. She beamed at him, her crescent moon-like eyes twinkling with laughter, seemingly holding within them the essence of countless stars. Her sparkling, watery gaze radiated a gentle luminosity, while her fluffy hair lent her an air of innocence, endearing her to anyone who beheld her, much like a charming little creature. This photograph was taken by Gu's mother after Nuan Nuan had her hair cut, and she subsequently sent it to her son to boast about it. Gazing at the picture, Gu Nan's slender, piercing eyes softened slightly. Such a shift in his demeanor might have gone unnoticed by others, yet his observant assistant detected the subtle change. This revelation sparked a sense of surprise and curiosity in the assistant, although he wisely refrained from approaching his boss to inquire about the source of this newfound gentleness. Once the remaining matters were swiftly resolved, he instructed, "Purchase tickets for the day after tomorrow." Nuan Nuan, a small and soft bundle, uttered her first words not to her father or mother, but to her brother. Gu Nan clenched his fingers and convened a meeting, declaring, "We shall work overtime today." His assistant and subordinates felt a twinge of anxiety. Surely, their boss's health was as robust as iron. Nuan Nuan's little face contorted in worry. "What troubles you, Nuan Nuan?" She responded, "It's just, Grandpa, I want to create something, but I don't know how to go about it." "What do you wish to make?" "You could discuss it with Grandpa. If that doesn't work, you can always read. There's everything in books." "Yes, Nuan Nuan can read," she exclaimed. But her enthusiasm waned in the next breath, as she realized she had only attended preschool in the village and knew far too few characters. Grandpa, Nuan Nuan wants to learn to read. The little girl looked up with her tender face, her voice sweet yet remarkably earnest. Very well. My dear Nuan Nuan shall certainly grow to be a clever child. If you wish to learn to read, Grandpa will teach you. Father, where is it that you need to teach? Let that little rascal go and instruct Nuan Nuan. That fellow can never sit still. And it would be good for him to temper his temperament. Gu mother suggested having Guin teach, primarily to foster the bond between them as siblings. Chapter 14. The milky sweet Nuan Nuan under Gu mother's gentle reminder. The old gentleman clearly recognized this point and acquiesced. For him, as a grandfather, nurturing the bond among the younger generation is of utmost importance. After all, these siblings will need to support one another in the future. The elder brother must protect his younger sister, but this is predicated on a solid relationship between them. The old gentleman held a firm belief in the character of his descendants. Although some may exhibit mischievous traits, their integrity remains unblemished. His little grandson, despite vocally expressing disdain for Nuan Nuan, is merely a stubborn child who will inevitably come to terms with his feelings. Nuan Nuan, would you like your brother to teach you to read? The old gentleman inquired softly, as this matter ultimately hinged on Nuan Nuan's own willingness. The little girl nodded without hesitation, her fluffy hair swaying gently with her movement, a small tuft of hair suddenly standing on end atop her head. Gu mother, Gu father. The little tuft shot up, capturing their attention instantly. Even Gu grandfather's gaze was drawn to it. My goodness, as a gentle breeze blew. That little tuft danced playfully, as if greeting them. The three of them felt an irresistible urge to reach out and touch it. Warm noticed that everyone was staring at her forehead, and a look of confusion crossed her small face. She raised her little arm to touch her head. Was there something on her head? Her tiny fingers fumbled through her hair, then pressed down on a stubborn tuft of hair that stood upright. As soon as she released her hand, that little tuft defiantly sprang back up. Gu Mama's heart fluttered at the sight. It was simply too adorable. No, there's nothing, she laughed, reaching out to successfully pinch that little tuft of hair. It was just a hair that had stood up. Warm softly exclaimed, oh, realizing it was just hair, so there was nothing to worry about. Although she couldn't see it herself, to the three adults, that little tuft of hair was quite lively. She was preoccupied with the thought of learning to recognize characters, yet felt too timid to approach the older boy, merely gazing longingly at her mother. Mom, if the older brother is unwilling to teach Warm, can I learn to recognize characters with Grandpa, Daddy, and you? She expressed her earnest desire to learn. Of course. If your older brother doesn't want to, he isn't the only one in the family who can teach you. You can ask anyone, her mother reassured her. Hearing this, Warm immediately felt more at ease, knowing that even without the older brother, there were still Grandpa and her mother to guide her. Gu Mama took Warm to the door of Guin's room and knocked. After a moment, Guin came running out barefoot. Mom, what's up? We need to discuss something. Your little sister is just in preschool and doesn't recognize many characters. She would like your help in learning. Mother Gu spoke to Guin in a tone of negotiation, her eagerness to have Nuan Nuan integrate into the family evident. However, she was mindful not to overlook Guin's feelings. Should she adopt a domineering stance and insist that her son cater to his sister's needs, it would not only jeopardize their mother-son bond, potentially inciting rebellion, but also foster further resistance from Gu and towards Nuan Nuan. This was not her intention. Thus she resolved to frequently consult both her son and daughter regarding their desires. Guin, with his chin held high, looked at Nuan Nuan with an air of pride, exclaiming, oh, so you still can't read. Nuan Nuan quietly defended herself, asserting that she was indeed capable of recognizing over 300 characters. Having learned all the words taught by her preschool teacher, Guin, puffing with pride like a boastful little rooster, brazenly declared, over 300 characters? I know them all. Mother Gu felt a twitch in her eyelid, bemused by her son's reckless bravado. What would he do if Nuan Nuan were to ask him about a character he did not recognize? Wow, brother, you are so amazing. Nuan Nuan gazed at Guin with starry-eyed admiration, genuinely impressed by his claim. She accepted his words without doubt, believing them wholeheartedly. Mother Gu mused. How audacious they both were, one to speak such grandiose claims, and the other to believe them. Did he not know his own son? After all, Guin ranked a mere 22nd in his class of 23. Yet, he could recognize the characters in their textbooks. Surely, if that was all they taught, it should be manageable, right? Someone was utterly captivated by the adoring gaze of Nuan Nuan, completely oblivious to the fact that his own academic performance was dismal. In light of your admiration for me, I shall reluctantly allocate some time to teach you, he declared. Thank you, brother, she replied, her gratitude imbued with sincerity and warmth, causing Guanshin's heart to bloom with joy. Yet, he endeavored to maintain a facade of indifference, though the corners of his mouth betrayed him, rising despite his efforts. Gu Mama perceived her son as quite foolish, just like his father, utterly lacking any semblance of calm composure. Thus, Nuan Nuan's little teacher was determined, and starting tomorrow, Guan would begin teaching her to read after school. The mere mention of school struck Guan like a bolt from the blue. "Ah, tomorrow is Monday," he exclaimed, casting an envious glance towards Nuan Nuan, lamenting why his sister did not have to attend school. For students like them, who struggled academically, school was undoubtedly the most excruciating ordeal. Guan recalled his abysmal grades, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Yet he could not afford to lose face in front of his sister. He straightened his chest, resolutely declaring, "Impossible. How could he be outdone by his younger sister?" Gu Mama chose not to elaborate. It was late, and Nuan Nuan needed to sleep. Gu Papa ascended with a warm glass of milk for Nuan Nuan, who was preparing for bed. The fresh milk exuded a rich, comforting steam, infused with a sweet hint of grape fragrance. "Thank you, Papa." Warmly accepted the milk. "Its temperature just right." She cradled the cup, sipping delicately, the smooth and sweet flavor enveloping her, causing her beautiful eyes to narrow with bliss. After finishing, she let out a small, milky burp, leaving a tiny white mustache above her lips, adorably reminiscent of a little hamster. The scent of milk lingered on her. Mother Gu lifted the little girl, planting a kiss on her cherubic face, and warm, shyly blushing, mustered the courage to return the gesture on her mother's lovely cheek. Mother Gu, overjoyed, exclaimed, "My precious daughter, you are simply wonderful." Laughter erupted uncontrollably, while Father Gu, watching from the side, felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. As it was time to send her brother to school, under her father's piercing gaze, Warm gazed at him with her watery, big eyes. Gulima approached her, asking, "Do you only like mommy?" His tone carried a hint of grievance, and his jealous expression elicited laughter from Mother Gu. Warm replied in her sweet, childish voice, "No, I like daddy too." With that, she planted a kiss on Gulima's cheek, then bashfully buried her little face in her mother's shoulder, her cheeks flushed. Her soft pink lips curled into a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling like scattered stars. Mother Gu gently patted her back, while Father Gu, satisfied, kissed Warm's forehead, whispering, "Good night. Warm, dream sweetly with mommy." Warm raised her little head, gazing softly at her father to bid him good night. "Good night, Daddy. May you have sweet dreams as well." Once Mr. Gu left their room and gently closed the door, a frown creased his brow as he sighed, wishing more than anything to be with his wife and child as they slept. However, such matters required patience. After finishing their evening routine with her mother, Warm donned the creamy white hamster pajamas they had purchased that day, complete with an adorable pocket in front. She padded barefoot onto the soft bed, her skin a delicate white except for the areas frequently kissed by the sun. Her tiny feet were a soft pink, not overly plump, yet her toes resembled lovely pearls. Mrs. Gu playfully pinched Warm's little feet, tucked her under the blanket, and began to narrate a bedtime story with tender warmth. Beneath the gentle glow of the bedside lamp, Warm's large, expressive eyes sparkled as she looked at her mother, her lips curling into a smile. She wiggled her small frame closer to her mother, wrapping her tiny arms around the fragrant figure of her mom. Her cherubic face nestled against her mother's belly, gradually succumbing to slumber as she listened to the soothing cadence of her mother's voice. With her cheek resting to the side, her little belly rose and fell rhythmically with each breath. Mrs. Gu, with utmost gentleness, placed the slumbering child on the pillow, bending down to plant a soft kiss on Warm's forehead. After turning off the lamp, she nestled beside her daughter and drifted into sleep herself. The following morning arrived at the usual hour. Warm rubbed her eyes and sat up, while Mrs. Gu also opened her eyes beside her. "Warm," she said, lifting her hand to gently tousle her little girl's hair, "you don't have to wake up so early. How about you sleep a little longer?" With drowsy, hazy eyes, the little one, Warm, gently nodded her head, stifled a tiny yawn, and burrowed deeper into her blanket, curling up in her mother's embrace as she slowly closed her eyes. This time, she truly succumbed to slumber, and her sleep was deep and peaceful. When Father Gu entered the bedroom at 7:30, she remained undisturbed. "I took Gu into school." Mother Gu lightly patted Warm beside her, just as the little one, still in a state of dreamy confusion, opened her eyes. "Mommy?" The voice of the freshly awakened Warm was soft and sweet, laden with an abundance of sugar. "Are you awake? Do you want to sleep some more?" The little one, with her tousled hair, slowly shook her head, her large, misty eyes gazing at the unfamiliar figure in the room, and she called out in a tender voice, "Daddy." Father Gu, looking at his little daughter, felt his heart melt completely. He reached out and lifted the still slightly dazed little bundle into his arms. "Are you really not going to sleep anymore?" Warm shook her little head, indicating that she truly wished to remain awake. Father Gu nodded. "All right then, Daddy will accompany you to wash your face, brush your teeth, and then we shall have breakfast. Your brother is already eating." Warm's eyes widened in surprise. "Brother is up?" Her impression of her brother was still fresh from yesterday, when he had been a little lazy. Father Gu chuckled as he lifted Warm high above his head, eliciting a gasp and then laughter from the little one. Today, her brother was going to school. After assisting Warm with her morning routine, the three of them descended the stairs. Guan was sulking at the table, munching on a bun with a forlorn expression. As soon as Warm reached the bottom of the stairs, she chirped in her sweet voice, "Good morning, Grandpa." "Good morning, Butler Grandpa." "Good morning, Nuan." The two elderly individuals were smiling broadly, their eyes crinkling with warmth as they regarded Nuan with softened expressions. Nuan blinked her eyes and, noticing Guan stealing glances at her, sweetly called out, "Good morning, brother." Her tone was particularly courteous and gentle. Guan, upon seeing her, stood tall, proudly proclaiming that he had risen earlier than she. Nuan's eyes sparkled with delight as she nodded her little head and sincerely complimented him. "You're so impressive, brother." This praise instantly filled Guan with satisfaction, banishing the frown that had lingered since morning and lifting the corners of his mouth. However, the impending thought of school soon cast a shadow over his mood. When Nuan settled down to enjoy her breakfast, he awkwardly shifted closer and asked, "When will you start school?" Currently, he was the sole student in their household, not counting his younger cousin from the other family. If Nuan joined him, they could share the burdens of academia together. Guan pouted, questioning the difference between leaving for school early or late. Nuan nibbled on a delicious steamed bun, her cheeks puffing adorably. Her large, round eyes resembled those of a content little hamster savoring a treat. Guan could not help but sneak several glances at her plump cheeks, pondering how someone so slender could have such rounded cheeks while eating. "Will Nuan accompany brother to school?" She softly replied only after swallowing her mouthful, her voice as tender as ever. Guan's spirits soared, yet he stubbornly declared, "I don't need you to see me off." "Oh," Nuan softly responded with an "oh," and then fell silent. Guan's heart was a tempest of unease, especially since Nuan did not mention accompanying him to school after finishing breakfast. Guan was utterly inconsistent. He huffed in annoyance, thinking, "Who would care for your offer to see me off?" Nevertheless, he thought, "Since you are so eager to accompany me to school, I, being magnanimous, shall reluctantly accept." Guan leaned closer to Nuan, who was sipping her milk, tilting his chin up in a way that suggested, "See how good I am to you." Nuan didn't he really desire it that much? However, since her father was also going, she obediently nodded in agreement. All right then. Guan felt a surge of excitement. For the first time, his expression was not so grim as he prepared for school. "I knew it. You wanted to see me off, but were too shy to admit it," he thought, feeling rather self-satisfied. The Gu family chuckled at the foolishness of the child. Yet, Gu Dad was the most delighted about Nuan accompanying Guan to school, secretly hoping to bring her along to his company. Gu Dad gently inquired, "Would you like to see where Daddy works?" Nuan, cradling her milk, wiggled her dangling feet and looked up at her father with a bright smile. "Will I disturb you at work?" The first thought that came to mind was not whether I wanted to, but rather whether it would disturb him. Father Gu's heart softened. How could his dear Nuan be so obedient, yet so heart-wrenchingly adorable? In Chapter 16, Going to Father's Company, Father Gu affirmed that when he was busy, Nuan could watch television, sleep, or enjoy some snacks in the office. When he was free, he would teach her to read. Nuan nodded obediently, her voice soft and sweet as she promised, "I will be good." After that, she turned to her mother, asking, "What about Mama?" Mother Gu smiled and replied, "Yesterday, Nuan accompanied Mama, so today you shall be with your father. Mama will prepare delicious food for you at home." "All right, Mama, thank you for your hard work." Grandfather Gu feigned a stern expression and asked, "What about Grandpa? Aren't you concerned about me? I might feel sad." The little one quickly shook her head, her little tuft of hair bobbing vigorously, showcasing her strong presence. Guan couldn't help but focus on her. Then, should Grandpa join Nuan Nuan and Daddy? The little one added in her sweet voice. Grandfather Gu's demeanor relaxed as he laughed heartily. Sure. It just so happens that I haven't been to the company in a long time. If Nuan Nuan feels bored with Daddy, Grandpa will take you around to explore. Father Gu had something to say. How could his daughter possibly be bored with him? Why was his father subtly undermining his own image in front of Nuan Nuan? After finishing breakfast and getting into the car, Guan playfully tugged at the warm, fluffy hair of the little girl beside him, pinching a small tuft of her hair as she looked at him with a bewildered expression. Meeting her gaze, he slowly lowered his hand and cleared his throat, saying, "You have a stray hair sticking up on your head. Allow me to help you tame it." With that, he pressed down on the tuft again, only for it to spring back up in its adorably defiant manner, which he found amusing. Nuan Nuan raised her hand to touch it, indeed finding the little tuft of hair still standing proud. "It won't stay down?" she inquired, pressing it down with her small hand. Yet it remained stubbornly upright upon her next attempt. Guan shrugged, conceding that if it wouldn't be tamed, so be it. As the car journeyed towards the school, Guan began to boast about his prowess at school. "In our class, I am the chief. All the classmates heed my commands. They are my little subordinates. If I tell them to go east, they certainly won't go west." Nuan Nuan looked at her brother with wide, starry eyes, exclaiming in admiration, "Wow, you're so impressive." Encouraged by her admiration, Guan became even more self-satisfied. The car eventually arrived at the school gate, where Nuan Nuan eagerly leaned against the window, peering out with her fluffy head to gaze at the magnificent and splendid buildings before her. In her dark, shimmering eyes, a sense of longing shone through. "This school is so beautiful," she mused, recognizing the stark contrast between this grand institution and the small school in their village. "Is this where you study, brother? It's so big and lovely." So this is what schools in a big city are like. Listening to the warm sounds of admiration, Guan inexplicably felt a sense of pride in attending this school. Of course, when you begin your studies, you will also attend this beautiful institution, albeit starting from preschool. "I am 2 grades ahead of you." Warm's bright, contrasting black and white eyes sparkled as she gazed at the school, turning to her father with a hint of surprise. "Daddy, will I also be able to study in such a lovely school in the future? How blissful it seems." Father Gu nodded, assuring that his son would be in the same school, and should anyone bully Warm, he would promptly address it before seeking his father's assistance. Father Gu genuinely worried that his soft and gentle daughter might face bullying, especially considering the robust nature of the children in this school. The best approach, naturally, would be to confront strength with strength, and his young son, being particularly fierce, would be the perfect protector for his sister. Grandfather Gu, not to be outdone, interjected that Warm could also turn to him for support, asserting that no outsider would dare to bully the precious girl from the Gu family. Guan tilted his chin, declaring that she appeared so soft and vulnerable that she seemed an easy target. He recalled how her gentle bite had hardly hurt him at all. "If anyone dares to bully you, I suppose, in light of our sibling bond, I shall reluctantly step in to defend you." Father Gu and Grandfather Gu exchanged glances, wondering if it was so difficult to express their true feelings. Warm, sweetly obedient, nodded and murmured a soft "Thank you, brother. Now hurry off to class," Father Gu insisted, ushering her away. As Nuan Nuan gazed longingly at her brother's receding figure, her heart brimmed with aspiration. "Do you wish to attend school?" inquired Father Gu, gently ruffling her fluffy hair. Nuan Nuan obediently nodded, expressing her desire to learn and pursue her education. "Very well, but the semester will soon conclude in just a month. Come next semester, I shall accompany you to enroll, all right?" "All right, I will wait until next semester to start school," she replied cheerfully. "Such a good girl," was the shared sentiment of everyone in the car. The driver navigated skillfully to the company parking lot, where Nuan Nuan, holding hands with her father and grandfather, stood between the two, gazing up in awe at the towering skyscrapers before her, feeling as though they reached beyond the clouds. "This building belongs to our Gu group," Father Gu stated. "Whenever you wish to visit, you are welcome to come." "Wow, it's so big," Nuan Nuan exclaimed, realizing that this entire structure belonged to their family. Her eyes widened in astonishment. "Is father really that wealthy?" Her little head spun with the revelation. "Our family's enterprises are numerous. In the future, your father will take you to see them," he assured her. As they entered the company, they encountered various employees along the way, all of whom greeted them with respect. President Gu, chairman. Once they had moved on, a group of employees began to gossip. "Why has the old chairman come to the company?" one asked. Does anyone know who the little girl holding President Gu's hand is? She's so well-behaved, though perhaps a bit too slender. Led by President Gu and the former chairman. A sense of curiosity enveloped the room. My goodness, who exactly is that little girl? Does anyone know her identity? As discussions erupted, many individuals fervently engaged in conversation within the workgroup, yet none possessed the answer to the girl's identity. Gu Linma's assistant, initially displeased by the employees' chatter, raised an eyebrow at the topic of their discourse. A little girl? Suddenly, he recalled President Gu's peculiar behavior yesterday and the mysterious phone call. He distinctly remembered the name Nuan Nuan mentioned. Could she possibly be that little girl? However, the Gu family had no daughters. No, that couldn't be right. Having been by President Gu's side for at least a decade, he was privy to numerous details, including the fact that 3 years prior, a girl had gone missing from the Gu family. Could it be? His eyes widened in realization. As the elevator doors on the floor of the president's office opened, Nuan Nuan followed closely behind her father and grandfather, her large, curious eyes taking in the surroundings. The assistant instantly spotted the child, unable to resist the allure of her beautiful visage. Chapter 17. Reluctance to part with her with his prior suspicions. The more he observed Nuan Nuan, the more he felt she bore little resemblance to the president. Assistant, somewhat awkwardly suppressing her curious thoughts. She acknowledged that her company president was indeed exceptionally handsome, with strikingly defined features, elongated phoenix-like eyes, and a prominent nose. However, the little girl possessed large, round eyes that resembled beautiful black grapes, a delicate and charming nose, and while her face appeared somewhat slender, her lips were plump and irresistibly adorable. Thus, it was evident that the little girl bore no resemblance to her esteemed president at all. After giving instructions to her assistant, Mr. Gu gently inquired of his beloved daughter. Nuan Nuan, do you have a favorite fruit? Nuan Nuan timidly clutched one of her father's fingers, feeling rather shy, especially in the unfamiliar surroundings filled with strangers. And no, she replied, her voice soft and delicate like that of a kitten. Mr. Gu affectionately ruffled the little one's fluffy hair, gently pressing down the stubborn tuft on her forehead. Yet, as soon as he released his hand, the tuft defiantly sprang back up, swaying slightly as if greeting him. Nuan Nuan, there's no need to be nervous, Mr. Gu reassured the anxious girl with a warm and trustworthy tone. Nuan Nuan felt at ease here, as if she had entered her own home, free to express her desires and wishes to her grandfather. Meanwhile, Mr. Gu, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in, what about me, Nuan Nuan? Do you truly have no particular favorite fruit? If not, I shall arrange for them to purchase a variety. Nuan Nuan shook her little head, responding, no need for more. We won't finish them, and it would be wasteful. As she spoke, she puffed up her little cheeks and softly requested, I want grapes. Warman loves to eat grapes. That's more like it. Besides grapes, is there anything else? The adorable little girl gently shook her head and innocently inquired of the two adults. What do Daddy and Grandpa like to eat? Warman can't be the only one enjoying treats. After taking note, Assistant Chun went to make the purchases. Once he had gathered all the items Mr. Gu had mentioned, he spotted a light pink plush rabbit toy in the store. It was not too large, easily cradled in a child's arms. Remembering Mr. Gu's suggestion to arrange some items that children would adore, he promptly decided to buy the toy as well. Gu Linma was quite busy. As the owner of a large corporate group, he did not need to handle mundane tasks, but he was responsible for steering the overall direction. His days were filled with numerous meetings and discussions with partners regarding collaborations. Thus, after bringing Warman to the office, he could not spare much time to be with her before being summoned away, leaving with a tinge of reluctance. Warman, if you need anything, just ask Grandpa. Let those secretaries outside or that uncle from earlier run errands. All right? All right. All right. With me around, what are you fussing over? Grandpa Gu waved dismissively at his son, realizing only now how overly cautious he had become. Gu Dad looked at his own father with envy, as this visit to the company was merely a playful excursion. Spending time with the sweet Warman, he found himself reluctant to return to work. Warmly observed her father's reluctant yet tender admonitions, and after a moment's hesitation, she rose on her tiptoes to shyly plant a kiss on his cheek. Finally, she gently declared, Dad, you've worked hard. At that, her father's heart swelled with joy, invigorated by her sweet words. He embraced his precious daughter tightly, returning the favor with a kiss on her tender little face. It's not hard at all. I earn money for you and your mother, so you can buy whatever you wish in the future. The secretary, who had come to summon Mr. Gu for a meeting, was initially struck by the scene. Feeling a pang of discomfort that soon morphed into numbness, Who could fathom what he had endured? It was merely a meeting. Yet she felt as though she were the villain intent on tearing apart this father-daughter bond. Astonishingly, the little girl, whose identity had been the subject of much speculation, turned out to be Mr. Gu's daughter. They were astounded to discover that he had a daughter, cherished to such an extent, transforming him into a doting father figure. However, once they departed, the secretary witnessed a swift transformation in Mr. Gu. He transitioned from the affectionate, somewhat foolish demeanor of a loving father into a composed figure, exuding the authority of someone who seemed to have control over all matters. The secretary was taken aback, as it felt as though she were witnessing an entirely different person. Did Nuan Nuan only favor her father, disregarding her grandfather? Mr. Gu felt a pang of jealousy as he observed Nuan Nuan kiss his son, a sour imbalance stirring within him. He had certainly noticed the proud gleam in his son's eyes as he left. Nuan Nuan quickly shook her head, her little tuft of hair bobbing along. I like Grandpa too. The elderly man crouched down, pointing at his face, inviting his granddaughter for a kiss. Having already kissed both her mother and father, little Nuan Nuan felt less shy about planting a kiss on her grandfather's cheek, with a gentle peck on his face. The old man beamed with delight, his smile wide enough to reveal his gums. He felt an overwhelming urge to call his old friends to boast about his precious granddaughter. No one could compare to his soft and cuddly little Nuan Nuan. Now that Nuan Nuan has given her kiss, let us go watch the little bears. With the warmth of his granddaughter's affection, Grandpa Gu marched forth with vigor and enthusiasm to watch a cartoon. Nuan Nuan, sweet and gentle, held her grandfather's hand closely. Following him diligently, they settled into a comfortable chair, where a childish cartoon played on the computer screen, capturing the attention of both the old man and the little girl with equal fascination. When Assistant Chen knocked and entered, Nuan Nuan was cradling a soft, light pink rabbit plush toy in her arms. The rabbit, with its gentle demeanor, complemented Nuan Nuan's own sweetness exquisitely. The chair in which her father worked was far too large for her, so at Grandpa Gu's request, Assistant Chen had purchased a set of child-sized furniture. The small table was perfectly suited to Nuan Nuan's height, and with a perfectly sized soft chair, she nestled comfortably against the plush backrest. Chapter 18. Nuan Nuan and the cat. Little Nuan Nuan, soft and obedient, sat gracefully with her rabbit plush, exuding an irresistible charm that was simply heart-melting. The tablet has also been relocated to the small table, alongside a fruit bowl filled with meticulously washed fruits. The grapes appear plump and delightful, exuding a robust fragrance, while the strawberries are a tantalizing shade of red. Additionally, there are apples carved into the shape of little rabbits, along with bananas and citrus fruits. Overall, the display is quite abundant. Beside the fruit bowl sits a cup of handcrafted milk tea, while the other side of the computer is adorned with an array of dried fruits and exquisite candies, creating a visually pleasing spectacle. She cradles a rabbit plush toy, resting her chin atop its head, her large, bright eyes observing Assistant Chen as he diligently arranges everything neatly and aesthetically, ensuring easy access for her. This scene evokes memories of her grandfather, the butler, who also organized her snacks in a tidy and attractive manner. Thank you, Uncle, the little one says politely, her voice sweet and melodious. Assistant Chen responds with a gentle smile. Miss Nuan, should you require anything further, do not hesitate to call upon me. Nuan obediently nods, while Assistant Chen glances at Chairman Gu, inquiring, if there is nothing else, may I take my leave? Yes, go ahead. The young man performs admirably, the elderly gentleman remarks, casting a satisfied glance at Nuan. Hearing this, Assistant Chen departs with an even broader smile, maintaining a calm demeanor, though he nearly bursts with excitement as he closes the door. The young lady is gentle, polite, and her smile is utterly charming. Her soft, mellifluous voice makes her the epitome of cuteness. Moreover, he has received praise from the old chairman. How delightful. Grandfather, may I have a banana? Warmly set the little bunny aside, then peeled a banana and offered it to Grandpa Gu. My granddaughter is truly obedient. Warm, don't just attend to Grandpa. You should eat as well. Warm was aware of this. The little one nodded obediently, her delicate fingers picking up a glossy grape to savor. As she munched on it, her cheeks puffed adorably, resembling a small, round pouch, while her eyes curved into shimmering crescent moons, exuding a soft charm. Grandpa Gu observed and thought that the grapes appeared exceptionally delectable. Unable to resist, he reached for a plump grape and popped it into his mouth. Indeed, it is quite sweet, with a rich aroma. While watching animated cartoons, Warm fed herself and Grandpa, consuming 5 succulent grapes in succession before indulging in a vibrant red strawberry. The fruit was a delightful blend of tart and sweet, with a fragrance and flavor more pronounced than the grapes. The juice burst forth with every bite, enveloping her mouth in a delightful essence. The lingering sweetness of the grapes still danced on her palate. "Grandpa, this strawberry is also delicious." The old man cheerfully accepted it and took a bite, then pointed to some snacks, encouraging Warm to partake in them as well. The little girl responded with a soft, "Okay." The duo, an elderly man and a young girl, reveled in their treats while engrossed in the animated show. Feeling parched? Warm cradled her milk tea with both hands and took a sip, relishing the soft, cooked red beans and Job's tears mixed with the creamy beverage. Her cheeks puffed out with delight. The little one was utterly content, though her small belly felt a tad full. Grandfather Goose stood up and stretched, remarking that the meeting might still continue for a while. "Once you've had your fill, would you like to accompany me for a stroll?" Warm nodded, clutching her pale pink rabbit plush tightly as she hopped down from the chair, her little legs carrying her to the elder's side, where she took his hand and ambled leisurely outside. Assistant Chun had been entrusted with the task of looking after the old gentleman and Warm today, and upon seeing them emerge, he immediately approached. "Chairman, do you require anything?" Grandfather Goo, beaming with delight, replied while guiding Warm along. "Take my granddaughter out for a little outing. Please have someone tidy up the office." Understood, he instructed the assistant left behind to manage the cleanup, while he followed the duo closely, ready to assist should they need anything. The company was vast, and the elderly gentleman had not visited in quite some time. The newcomers at the firm were unfamiliar with him, and as he spent most of his time in meetings, the employees merely speculated about the identities of the two, particularly noting Assistant Chun who was accompanying them. As they meandered, a sudden soft meow caught Warm's attention, drawing her gaze instantly. She had been gripping her grandfather's hand tightly, as though fearful of losing him, but upon spotting the cat, she felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. "A cat?" Warm inquired curiously, turning to Assistant Chin for confirmation. Assistant Chin glanced at the ragdoll cat that emerged from a nearby studio, smiling softly. That studio belonged to the development department, primarily populated by a group of programmers who share a common affliction. The burdens of their profession often lead to stress and premature balding. To alleviate their pressures, Mr. Goo had thoughtfully arranged a dedicated pet room where they could bring their furry companions. During intense work periods, the pets could frolic in the room, and during breaks, the programmers could tend to them, providing a moment of respite. This specialized room was designed to prevent any boisterous or temperamental pets from causing disturbances or engaging in quarrels that might disrupt their work. However, those with gentle and well-mannered dispositions were welcome to remain by their owners' sides. The ragdoll that had just appeared evidently belonged to the latter category. Hearing Assistant Chin's explanation, Nuan Nuan pursed her soft pink lips into a smile, her eyes curving with warmth. She crouched down and waved towards the ragdoll. "Meow, come here," she called, her sweet voice harmonizing beautifully with the cat's soft cooing, both embodying the essence of adorable creatures that could melt anyone's heart. "Meow?" The pristine ragdoll tilted its fluffy head, responding with a gentle sound. Nuan mirrored the gesture, tilting her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with a captivating luminosity akin to the cat's, and she playfully echoed the meow, exuding an irresistible charm. Assistant Chun, feeling the impulse to reach out and stroke Nuan's head, restrained himself, his fingers gently curling. The fluffy ragdoll regarded Nuan for several seconds before gracefully approaching her with its light, feline steps. The temperament of ragdoll cats is exceptionally gentle and affectionate. As soon as it approaches Nuan, it tilts its fluffy head and nuzzles against her hand, while its bushy tail playfully brushes against the little girl's ankle, emitting soft, sticky meows as it rubs against her fingers. Although ragdoll cats are loving, they do not extend the same warmth towards strangers. Chapter 19. The quirky uncle. It is evident that the ragdoll cat has a fondness for Nuan. Both are soft and adorable, and their combined presence creates a scene so delightful it could make one swoon. In their youth, they may not have engaged in such activities, yet now, as they age, they find themselves seeking the guidance of the younger generation on how to capture beautiful photographs and share them on social media. No special angle is required. When Nuan embraces the lovely ragdoll, the two together become the most picturesque sight in the vicinity. The air is filled with a chorus of meows, one soft and delicate, the other rich with a creamy sweetness, causing Assistant Chin to feel as if the atmosphere has grown a touch sweeter. Were it not for the elder's presence, he would have eagerly taken out his phone to capture this adorable duo. His girlfriend would undoubtedly be enamored. Unfortunately, with the old gentleman nearby, he dares not indulge in such whims. Princess, princess. Someone has come looking for the cat. A man, nearly balding, with a few stubborn strands of hair still standing, appears to be a promising young man in his 30s, yet his striking hairstyle has transformed him into an old uncle. Adorned in flip-flops, a t-shirt, and beach shorts. Will this truly have no impact on our company's image? Assistant Chen's lips twitched slightly. It is true that the employees dress quite formally when they arrive and leave the office. However, during work hours, these programmers tend to fidget with their clothing and scratch their heads when faced with frustration. Naturally, after prolonged periods of sitting, comfort becomes paramount, leading the entire department to adopt a more casual attire during work, resembling the relaxed atmosphere of one's own home. The programmers who have gained entry into their Group S development department are all highly skilled in the realm of computer science. Many are either trusted veterans close to Manager Gu or favored by young Master Gunan. Therefore, their casual dressing, while perhaps slightly unprofessional, does not significantly affect their performance. A trivial matter that neither Manager Gu nor young Master Gu seems to mind. Gradually, the information technology department of their group has evolved into this state. Elder Gu remains oblivious. He simply understands that his son and grandson prioritize game development in the online sector, recognizing it as the domain of the youth, and thus refrains from interference. Assistant Chen, why are you not accompanying Manager Gu? A bystander teased upon seeing Assistant Chen. Has Manager Gu given you any instructions? Assistant Chen shook his head, replying, No, I brought the elder and the young lady to tour the company. Princess. Upon noticing the plush cat in Nuan Nuan's arms, a young man's gaze was immediately captivated. When he finally caught sight of the adorable Nuan Nuan holding the stuffed animal, he dramatically clasped his heart and staggered back. How can there be two little cuties? Hello, uncle. Warmly greeting with a gentle demeanor, her fluffy and soft hairstyle exquisitely highlighted her delicate and beautiful features. Coupled with the beauty treatment she had received yesterday, although she did not yet achieve the ethereal perfection of a porcelain doll, she undeniably exuded an undeniable charm. She playfully squeezed the plush, soft paw of the princess cat, her voice sweet and soft, akin to that of a milk candy. Following this, the ragdoll cat let out a dainty meow, harmonizing with her voice, creating an overwhelming sweetness that was almost intoxicating, particularly for those enamored with such innocence. Like Roland at that moment, he felt as though his heart might overflow. Assistant Chen. Oh, he had forgotten. This group of enthusiasts adored the soft and adorable little Lolas. How could their young lady be so enchanting? What is your name, little girl? Would you like some candy? Uncle has some candy here. The tone was reminiscent of the big bad wolf enticing Little Red Riding Hood. Naturally timid, Nuan Nuan instinctively clutched a pale pink rabbit in one hand and the beautiful ragdoll cat in the other, and with her short legs, she dashed behind her grandfather for refuge. This was likely the assault brought on by the strange uncle. Peeking out from behind her grandfather, she timidly revealed her fluffy little head, reassured by his presence that nothing could frighten her. Oh, uncle isn't a bad person. Roland rubbed his smooth bald head, feeling the sting of being labeled as the strange uncle. He found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend why the child was afraid of him. I apologize, your child is simply too adorable. Confronted by the imposing gaze of the esteemed elder, Roland finally felt a twinge of embarrassment. Mr. Gu nodded, acknowledging that his little granddaughter was indeed adorable. My little Nuan Nuan is the most delightful, though she can be a bit shy. I hope you do not take offense, young man. Roland hastily waved his hands, denying any offense taken, admitting it was my oversight. Once their conversation concluded, Assistant Chen introduced them. Miss Nuan Nuan, this is Uncle Ro from our game development department, and he is also a friend of your father's. Upon learning he was a friend of her father, Nuan Nuan curiously gazed at him with her bright, expressive eyes, no longer fearful. Roland, puzzled, wondered who her father could be. Assistant Chen wore a perfectly timed smile as he mentioned a name that sent a shiver down Roland's spine. Mr. Gu. Roland's eyes widened in disbelief. He glanced at the charming little girl in her frilly dress, and then recalled his friend, Gu Linma. Gu Linma had a daughter. And such a charming one at that? No, when did Gu Linma even have a daughter? Roland felt utterly flabbergasted. He had always thought that Gu Linma's household consisted solely of 3 mischievous boys, yet suddenly, a sweet, gentle daughter appeared on the scene. This was the daughter he had dreamt of, despite the fact that he currently had no girlfriend. Nevertheless, that did not hinder his aspirations of having a lovely daughter. Mr. Gu, with great pride, began to boast about his granddaughter, a topic in which he excelled. Isn't our little Nuan Nuan adorable? Among all the children I have encountered, none are as well behaved as she is. Each day, her sweet, soft calls of Grandpa can brighten my spirits for the entirety of the day. Grandpa Gu spoke animatedly, while Roland's eyes reflected an endless envy. As for Nuan Nuan, the little girl shyly buried her face in the plush belly of her princess-like doll. The ragdoll cat mewed a few times, its soft paws cradling Nuan Nuan's fluffy little head. Assistant Chun. He simply could not fathom how these two had formed such an unlikely bond across the generations. Nuan Nuan, would you like to visit our office? There are several cats and dogs there, and you can even feed them yourself. Roland began to subtly scheme to bring this delightful little creature to the office. Nuan Nuan hesitated. There were many strangers in their office, which made her reluctant to go. Yet, the thought of the numerous cats and dogs tempted her. The little one clutched her soft ragdoll cat, her expression twisted in contemplation. Chapter 20. The Daughter of President Gu. Go if you wish. Grandpa will accompany you. The gentle voice of the elder resonated, prompting Nuan Nuan to look up and meet her grandfather's encouraging gaze. She nodded and, glancing at Roland, softly uttered, "Thank you, Uncle." Roland felt his heart melt at her words, quickly replying that there was no need for thanks. Watching the charming little girl approach, cradling her equally adorable fluffy ragdoll cat, filled him with an overwhelming sense of joy. Within the office, the atmosphere was bustling with activity, as if echoing Assistant Chin's observation that when faced with programming dilemmas, individuals often resort to tugging at their hair and garments in frustration. Upon entering, one could immediately witness several such occurrences. Ahem. Roland began to cough uncontrollably, yet his presence garnered little attention from those around him. Suddenly, a younger gentleman noticed Roland and, following his gaze, spotted the wide-eyed, timid yet curious little girl, Nuan Nuan, observing everyone. His exclamation of surprise drew the attention of numerous onlookers. What ensued was a flurry of activity. The programmers in the development department hastily tidied their appearances, their eyes sparkling with intrigue as they gazed at Nuan Nuan. Adorned in a lovely pale pink dress, complemented by black shoes embellished with a charming bow, her fluffy, soft short hair only added to her adorableness. With her naturally gentle demeanor and her strikingly bright, expressive eyes, she resembled a character plucked straight from an anime, a delicate little girl that the reclusive programmers found utterly enchanting. They often gravitated towards various anime figurines, particularly those of cute, endearing little Lolas. Nuan Nuan, in her current state, could not be more fitting, though a touch more plumpness might have rendered her even more delightful. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Nuan Nuan instinctively shrank behind her grandfather, feeling a twinge of nervousness. Meanwhile, her plush companion, the cat named Princess, seemed to sense her apprehension, gently placing its soft paw on the back of her hand and letting out a tender meow, as if to bolster her confidence and provide comfort. Warm and delicate little hands gently squeezed its furry paws, the soft and fluffy texture alleviating her inner tension. Grandpa Gu also tenderly patted the soft little head of Nuan Nuan, causing the tiny tuft of hair on her forehead to flatten momentarily before springing back up with a delightful bounce. Truly a clever little sprite. Huh. Who is your little sister? This is your niece. The crowd. Could it be? Is she really your daughter? Roland cast a glance at Nuan Nuan filled with envy, wishing he could have such a connection. And who might this be? Grandpa Gu, in his youth, was indeed a remarkable figure, exuding an extraordinary presence. After a brief moment of excitement upon seeing Nuan Nuan cradling the princess, everyone turned their attention to him. Having retired, he had largely faded from public view. Even those who might recognize him would struggle to do so without prior familiarity or intention. This was particularly true for the younger generation, who naturally would not know him. Assistant Chun, with a cheerful smile, introduced, "This is Chairman Gu." Upon hearing he was the former head of the Gu Corporation, the eyes of the young people sparkled with admiration, their reverence unmistakably evident. "So it is you, Chairman. Please, have a seat. I used to admire you greatly. I joined Gu Corporation precisely because of you. Is that so? I recall you previously mentioned it was due to your admiration for President Gu. How has that changed? Nonsense. You must have misunderstood." The entire department came alive with the arrival of Grandpa Gu and Nuan Nuan, a situation the elderly gentleman had seldom encountered. In times gone by, when the younger generation beheld him, they were invariably reserved. Yet today, these children exhibit a distinct demeanor. Unbeknownst to him, the previous onlookers regarded him with reticence due to his stern and imposing countenance. however, with the warmth of his granddaughter by his side. The formidable aura he once exuded has subtly softened. Especially when he gazes upon his little granddaughter, he radiates an endearing charm. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "You may attend to your own affairs. I am merely accompanying my granddaughter for a stroll." With that, he took the hand of warmth and instructed Roland to lead them in search of cats and dogs, leaving a group momentarily stunned by his words. The elderly chairman is the father of Mr. Gu, which means that the chairman's granddaughter must be. Wait, what? Could it possibly be as I suspect? I was never aware that our senior had a daughter. Could she be the child of his younger brother instead? Roland stroked his chin and chuckled, only to be met with disapproving glances for his lewd laughter. His irritation flared. Do you not wish to know more? Upon learning from Roland that Warmth is indeed Gu Linma's daughter, they were engulfed in a mix of envy, jealousy, and bewilderment. Among this group were several seniors and juniors with close ties to Gu Linma, and yet they were completely oblivious to the fact that he had a daughter. A daughter so charming and beautiful. This was nothing short of sensational news. I recall now, someone mentioned in the work group that Mr. Gu had brought a child to the company today. It must be Warmth. The gossip within their department was scant, leading to a fervent desire for intrigue. Consequently, they flocked to their computers. Those engaged in work continued diligently, while others, with nothing pressing to attend to, eagerly began to exchange rumors. They soon learned of an astonishing revelation. The little girl brought in by General Manager Gu was none other than his daughter. This news spread throughout the company with the swiftness of wings. Is she truly General Manager Gu's daughter? Does anyone have a photograph to share? I also seek a picture. She is the daughter of the Gu family, after all. I must see her clearly for future admiration and aspirations of promotion. I too desire a promotion. I heard General Manager Gu was seen accompanying his daughter to work. It's such a pity I missed that moment. I caught a glimpse of her, though I dared not stare long due to General Manager Gu's imposing presence. She was quite beautiful and charming, albeit perhaps a tad slender, though it could be my eyesight failing me. Surely, the Gu family wouldn't let their daughter be underfed. You must have misseen her. So, who possesses a photograph? I heard that the old chairman has come to our company, but the young lady was holding hands with both General Manager Gu and the old chairman. The smile on General Manager Gu's face was akin to that of my husband when he holds our daughter, so foolishly joyful, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. I thought I was imagining things. Is there truly not a single photograph? Why are you all so timid? Despite their fervent pleas, not a single picture emerged, only intensifying their curiosity. I must admit my cowardice. If you possess the audacity, capture a photograph in front of Mr. Gu and the esteemed chairman, whoever does so. I shall call them father. Yet, none dare to do so. Chapter 22. Does Nuan Nuan ever think of her father? It becomes evident that while many can boast with their words, when faced with Mr. Gu in person, who among them would possess the courage to boldly brandish their phone and snap a picture during working hours? Consequently, within the entire group, many employees are aware of the existence of Miss Gu, yet very few have had the privilege of encountering her in person. The developers from the department express their exhilaration, declaring themselves the chosen ones for having had a close encounter with the young lady, who is currently bonding with them over her fluffy companions. At this moment, the much-admired Nuan Nuan is joyfully embracing a large, snow-white Samoyed, her petite figure almost completely enveloped by its luxurious fur. So soft, surrounded by a multitude of fluffy creatures. Nuan Nuan forgets her anxiety entirely. She is utterly relaxed, her sparkling eyes brimming with joy, resembling a starry sky against the inky darkness of night. Anyone who gazes into her eyes feels as though they are witnessing an ocean of stars within them. Meow, woof. The fluffy animals are evidently quite fond of the gentle and adorable Nuan Nuan, abandoning their owners to swirl around the soft little girl in delight. On her warm shoulders rests a beautiful ragdoll princess. Cradled in her arms is a snow-white Samoyed affectionately dubbed the Smiling Angel. At her feet, a blue cat and a Siamese weave around her ankles, while a petite chihuahua barks cheerfully in an attempt to capture her attention. This lively scene, with its youthful exuberance, epitomizes the essence of a life well lived. The owners of the cats and dogs gaze on with envy. These furry companions have never shown such enthusiasm towards them. Particularly, the owners of the cats, known for their aloofness, are taken aback. Even the typically affectionate ragdoll can be quite standoffish at times. Yet, look at them now, vying for warmth and affection, nearly sparking a playful quarrel for her attention. Where has their aloofness vanished? The owner of the blue cat bites their finger in frustration, exclaiming that their pet has never been this affectionate. The Siamese cat owner wears a sorrowful expression, pondering the same fate. They exchange glances, acknowledging their shared plight as kindred spirits. Nonetheless, one cannot deny that the sight of Nuan Nuan with her fluffy companions is utterly delightful. Each one is an adorable creature, tempting one to reach out and pet them. However, they are merely the daughter of the esteemed Mr. Gua, harboring desires but lacking the courage. Sit still, and I shall feed you. Nuan Nuan gently coaxes the two dogs into place, while she affectionately nudges the three cats onto the very levels of the cat tree. Surprisingly, these typically unruly fur balls obediently settle down. Outside, the programmers exclaim, "This is blatant favoritism." In these times, even our beloved cats and dogs seem to embody such double standards. Grandfather Gu, with a cheerful demeanor, handed a cat treat to Nuan Nuan and joined her in feeding the two dogs with their snacks. Afterward, he proceeded to tend to the cats. The delicate yet proud felines would take a bite, then rub against Nuan Nuan's hand or face, meowing softly with each nibble, their tails either entwining around her wrist or brushing against her palm. Their large, clear, and sparkling eyes gazed longingly at her, resembling a favored concubine vying for the emperor's attention, utterly shameless. The programmers were left fuming with irritation. What were they doing? What else could they do but watch these creatures compete for affection? These few had gone too far. Here they were, lavishing them with delectable treats and refreshments, and yet, when offered a mere pat, they wore expressions of haughty entitlement, as if bestowing a great favor. Just look at them now, transforming into pampered concubines vying for a child's affection. It was utterly disgraceful. The dogs were no different. When did that foolish Samoyed become so gentle and affectionate? The Chihuahua's expression, filled with dread of Nuan Nuan's departure, was infuriating. The last time I attempted to pet it, it darted away in an instant. A chorus of grievances arose among the programmers, only to be interrupted by a soft chuckle from behind. My daughter surely deserves such adoration. The pride in his tone was palpable. Wait a moment, his daughter? The group of programmers, previously peering through the transparent glass window into the pet area, stiffened and turned to see the smiling general manager Gu. A shiver ran down their spines, and cold sweat began to bead upon their brows. It is known that Mr. Gu is often referred to as the smiling tiger. The more charmingly he smiles at someone, the more misfortune seems to befall them. Mr. Gu, we have not been negligent, they exclaimed. Yes, indeed. I have completed my programming and am merely here to unwind. But I must continue with my next programming task. With that, he hurriedly made his exit. Me too. I'm just here to relax, and will return to work shortly. Warm is truly obedient. We couldn't resist coming to take a look. Please don't dock our salaries, Mr. Gu. Gu Linma. He glanced at the group with an exasperated expression, feeling as though they perceived him as a fearsome creature. Was he truly that terrifying? Nevertheless, their words struck a chord within him. A smile danced in Gu Linma's eyes, and his tone bore an unmistakable hint of pride. My warm is indeed very well behaved. In truth, if it were possible, I would prefer her to be a tad more spoiled. Her gentle nature makes me worry she might be taken advantage of. The programmer, who had spoken earlier, was quick-witted enough to realize he had inadvertently paid a compliment. He immediately asserted, "What is there to fear? Who would dare to bully the young lady of the Gu Corporation?" Gu Linma shot him an appreciative glance, choosing not to elaborate further as he opened the door and strode confidently towards the pet room. At that moment, he only longed to embrace his cherished daughter. Daddy is here, warm. Gu Linma crouched down, extending his arms to catch the little one rushing towards him, lifting her effortlessly into his embrace. Did you miss Daddy? He gazed tenderly at his daughter nestled in his arms, her eyes sparkling with joy. The warmth of her flushed cheeks radiated happiness as she shyly wrapped her little arms around his neck, feeling both bashful and elated. Little Nuan Nuan had missed her father. Her soft, melodious voice was sweet and endearing, and her clear, trusting eyes reflected a deep affection for the father who cared for her so dearly. Now, the little girl felt a growing intimacy towards him. She nestled her delicate face against his handsome features, shyly pressing her lips against his cheek, the corners of her mouth curving into a delightful smile that revealed her perfectly aligned, pearly white teeth. The entire scene of this little darling was irresistibly adorable and gentle. Chapter 23. The old man's social media bragging in response to Nuan Nuan's affectionate approach. Gu Linma was utterly delighted, grinning like a proud father with a glimmer of joy in his eyes. He gently bounced the soft little bundle in his arms, feeling his heart soften. Indeed, she was the cherished jewel of their family. Old Master Gu let out a satisfied hum. taking out his phone to share the photos he had taken that day on his social media. The caption read, "My granddaughter is simply adored by animals." The pictures showcased his granddaughter lovingly hugging their plush cat, Kiki, and another where she was almost enveloped by their large, snow-white Samoyed, appearing as though she were embracing a fluffy cloud. The Samoyed exhibited remarkable patience and gentleness towards Nuan Nuan, creating a heartwarming tableau of cuteness. Naturally, he also ensured to include a few snapshots of himself with Nuan Nuan. In his youth, the elder was a paragon among his peers, and even in his later years, he swiftly adapted to new skills, mastering the art of photography and showcasing his granddaughter's charm in a remarkably short time. Once he shared the photos, greetings from several old friends flooded in, each one praising his granddaughter. Instantly, the elder felt a wave of satisfaction. Indeed, his little girl was the most beautiful and well-behaved of them all. The steward of the Gu family, upon seeing the elder's moments shared on social media, promptly saved those images and even reposted them. Their steward had a circle of acquaintances too. How could they not take pride in such an adorable and well-mannered young lady? Meanwhile, the steward across the way sighed, fully aware of how exceptional the Gu family's young lady was, yet wishing for a moment of respite from the constant boasting. In his own household, the young masters and misses were rather spoiled, requiring several attendants to coax and feed them during meals. Otherwise, they would throw tantrums on the floor. Dealing with children could indeed be quite challenging. However, looking at the photos sent by his friend, he could see the sweet, spirited young girl whose gentle demeanor required no concern at all. Truly, the adage rings true. Comparison is the thief of joy. The Gu young lady appeared to be exceptionally polite and well-mannered. Many in the elite circles had received word of this and were quietly speculating that her upbringing in a small village might have rendered her somewhat unruly, advising caution. To this, Steward Lu scoffed, declaring, "They are merely envious. Miss Nuan Nuan is 1,000 times superior to them." How absurd it was for them to criticize the Gu young lady while neglecting their own household affairs. Did Nuan Nuan have a delightful day today? Indeed, she did, with her father and grandfather accompanying her in play. Alongside them were the lovely princess and the soft, plump Tawanzi. The princess was remarkably beautiful, round and fluffy, while Tawanzi was as white and soft as a cloud, providing Nuan Nuan with warmth as she nestled against it. Yet, her heart still favored Meiqiu and Dahuang. Her voice was soft, and her laughter brimmed with joy. Her curled, fluttering eyelashes resembled the delicate wings of butterflies, occasionally fluttering as she blinked. Her dark, sparkling eyes glistened with a radiant light, clearly reflecting her happiness, as she became increasingly chatty. However, none present felt the slightest impatience. Rather, smiles involuntarily graced their faces as they listened. This little one possessed an enchanting magic that effortlessly lifted the spirits of those around her. If you cherish them, will you come to visit them often? Father Gu eagerly hoped that his beloved daughter would accompany him to the company. Naturally, he wished he could retire early and pass the family business to his son. Unfortunately, that stubborn boy was adamant about refusing to inherit the family fortune, opting instead to venture abroad to pursue his own endeavors. Indeed, sons are never as obedient as daughters. "Mr. Gu, it's time for dinner," someone announced. At this, Nuan Nuan looked up at her father with eager anticipation. She adored mealtime. It may be due to the years she spent in the quaint village of Xiaoxi, where she often endured hunger, that now, with an abundance of delectable food before her, Nuan Nuan eagerly anticipates mealtime. The sight of his darling daughter's pleading eyes compels Father Gu to wish he could present her with all the treasures of the world. "What would you like to eat?" "My dear, I shall have Assistant Chen procure it for you." Nuan Nuan, ever obedient and sweet, replies that anything would suffice. She is not a picky eater and will enjoy whatever her father and grandfather partake in. What a thoughtful little darling she is. Assistant Chen suggests that perhaps Mr. Gu could take Miss Nuan Nuan to the cafeteria to select her preferred dishes. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Linma nods in agreement and effortlessly lifts his soft little daughter into his embrace. Despite his refined demeanor, he is physically fit and can easily cradle Nuan Nuan with one arm. As she sits sideways upon her father's arm, her little heart races with excitement. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Her curled, delicate eyelashes gently lower, partially concealing the shyness and thrill sparkling in her beautiful eyes. Nuan Nuan will hold on tight. "Daddy will take you to eat," he assures her. The bashful young girl nods softly, her voice a sweet murmur of agreement. She then wraps her arms around her father's neck as he carries her out with ease. Behind them, Grandfather Gu trails, grumbling in dissatisfaction. "I could carry Nuan Nuan just as well. You know, Father Gu wore a proud expression, insisting, perhaps it is best if you refrain from that. A hug is permissible, but carrying while walking might lead to an unfortunate twist of the back. Old Master Gu huffed loudly. Who says this old man cannot carry? Hand me Nuan Nuan. Father Gu thought to himself, this is unacceptable. Father, you must not be so willful. Just as old Master Gu was about to retort, he was interrupted by Nuan Nuan's soft, melodious voice. Grandpa, don't carry Nuan Nuan. She is heavy and might hurt you. But Nuan Nuan can give Grandpa a kiss. With that, the little one leaned to plant a kiss on old Master Gu's cheek, her fluffy little head rubbing against him gently, reminiscent of a kitten. Grandpa must take care of his health. Instantly, old Master Gu forgot about whether he could carry his dear granddaughter, his face breaking into a broad smile that deepened the lines on his face. All right. Grandpa will not carry you. But our Nuan Nuan is not heavy at all. You really ought to eat more to grow strong. Nuan Nuan obediently nodded, responding with a sweet, affirming mm. Grandpa should also eat plenty to stay healthy. Nuan Nuan will eat more to grow big and strong. The little one, with her soft and gentle demeanor, set a small goal for both herself and her grandfather, effortlessly winning over the stubborn old man, who ceased to mention carrying her. Assistant Chun, observing from the side, was utterly astonished. Miss Nuan Nuan is truly impressive. Father Gu was equally surprised. He was well aware of his father's increasingly obstinate temperament. Yet he never anticipated that Nuan Nuan could so easily sway the old man as resolve. Indeed, daughters are precious. At the tender age of 5, the little girl Nuan Nuan found herself cradled in the strong embrace of her towering father, evoking an inexplicable sense of cuteness. Passers-by were often left speechless upon witnessing the delightful scene, especially high-ranking executives and board members. They would glance at the refined gentleman and then at the gentle girl nestled in his arms. The man wore a genuinely joyful smile, one that radiated from the depths of his heart, softening his demeanor considerably. Previously, his smiles had been superficial, merely polite gestures or chilling grins that could unsettle the unprepared. As a figure of authority, he naturally exuded a commanding presence that could be quite imposing. Yet, in this moment, he was not the astute CEO maneuvering through the business world. He was simply a father relishing the joy of holding his daughter. This version of Gu Linma was unfamiliar to them. Mr. Gu, what brings you to the company today? Inquired the elderly chairman. With a cheerful smile, Gu Linma replied, Aha. Little Lu, have you eaten? I have. Are you heading out for a meal? The elder nodded happily, discreetly boasting, Indeed. I am taking my dear granddaughter out for lunch. Gu Linma then turned to Lu, saying, Nuan Nuan, this is Uncle Lu. Nuan Nuan, with her big, sparkling eyes brimming with vitality, gazed at the middle-aged man conversing with her father. Upon hearing her father's introduction, she politely and sweetly called out, Uncle Lu, her soft, melodious voice sending a delightful tremor through those who heard it. Is this your beloved daughter? Gu Linma nodded modestly, yet the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. Her name is Nuan Nuan. She is my youngest daughter. Director Lu had also heard some rumors, particularly those circulating within the affluent circles. After all, the Gu family is the wealthiest, and many eyes are fixated upon them. Previously, when Gu's mother accompanied Nuan Nuan on a shopping excursion, it had already drawn the attention of numerous individuals within those circles. This had left many eagerly anticipating the Gu family's misfortune, as the daughter raised in a small village for 3 years was likely to be both rustic and unattractive, inevitably feeling out of place among their elite. The Gu family would undoubtedly become a subject of ridicule. Before seeing Nuan Nuan, Director Lu had also harbored doubts about the only heiress of the Gu family potentially becoming a blemish on their reputation. However, now, he simply wished to inform those who speculated recklessly to cease their baseless conjectures, who declared that the Gu family heiress from the village was rustic and unattractive. Clearly, they were blind. She was undeniably polite and gentle. Yet, he felt a sense of delight. As one of the directors of the Gu group, he relished in witnessing its flourishing success. He couldn't help but wonder what expressions those spreading rumors would wear upon seeing Nuan Nuan. With that thought, he cheerfully observed that Nuan Nuan's uncle had not brought any gifts. I'll transfer some money to your father for your pocket money. And when I pay a visit another day, I shall ensure to bring a present for my dear niece. Saying this, he promptly transferred 100,000 to Gu Linma's phone. Gu Linma graciously accepted the gesture, intending to save the funds exclusively for Nuan Nuan, allowing her to utilize them whenever she desired. Thank you, Uncle Lu. With a gentle and soft expression of gratitude, Director Lu hastily waved his hand, indicating that no thanks were necessary. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries with General Gu, they parted ways. Observing their retreating figures, he promptly retrieved his phone to share this astonishing news with a few friends. Can you guess who I just encountered? General Gu and his daughter. The group, primarily composed of longtime members of the Gu family and board directors, was instantly electrified by the announcement. No way, really? Could that news be true? I heard that the Gu family's daughter had been living in a remote mountain village. Director Liu swiftly recounted his recent encounter with Gu Linma and the others, then typed furiously, filled with indignation. Those who claim our Miss Gu is unrefined, unattractive, and impolite are likely those harboring ulterior motives or jealousy towards the Gu family. I just saw her. The young lady is remarkably polite and well-mannered, her voice soft and delicate. She is quite beautiful, resembling the old matriarch, though a bit slender. This child must have endured considerable hardship. It's pitiful that those spreading rumors are so devoid of compassion. Reminiscing about the old matriarch, many elders were reminded of her past elegance. She was a true lady of noble birth from a scholarly family, her grace surpassing that of all the prominent young ladies of her time. Her beauty could easily be likened to that of a celestial being. In her youth, suitors from both domestic and international circles, all distinguished young talents, were captivated by her intellect, charm, and appearance, inciting envy in countless women. However, in the end, she was pursued and won over by the elder of the Gu family, and their love story became a subject of admiration and envy among countless people. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. This woman, whose brilliance and beauty were unparalleled, succumbed to illness at a young age. Subsequently, the elder devoted himself to raising their 2 sons alone, never remarrying. Although they had never laid eyes on Nuan Nuan, they found themselves wishing to meet the obedient girl who was said to resemble the late matriarch so closely. As described by Director Liu, at that moment, little Nuan Nuan, perched on her father's arm, let out a tiny sneeze, causing the 2 adults from the Gu family to react with a sense of urgency, as if faced with a monumental crisis. What was wrong with Nuan Nuan? Was she cold? Did she catch a cold? I will call the doctor immediately. Assistant Chun. It was all quite an exaggeration, merely a small sneeze. He raged internally but dared not voice his thoughts. I'm fine, the little girl said in her sweet, childlike voice, wiping her delicate nose and offering comfort to her overly anxious guardians. Nuan Nuan is okay, Grandpa and Daddy need not worry. Still somewhat uneasy, Gu father placed his palm against the girl's forehead to check her temperature. It was warm. Indeed, his own hand felt hotter than hers. No fever, he reported. Should we take her temperature with a thermometer, just to be sure? Gu grandfather suggested with lingering concern. Nuan Nuan quickly wrapped her small arms around their hands, looking up at them with pleading eyes. Nuan Nuan is hungry. Instantly, the 2 adults reached a consensus to prioritize a meal. Chapter 25. Daddy takes Nuan Nuan to the cafeteria. General Gu, greetings. In the cafeteria, the moment Gu Linma entered with his daughter, even in the prime of his life, his striking demeanor and handsome visage instantly attracted a multitude of gazes. For a brief moment, the bustling cafeteria fell into a hushed silence, before several employees closest to them quickly regained their composure and extended their greetings. Gu Linma, cradling the little one, calmly nodded and proceeded towards the food counter, standing behind a small queue. Before him, a female employee stood, visibly anxious. General Gu, perhaps you should go ahead. No need, there are only a few people left, he replied. The emotions of the female employee were a tumultuous blend of excitement at encountering such a high-ranking leader and nervousness. Daddy, are you tired? Let me walk on my own. The little girl, warm and considerate, expressed her concern, believing her father must be weary from carrying her for so long. Gu Linma's voice was gentle as he playfully tapped her delicate nose with his long finger. I'm not tired. You are very light. Warm. Warm wiggled her short legs, feeling shy as she noticed the many eyes covertly watching her from the crowd. Like a little kitten, she nuzzled against her father's shoulder, her adorable demeanor melting the hearts of many. Gu Linma could even hear the sound of breath being held, yet when he glanced over, he found a few individuals pretending to be nonchalant as they focused on their meals. In truth, however, their hearts were already in a fervent uproar. So docile and gentle. Could this truly be the legendary daughter of Mr. Gu? She is utterly adorable. Goodness, I nearly caught Mr. Gu's attention. Yet our young lady is remarkably charming and exquisitely beautiful. I can't help but wonder why she appears so slender. Is she unwell? Alas, I dare not capture her likeness. Click. Oh my goodness. Ling Mei, you possess such audacity. The short-haired girl, addressed as Ling Mei, swiftly tucked away her phone and let out a mischievous chuckle. Fortune favors the bold. The timid shall perish. It is the end of the workday, and even if Mr. Gu were to notice, he would likely not reprimand us. Yet, despite this reasoning, I always feel an overwhelming nervousness akin to being in front of a school principal whenever I am near Mr. Gu, as though the mere act of retrieving my phone could lead to its confiscation. Actually, I feel the same. Quickly, send us the photo. I look so cute in this picture. Hush, keep your voice down. We must not be discovered. A few girls nearby are animatedly chattering, while over here, Nuan Nuan is sweetly cuddling with her father. It is not a deliberate act of affection. Her innocent gaze makes her resemble a little puppy, pitiful yet endearing. Her soft, melodious voice carries an inherent charm that evokes a natural instinct to indulge her requests. Moreover, her sweetness is overwhelmingly delightful, rendering it impossible to refuse her. Daddy, Nuan Nuan cheerfully exclaims, holding hands with both her father and grandfather. As she speaks in a gentle, tender tone, her pleading gaze directed at her father is simply irresistible to anyone. Father Gu felt a tinge of regret in his heart. Yet he acquiesced to his dear daughter's wishes and released the individual. Ahem, very well, but do hold tightly to your father's hand. Do not let go. Gu Linma wore a serious expression, while Nuan Nuan's lips curled into a soft, sweet smile. Her eyes crescent-shaped as she delicately grasped two of her father's fingers with her slender hand. Grandfather, Nuan Nuan chimed, reaching out to hold her grandfather's fingers as well. The old gentleman felt an overwhelming warmth within. How could his granddaughter be so endearing? All right, grandfather will hold Nuan Nuan's other hand. The lovely young girl stood between the two adults, her luminous, glass-like eyes sparkling with tiny stars, shining brilliantly as she smiled. The female employees nearby, upon hearing Nuan Nuan's soft, endearing voice, felt as if their ears were melting. The daughter of President Gu was indeed exceedingly gentle and sweet. When it was their turn to serve themselves, Gu Linma lifted his daughter into his arms and, pointing to the array of sumptuous dishes behind the serving window, gently encouraged. Nuan Nuan, take a look at what you would like to eat. The employee benefits at their company were quite generous, which is why, at mealtime, the majority of individuals would come to the cafeteria to dine, rarely opting for takeout. Nuan Nuan's strikingly clear eyes widened in wonder as she surveyed the dazzling array of food, unsure of what to choose, feeling as though everything appeared delectable. Father Gu affectionately ruffled her fluffy little head, reassuring her, "It's all right, take your time to decide." The uncle serving the dishes beamed with delight upon seeing the adorable little child. The child was invited to taste the renowned braised lion's head prepared by Master Li, which was truly delectable, accompanied by delicate egg custard and sweet and sour carp. The uncle enthusiastically introduced several dishes, assuring that if the child found it difficult to choose, he would serve a little of everything, ensuring a hearty meal. The child, with sparkling eyes and soft, fluffy hair bobbing up and down, nodded appreciatively. In the end, the father graciously assisted in carrying the sumptuous dishes, while the child expressed gratitude to the uncle, saying, "Thank you, uncle." This heartfelt acknowledgement brought a radiant smile to the uncle's face, nearly stretching from ear to ear. He promised that next time he would serve even more. The child obediently replied with a good, and received a large apple as a gift from the uncle. "Leave it to me, Mr. Gu," said Assistant Chun, as he helped carry the food to the dining table. After Mr. Gu and Grandpa Gu departed with the child, the subsequent diners did not receive the same warm welcome from the uncle, who now offered only a fixed selection of 3 dishes along with the soup. "Old Hu, could you serve me a few more dishes? I quite enjoy the variety," someone requested. The uncle shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "With so many dishes, is it not enough for you? Are you as charming as that little girl?" The double standards were upheld with unabashed confidence. The individual fell silent, acknowledging that indeed, he was not as endearing. He quietly murmured about Mr. Gu and their abundant servings. Old Hu chuckled, "My salary comes from Mr. Gu, so what do you expect? All right, whoever pays the salary is in charge." Nuan Nuan sat gracefully in her chair, delicately using her spoon to savor her meal, exuding an aura of quiet elegance as she managed to avoid soiling her attire. "Dad, try this. It's delicious." The little one gently picked up a small rib with her chopsticks and placed it on her father's plate, then nimbly selected a tender braised lion's head meatball for her grandfather. In a soft, melodic voice, she encouraged, "Grandpa, eat this, and don't forget to have more vegetables," as she sent a few florets of cauliflower his way. Grandpa Gu beamed with delight, consuming the vegetables Nuan Nuan had offered him, casting a playful, Challenging glance at his son. Nuan Nuan has given me more vegetables than you. Father, that's childish. It's not like I'm the only one here, replied Dad Gu. Nuan Nuan, your father should also eat more vegetables. Nuan Nuan obediently nodded, softly replying with okay, and patiently served her father some greens. As Dad Gu enjoyed his meal, he shot a subtle, amused glance at the old man. Grandpa Gu, feeling a mix of irritation and amusement. Couldn't he help but find his son increasingly irksome. Observing this familial dynamic was Assistant Chen, who couldn't he help but marvel at the amusing rivalry between the CEO and the elderly chairman during a simple meal. Chapter 26. Submitting photos without retribution even during a meal. There seemed to be a competition. He had never encountered such a dynamic between a president and an elderly chairman. One could only sigh at the undeniable charm of Nuan Nuan. At that moment, the little girl was blissfully unaware of the subtle tension between her grandfather and father. Munching on her food like a little hamster, her cheeks pleasantly stuffed, and her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. Though she ate in small bites, her enjoyment was palpable. And those who merely observed her were unable to resist indulging themselves, ultimately succumbing to the fullness of their own stomachs. Burp. Assistant Chen set down his chopsticks, letting out a satisfied belch, secretly lamenting his own unintentional overindulgence. Watching the young lady savor her meal was truly appetizing, as her little tummy became pleasantly round. Both Elder Gu and Mr. Gu had also satisfied their hunger. Come, my dear, let us explore, he said, eager to assist her digestion. Having also unwittingly overindulged while watching his daughter eat, Nuan Nuan let out a tiny milk burp, quickly covering her mouth with her hand, feeling a bit bashful. Mr. Gu, with a twinkle in his eye, led Nuan Nuan on a leisurely stroll around the vicinity of the company, later spending some time playing with the cats and dogs in the development department. As they departed, her eyes sparkled with delight. But after being cradled in her father's arms for a while, sleepiness began to envelop her, her little head starting to droop. Feeling sleepy? He inquired gently, his warm palm resting softly on her fluffy hair. Nuan Nuan's head instinctively nestled against her father's shoulder, her cheek pressed against him, causing her chubby little face to flatten slightly, her delicate pink lips parting in a sweet pout. She barely grasped her father's words. Her beautiful large eyes were nearly closed, her curled eyelashes fluttering gently, struggling to stay open. Shoo! She has drifted off to sleep. Grandfather Gu gestured for Father Gu to be quiet, and the two of them quietly brought Nuan Nuan to his office. The office contained a small inner room specifically designated for rest and sleep. With utmost care, Gu Linma gently placed his sleeping daughter, who was blissfully slumbering, onto the soft bed, removed her shoes, and covered her with a blanket. Father, would you like to rest as well? Grandfather Gu swiftly took off his shoes and coat, settling onto the bed. I will sleep alongside my little granddaughter. Father Gu. How frustrating. He had not even been able to share a moment of sleep with Nuan Nuan. With lingering reluctance, he cast one last glance at his sweetly sleeping daughter before bending down to kiss her forehead and departing. He still had a multitude of tasks to attend to. Sigh. He missed his eldest son once more, pondering when he would be able to step back and spend quality time at home with Nuan Nuan. Soon, the news of Gu Linma taking Nuan Nuan to the cafeteria for a meal spread throughout the company. This left those who had not gone to the cafeteria, or had missed the time altogether, feeling a deep sense of regret for not witnessing the moment with their own eyes. The way President Gu holds his daughter is so commanding, effortlessly lifting her with one hand. What a sight to behold. Our President Gu maintains himself remarkably well. Despite being in his 40s, he appears to be in his 30s. Standing alongside Mr. Nan, one might mistake them for brothers if they were unaware. The daughter of Mr. Gu is truly delightful. While they stood behind me in line for meals, I was so startled that I hardly dared to move. Summoning my courage, I inquired if Mr. Gu would like to cut in line, but he declined. I then overheard Mr. Gu's daughter speaking. Perhaps she was concerned that her father might be too tired to carry her, as she expressed a desire to walk on her own. Not only did she wish to descend and hold her father's hand, but she also wanted to grasp her grandfather's hand as well. It only just dawned on me that the elderly gentleman accompanying Mr. Gu must be our esteemed former chairman. How exhilarating! At that moment, Mr. Gu's daughter's voice was soft and endearing, embodying the essence of a little angel. I couldn't help but envy Mr. Gu for having such an adorable and gentle daughter, particularly one so lovely in appearance. I deeply regret my decision. Today, my boyfriend brought me lunch, which is why I didn't go to the cafeteria. Now, I feel as though I've missed out on a fortune. I can hardly imagine Mr. Gu cradling a child. Oh, who has photos? I beseech you. The demand for photographs was overwhelming. As a dashing and affluent CEO, despite being in middle age, Mr. Gu's allure certainly rivals that of celebrities in the entertainment industry, especially with such a sensational narrative surrounding him. The Gu family is composed of strikingly attractive individuals. Both of his twin sons are prodigies, each possessing unique personalities. Their family undoubtedly attracts considerable attention from the public. Regrettably, this family prefers to remain out of the public eye, with very few photographs of them available online. When they do make an appearance, it is typically in prestigious financial magazines. I recall one particular issue that featured Mr. Gu, which sold out rapidly, resulting in a severe shortage. Thus, whenever there is a request for photos, it is invariably met with a flurry of similar requests. However, on this occasion, there indeed exists a photograph. Haha, I have a photo. I always say that the bold thrive while the timid perish, yet I shall not share the photo to tease you all, This is certainly a source of envy. The group comprises nearly all employees of the company, most of whom remain anonymous, so they initially failed to recognize the individual, aside from those familiar with her. Human resources. Oh, was that you speaking in the group just now, Ling Mei? No harm shall come if you share the photo. Ling Mei, the photo. What kind of relationship do we have if you refuse to share even one photo? In no time, the human resources department became quite lively, and ultimately, the short-haired girl had no choice but to surrender a photograph amidst the crowd's onslaught. There was only one, yet it was remarkably clear, showcasing excellent mobile camera quality. The photo was taken from behind, predominantly capturing a silhouette, a tall and elegant man cradling a soft, adorable little girl in one arm. The man exudes an aura of commanding presence, yet there is an unmistakable tenderness in his careful demeanor. Although it is merely a silhouette, the timing captured is impeccable, revealing the profiles of both individuals. The man's side view is strikingly defined, exuding a blend of ruggedness and refinement, his expression remarkably gentle. The girl, sweet and endearing, displays a portion of her delicate and beautiful face, particularly her lush, curled eyelashes that resemble a small fan. Beneath this fan, her clear eyes glisten like the finest crystal, pure and bright, devoid of any impurities. Encased within the crystal, her pupils are as dark as obsidian, and the young girl smiles, as if her obsidian-like gaze harbors the vastness of the stars and the sea, an enchanting beauty that captivates all who behold it. Chapter 27. The bashful Nuan Nuan. The photograph is simply stunning. After a brief moment of exposure, it quickly spread far and wide. Oh my. Everyone, take it easy. Don't let President Gu find out. Understood, understood. We must save it quickly. The one who shared the picture should delete it at once. Assistant Chen, upon seeing the photo shared in the group, swiftly saved it, followed by a wave of inner turmoil. Should he inform his boss about this? What are you doing? A familiar voice echoed from behind, causing Assistant Chen to freeze, his hand trembling as he inadvertently turned off the screen. Gu Linma's dark, penetrating gaze fixed upon him. It seemed he had caught a glimpse of the photo, which featured his daughter. The first thing he noticed was his little girl's tender face, oblivious to his own image. Is that a picture of my daughter? He furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze inquiring from whence it came. Assistant Chen felt a chill run down his spine. The dilemma was resolved. Sorry, dear colleagues, but dead friends are of no concern to a poor monk. Striving to maintain a calm demeanor, he unlocked his phone. Mr. Gu, this is a photo taken of you and the young lady in the cafeteria. I saved it after it was shared in the group chat. With great respect, he presented the photo, silently apologizing to the person in the image. Upon receiving the phone, Gu Linma stared at the photo, momentarily taken aback. His gaze settled on his own image within the frame. Was this truly how he appeared at that moment? Send me the photo. The skills are commendable. With that, he sauntered away leisurely. Watching his boss's tall and commanding figure retreat, Assistant Chen was momentarily bewildered before comprehending the implications of his words. Assistant Chen. So, not only did Mr. Gu not mind, but he also praised the photograph? Does that mean he can openly keep it as well? Swiftly, Assistant Chen transmitted the photo to Mr. Gu while subtly flattering him. Mr. Gu and the young lady appear quite heartwarming. Ding dong. Not long after sending it, his phone chimed, a message from Mr. Gu. Good eye. I shall grant you a raise this month. The unexpected delight left Assistant Chen feeling weightless. Indeed, Mr. Gu was truly fond of his daughter. Long live the young lady. After a brief slumber of merely 1 hour, the little one named Nuan Nuan stirred awake. Her eyes still shrouded in a misty haze of confusion. The tufts of hair atop her head stood whimsically, while the short, tousled strands at the back of her head appeared somewhat unruly. Nuan Nuan had awakened. Elder Gu, having a light sleep, had long since roused. Yet he remained in the room, engrossed in a book, occasionally glancing at the peacefully slumbering Nuan Nuan. Upon noticing her wakefulness, he promptly set aside his reading. The door creaked open, and Gu Papa entered, cradling a cup of milk. Nuan Nuan, do you wish to sleep more? He inquired, placing the milk upon the desk as he approached. With her eyes still half closed, the soft little Nuan Nuan shook her head gently. She raised her tiny arms to rub her eyes, gradually coming to full consciousness, letting out an adorable little yawn. Instantly, her beautiful, large eyes filled with a glimmering sheen, making them appear even more radiant. I won't sleep anymore, she declared with a sweet, tender voice reminiscent of a child as playful coyness. Nuan Nuan opened her big eyes, gazing at her grandfather and father, calling out in her soft, babyish tone, Grandpa, Papa. The sweetness of her voice melted the hearts of the two adults, who regarded her with an astonishing warmth in their eyes. Time to get up and drink some milk, Gu Papa said, lifting the little one from her cozy nest. He held the cup of milk to her, and Nuan Nuan nestled against him, cradling the cup in her hands as she took small sips. The warm milk, imbued with a hint of sweetness, delighted her immensely. After finishing her milk, a delicate milk-white mustache adorned her little mouth. She extended her tongue to lick it away, then took the paper from her grandfather to wipe her mouth clean. Thank you, Grandpa. The little girl expressed her gratitude softly. She descended from the bed without seeking assistance from her father or grandfather, dutifully putting on her shoes and simply tousling her hair with her fingers. Dad will be busy for a while longer. Shall we watch cartoons together with Grandpa? Gu Linma gently stroked Nuan Nuan's hair, concerned that she might grow bored. The little one nodded obediently, settling on the soft cushion with her pale pink rabbit and attentively watching the television, careful not to disturb her father at work. She thoughtfully lowered the volume of the cartoon, displaying her considerate nature. With her large, bright eyes glued to the screen, she watched intently, only allowing her lips to curve into a smile at the humorous moments, her eyes sparkling with delight, yet she remained perfectly silent. Nuan Nuan munched on round, plump purple grapes, her cheeks puffing out like a soft little hamster, occasionally offering one to her grandfather while sneaking a glance at her father, diligently working. After a moment's thought, the little girl picked up a glossy, round grape, peeled it, then hopped off her chair and ran to her father, holding out the grape for him to taste. Sweet, her father remarked as he savored the translucent fruit. Gu Linma's heart swelled with warmth as he watched his sweet daughter. Then, she produced a large, red strawberry. And this too, she exclaimed. Thank you, my darling, Gu Linma replied, filled with affection, warmly smiling. Nuan Nuan's crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with joy as her rosy lips curled upward, revealing a glimpse of her pristine, neatly arranged little teeth. Delicately, her small hand clasped around her father's palm, tilting her head to nuzzle affectionately against his hand. Daddy has worked hard. At that moment, the office door swung open, and a group of managers reporting on their work stumbled upon this heartwarming scene, collectively thinking, what a delightful little cherub. The sight of her snuggling against her father's hand was simply too adorable. Several pairs of eyes were fixated on the charming little girl beside Gu Linma. Upon hearing the door creak, Nuan Nuan turned her head, her dark, luminous eyes locking onto theirs in a moment of mutual surprise. However, the next instant, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and she shyly buried her little face against her father's thigh, becoming a motionless little statue. This reaction was undeniably endearing. Clearing his throat, the lead man spoke up, Mr. Gu, we are here to report on our work, casting a glance, both discreet and curious, at the shy little girl who had buried her face in her father's lap. Gu Linma nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze softening with a smile directed at the bashful little creature. Nuan Nuan, why don't you go spend some time with Grandpa? His voice was so gentle it seemed to drip with sweetness, causing the individuals at the doorway to shudder slightly, their expressions reflecting a peculiar astonishment. Although Mr. Gu appeared cultured, his words had never been this tender before. Regardless of the gazes of others, Nuan Nuan lifted her petite head, her lovely little face flushed with warmth. Her delicate fingers nervously clutched at her father's trousers. With her strikingly clear eyes, she glanced at her father, nodded obediently, and softly uttered a simple okay. Upon saying this, she endeavored to appear less anxious, pursing her small lips, her slender fingers intertwining as she scampered towards her grandfather, her little legs moving quickly. Grandpa, she called out softly, her voice reminiscent of a gentle kitten, sweet and tender. The old man embraced her, affectionately ruffling her hair. Don't be afraid, Nuan Nuan. Both Grandpa and Daddy are here. These are your uncles and aunts, colleagues of your father. Nuan Nuan replied with a soft "oh," her curled eyelashes fluttering as she raised her little head within her grandfather's embrace. Her fluffy hair made her appear exceedingly well-behaved, akin to a little princess raised in a secluded palace, timid yet full of spirit, her exquisite face remarkably charming. "Hello, uncles and aunts." Encouraged by her grandfather, Nuan Nuan gazed at the gathered adults with her glistening eyes, greeting them with utmost politeness and a soft, endearing tone. The youngest among them were in their 30s, some with children and some without. At this moment, witnessing the sweet, gentle girl before them melted their hearts, their faces radiating warmth and smiles. "Ah, Nuan Nuan, how are you? You are truly a good girl." They greeted her with laughter, though the desire to embrace the little girl was palpable. They recognized that the moment was not quite right. "Everyone, come in. The work has commenced." Warmly glanced at her father and the others, and promptly turned off the animated show, not wishing to disturb her father's endeavors. Grandpa Gu seemed to understand her intentions. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Sighing inwardly, his granddaughter was indeed remarkably well-behaved. In truth, he wished that Warm could be a little more willful, perhaps even mischievous, like the other children in their circle. Yet, who could bear to criticize such a sweet-natured child? Without the cartoon, Warm felt no boredom. The work of the adults was beyond her comprehension, so the little one focused intently on her snack. She placed the plate of grapes before herself, and with her tiny fingers, she began to peel the skin off one grape. The purple skin gave way to reveal the translucent, jade-green flesh within. She wiggled her little toes in delight and turned to feed the grape flesh to her grandfather. Seeing him enjoy her offering brought a radiant smile to her face, her eyes crinkling in joy. Under the warm glow of the lights, her fluffy short hair seemed to emit a gentle luminescence, and her starry eyes sparkled, her smile exuding an almost therapeutic quality. Those who had not yet begun their reports, or who had already concluded theirs, could not help but steal glances at Warm, thinking to themselves that she truly embodied the essence of the late matriarch of the Gu family, with her exquisite features unmatched by anyone else. However, her demeanor contrasted sharply with that of the late matriarch. The esteemed woman had been the epitome of elegance and grace, whereas Warm was soft and gentle, akin to a fluffy little creature, utterly devoid of temper. Yet, who could predict what the future might hold? The young lady of the Gu family, though appearing amiable and seemingly easy to tease, was not someone to be underestimated. Warm warmly peeled the grape skin, occasionally popping one into her mouth. The grapes were rather large, filling her small mouth to the brim with the fragrant sweetness of the juicy pulp. One for her grandfather, one for herself, and then a few set aside for her father on a clean plate. She silently calculated the number of grapes among the three of them, and the little plate was already piled high like a small hill of grapes. After counting carefully, she realized that there were already 8 grapes reserved for her father. Time to check on the others. Her grandfather was enjoying a banana. She handed him a banana, then wiped her fingers clean before attempting to peel the shell of the candied chestnuts. However, the shell proved to be quite sturdy. With delicate fingers, her neatly trimmed and clean nails struggled to pry open the chestnut shell, but she could not manage it. "Grandpa, can you help me?" The old gentleman grasped the flatter ends of the chestnut, and with a gentle squeeze, a soft crack echoed as the shell split open. Warm's eyes widened in admiration as she looked at her grandfather with sparkling eyes. It was merely a trivial task, yet the old man felt a sense of accomplishment that surpassed the thrill of earning millions. "This is much easier to peel than raw chestnuts. Why don't you give it a try, Warm?" With a nod reminiscent of a chick pecking at grains, she mimicked her grandfather's technique and squeezed, producing a delightful crack. It really opened. "Look, Grandpa." In a moment of excitement, little Nuan Nuan's voice rose slightly, yet it remained soft and gentle. "Remarkable." Grandpa Gu gave Nuan Nuan a thumbs up. Flattered by the compliment, Nuan Nuan felt a blend of joy and slight bashfulness. Her dark, glimmering eyes sparkled as she skillfully peeled the chestnut, revealing the tender, sweet morsel inside, which she delicately placed onto a small plate beside her. "This is for Daddy," she said cheerfully, shaking her little feet. Grandpa Gu, with a playful hum, inquired, "What about mine?" Nuan Nuan's innocent gaze fixated on the chestnut in the old man's hand. "Grandpa, this one doesn't count." "All right then," she replied. "I'll peel one for you." Her indulgent and sweet tone was akin to soothing a wayward child, leaving the elder both amused and exasperated. However, upon savoring the soft, sweet chestnut flesh that Nuan Nuan had peeled for him. His satisfaction was instantaneous. The third chestnut she had peeled was for herself. She cradled her chin with her little, fluffy hands, her cheeks round and full as she savored the treat, her large eyes brimming with contentment, resembling a little hamster come to life. Once the others had concluded their tasks and departed, Nuan Nuan noticed her father was less busy. She trotted over with her short legs, gently offering a plate filled with succulent grapes, strawberries, apple bunnies, chestnuts, and other dried fruits. "Daddy, eat. Eat before you work," she urged softly. Guilin, feeling somewhat fatigued from the intense work he had just completed, gently pinched the bridge of his nose. However, when he saw the little one approaching with an array of treats to feed him, his weariness evaporated in an instant. How thoughtful of Nuan Nuan to prepare such a feast for her father. The little girl nodded her head enthusiastically, offering him strawberries. "Daddy, rest. You must be tired." Guilin, with a gentle expression, kissed her cherubic face and savored the fruit she had presented. Chapter 29. Have a little more audacity. After feeding her father, upon hearing him say he would soon finish work, Nuan Nuan decided to call her mother. On the other end of the line, Gu Mama felt her heart melt at the sweet, soft voice of her daughter. "Mommy knows. What does Nuan Nuan like to eat? I will prepare it right away." With an abundance of provisions at home, Nuan Nuan need not worry. Gu Mama cherished listening to her daughter's chatter, and thus, a delightful conversation unfolded between them over the phone. Gu Mama inquired about Nuan Nuan's activities at her father's company that day, and the little one, with her endearing lisp, recounted her day's events in a most obedient manner. Meanwhile, Gu Papa, immersed in his work, listened to the sweet exchange between his wife and daughter, a blissful smile gracing his lips, invigorating him further. "Daddy, should we go pick up brother from school?" "Yes. Shall we all go together?" The little one nodded vigorously. "Of course. Where has brother gone?" She fondly remembered the kindness he had shown her. "Your fourth brother attends high school and resides in the school dormitory from Monday to Friday. Would you like to pay him a visit, Nuan?" The little round figure blinked her eyes, her curled and fluttering eyelashes resembling butterflies flapping their wings, a truly enchanting sight. She sat obediently, and in her beautiful eyes, scattered starlight sparkled. Is it permissible? Would it disturb fourth brother?" "Not at all. We can go when his classes are over. If you wish to visit, we can go after dinner tonight." The little one nodded dutifully, reminding that she needed to bring a gift for fourth brother. Father Gu smiled as he gently patted her fluffy head. "All right, Nuan can use the card I have. You can buy anything for fourth brother you desire." As he spoke, he handed her a bank card. "This contains your allowance from your father, along with the gifts your uncles and grandfathers gave you when they met you at the company. It's all stored in this card." Nuan took it, but the little girl quickly shook her head, her big, watery eyes clear and bright. No, it's unnecessary. Nuan doesn't want to spend any money." Grandfather Gu feigned a stern expression, saying, "How can that be? Your brothers each have their own allowances. How can one not have her own? In our Gu family, all children are treated equally. Your brothers have theirs." Nuan's eyes widened in surprise as she tilted her head and asked, "All my brothers have their own?" The two adults nodded decisively, and they were not deceiving. The card given to the little one contained the total of her pocket money from birth to the present, generously contributed by more than one person, amounting to approximately 2 million. Their child received a monthly allowance of around 100,000. Nana was unaware of this and, upon hearing that her brothers each had one, accepted it without inquiring about the amount inside, as she did not yet comprehend the significance of such figures. Of course, Nana was not one to squander her money. She had already devised a plan to purchase gifts for her brothers, as well as for her parents, grandparents, and uncles and aunts. As the car approached Guin's school, it coincided with the dismissal time. Nana leaned against the car window, her delicate chin resting on the back of her hand, her rosy lips pursed, and her striking black and white eyes intently focused on the school entrance. "Brother." At last, she spotted Guin, and she tugged at her father's hand, whispering softly. She remembered her brother's earlier words about not calling him brother in public, so she refrained from alerting outsiders and did not get out to greet him. Father Gu affectionately ruffled her fluffy, soft hair, smiling as he watched his son emerge from the school, internally scoffing. That impudent boy would surely regret it later. As Guin stepped out of the school, he scanned the surroundings and finally spotted their car, rushing over with two friends in tow. "Dad, why didn't you all come out to pick me up?" Warm was nestled behind her father, her delicate fingers tugging at a small piece of fabric on his suit, revealing a tuft of her fuzzy head as she eagerly gazed at Guin. The moment Guan spotted Warm and was about to call out to her, she swiftly darted back behind her father. Guan was utterly bewildered. Why was his sister hiding from him? "Hello, uncle," greeted the two mischievous companions who usually trailed behind Guan, now behaving obediently as they acknowledged Gu Linma. Gu Linma's voice carried a hint of authority. "Have your family come to pick you up?" Yes, uncle. We must be on our way." The children nodded vigorously, bidding farewell to the suddenly glum Gu and before departing. Once inside the car, Guan glared at Warm in frustration. "Brother," Warm called sweetly, but only after the other kids had left and the car door had closed. With an innocent gaze, she added, "But wasn't it you who said that my identity as your sister must remain a secret from your classmates?" Guan's expression twisted in discomfort. "Then, you shouldn't hide from me?" Warm innocently inquired, "But what if they see me and ask who I am? What should you say, brother?" Guan was once again at a loss for words, his face shifting through a spectrum of emotions as he struggled to retort, ultimately succumbing to his own sulking. Meanwhile, Gu father and Gu grandfather watched the scene unfold with amusement, relishing Guan's regretful and speechless demeanor. "Brother, what's wrong?" Nuan Nuan believed herself to be considerate and obedient, entirely unconcerned with the tangled emotions that Guan was experiencing at that moment. Hearing her sweetly call him brother, he awkwardly responded, If you truly wish to call me brother, then it would not be inappropriate to do so in front of my classmates." He lifted his chin slightly, striving to maintain an air of indifference. "I am not one to nitpick, though it does cause me a modicum of discomfort." Nuan Nuan blinked her large eyes at him, slowly replying, "Then perhaps it's best not to." Her little brow furrowed in contemplation. "It's perfectly fine for me to call you brother at home. It won't trouble you at all." Guan thought to himself, "You ought to have a thicker skin." The other adults in the car were nearly in fits of laughter at Guan's incredulous wide-eyed expression. Is this what one might call self-sabotage? Guan, blushing, felt exasperated, convinced that his sister was not particularly clever. "What I mean is, even if you call me brother outside, it would be fine." Ultimately, he shouted this heartfelt admission, his cheeks still aflame. How exhausting. Chapter 30. The contradictory Gu and Nuan Nuan gazed at her older brother with wide eyes, momentarily questioning whether she had misheard. "Brother?" Guan, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation, asked, "What? Am I to understand that you are displeased with my permission to call me brother in public?" The sweet, gentle girl quickly shook her head, her eyes suddenly sparkling with delight as she looked at him. "Is that so? Brother, are you not afraid that Nuan Nuan will embarrass you?" The young girl's voice was soft and laced with excitement, showing no trace of anger. Guan crossed his arms and huffed, "In school, I am the boss. My word is law. If they dare to look down on you, I shall deal with them." "Wow!" Nuan Nuan exclaimed enthusiastically, her admiration evident as she clapped her hands. "Brother, you are so impressive." Flattered by his sister's sweet praise and her adoring gaze, Guan felt a surge of pride. "Of course, I am the one in charge at school." Suddenly, a sharp slap landed on the back of his head from their father. Guan shielded his head, a look of indignation on his face. He was simply trying to show off, and even though it was their father, he felt a sense of grievance at being humiliated in front of his sister. With a calm, penetrating glance, Father Gu directed his attention towards Guan, who shrank back and muttered under his breath, "A wise man knows when to yield. Fortunes change over time. Just wait until I grow up." A single look from Father Gu silenced him. With a dismissive snort, Gu Linma affectionately ruffled his obedient daughter's fluffy hair. "Nuan Nuan, don't listen to your brother's nonsense. No one would ever disdain you." "Oh," the little one responded softly, her eyes brightening as she tilted her head, nuzzling against her father's palm, radiating sweetness. Guan glanced at his sister, who resembled a soft little kitten, and looked at his own hand, eager to pet her as well. Guan was infuriated. His father had become increasingly unreasonable. Nuan Nuan was still his sister. Why couldn't he just stroke her head? Upon arriving at the Gu family villa, the two pets remained stationed at the entrance. As the vehicle approached, the golden retriever wagged its tail and hurried over, while the elegant feline, Coal sauntered in a leisurely yet dignified manner, exuding an air of superiority. As Nuan Nuan disembarked, she was immediately greeted by the excited barks of the dog, yearning for affection. After affectionately rubbing the dog's broad face, Coal effortlessly leaped into Nuan Nuan's embrace, showcasing the advantages of its petite stature, while the golden retriever whimpered enviously at the sight. A gentle voice resonated, and Nuan Nuan's eyes sparkled as she gazed at her mother. Placing Coal atop the golden retriever's head, she dashed towards her mother, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "Mama," she called out sweetly, her small frame easily lifted by Gu Mama, who planted a tender kiss on her cheek. Today, Nuan Nuan appeared even more radiant. Blushing shyly, she clung to her mother's neck, mustering the courage to plant a kiss on her face in return. Gu Mama was equally enchanting. The mother and daughter shared an incredibly joyous and heartwarming moment. However, at that instant, an irksome voice intruded. Mom, have you completely forgotten about me, your clever son, in favor of your daughter? It seems that with the arrival of a daughter, my place in this family is swiftly diminishing. Guan fumed, feeling utterly overlooked as neither of the two women spared him a glance. Mother Gu held Nuan Nuan while watching her son, smiling as she asked, "Would you like your mother to give you a kiss too?" Guan immediately stepped back several paces, his cheeks flushed as he shouted, "I'm already so grown up. Who wants your kiss?" Mother Gu shot him an indignant glare and retorted, "Then what do you want?" Guan. He was just feeling a bit out of balance, so what? "Brother, come here for a moment." Nuan Nuan called out sweetly, her lovely eyes sparkling as she waved. Guan, hands in pockets, attempted to appear nonchalant, snorting dismissively. Who would go over with such a puppy gesture? Nuan Nuan gazed longingly at her brother, her voice dripping with sweetness, causing Guan's heart to flutter as he mused to himself that his sister must have been made of milk candy, her voice so delightful. Women are such a hassle. The brother, despite his verbal disdain, was entirely honest in his actions, feigning indifference as he walked over to Nuan Nuan. Mother Gu looked at her son, who was all talk but honest in his behavior, with disdain. "What are you doing?" Nuan Nuan looked down and gently pecked her brother's cheek. Nuan Nuan kissed brother, no more pouting. Guan felt dazed. Her voice, when she spoke in that adorable tone, carried a hint of milk fragrance. "Why are you kissing me?" In just 2 seconds, his fair complexion turned crimson, and covering the spot she had kissed. He retreated several steps, stuttering in his speech. Warmly gazing at him in a daze, she mistakenly believed that her brother did not enjoy her affectionate gestures, leaving her somewhat disheartened. With a gentle poke of her fingers, she timidly remarked, "If you don't like it, then I won't kiss you anymore. Grandpa and Mom and Dad all relish such displays of affection. It turns out that my brother does not appreciate them. Well, I guess not." Upon hearing her words, Guan felt a sudden flutter of anxiety, his gaze drifting as the realization struck him. This was all so unexpected. Gu Dad and Grandpa, unable to contain their amusement, erupted into hearty laughter. Even Gu Mom couldn't suppress a giggle. Guan, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation, wondered what was so funny. "Indeed, my charm is undeniable." By mealtime, Guan had regained his composure, resuming his usual haughty demeanor. He glanced at the seating arrangement at the table, noting that Warm was nestled next to Grandpa while Mom and Dad had gone to the kitchen, yet to join them. With a proud wiggle, he settled himself beside the young girl. "There are dishes here that I particularly enjoy," he insisted, fabricating a clumsy excuse to justify his choice. Grandpa Gu could hardly suppress an eye roll at his grandson's antics. Soon, Mom and Dad returned with several glasses of milk, placing them before everyone as they took their seats. "Brother, what do you like to eat?" she inquired. Guan casually pointed to a bowl of cola chicken wings. Warm, with her soft voice, responded with an enthusiastic "oh," as she picked up a wing and placed it into his bowl. "Brother, eat." Her crescent-shaped, glistening eyes gazed at him, akin to a gentle little angel who had descended into the mortal realm. Who could possibly bear to reject such a charming and tender being? Guan's eyes sparkled at the sight of the cola chicken wings in the bowl, his lips curving upwards uncontrollably. "It's not that I can't serve myself," he remarked, before inquiring, "What do you like to eat?" Warmly and obediently, Nuan Nuan replied, "I like everything. It all tastes wonderful." Guan couldn't help but feel her lack of decisiveness was rather exasperating. Despite voicing his thoughts, his actions betrayed him, as he generously added more dishes to Nuan Nuan's bowl. "In the spirit of reciprocity, I owe you nothing." Nuan Nuan nodded sweetly, her soft voice chiming, "Brother, you are truly kind." Chapter 31. Nuan Nuan's call with fourth brother. Upon hearing his little sister's endearing praise, a certain brother felt a surge of joy within, though he refrained from expressing it outwardly. Nearby, several adults rolled their eyes at the exchange. Yet, Nuan Nuan, ever considerate, did not forget about their grandfather and diligently served them as well, buzzing around like a delightful little bee. "Grandpa, do eat more, and Mom and Dad, you should eat too." As she served, her gentle voice carried a soft insistence, and the sparkle in her eyes revealed a significant departure from the shyness she had exhibited upon her arrival. This transformation brought immense joy to the Gu family. "Nuan Nuan, you should eat too." The little one nodded earnestly, clutching her bowl as she began to eat her rice with utmost seriousness. Anyone observing her devour her meal was enveloped by an inexplicable sense of happiness. After dinner, Nuan Nuan nestled beside her father, holding his phone as she dialed her fourth brother, Gu Mingli. "Brother Ming, your phone." Gu Mingli sprang to his feet, executing a breathtaking slam dunk with the basketball. His charismatic and wild demeanor elicited waves of ecstatic screams from the spectators, particularly the female students, highlighting his undeniable popularity within the school. "Who is it?" He casually scratched his ear with his pinky finger, adopting a rather languid gait. A slightly plump boy glanced at the screen, which displayed your uncle. Gu Mingli nearly stumbled, momentarily questioning his own hearing. "Who did you say?" Wu Kuang leaned in. "Your uncle." "Look." Gu Mingli approached and took the phone, confirming the identity displayed. How curious. Why was his uncle calling him out of the blue? Suddenly, he thought of that little rascal, Nuan Nuan, wondering if she missed him, murmuring to himself. He answered the call, expecting to hear his uncle's voice, only to be greeted by Nuan Nuan's soft, sweet tones. "Fourth brother." The endearing way she said brother made him almost taste the sweetness through the phone screen. Gu Mingli's lips curled into a smile, his eyebrows slightly raised. "I was wondering why my uncle would call me. Turns out it's you, little one." His tone was as flamboyant as ever. Yet his voice resonated with the pleasant timbre of youth. Hearing Gu Mingli's voice, Nuan Nuan giggled softly, her eyes sparkling with innocence and clarity. Nuan Nuan missed her fourth brother. Gu Mingli's mood evidently brightened. The pain was not in vain. "Why are you calling your brother?" he inquired. Their father mentioned the possibility of visiting fourth brother. "Can we?" came the cautious inquiry from the other end of the line, the sweet, innocent voice tinged with anticipation. Gu Mingli could easily envision the little one's eager and inquisitive expression, brimming with excitement. He chuckled, "Feel free to come. How could fourth brother possibly stop you?" Upon hearing that they could indeed visit, the warm voice instantly became more exuberant. "Then I will go with Dad to see fourth brother." Before she could finish, a piercing gaze filled with strong resentment caught her attention. Nuan Nuan blinked, locking eyes with Guan, who was almost glaring at her. "Nuan Nuan, you look so frightening." Tilting her little head thoughtfully, she softly asked, "Would you like to go with us, older brother?" Guan scoffed. "Who would want to go with you?" It was only now that he noticed her. Despite having served her so many dishes during dinner and even teaching her to recognize characters, how ungrateful. Nuan Nuan looked at him hopefully. "Are you really not going?" "You seem like you want to." Guan grumbled, knowing from past experience that he could not simply say he wouldn't go. Otherwise, this little girl would take it to heart. "Since you're so insistent, I suppose I will reluctantly accompany you." Nuan Nuan pressed her lips together, revealing a sweet and soft smile, her eyes sparkling. "Then Dad and brother will accompany Nuan Nuan together." After speaking, she turned to the other two individuals, her grandfather and mother, and inquired, "Are you two going?" Mother Gu shook her head, explaining that she had made plans with her sister-in-law for the evening. Grandfather Gu also declined, expressing that he had no interest in joining the school festivities. Nuan Nuan nodded in understanding and resumed her conversation with Gu Mingli on the phone. Nuan Nuan, accompanied by her father and older brother, was on her way to visit her fourth brother. Gu Mingli had overheard Nuan Nuan's earlier conversation and thought it best that Guan not attend. "All right, I shall await your arrival," he replied. "Nuan Nuan, I'll bring you dinner. My parents and I are making dumplings." Gu Mingli raised an eyebrow. "That sounds great. I shall rely on you for my dinner this evening." Nuan Nuan, with her sweet and melodious voice, assured him, "I want to let my fourth brother go hungry." Her cherubic tone was both clear and delightful, and Gu Mingli, perhaps unaware of the extent of his joy, smiled broadly, while his friends looked on in intrigue. Once the call ended, a large face leaned in close, asking, "Who is it? You look so joyous that your eyebrows nearly flew off your face." Gu Mingli's expression shifted from elation to annoyance as he pushed the face away. "Are you dating someone?" Another curious friend chimed in. Gu Mingli, with no hesitation, kicked him away, retorting, "Don't make wild guesses, it's my sister." The mere mention of his sister caused his earlier exuberance to resurface, revealing his delight. A handsome and aloof young man approached, extending a bottle of clean water to Gu Mingli. Upon hearing his words, he adjusted his glasses with a flick of his index finger. "Is this the sister you mentioned in the group chat that day?" Tang Lu, who had been playfully kicked, suddenly jumped forward, exclaiming, "Seriously? I thought you were just pulling our leg, Mingo." Gu Mingli tilted his head back to drink, his swift motion exuding a certain nonchalant yet domineering charm. Casting a sidelong glance at Tang Lu, he retorted, "Who is joking with you? My sister is named Gu Nuan Nuan. Such an adorable name. don't you think? Ugh. Tang Lu crossed his arms and rubbed them, teasing. How have you become so sentimental all of a sudden? Gu Mingli delivered a playful kick in response, asserting, I speak the truth. Not only is her name cute, but her voice is soft and sweet, and she is quite beautiful as well. His slightly proud demeanor seemed to be a self-commendation, leaving his three friends astonished. When had their typically brash brother ever praised anyone? While he often employed his sharp tongue to criticize, compliments were a rarity. Wu Kuang, who was slightly plump, scratched his head in confusion. Is she really that wonderful? I don't recall you having a sister. She is not my biological sister, but my uncle's daughter, Gu Mingli clarified. Tang Lu, looking exasperated, remarked, with that proud expression, I thought she was your real sister. Gu Mingli, visibly displeased, retorted, why can't she be considered my sister? My uncle's daughter is still part of my family. Chapter 32. Making dumplings. As a childhood friend of Gu Mingli, Lu Xingji was aware that his uncle's family also had no daughters. However, there was a girl from a collateral branch of the Gu family who aspired to be regarded as the daughter of the elder Gu, yet her wishes remained unfulfilled. He had witnessed that little girl, under her family's guidance, calling Gu Mingli brother, but at that moment, Gu Mingli had appeared quite impatient and did not acknowledge her. Thus, where did this sister truly come from? When they found themselves alone, he posed this question. Gu Mingli, with his head lowered, splashed water onto his face. His red hair dampened and falling softly over his forehead. You may not know this, but my uncle once had a daughter. When she was barely 2. She was abducted by a nanny in collusion with outsiders, and thereafter, she vanished without a trace. At that time, my uncle's family was engulfed in sorrow, and our family chose to remain tight-lipped about it, so very few are aware of this incident. Lu Xingji gazed at him in astonishment, realizing this meant they had found her. Gu Mingli nodded with a smile, casually pushing his hair back, revealing a smooth and striking forehead, which made him appear even more sharp and wild. He rambled on excitedly, his tone laced with a sense of pride. Lu Xingji, observing such an exuberant demeanor from his typically reserved and fierce friend, couldn't help but twitch his lips in skepticism, wondering if he had been swapped at birth. This childhood companion, who usually spoke little and was often brusque, typically uttered harsh phrases like get lost or looking for death. When had he ever seen him so loquacious, let alone praising someone? Lu Xingji adjusted his glasses. Finding it rather astonishing, he felt a surge of curiosity regarding the sister mentioned by his good friend. A Jew let out a dainty little sneeze, gently moistening her small nose. Is someone speaking of our little Nuan Nuan again? A tender voice from behind echoed, and unlike the responses from her father and grandfather, Gu's mother teased Nuan Nuan playfully. The soft, fluffy little girl tilted her head, pondering for a moment before concluding it was indeed her fourth brother thinking of her. After voicing her thought, she nodded, convinced of her correctness. As Gu's father entered, he couldn't help but chuckle at Nuan Nuan's adorable demeanor. She was undeniably his daughter, radiating cuteness. Gu's mother laughed as well, placing a bowl filled with flour onto the countertop. Nuan Nuan, with her small hands gripping the edge of the counter, tiptoed to peer inside. I'll knead the dough, and your mother will roll the wrappers. How about you and your brother make dumplings together? Indeed, they had planned to prepare dumplings as a family that evening. At the doorway, Guan scoffed. Who said I wanted to make dumplings? Gu's father shot him a sideways glance. What? Are you worried you won't do it well? Well, I'm more concerned about you wasting the wrappers your mother painstakingly rolled out. Guan retorted defiantly. Who says I can't do it? Is this little task too challenging for me? Besides, we have someone even smaller here. Little Nuan Nuan, with her serious little face, added, Nuan Nuan can learn. Guan, undeterred, declared, of course, I can do it. Let's just get on with it. With an air of indignation, he strode towards Nuan Nuan, casting a merciless sneer at the petite girl who stood significantly shorter than him. How can you possibly make dumplings when you're not even as tall as this countertop? He mocked, and as if the derision were not enough, he playfully jabbed his finger at Nuan Nuan's forehead, nearly toppling her as she stood precariously on her toes. Suddenly, a firm slap resounded against the back of his head, courtesy of their father. Guan. Nuan Nuan covered her forehead, her tearful eyes glaring at her brother. Go fetch your sister a small stool, commanded their father. Guan huffed, attempting to project an intimidating demeanor while engaging in the most cowardly act of obediently retrieving a stool. Nuan Nuan's face brightened with a smile, completely unfazed by her brother's earlier antics, exhibiting an admirable lack of grudges. Thank you, brother. Guan, with a fierce expression on his face, noticed his father's hand poised to deliver another slap and swiftly darted behind his sister. Dad, if you keep this up, You'll be the one responsible for taking care of me in the future. Their father shot him a disapproving glare, exclaiming, "What a failure." Guan pouted, well aware that his sister was the family's treasure. He observed how their father was stern with him, yet treated his sister with an almost tender affection. Thus seeking refuge behind her felt like the safest option. "Can you manage it yourself? Do you need my help, little lord?" He taunted, his demeanor annoyingly pretentious. Gu Lin Mo found himself exasperated with his foolish son. "Whom are you addressing as little lord?" Guan merely shrugged. "It's just a casual term I use outside." "It sounds quite impressive." Nuan Nuan was not so lacking in height that she couldn't reach, yet before she could even lift her foot, she was lifted by Father Gu onto the stool. Nuan Nuan. Did she truly appear that short? The kitchen was abuzz with activity. Grandfather Gu entertained the dog in the living room, his spirits lifted by the sounds emanating from the kitchen. This grand villa was certainly more lively than before. Father Gu possessed considerable strength, kneading the dough while Mother Gu prepared the meat filling beside him. The two children watched with wide, curious eyes. Mother Gu, with a smile, engaged them in conversation. "Although I don't often cook, I actually studied culinary arts extensively. I can prepare a variety of simple dishes and desserts. I was the top of my class." "Mom, you're amazing," Nuan Nuan exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with genuine admiration. When she complimented someone, her gaze radiated adoration. And her soft, melodic voice was utterly sincere, bringing immense satisfaction to the one being praised. Mother Gu's smile deepened. Indeed. Her daughter was the epitome of a caring little companion. As they wrapped dumplings, Mother Gu stood in the center, instructing the others, while the three participants, apart from her, were novices. With the same teaching method, she finally grasped the teacher's helplessness, as her three students exhibited varying levels of skill. Perhaps due to her prior experience in the kitchen and having observed others making dumplings, Nuan Nuan, with her nimble fingers, quickly caught on. After wrapping 3 dumplings, she had already mastered the technique quite well. As for the other 2, Gu Mama could only describe them with a single idiom: "You cannot carve rotten wood." Guan's first dumpling resembled a glutinous rice ball, the second transformed into a rather unattractive bun with 3 unsightly folds, and the third emerged as an ambiguous square-shaped creation. As for the fourth, Gu Papa, holding the delicate dumpling skin in his large hands, furrowed his brow in concentration. However, he had overstuffed the filling, resulting in a clumsy attempt that left the dumpling's opening gaping wide, neither resembling a bun nor a dumpling. The second dumpling did manage to close, yet the bottom split open, causing the filling to spill out once again. The third one. In short, none of them possessed a satisfactory shape or completeness. Chapter 33. Delivering dinner to fourth brother. Though the process was somewhat arduous, at least they had managed to produce some dumplings. Among them, Gu Mama and Nuan Nuan's dumplings turned out to be the most aesthetically pleasing, plump and beautifully shaped, arranged neatly together, a veritable delight for those with a penchant for order. This stood in stark contrast to the haphazardly piled assortment of misshapen dumplings in the adjacent basket. "Well, you too can enjoy these dumplings. Let us first boil some for Mingli to take over." Nuan Nuan, ever enthusiastic, trailed closely behind her mother, watching eagerly as she cooked the dumplings. The sight of her own plump creations entering the pot brought her immense joy. Meanwhile, the father and son duo exchanged glances filled with mutual disdain as they beheld their own handiwork. "Dad, yours are even uglier than mine." Gu Papa frowned and retorted, clearly, "Yours are far worse. It is merely a case of the 50 steps mocking the 100. After the dumplings were cooked, Nuan Nuan embraced the insulated box and joined her father and brother as they made their way to the car. The little girl bid farewell in a soft, endearing manner, bringing smiles of joy to both of them. At the prestigious Nanxing High School, following the evening study session, many students flocked to the cafeteria for dinner. Gu Mingli glanced at his phone. The absence of any incoming calls left him feeling somewhat agitated. Could it be that the little one had forgotten? He opened his uncle's contact information, his thumb hovering hesitantly above the screen, ultimately choosing not to press it. He felt a twinge of apprehension towards his uncle. It would be exceedingly awkward if his uncle answered the call. "I hope you haven't forgotten what you promised," Gu Mingli murmured to himself. "Brother, are you going for dinner? Shall we go together?" Tang Lu called out as he sprinted up from behind, giving Gu Mingli a light pat on the shoulder. Gu Mingli, with his hands stuffed in his pockets, wore a somewhat indifferent expression, his brows knitted together in a fierce demeanor. "Why not? Don't you usually go for dinner?" he replied, striding away with long, confident steps. The tall and slender youth moved with agility, effortlessly sliding down the stairwell railing, his spirited expression illuminated in the night. his vibrant red hair radiating with an unmistakable audacity. Only Gu Mingli, with his wild and handsome visage, could carry such a striking mane, making him appear as though he had stepped straight out of a comic book. Tang Lu watched Gu Mingli's lively departure, scratching his head in bewilderment. "What is up with Mingo?" Lu Xingji approached at a leisurely pace from behind, exuding a cool demeanor imbued with a scholarly air that seemed incongruous with the small group around him. To the casual observer, he appeared to be the quintessential academic. Yet only those familiar with him understood that in a brawl, he was more than a match for Gu Mingli. His sister would bring him dinner in the evening, rendering the cafeteria a mere afterthought. Lu Xingji spoke in a calm tone. "What?" exclaimed Tang Lu and He Kuang, their faces painted with disbelief at the revelation that his sister delivered dinner. Without further ado, Lu Xingji made his way onward. The other two, indifferent to the prospect of dining at the cafeteria, hastily followed in pursuit of Gu Mingli. Tang Lu lamented, "Mingli, why didn't you mention this sooner? When will our sister arrive? What will she bring to eat?" Gu Mingli kicked him aside, exclaiming, "Get lost. Who's your sister? She is not for you." Gu Mingli. Previously, this seemed inconsequential, but now quickly tidy up your shared space. I don't want my sister exposed to your filth. His sister, so delicate and gentle, would surely be frightened by the lingering odor of feet that pervaded their dormitory. Upon realizing that a little girl was coming, the two of them instinctively set about cleaning up. As they busied themselves with the tidying, a luxury car came to a halt at the entrance of their school, and a young girl stepped out as the door swung open. Warm little legs clad in white tights, adorned with a pair of charming bunny slippers, and dressed in a delicate pale pink dress, the young girl exuded an aura of innocence with her fluffy bob and increasingly fair features, complemented by her bright, spirited eyes. She appeared sweet, soft, and blissfully naive. "Daddy, let us go," she said. After alighting from the vehicle, the tender-hearted girl did not wander off. Instead, she turned and stretched out her little arms to embrace the dinner prepared for her fourth brother. "Come on, follow me," her father encouraged, nodding her head obediently. She clutched the thermal container and trotted alongside him, her curious gaze occasionally widening as she took in the sight of the school her brother attended. "It's so big." The enchanting girl's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder as she stepped into the school, utterly astonished by its grandeur. "Is this what schools in big cities look like?" Guan, walking beside her, scoffed dismissively. "Our school is quite large too. Soon it will be your school as well." With a gentle smile illuminating her face, Nana replied, "Will my brother also come here to study?" "Yes, indeed," Guan affirmed. Nana's smile widened, revealing her pearly white teeth. "Then this will also be a school for both my brother and me, won't it?" Guan pondered. The admission scores for this school seem quite high. "But as your brother, I must ensure you hold your head high." "Yes, but you must study diligently." Warmly nodded, expressing her determination to study diligently. "Brother, you must also strive to learn. If I encounter difficulties, could you please assist me?" She blinked her large, innocent eyes at Guan, brimming with confidence, declared, "With my intelligence, there is nothing I cannot master. If you plead with me, I might reluctantly acquiesce." However, he soon caught a disdainful glance from Gu father, who seemed to think, "With your dismal grades, how dare you speak so boldly?" Upon arriving at the dormitory building of Gu Mingli and the others, they noticed a considerable number of onlookers had already spotted them. Many gazes were drawn to the lovely and charming young girl, who was laboriously climbing the stairs while carrying an oversized thermal container, prompting several bystanders to feel compelled to offer assistance. "Warm, let your father carry that," Gu father suggested. Warm shook her head, insisting, "I'm not tired at all." She still possessed some strength, having often worked back in Xiaoxi village. Despite her short legs, she did not feel particularly fatigued from the climb. However, there was a certain type of exhaustion that only a father could perceive, leading Gu father to lift both Warm and the container into his arms. Chapter 34. The roommates of Brother C. As their perspective shifted upward, Warm let out a soft, surprised exclamation. Realizing that many people were observing her, she felt her cheeks flush with shyness. With her long, curled eyelashes fluttering, she quickly buried her face in her father's shoulder. Gu Linma could only hear the tiny voice from his shoulder saying, "Daddy, let us hurry along." Gu Linma's lips curled into a smile as he effortlessly strode away with the child in tow. "Guan, wait for me." After their departure, the students in the corridor erupted into animated discussions. Was that the little sister of someone? How adorable, waddling along with a thermos like a little penguin. Who is she delivering dinner to? How fortunate that person must be. Why do I only have a pesky little brother who constantly opposes me? In Nanchang's prestigious academy, it is not unusual for students to receive meals from home. Some spoiled young masters and misses, disliking the cafeteria food, would have their families send meals directly. However, it is predominantly the nannies who deliver these meals, and it is rare to see family members doing so. Such a delightful little creature. How blissful indeed. Not long after Gu Mingli had tidied up, the doorbell of their dormitory rang. Gu Mingli sprang from his bed and hurried to the door. As a soft, sweet voice called out, "Fourth brother," it was simply adorable beyond measure. Without even seeing her, the other three in the dormitory could already envision the charmingly cute little darling behind the door. Tang Lu and Wu Kuang nearly jostled each other in their eagerness to reach the entrance, but upon seeing Gu Linma, they instantly became more subdued. "Fourth brother, these dumplings were made by Nuan Nuan and Mom. They're still warm. Please eat them quickly." Standing at the door, the delightful little Nuan Nuan smiled sweetly, her enchanting eyes curving into shimmering crescent moons. Her delicate, porcelain-like hands raised a thermos high, presenting it to Gu Mingli. Her soft and tender voice seemed to be playfully coaxing him, and as Gu Mingli accepted the thermos, a smile blossomed on his lips, visibly brightening his demeanor. "I thought you had forgotten," he remarked. Nuan Nuan pressed her lips together in a playful smile, revealing two charming dimples on her cheeks. Her soft hair made her resemble a fluffy little pet, eagerly awaiting a gentle pat on the head. Gu Mingli could not resist the temptation to affectionately ruffle her fuzzy head, though this time his touch was far gentler than during their first encounter, when he nearly toppled her over with his exuberance. Nuan Nuan, like a little kitten, tilted her head and nuzzled against his palm, her softness radiating obedience and charm. Guan felt an inexplicable unease in his heart. His sister had never allowed him such liberties, nor had she ever rubbed against him in such a manner. After all, he was her elder brother. "Uncle, you're here too," Gu Mingli said, satisfied, casting a sidelong glance at the little creature beside him who seemed on the verge of transformation into a pufferfish out of frustration. He could not fathom what had stirred such a frenzy within her. "I cannot trust Nuan Nuan to come alone," he added. Gu Linma had entirely succumbed to being a devoted father figure. "Hello, uncle," the three young boys approached, greeting him with polite and obedient manners. Despite Gu Linma's elegant demeanor, he exuded an undeniable aura of authority that instilled a sense of pressure, compelling them to behave submissively in his presence. Did they not notice how even Minggu had adopted such a compliant attitude? Warmly gazing at the three young men behind her fourth brother, Nuan Nuan finally caught sight of the sister that Gu Mingli had been incessantly mentioning over the past few days. She truly appeared exceptionally gentle, soft, and irresistibly adorable, resembling a real-life BJD doll. The mere sight of this living doll left them envious. They regarded Gu Mingli with admiration, having initially thought he was merely exaggerating his affection for his sister. Tang Lu flashed a brilliant smile, revealing his healthy, white teeth, and called out to Nuan Nuan, "Sister." Gu Mingli swiftly elbowed him, questioning, "Who are you calling sister?" Tang Lu, however, felt he was being a tad too petty. Lu Xingji politely gestured for everyone to enter, saying, "Uncles, please come in and have a seat." Standing at the door isn't ideal. Gu Linma shook his head. "I shall not enter. I have a call from my assistant that requires my attention. I will wait outside the school and bring Nuan Nuan and Guan over once they finish." His last statement was directed at Gu Mingli, as Gu Linma sensed the children might feel a bit uncomfortable with him around, so he decided not to intrude. Gu Mingli nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, uncle." Nuan Nuan tugged at her father's hand, pointing her small face and sweetly saying, "Daddy, Nuan Nuan will find you soon." Gu Linma, with a gentle expression, ruffled her hair, replying, "Good." With reluctant eyes, Nuan Nuan watched her father depart, her wistful gaze nearly compelling Gu Linma to stay. Ultimately, it was Gu Mingli who scooped her up and dashed towards the dormitory, bringing the matter to a close. The adorable little Nuan Nuan was effortlessly lifted by her older brother, showing no signs of resistance. As she was gently placed onto the azure bed, her soft hair quivered slightly, and she appeared adorably dazed, an enchanting sight that was simply irresistible. "Ah, so this is how charming my sister truly is," Tang Lu exclaimed with excitement, rushing forward to embrace Nuan Nuan. "Get back. Do not approach her." Two furious voices echoed, and he found himself yanked by the collar, held at a mere 2 centimeters away from Nuan Nuan, unable to inch closer. Meanwhile, the sweet and soft Nuan Nuan was cradled by Guan, her eyes glaring angrily at Tang Lu. "She is my sister. You are not allowed to hug her." Tang Lu protested, but I am a close friend of Minggu. His sister is undoubtedly my sister too. How can I not hug my adorable sister? Gu Mingli glared at him in exasperation. Who is your sister? Do you even realize your own weight? Nuan Nuan is so small and delicate. What if you accidentally hurt her? Nuan Nuan blinked, wishing to assert that she was not so fragile. Tang Lu, in a flurry of noise, retorted, Brother, you truly underestimate me. Am I really such a reckless person? It's just a hug. I promise I won't hurt our sister, right, Nuan Nuan? As he spoke, he made silly faces at her. With a giggle, Nuan Nuan couldn't help but laugh, her bright eyes sparkling beautifully. Yet, she quickly covered her mouth with her little hand, though her eyes remained joyfully crinkled. The smile was so endearing that the several big boys in the dormitory felt their hearts soften. How could there be such a sweet and adorable little angel in the world? Warm, I am your brother Tang Lu. Could you call me that? Tang Lu, with a boldness that flirted with the risk of being scolded by Gu Mingli, leaned in front of Warm, eager to hear her call him brother. He had previously heard her soft and sweet voice when she called Gu Mingli fourth brother, and it was simply delightful. If he had a sister with such a melodious voice, he would set her voice as his ringtone. Warm's big, expressive eyes sparkled with joy as she called out softly, Brother Tang Lu. Tang Lu dramatically clutched his heart, utterly satisfied. Under Gu Mingli's fierce gaze, Wu Kuang also leaned in eagerly. I am your brother Wu Kuang. Warm, ever fair, replied with a sweet and soft hello, Brother Wu Kuang. Wu Kuang, bursting with excitement, exclaimed, Sister, tell me what you like, and I will buy it for you immediately. Hearing Warm call him brother in her precious voice truly ignited an overwhelming desire to present her with the finest treasures in the world. Chapter 35, Goodbye. Fourth brother. After Warm had called out to the two, her gaze settled on the last person, Lu Xingji. With a slight smile, Lu Xingji reflected her obedient gaze in his glasses. I am Lu Xingji. Warm blinked, then sweetly responded, Hello, Brother Lu. Lu Xingji maintained a demeanor of calmness, yet unexpectedly reached out to ruffle the little one's head, causing the softness in his gaze to emerge. Gu Mingli, Tang Lu, and Wu Kuang. None could have anticipated his sudden display of affection. Tang Lu, in a flurry, attempted to pet the warm, fluffy head, only to be unceremoniously kicked aside by the scowling Gu Mingli, whose fierce glare shot towards Lu Xingji like a dagger. A moment of carelessness. Lu Xingji raised an eyebrow slightly, gave the small one's head another gentle rub, and then composedly withdrew. Gu Mingli felt it necessary to schedule some time for a friendly spar with his good brother. Brother, Dumplings, the little one looked longingly at the insulated container, knowing that dumplings would lose their allure if left too long. Gu Mingli, understanding her plight, affectionately patted her little head. Wow, how fragrant! Upon opening the container, a delightful aroma of dumplings wafted through the air, making Tang Lu and Wu Kuang's mouths water. The gluttonous Wu Kuang, unabashed, leaned in and implored, Brother, there is so much here, you can't possibly finish it all. Share some with me? Gu Mingli promptly kicked them away, exclaiming, Get lost. He then turned, his expression transforming completely, as he spoke to the little one with a gentler tone, his lips curling into a smile, his double standards glaringly apparent. Have you eaten? Nuan Nuan? Would you like to share some dumplings with your fourth brother? Nuan Nuan shook her head, her small tufts of hair swaying slightly, as she patted her soft little belly, explaining, Nuan Nuan and the little brother only brought these for fourth brother after eating. Gu Mingli's gaze followed her delicate little hand to her belly, and he extended his slender fingers to poke at it. Warm quickly covered her belly, shifting her little body to the side to avoid further prodding. The mischievous brother, reveling in his success, erupted into laughter, his youthful exuberance radiating vividly. Naturally, his somewhat mischievous nature seemed unsatisfied with merely poking Warm's soft belly. His long fingers adeptly pinched her exquisitely soft cheeks, squeezing them twice for good measure. Suddenly pinched, Warm's eyes glistened, her little mouth pouting adorably, while her tiny hands clutched at the wrist of her fourth brother, attempting to struggle, yet unable to escape. However, the fourth brother controlled his strength so gently that it did not hurt her at all. Warm only struggled a couple of times before resigning herself to her fate, appearing exceedingly obedient. Meanwhile, Guan, observing the scene, was infuriated, charging at Gu Mingli with an outstretched hand, demanding he release her. Gu Mingli scoffed dismissively, effortlessly subduing him with a single hand, showcasing his absolute strength. With a haughty sneer, he declared, Is that all you've got? I've waited for decades. You will forever remain my underling. Guan retorted, Damn you, I'll be waiting. Warm, with her cheeks pinched, called out to her fourth brother in a pitiful and indistinct voice, sounding as soft and sweet as a glutinous rice dumpling, utterly delightful to hear. At last, he reluctantly released his fingers, saying, "Good girl, now come have another dumpling. Let's add a bit more meat." The sensation on his fingers still expressed disdain for the lack of flesh on her face. When would she ever gain weight? He delicately held a translucent, plump dumpling to the little girl's lips. Nuan Nuan patted her small belly, seemingly capable of accommodating another. She hesitated for a moment, her cheeks flushed, her bright, glistening eyes gazing at her fourth brother with a soft, tender tone. "I can only eat one. Oh, I can't manage more." Her voice was gentle and faint, akin to a child's playful whine. Gu Mingli nodded, a hint of amusement flickering in his typically indifferent, wild gaze. He was merely curious about the sensation of personally feeding this little creature. Ah! Nuan Nuan opened her tiny mouth, and with a nimble movement, her brother's chopsticks created a small bite in the plump dumpling. Her cheeks puffed up as she chewed earnestly, her eyes sparkling like a little flower dormouse diligently stuffing its cheeks with food, a charmingly innocent little creature. The boys present were utterly enchanted by the sight of Nuan Nuan eating, their hearts quivering with delight, while a few of them wished to push Gu Mingli aside to feed the little one themselves. Continue eating. Gu Mingli, having set aside his own meal, devoted his attention to feeding the adorable little creature until Nuan Nuan had finished the entire dumpling in small, careful bites. Just as he was about to offer her more, the little girl shook her head in refusal, covering her small belly as she let out a tiny, satisfied burp. Nuan Nuan, can't eat anymore. Her pitiful, sweet voice rendered her request irresistible to anyone present. Gu Mingli could only cast a regretful glance at the warmth of Nuan Nuan's little belly, contemplating that she should save some for her fourth brother when she visits tomorrow. Is Nuan Nuan really coming again tomorrow? Guan won't be here. Of course, Gu Mingli. The contrasting voices of the two brothers met in a shared gaze. Gu Mingli chuckled. "Ha, foolish thing, daring to challenge him." Guan retorted, "That big-faced fellow only dreams of sweet pleasures." As for whether Nuan Nuan would come, it ultimately depended on Father Gu. Even if she wished to come, she might not be able to. The dumplings she brought were plentiful, and despite his reluctance, Gu Mingli begrudgingly distributed some to his brothers. Wu Kuang, a food enthusiast, naturally insisted on receiving a larger share. "Nuan Nuan, do come again next time." The little one poked her fluffy head out of the car window, her sparkling eyes gazing at them. Nuan Nuan remembers. Tang Lu, with reluctance, reminded her to think of brother Tang Lu. Wu Kuang pointed to himself, indicating and me. Although Lu Xingji remained silent, his gaze fixed on Nuan Nuan conveyed his sentiments emphatically. Unfortunately, the 5-year-old little one was oblivious to such unspoken communication. Yet, she remained as endearing and gentle as a little cotton-padded jacket. Nuan Nuan would certainly think of brother Tang Lu, brother Wu Kuang, and brother Lu. As for Gu Mingli, he gritted his teeth in frustration. Nuan Nuan, with her crescent-shaped smile, illuminated her dark eyes, which sparkled like stars, captivatingly radiant. The little one called out softly, "Fourth brother, come here a little closer. Nuan Nuan has something to say to you." Gu Mingli promptly cast aside the slight twinge of jealousy that had crept into his heart and strolled over. "What? Do you have a secret to share?" He bent down, and the lovely little girl poked her head out of the car window, puckering her small lips to plant a gentle, milk-scented kiss on his handsome face. "Goodbye, fourth brother. Nuan Nuan will miss you." Gu Mingli stood frozen for 3 seconds, touching the spot where Nuan Nuan had kissed him, his sharp phoenix eyes suddenly sparkling with life. Chapter 36. The sudden sense of responsibility in Gu and after the Gu family's car departed from the prestigious academy in South City. The little girl seemed to hear an annoyed huff emanating from beside her. Nuan Nuan. She twisted her small head to glance at her older brother, only to find him crossing his arms, slightly lifting his chin as he turned his head away. Had she misheard? Humph. This time, the sound was even more pronounced. Guan shot a glance at Nuan Nuan, deliberately huffing again before turning his head. Nuan Nuan's little eyes were filled with confusion. "Brother, what's wrong?" "Guan is fine." Nuan Nuan blinked at him, softly responding with an "oh," and fell silent. "Guan, may I ask, have you gained a bit of weight?" "Humph." Nuan Nuan. Her older brother appeared to be feeling under the weather. "I ask you, whose little sister are you, after all?" The younger sister, appearing somewhat dim-witted, should not be expected to comprehend matters on her own. With her warm little hand gently shaking his, she sweetly declared, "Brother, she is your sister." Guan retorted, You are better to Gu Mingli than I am. Warmly, she corrected him with utmost sincerity that his fourth brother, Worm's fourth brother, and also little brother's fourth brother. How can a brother always be at odds with his own younger sibling? But he is indeed our fourth brother. If you don't believe me, you can ask father. Guan was momentarily speechless, reluctantly conceding, but soon realized that the conversation had veered off course. He immediately placed his hands on his hips, adopting a fierce expression. Wasn't I discussing this issue? Are you foolish? In school, you will rely on me for protection. Worm looked at him with innocent eyes. Brother, you are so impressive? Guan. After a lengthy commotion, Worm finally grasped a hint of the situation. Her elder brother spoke with a tinge of jealousy, as if, Brother, are you feeling jealous? Worm's straightforward query made Guan's cheeks flush with embarrassment as he vehemently denied. How could that be? Jealousy? What is that? I could never feel jealous. Lower your voice. Don't frighten your sister. And who are you calling young master? Came the frosty voice of Father Gu. Guan instinctively recoiled. Recalling that a true gentleman can bend and stretch, he chose not to retort. In any case, I could never feel jealous. Worm obediently nodded. I understand. Brother is not jealous. Guan let out a huff and fell silent. In the night, a black Maybach made its way to the Gu family villa, accompanied by a chorus of barking dogs, which momentarily enlivened the otherwise desolate villa. Unfortunately, Gu Mingli's hopes were dashed for the following day. Gu Mama took the little one to a theme park and water park for a day of joyous revelry. The warmth of the day undoubtedly filled the child with excitement. But once that excitement waned, the little one fell into a deep slumber. Even Guan, returning from school, was oblivious to the happenings as he rushed out, only to find his father, and after a moment of disappointment, he became irate. With an adorable yet sulky expression, he tossed his backpack onto the car and sulked in silence once seated. Yet, he uttered not a word, as if to declare his indifference to his father's presence. Gu Linma diverted his gaze from the tablet, observing his son, whose emotions were written all over his face, perplexed for a moment. Aren't you curious why Nuan Nuan didn't he come to pick you up today? He mused. The child was stubborn with his words, yet his fury betrayed a deeper concern. Ultimately, Gu Linma chose to let his son brood in solitude. Upon returning home, Guan scanned his surroundings, but alas, he still did not catch sight of that petite figure. He feigned indifference as he inquired of his grandfather, why wasn't he that little girl with you today? Grandfather Gu shot him an admonishing glance. That little girl is your sister. At this, Guan's internal conflict began to dissipate somewhat, and he muttered to himself as he ascended the stairs. Why didn't he mother wait until the holiday to go out and play? After reaching the upper floor, Guan discarded his backpack and dashed out once more, quietly tiptoeing into Nuan Nuan's room. In a spacious, brightly lit room adorned with a warm ambience, a soft, large bed cradles a small figure nestled in slumber. The little one, warm and cozy, lies on her side, gently embracing a rabbit plush toy, with half of her cherubic face buried beneath the covers. Only a small tuft of her fuzzy head peeks out from the pillow, her fluffy black hair cascading down in a manner that echoes the innocence of childhood. With each long, even breath, the little bundle under the quilt rises and falls rhythmically. With utmost care, Guan tiptoes over to retrieve the rabbit toy, fully revealing the sleeping visage of the child. Two soft, delicate hands rest beside her head, the 10 slender fingers slightly curled, lacking any noticeable fleshiness. The fingertips and palms bear faint traces of tiny wounds and calluses. In this moment, the rosy-cheeked child appears just as gentle and docile in her dreams as when awake, resembling a harmless little creature. As the slumbering childess eyes remain closed, her curled, fluttering eyelashes resemble exquisite little fans. Under the gentle glow of the light, these delicate lashes cast a small shadow beneath her eyelids, accentuating her finely chiseled features and tranquil demeanor, which evoke the image of a meticulously crafted doll. Indeed, no matter how one gazes upon her, she exudes an air of vulnerability that simultaneously ignites a protective instinct within one's heart. Guan delicately places her finger against the little one's softly curled fingers, gently teasing the palm. As her fingertip grazes the calluses and those minuscule wounds, an unfamiliar pang of tenderness wells up in her eyes, a silent testament to the affection she harbors for her fragile sister. When his sister went missing, he was still young. He could not recall whether he felt sorrow at that time, as childhood memories are often ephemeral. Thus, during the 3 long years of searching for Nuan Nuan, time may have dulled many emotions, leaving his recollection of her visage rather vague. lacking in the warmth of familial affection. However, now, upon witnessing the wounds exposed on his little sister's delicate hands, Guan felt an unprecedented hatred towards anyone involved in her abduction. Brother. Nuan Nuan's fingers curled tightly, slowly grasping Guan's fingers. Her eyes fluttered open slightly, and in her haze, she recognized the figure standing at the foot of her bed. Even before her consciousness fully awakened, she softly murmured brother, with a tender lilt. This utterance ignited an inexplicable sense of responsibility within Guan. Never before had he perceived himself as an adult in such a manner. He yearned to shelter this fragile sister beneath his protective wings, determined to shield her from any harm. Chapter 37. The big brother is coming back. Nuan Nuan gripped Guan's fingers, her eyes slowly fluttering open. The little girl, just roused from slumber, had tousled hair, and her eyes, misty and dazed, bore a particularly adorable and vulnerable expression. Guan, mimicking Gu Mingli's affectionate gesture, pinched her cheeks. Despite their lack of plumpness, they felt tender and soft to the touch. It was no wonder that the fellow had always enjoyed pinching Nuan Nuan's cheeks. Brother, what time is it? Even as her face was pinched, the little girl, obedient as ever, gradually awakened, her large, watery eyes blinking inquisitively. Guan glanced at the electronic watch on his wrist. It was nearly 6 o'clock, time to rise for breakfast. Nuan Nuan let out a tiny yawn, her fluffy little head bobbing as she became aware. Shortly thereafter, she sluggishly crawled out of bed, her bare feet padding softly as she began to tidy up the covers. In a matter of moments, and under Guan's astonished gaze, she neatly folded the slightly disheveled bedding. Guan couldn't help but compare it to the chaotic state of his own bed, realizing why his parents often regarded him with disdain. Nuan Nuan clapped her hands, laboriously climbing down from the bed and slipping on her fuzzy slippers before eagerly taking Guan's hand. "Let us go, brother," she said, her small, soft hand grasping his. Despite her seemingly frail appearance, there was a surprising softness to her touch. A smile crept onto Guan's lips as he subtly tightened his grip on her little hand and ambled forward. Really, children can be quite the handful. He had to lead her downstairs. Only his sister could receive such special treatment. As he walked with a buoyant spirit, his mind was a flurry of thoughts. Had Nuan Nuan just woken up? Upon seeing her, Mother Gu hurried over and scooped her up, planting a kiss on her cherubic face. "Did you sleep well?" she asked. The little girl, all softness, nodded affirmatively, assuring her mother that she had indeed rested well, and then bestowed a kiss upon her mother's cheek. Guan Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. Why hadn't his sister given him a kiss upon waking? Dinner was prepared, and the family indulged in a hearty meal, accompanied by their cat and dog, which led to a delightful family stroll. His heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and anxiety. Would his elder brother take a liking to her? Gu Linma nodded, indicating the morning flight. "Will you and Dad go?" Gu Mother gently ruffled her little head. "I won't be going, but your father will accompany you," with a familiar presence by her side. Nuan Nuan yearned to greet her elder brother. Thus, she nodded earnestly. Yes, Nuan Nuan will go to meet her elder brother. Guan's mind raced. Perhaps he could take a day off to accompany his sister. Absolutely not. The three adults in the household chimed in unison, swiftly quashing Guan's hopes of skipping school. He pouted, "Fine, I won't go then." Nuan Nuan cradled a lump of coal, her fingers gliding from its head to its tail, the dense, soft fur of the cat a veritable balm for the soul, soothing her spirits immensely. Tomorrow, she would finally meet her elder brother, having only seen him in photographs. He appeared rather aloof, seemingly reticent, and she pondered how she might convey her affection to him. What if he did not like her? Lost in these thoughts, Nuan Nuan tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest. Was she troubled by the prospect of meeting her elder brother the next day? Gentle words from Mother Gu resonated from above, as a hand comfortingly caressed her petite back. The little girl, feeling a twinge of shyness, peeked out from beneath the covers. Revealing half of her fuzzy head, she tilted her delicate face upward within her mother's embrace, her clear, innocent eyes gazing at her. "Mother, did I disturb you?" Her soft voice betrayed a hint of guilt. Though her movements had been minuscule, in the stillness of the night, even the slightest actions seemed magnified. "What are you pondering?" Mother Gu's voice, laced with warmth, reached her ears as she gently pinched the bridge of her petite nose with 2 fingers. "I suspect you are contemplating your elder brother." The rosy-cheeked girl buried her face against her mother's side, remaining silent. With a chuckle, Mother Gu inquired, "Are you worried that your brother might not like you?" The bashful little one nodded slightly, resembling a timid kitten as she emitted a soft, affirmative sound. Mother Goose stroked her hair, reassuring her, rest assured. Your elder brother will surely adore you. However, I fear he and your father might quarrel over you. Little Nuan Nuan found it hard to fathom such a scenario. How could her father and brother possibly fight over her? After all, she was the cherished treasure of the family. Why do you lack such confidence? Mother Goose mused, tenderly caressing Nuan Nuan's small face. If you had been nurtured by them since childhood, such insecurities would never have arisen. The little one nestled her head against her mother's embrace, keenly sensing her mother's sorrow. In her wisdom, she chose not to broach the subject, wishing to spare her mother further heartache. Should she prepare a gift for her elder brother? That decision lay entirely in her hands. With a gentle affirmative, she furrowed her delicate brow, contemplating the matter of the gift. Tomorrow, her father would take her to the mall to explore options. For now, however, it was time for her to rest. All right, I understand, Mama. Good night, my dear. With that, she drifted into a dreamless slumber until dawn. The following morning, the little one awoke early, washing her face and brushing her teeth all by herself, donning a lovely dress as she gleefully made her way downstairs. Today, she would finally see her big brother. After her mother's comforting words the night before, her anxiety had lessened considerably, replaced by joy and anticipation. Her father, too, rose early, having taken the day off to accompany his daughter in picking up her elder brother. Upon hearing the soft, affectionate call of his little girl, Guilin Ma set aside his newspaper and beckoned the sweet, gentle child over, lifting her tenderly onto his lap. With a playful poke to her nose, he smiled and asked, "Waking up so early, are you eager to see your big brother?" The little girl bit her lip, a shy smile gracing her face, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement. A rosy hue adorned her delicate features as she fluttered her long, curled eyelashes like the wings of a butterfly. Guilin Ma could only hear his precious daughter softly insisting on going out early to buy a gift for her older brother. Chapter 38. Selecting a gift to be honest. Guilin Ma felt a twinge of jealousy towards his eldest son. On their first meeting, his daughter had already chosen to bestow a gift upon him, while he had received none. Guin had also risen early that day. As he descended the stairs, he was astonished to find his father grooming his sister's hair. Nuan Nuan's hair was a bit disheveled, but being short, it was relatively easy to manage. Guilin Ma clumsily held the comb, as if he feared pulling on the delicate strands of his little one's hair, his movements exceptionally careful and gentle. The soft little creature obediently sat on her father's lap, her eyes sparkling with a pure smile. Her strikingly bright eyes spotted her brother coming down the stairs, and she sweetly called out, "Good morning, brother." Guin instantly felt the air infused with a sugary sweetness. His sister's voice was as soft and delightful as a glutinous rice ball, exuding a milky fragrance. "Dad, let me do it," Guin exclaimed eagerly as he approached, convinced that he could style his sister's hair far better than his father. He had long coveted her fluffy, smooth short hair. Guilin Ma cast a sidelong glance at his son and with a smile, gently urged him to step aside. Of course, his words were more diplomatic. "You should go eat. Your sister doesn't need your help." Guin felt that his sister truly did need him. However, unable to challenge his father's authority, he could only retreat in disappointment. Quickly tidying up the tousled hair atop her head, Nuan Nuan felt a twinge of regret. Alas, her hair was too short for braiding. Nevertheless, she could commence practice. And by the time her locks grew long enough, she would be ready. She intended to ask her assistant to acquire a few models with thick hair, allowing her ample opportunity to hone her skills whenever time permitted. "Daddy, are you ready?" Nuan Nuan inquired sweetly, tilting her little head and her voice filled with innocence. Guilin Ma replied with a simple reluctantly placing his soft, cherubic daughter down onto the floor. Nuan Nuan patted her head, her eyes crescent-shaped as she stood on tiptoe, reaching up to plant a kiss on her father's face. "Thank you, Daddy." The tender, childlike voice melted Guilin Ma's heart, a sentiment that only a devoted father could understand. After finishing breakfast with satisfaction, Nuan Nuan held a cup of warm milk, her eyes squinting in delight, her cheeks puffing adorably as she sat on her high chair, her short legs dangling in the air. It was evident that she was in high spirits. Typically not fond of milk, Guin watched in awe as she managed to drink a substantial amount, successfully managing to hold it down. How infuriating. Why does it seem like everything my sister eats looks so delicious? "Brother, I will accompany you to school," Nuan Nuan declared with enthusiasm after finishing her milk, grasping her brother's hand. Following her shift in demeanor from the previous day, the way she addressed him as brother sounded exquisitely sweet to Guin's ears. making him wish she would call him that a few more times. Let's go. Guan raised his chin, the corners of his mouth curving upwards as if he aimed to rival the sun. If he had a tail behind him, it would surely be wagging with joy. Little Nuan Nuan held her father's hand with one hand and her brother's with the other, her smile revealing a set of neat, pearly white teeth. Her eyes sparkled like a crystal in spring, as pure and transparent as if one could gaze into their depths, with the warm hues of dawn dancing upon the surface, truly enchanting. Upon arriving at school, Nuan Nuan leaned softly against the window, bidding farewell to her brother. Goodbye, brother. After school, Nuan Nuan will come to pick you up with Daddy. Guan surveyed his surroundings, feeling a pang of frustration. Why was it that none of his little brothers were present? If they were here, he could witness Nuan Nuan calling him brother, and he could. Well, he admitted that watching Gu Mingli flaunt Nuan Nuan with his roommates made his heart ache with envy. After all, he was her real brother, yet no one knew. He recalled what you had said. With that thought, Guan slung his backpack over his shoulder and departed. As he needed to take his little brothers out in the afternoon, Gu Linma gently ruffled Nuan Nuan's hair, saying, "Let us go to the Century Mall." The driver obediently started the engine, and soon they were en route from the school. The mall had only recently opened, and with customers still sparse, it appeared rather desolate. The manager was briefing the staff when his peripheral vision caught sight of someone, and for a moment, he thought he was imagining things. Upon a closer look, he was astonished to see none other than their esteemed general manager Gu, and most notably, he was accompanied by a charming and exquisite little girl. In an instant, I recalled the rumors circulating within the company just 2 days prior, along with the photograph. Good heavens, President Gu is out shopping with his daughter. And so early in the day, the remaining tasks require you all to swiftly compile a proposal for me. Having said that, he briskly departed from the few individuals before him, making his way towards Gu Linma. President Gu, what brings you here? The stern expression that had just graced the face of his immediate superior transformed into a radiant smile upon encountering his boss. Who is that person? Goodness, you don't recognize him? Did you not hear what the general manager just called him? President Gu, our group's President Gu. My word, President Gu is actually here. Is he here for an inspection? Doesn't seem like it. Did you not notice he is holding a child's hand? He must be here to shop. Gu Linma exchanged pleasantries with the general manager and then continued to stroll through the mall with his daughter. What does Nuan Nuan wish to buy for her brother? Nuan Nuan was in quite the dilemma. She had never purchased a gift for anyone before and was utterly clueless about how to proceed. Daddy, what is Big Brother like? Gu Linma gently patted her little head. Your big brother has rather few interests, but if I were to mention his greatest passion, it would certainly be making money. Then how should Nuan Nuan present this to him? Nuan Nuan furrowed her little brows in concentration. With a chuckle, Gu Linma suggested, your big brother may have few likes, but due to his work, he always carries a pen with him. Perhaps you could choose that. Upon hearing her father's words, the little girl's dilemma was effortlessly resolved, her cherubic face lighting up with a sweet smile. Thank you, Daddy. Soon. Her gaze fell upon a luxurious black pen adorned with golden edges, exuding an air of opulence that immediately captivated her. Cradling the pen, beautifully wrapped like a gift, she followed her father closely. Daddy, what do you like? After a moment of hesitation, she asked, her young mind struggling to conceive an appropriate gift for him. Gu Linma lowered his gaze, witnessing the glimmer of surprise in Nuan Nuan's eyes. The twinge of jealousy he felt earlier, while watching her diligently select a gift for her older brother, vanished completely. Chapter 39. Big Brother bending down, father gently pinched his obedient daughter's nose and said, how about buying a pair of cufflinks for Daddy? He shall wear them on the most significant occasions. All right, then let us go buy them, Daddy. Nuan Nuan clasped her father's hand, her little legs trotting alongside him as they entered an upscale luxury boutique. Ultimately, she chose a pair of deep blue sapphire cufflinks, radiating warmth and grandeur, perfectly matching her father's dignified demeanor. Following her father's suggestion, they also picked out flowers for her mother, a bouquet of elegantly wrapped carnations. The gifts for her older brothers were chosen by her as well, a striking black cat keychain and a figurine of a beloved anime girl. For her father remarked how closely the adorable figure resembled her. With the gifts for her family in tow, Nuan Nuan joyfully held her father's hand as they departed. At 9 in the morning, when Nuan Nuan and her father arrived at the airport, it was already 8:40. 20 minutes passed, and Gu Linma attempted to call his son, but the call did not connect, and the flight had yet to arrive as scheduled. Daddy, is my brother not here yet? The little girl, holding a gift box, sat obediently next to her father, her large, expressive eyes eagerly gazing up at him. Guillermo reassured her that there might be a delay. It was not uncommon for flights to encounter such issues. With sparkling eyes, Nuan Nuan asked, "Daddy, have you ever been on a plane? Aren't you scared flying up in the sky?" She had only ever seen airplanes streaking across the sky above Xiaoxi village. But the details were too distant for her to imagine what it felt like to be inside one. Guillermo wrapped his arm around his little daughter, who nestled against him, her fluffy little head affectionately rubbing against him, reminiscent of a charming little creature. "We have a private jet at home. One day, I will take you on it. You can fly anywhere your heart desires. How does that sound?" The little one's eyes instantly sparkled with delight, her gaze curving into a sweet crescent moon shape as she softly replied, "Okay, Daddy, Nuan Nuan needs to go to the restroom." As she awaited her brother, the urgency to relieve herself took precedence. "I'll take you there. Can you manage on your own?" The little girl nodded obediently, indicating she could manage. Guillermo led her to the restroom, and Nuan Nuan confidently dashed inside. Her mother had taught her how to identify restrooms when out, so she was able to find it without difficulty. Upon exiting the restroom, Nuan Nuan ambled slowly outside. The sink inside was too elevated for her to reach, and although there was another sink outside, after stepping out, the wash basin was decidedly unkind to someone of her diminutive stature. Even on tiptoes, she struggled to reach the water, and as her little face flushed with anxiety, a pair of large hands lifted her into the air. Suddenly suspended, she caught a whiff of a delightful fur scent emanating from the person behind her, a fragrance unfamiliar to her. The little girl was filled with trepidation, flailing her short legs and twisting her neck to glance back. However, due to the height difference, all she could discern was the distinctly chiseled jawline of her captor. "Weren't you supposed to wash your hands?" A voice, cold and seemingly devoid of warmth, resonated from behind, yet it carried an unexpectedly deep and melodious tone. Nuan Nuan, with her large eyes blinking pitifully, hastily washed her hands. Thank you, big brother. You can put Nuan Nuan down now." Her voice, soft and delicate like a kitten's, was a soothing lullaby to the ears. It was only then that she fully discerned the features of this person: sharp, defined facial contours, deep-set eyes that resembled an ancient well, dark and unfathomable. His aura was reminiscent of the biting chill of winter snow, exuding an intimidating presence that discouraged proximity. Yet, this individual seemed oddly familiar. Nuan Nuan scrutinized his face, her expressions a tangle of confusion. At this moment, the assistant and bodyguard accompanying the man were utterly astonished as they watched their boss crouch down, gently wiping the hands of the little girl. Their expressions were dazed, as if they were lost in time. Their master was actually cradling a young girl to wash her hands. Furthermore, after washing, he tenderly knelt down to dry her hands with utmost care. "Brother?" The audacity of this little girl was remarkable. Not only had she not been frightened to tears by their master, but she also dared to call him brother. A deep, cold voice resonated. It was indeed their master's. And he responded. Gunan meticulously dried each of the girl's fingers, and as his fingertips glided over the warm little hands marked with scars, a chilling intensity flickered in his profound eyes, palpable even to the steward and his entourage standing 3 meters away. Yet, the scant warmth he possessed was wholly bestowed upon the little girl in front of him. Had she recognized him? Gunan raised his hand and gently pinched the nape of the little girl's neck. The coolness of his fingers brushed against her skin, causing Nuan Nuan to slightly retract her neck. However, her strikingly large eyes sparkled with life as she gazed at the tall, icy yet strikingly handsome young man before her. With a shy and gentle smile, her adorable dimples appeared, and her beautiful eyes curved with delight. She recognized him. He was Nuan Nuan's big brother. Her soft, melodious voice rang out with an unusual brightness. After a moment of hesitation, the little girl summoned her courage and grasped Gunan's forefinger with both hands. The young man's gaze gently lowered as he observed the delicate, soft hand before him, appearing fragile at first glance. He dared not make any abrupt movements, fearing that a careless gesture might shatter this little being, as fragile as a porcelain doll. "Big brother," she called softly, her large, glistening eyes fixed upon the young man. Her voice sweet and melodic. Responding to her call, the warmth within her grew, her pale pink lips curving into a radiant smile, and the starlight in her eyes sparkled even more brightly, melting the icy barrier around his heart. "My little darling has grown so much," he thought. "Big brother, Daddy is still waiting for us outside." He replied succinctly, his words few but meaningful. With a gentle motion, He wrapped his arm around her and effortlessly lifted her into his embrace. "You're so light," he mused, his brows knitting slightly as he contemplated how he might nourish this little one and help her thrive. The expressionless, stoic young man, cradling a child as adorable and exquisite as a BJD doll, exuded an unexpectedly charming aura. However, this sight was utterly astonishing to Gunan's subordinates, who found it inconceivable that their usually aloof master could display such tenderness in holding a child. Yet today, they bore witness to this remarkable scene. As the tall, indifferent young man carried the little girl away, the assistant and others finally regained their composure and hurried after them, striving to maintain their expressions, though their hearts were already tumultuous, unable to settle. Chapter 40. A gift for Big Brother. Warm's delicate, soft fingers gently tugged at the fabric on her brother's shoulder, while her petite form nestled comfortably in the sturdy curve of his arm, a radiant smile adorning her exquisite little face. "Hold me tight," a deep voice, seemingly devoid of emotion, resonated in Warm's ear. Anyone else might interpret this as indifference, yet the gentleness and steadiness of his embrace belied such a notion. Warm was acutely aware that her big brother bore no animosity towards her, despite his seemingly frigid demeanor. The charming little girl let out a soft, endearing "oh," gazing expectantly at her brother's stern countenance. Her small arms instinctively wrapped around the young man's neck, drawing herself closer with a tender affection. Gunan's expression remained largely unchanged. However, the once piercing gaze softened considerably as he looked down at the little person nestled in his arms. Of course, this subtle warmth was imperceptible to outsiders, but those who frequently lingered in his presence noticed the shift. His assistant, Nuan Nuan, keenly sensed the transformation in his master. Truth be told, he still couldn't fathom how his master had unwittingly picked up a child during a mere trip to the restroom. Surely, this was a violation of the law. He hesitated, contemplating how to intervene, as he observed the tall youth striding ahead with an air of undeniable authority. Even cradling a little girl did nothing to diminish the chilling dominance he exuded, causing those who entered the vicinity to instinctively part ways for them. The presence of an individual exuding such an overwhelming aura, akin to a soundtrack accompanying their every move, is a rare phenomenon that one typically encounters only on television or in short videos. To realize that such enigmatic figures truly exist in the fabric of reality is quite astonishing. As I observed Gunan and his companion stride by, my thoughts wandered in a daze. My goodness, the commanding presence of that man was so formidable that I dared not meet his gaze. Yet, his physique was undoubtedly the finest I had ever witnessed, with legs that seemed to stretch on endlessly. How charming he was. It dawned upon me that men with an inherent soundtrack truly exist in this world, much like the domineering and aloof CEOs of my novels. "Sister, did you just see the child cradled in his arms? So soft and fluffy, resembling a little rabbit. The way that handsome man held the child was so captivating that it made my legs weak. It was utterly adorable. Oh, I can't believe I forgot to take a photograph. It would likely be impossible anyway, given the intimidating bodyguards accompanying him. Such individuals are evidently not to be trifled with." Unbeknownst to Gunan, who had already distanced himself, the whispers behind him continued. As he and his companions entered the waiting lounge, their presence transformed the space into a vacuum, radiating an icy demeanor reminiscent of a snow-capped mountain. Naturally, many eyes were drawn to them in secret admiration. Warmth enveloped Nuan Nuan as she sat upon her brother's arm, and she soon realized just how tall he was. Most of the people around them seemed to fall short in comparison. Thus, the perspective from which Nuan Nuan found herself nestled was indeed elevated and delightful. The little girl was overjoyed. She had experienced this vantage before when her father held her. But now it was her brother, he, standing out from the crowd. It was no surprise that Guilin Mo spotted them at once. The little girl, Nuan Nuan, who stands tall and gazes far, has also noticed her father, who, due to his remarkable demeanor, appears somewhat out of place among others. Indeed, her elder brother has inherited their father's genes, which explains the father's impressive height. "Daddy," she called out softly, her voice imbued with a joyous exuberance that resonated more than usual. The sweet, tender timbre of her voice captivated many, drawing numerous gazes towards her. Such a cherubic sound is a delight to anyone's ears. "Daddy, Nuan Nuan has found her brother." The little girl remained blissfully unaware of the attention she commanded, her smile radiating a healing sweetness that melted countless hearts. Upon hearing Nuan Nuan refer to Guilin Ma as daddy, Nuan Nuan nearly choked on his own saliva. He certainly recognized his superior's father, leading him to the astonishing realization that this was indeed the younger sister of his boss, a biological sister. It felt utterly surreal. Dad. Gu Linma approached with an air of nonchalance, while Gu Nin merely greeted him with an expression as frigid as ice, not out of animosity, but simply because that was his demeanor. Gu Linma had grown accustomed to this, responding with a gentle smile, patting his eldest son's shoulder in a manner that seemed harmless. Gu Nan remained silent, his face stoic, convinced that the gift he had brought was certainly not something pleasant. Suddenly, Nuan Nuan recalled the present she had prepared for her elder brother, her beautiful eyes blinking with excitement. Daddy gifts. Nuan Nuan has a gift for her brother. The soft, urgent voice of the little girl, with her glistening, expressive eyes, melted the hearts of those around her. Upon hearing that the sweet child had prepared a gift for him, Gu Nin paused momentarily, his sharp gaze softening as he looked at the little girl nestled in his arms. The young lady received a small, rectangular black gift box from her father, cradling it with both hands and presenting it before her elder brother. Brother, this is a gift from Nuan Nuan. Please give Nuan Nuan to me so you can see what she has brought you. Just as Gu Papa was about to reach out to embrace Nuan Nuan, Gu Nin stepped back slightly, deftly avoiding the gesture, and naturally extended the gift box toward him. Nan Feng immediately understood and stepped forward to open it, revealing a beautifully crafted pen resting quietly inside. Gu Papa, you truly are the epitome of filial piety. Gu Nin seemed oblivious to the piercing gaze of his father, which felt almost tangible, instead lowering his eyes to meet the expectant, lovely gaze of the little girl. She resembled a puppy yearning for praise, emitting soft, sweet sounds of delight. The little one has exquisite taste. A subtle smile graced Gu Nan's normally straight lips, barely perceptible. Yet Nan Feng, with his keen observation, caught the nuance. Nan Feng, you have never shown a hint of a smile, even when presented with much finer pens. I genuinely adore it, he succinctly remarked, twirling the pen between his fingers before placing it into the pocket of his black suit jacket. Although the elder brother uttered merely 4 words, the little girl Nuan Nuan, who received the gift, was filled with joy. Her large, expressive eyes, starkly contrasting in color, sparkled with delight, and a sweet, gentle smile adorned her delicate face. Chapter 41. Returning home in the car, Nuan Nuan sat obediently beside her elder brother and father, her lips curving upwards in a perpetual smile. Her tiny feet swung playfully, occasionally glancing surreptitiously at the stern young man seated nearby, her eyes transforming into lovely crescent moons, radiating pure happiness. Happy. A low, cold voice resonated in the cramped space, catching Nuan Nuan off guard as she was discovered stealing glances at her brother. The flicker of amusement in Gu Nan's eyes vanished, his expression remaining as icy as a glacier. Yes, seeing my elder brother makes me happy, she replied, sensing a hint of jealousy from her father, who felt overshadowed by his eldest son, as his daughter seemed to have forgotten him entirely. Nuan Nuan, come to your father. We are nearly home. Hold on to the flowers for your mother. She will be delighted. The bouquet was a stunning array of vibrant colors, and Nuan Nuan's dark, expressive eyes sparkled with the beauty of the flowers, which she adored. Gu Nin cast an impassive glance at his father. Gu Linma wore a gentle smile, announcing, tomorrow, I will take you to the company. I have left you with plenty of work. I won't go, Gu Nin replied decisively, his refusal clear and resolute. Gu Linma. This son seems to be on the verge of rebellion. He must attend, regardless. Gu Nin fell silent, his indifferent gaze flickering briefly to his phone. Leaning back slightly, his sharp eyes slowly descended upon the little girl before him. His cold, unyielding demeanor and commanding presence instilled a sense of trepidation in adults, let alone children, who often cried upon encountering him. He had previously pondered how he would react if he were to meet Nuan Nuan, and she began to weep. Anxious, he had rushed to the airport restroom right after disembarking, only to emerge and find a small figure straining on tiptoe in an effort to wash her hands. To his surprise, the child looked somewhat familiar. Upon standing still, he retrieved his phone to confirm her identity. He never anticipated that his reunion with his sister would unfold in such an unexpected manner. Without much deliberation, he approached and lifted the child to help her wash her hands. At that moment, his muscles and jaw were tightly clenched. Surprisingly, while the little one initially exhibited signs of fear, it was merely the apprehension typical of encountering a stranger. She did not cry as he had feared. Nuan Nuan displayed a courage greater than he had anticipated. Perhaps their blood connection had eased her fears of him? As he dried her hands and recognized her, Gu Nan's heart softened at the sight of his sister's timid, yet eager expression to be near him. "Big brother, are you tired?" Nuan Nuan's eyes sparkled with concern, her voice sweet and tender as she inquired. A subtle smile graced Gu Nan's lips, and he gently uttered a soft reply, "No." Warm and gentle. Nuan Nuan let out a soft sound, her little head tilting as she nuzzled against his hand. The car continued its journey to the Gu family villa. Upon hearing the barking of a dog, Gu Nan cast a fleeting glance in that direction. The once exuberant golden retriever, wagging its tail just moments ago, suddenly appeared as if gripped by an unseen terror, whimpering and tucking its tail between its legs. The dog's head darted around, eventually locking eyes with Gu Nan. "Woof, woof, woof. What are you staring at?" With that, Gu Nan opened the car door and stepped out, his imposing and icy demeanor causing the dog to scamper away in haste, tail tucked firmly behind it. Clearly, this human was too formidable to confront. After exiting the vehicle, Gu Nan did not depart, but instead bent down silently, gently lifting the soft little bundle from inside. "Gulimo, my daughter." Gu father could no longer contain the smile on his face, the words escaping his lips through gritted teeth. Gu Nan responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, "My sister." The two exchanged an intense gaze, sparks flying in the air. Nuan Nuan, caught in the middle, tugged at her brother's hand, pulling at her father's clothes. "Daddy." "Brother, please don't argue." She was utterly bewildered, unsure of how to navigate the tension, as both her father and brother longed for her affection. Fortunately, at that moment, Gu mother arrived. "My precious daughter." She descended like a graceful butterfly, swiftly snatching the little one from her brother's embrace. Gu Nan. Yet he dared not contest with his mother. Now that Nuan Nuan had gone to her mother, no one would dare to intervene. "Darling, this is a gift for you." Nestled in her mother's embrace, Nuan Nuan radiated the innocence of an angel, her eyes sparkling with delight as she presented a bouquet with her tiny arms. "Mrs." Gu was utterly taken aback, her beautiful eyes lighting up with surprise as she eagerly inquired whether the flowers were a gift from Nuan Nuan. The little one beamed, revealing her neat, pearly white teeth, and with a modest nod, her bright, clear eyes shimmered with anticipation. Unbeknownst to her, it was her father who had assisted in the acquisition of the flowers. Mrs. Gu lovingly caressed her daughter's fluffy little head, tears of joy welling up in her eyes. How could her precious daughter be so thoughtful and considerate? This was indeed a gift from Nuan Nuan, and Mrs. Gu cherished it deeply. Nuan Nuan wrapped her arms around her mother's neck, affectionately pressing her small face against her mother's cheek, exclaiming her love for her. "Mrs." Gu's smile was radiant as she kissed Nuan Nuan's little face, her heart brimming with happiness. Embracing her daughter, she felt rejuvenated, carrying the little one ahead of her. "Grandpa." Nuan Nuan called out in her sweet, childlike voice, her short legs scampering eagerly into her grandfather's arms. She then presented her gift for him, a pair of shoes perfectly suited for the elderly. The old man beamed with even greater joy. Of course, she had not forgotten her beloved butler. "And this is for you." The butler was pleasantly surprised as he received his own thoughtful gift. How could Miss Nuan Nuan be so considerate? Chapter 42. A treat from the big brother. "Come here." The unique, cool, and deep voice of the older brother resonated as Nuan Nuan, clutching a coal ball, scampered over with her short legs pattering along. Gu Nan gently ruffled her fluffy head with his long fingers, despite the coldness exuded by his black shirt worn at home. Nuan Nuan felt no fear, but rather a delightful inclination to cling to her icy brother. "Big brother," the little girl called out in a soft, melodious tone, her bright, watery eyes gazing up at the imposing figure of the austere young man before her. Gu Nan's gaze flicked to the lazy cat nestled in her arms, and then to a dog not far off, baring its teeth yet hesitant to approach. "Is this yours?" he inquired. Nuan Nuan obediently nodded, her voice tender and sweet as she explained, "This is my companion growing up. The cat is named Coalball, and the dog is called Big Yellow." Gu Nan responded with a non-committal refraining from further questions. He opened a box he held, revealing a beautiful crystal bracelet, adorned at its end with a delicate, translucent butterfly. With fingers as white as jade, he took Nuan Nuan's slender wrist and fastened the bracelet around it. The elegant cat within her embrace gracefully licked its paw, casting a glance at Gu Nan with its emerald eyes before lightly leaping from its owner's arms. Nuan Nuan gazed at the bracelet, her eyes widening in surprise, the obsidian-like pupils sparkling with a brilliance akin to stars, encapsulated within her crystal-clear and captivating gaze. "Big brother, is this a gift for Nuan Nuan?" Warmly lifted her wrist, the exquisite bracelet shimmering brilliantly under the refracted light, emanating a radiant yet gentle glow. The dangling crystal butterfly appeared so lifelike, as if it were poised to take flight at any moment. She adored it immensely, her joy evident as her eyes curved into charming crescent moons, innocent and soft like a harmless little creature, always evoking tenderness in others. Gunan's sharp gaze softened unconsciously. "Here, for you." Warm took a small breath, stepping closer to her older brother, her soft little body nestled against him. Despite his cool demeanor and the chill emanating from him, Warm felt no discomfort. She wrapped her tiny, warm hands around his slightly cold palm, her face beaming as she nuzzled against him, resembling a spoiled little kitten seeking affection. Though Gunan's hand was cool, Warm's warmth rendered it pleasant. Gunan paused, gazing at the petite figure resting on his lap, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his mouth as he gently ruffled her soft hair. Meanwhile, Nanfeng, dutifully standing behind Gunan, mused to himself, something is increasingly amiss with his family. The siblings' interaction was remarkably harmonious. So much so that even Father Gu felt a tinge of jealousy, observing his eldest son with a bewildered expression. At the dining table, Gunan pondered when his grandfather and father would host a banquet to reveal Warm's true identity. They are aware that many eyes are fixed upon the Gu family. At present, Nuan Nuan is rather slender, and it would be ideal if she could gain a little weight before the upcoming banquet. They certainly would not disdain their own daughter. Regardless, she remains the most beautiful in their eyes. However, the banquet will attract a multitude of guests, and should Nuan Nuan appear too thin, her delicate appearance could become a topic of unwarranted scrutiny by ill-intentioned individuals. While they are indifferent to such opinions, they are genuinely concerned about Nuan Nuan's feelings. Sometimes, careless remarks from others can deeply affect sensitive children, leaving lasting impressions. Thus, they are determined to orchestrate the most splendid and perfect birthday celebration for Nuan Nuan. Gunan responded with a soft acknowledgement and fell silent thereafter. Nuan Nuan gazed at them with a look of confusion, and before she could comprehend the nature of the banquet, a plump, pristine shrimp was placed in her bowl. Nanfeng contemplated personally assisting in peeling the shrimp for his beloved, yet refrained from acting without instruction. His fingers, akin to white jade, delicately peeled the shrimp shell with a tranquil grace, as if he were handling a work of art, prompting those around him to appreciate the beauty in the act. The second shrimp was soon entirely peeled by Gunan, who naturally placed it towards Nuan Nuan. Noticing her lack of movement, Gunan inquired in a calm voice, "Do you not like it?" His tone, though icy and devoid of warmth, stood in stark contrast to his actions, which radiated a tenderness that surprised even his closest family members. To everyone's surprise, the son-grandson was peeling shrimp shells. It is well known that he is averse to trouble and typically avoids eating anything with shells. However, now, in an effort to feed Nuan Nuan, he was willing to make an exception. Nuan Nuan shook her head excitedly, her soft hair dancing in rhythm, especially a small tuft on top of her head that swayed joyfully. Indeed, Nuan Nuan relished the shrimp, as she quickly mixed the shrimp with the rice. Her cheeks became round and plump, her large, bright eyes sparkling like those of an adorable little flower dormouse. Observing Nuan Nuan's blissful and earnest expression while she ate, Gunan's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he continued to peel the shrimp shells for her. He even prepared a crab, and meticulously removed the bones from the fish before placing it in Nuan Nuan's bowl, while he himself had not touched any of it. Nanfeng was left in a state of shock, his expression frozen. Who would have expected that their stoic patriarch, who could frighten a child simply by standing there, was actually a devoted brother? "Big brother, you should eat too," Nuan Nuan insisted, offering him some of her food. Nanfeng hesitated. Their patriarch had a certain obsession with cleanliness and would never touch food that had been picked up with someone else's chopsticks. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he witnessed Gunan expressionlessly take the food Nuan Nuan had placed in his bowl, even exhibiting a flicker of delight. Nanfeng. Chapter 43. Delivering Fruit to Big Brother. The swiftness of this slap in the face is utterly unexpected. Upon closer inspection, the expressions of the other members of the Gu family at the dining table reveal their evident astonishment. It is clear that they too are aware of Gunan's peculiar habits of cleanliness. However, Nuan Nuan remains oblivious to this, and upon witnessing Gunan consume the food she has served, her joy only deepens. Her little belly eventually becomes pleasantly rounded, and today, the group for their walk gains yet another participant. Nuan Nuan dashes ahead, frolicking alongside De Huang and Mei Qiu, occasionally scampering off to the garden to swing, with her father pushing her from behind. This leisurely stroll brings smiles to everyone's faces, save for one exception. Nuan maintains an expression as frigid as ice, causing discomfort to Mama and Grandpa. It is bewildering, for he was not always this way during childhood. Why has he grown more withdrawn? If one were to pinpoint the moment, it would be from the time Nuan Nuan went missing. It is all the fault of those people from back then. Nuan responds to her incessant inquiries with a weary yet endearing single-word answer each time, and yet the little one remains delighted. Big brother. His fingers carry a slight chill, but given the warmth of the current weather, this coolness is just right for her. Big brother, why are your hands so cold? Nuan Nuan tilts her little face, her voice sweet and innocent as she asks, her strikingly dark eyes gazing up at him. However, due to her diminutive stature, she can only glimpse the sharply defined jawline of her big brother. Nuan gently curled the finger that she had grasped, seemingly oblivious. Nuan Nuan closely followed beside him, and in a similar vein, Nuan adjusted his pace to accommodate her short legs. Is your brother's hand cold in winter? Nuan nodded in affirmation. Instantly, Nuan Nuan gazed at him with eyes brimming with concern. Your hand must be very cold, right? When it's chilly, can Nuan Nuan hold your hand? She suggested earnestly. Your hand is warm, and that way, you won't be cold anymore. Nuan lowered his gaze, observing the little one whose eyes sparkled with innocence as she spoke in a sweet, childlike voice. The corners of his mouth, which had been pressed tightly, lifted slightly in a barely perceptible arc. All right, he acquiesced, prompting a radiant smile from the small child, who resembled a little son, charming and warm. Reluctantly, Nuan Nuan departed from her brother's study. In truth, he had invited her to stay and play, yet she did not wish to disrupt his work. To her surprise, Nuan Nuan had become so attached to Nuan. Papa felt a pang of jealousy, though he refrained from voicing it. His son appeared so cold and distant, and he was perplexed as to why Nuan Nuan adored him so much. His tone was laced with sarcasm, and even without his words, the sourness of vinegar was palpable. Mama rolled her eyes at her husband, bemused that he could be envious of both their son and daughter. You really are something, she remarked. Papa stubbornly retorted. But Nuan Nuan used to cling to me the most. At that moment, Elder Gu strode past him, casting a disdainful glance and uttering some nonsensical remark, while Nuan Nuan, who was undeniably fond of clinging to me, remained oblivious. Mr. Gu immediately retorted, Father, you are mistaken. Whenever I do not have work, Nuan Nuan is predominantly by my side. The father and son promptly resumed their debate, prompting Mrs. Gu to shake her head and withdraw, bemused by how her usually refined and composed husband had regressed into such childishness. Mrs. Gu proceeded to the kitchen to prepare some fruit, and Nuan Nuan, taking tiny steps, scampered in after her. Without hesitation, Mrs. Gu offered a plump, glossy grape to the little girl, who, as she consumed it, puffed out her cheeks, her bright, clear eyes widening even further. Despite witnessing this adorable sight daily, Mrs. Gu was still utterly enchanted by her precious daughter. How is my Nuan Nuan so well behaved? She mused, gently poking Nuan Nuan's chubby cheeks, which promptly created a delightful little dimple. The innocent expression in her large, doe-like eyes was irresistibly charming. Mrs. Gu cherished her daughter, planting a kiss on her small face. Nuan Nuan, having chewed and swallowed the grape, stood on her tiptoes to bestow a sweet kiss upon her mother. My daughter is truly obedient. My mother is truly beautiful. The two engaged in a mutual admiration exchange, laughter bubbling between them. Mama, what are you doing? The little one inquired, her tiny hands grasping the kitchen counter as her sparkling eyes gazed earnestly at the array of already washed fruits. Mother, what fruits does Big Brother like? Upon hearing this, Mother Gu immediately understood that Nuan Nuan intended to deliver some fruits to her son. You are quite fond of Big Brother, aren't you? She asked with amusement. Nuan Nuan nodded obediently, her soft voice almost too delicate to hear. Mother Gu affectionately ruffled her fluffy little head, saying, But your big brother is quite aloof. Many children have been frightened to tears by him. Nuan Nuan puffed up her cheeks, defending her big brother. They are just timid. Then, in a sweet, soft tone, she added, Big Brother is very nice. It's not his fault. Mother Gu couldn't help but chuckle, handing her a prepared fruit platter. All right, I understand that your big brother is indeed wonderful. Take it to him. Nuan Nuan's cheeks flushed with shyness as she grasped the fruit platter and scampered away on her little legs. Upon reaching the doorway of Big Brother's study, she cautiously pushed the door open and peeked in with her fluffy little head. Nuan sat in his genuine leather office chair, his expression as cold as ice. His gaze fixated on the computer screen before him. Occasionally, he would respond with an emotionless utterance, resembling a frigid automaton, emanating a palpable sense of pressure that could be felt even through the screen. His subordinates on the other side had grown accustomed to this demeanor and held Gu Nan in profound admiration, viewing him as a divine figure in their eyes. Nuan Nuan, holding a fruit platter, peered hesitantly, uncertain whether to enter. She yearned to offer something to her elder brother, but feared she might intrude upon him. The little one's delicate face was contorted in a mix of determination and anxiety until, "Come in." A familiar, indifferent voice resonated from within, yet upon closer inspection, it concealed a subtle hint of tenderness. Feeling as though she had been discovered, Nuan Nuan shyly tapped her toes and, with her small arms cradling the fruit platter, stepped inside. Chapter 44, Divided Attention Big Brother. The soft, cherubic voice sounded almost like a playful whine. Nuan Nuan's eyes sparkled with innocence, gazing up at Gu Nin as if she could melt his heart with her gaze. Gu Nin gently tapped her forehead with his fingertip, inquiring, "Why didn't you come in?" "I was afraid of disturbing you, big brother." Gu Nin placed the fruit platter down and calmly asked, "What do you like to eat?" "Grapes." A hint of amusement escaped Gu Nin's lips as he slowly peeled a large grape with his slender fingers, then tossed it toward the little girl. Obediently, she opened her mouth wide and devoured the plump, juicy grape in one go, her cheeks puffing out adorably. A cool finger poked at her cheek, nearly causing her to spit out the grape she had just swallowed. The gentle, animated little mouth paused momentarily, unfazed by the poke, displaying a remarkably soft temperament as it rolled the plump grape around, transferring it from one cheek to the other. The grape, ensconced in her mouth, was chewed languidly, and she was unable to swallow it immediately. Gu Nan's indifferent gaze shifted mechanically to the little one's other cheek, prompting another poke, this time executed with a more measured force, ensuring she remained unperturbed. Warm, clear, and glistening eyes gazed at the seemingly frigid older brother, yet a flicker of warmth danced within her gaze. Her curled, fluttering eyelashes resembled the beautiful wings of a butterfly, enchanting to behold. As it became evident that the grape in Nuan Nuan's mouth was nearly finished, Gu Nan peeled another round, glistening grape and offered it to her lips. The soft little girl resembled a creature enticed by food, fully reliant on him as he fed her one grape at a time. Gradually, she inched her tiny feet closer to him, until her delicate frame ultimately nestled against his long legs. Quiet and well-behaved, she exuded a softness akin to a fluffy little rabbit. Gu Nan's lips curled further upwards, his feeding becoming increasingly adept. Ahem. It seemed he had only just remembered that they were not alone in this space. At that moment, the employees in the computer room were utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor, as many stood up vigorously to peer at the screen. Due to Nuan Nuan's diminutive stature, they had been completely unaware of her presence. Only the soft, gentle voice of a girl calling her boss big brother could be heard. After the little girl entered, their boss seemed to transform entirely. Although he still bore that icy demeanor, the aura he projected felt remarkably different. Moreover, they had seemingly witnessed their boss smile. Though the moment was fleeting, too brief for them to fully grasp, they were certain they had not misheard. Observant individuals even noted a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. This was utterly astonishing and profoundly shocking to them, more so than the collision of Mars with Earth. Their boss, who emanated an unyielding chill akin to a towering iceberg, and seemed as devoid of emotion as a machine, had indeed smiled. Gu Nin leisurely wiped his fingers clean with a handkerchief in the instant he lifted his gaze. The warmth in his eyes had nearly vanished, his lips pressed into a straight line, reverting to that cold, robotic demeanor, as if everything they had just witnessed was merely a figment of their imagination. The Project Nuan Nuan will be closely monitored from my end, and I will promptly rectify the several programming errors. I will send you the character modeling for Nuan Nuan. Leaning against her big brother's leg, with a grape in her mouth, Nuan Nuan seemed to hear her brother calling her name. Yet, he was not looking at her, still engaged in conversation with someone on the computer. On several occasions, she had heard him mention Nuan Nuan, and the little girl's clear eyes flickered with confusion. Despite her inner doubts, she remained silent, resting her tiny chin on her arm, her entire petite frame almost entirely leaning against her older brother. At that moment, another grape was offered to her. Nuan Nuan lifted her lovely little face, her bright eyes glancing at her brother, who was engaged in a serious conversation with someone on the computer, seemingly undistracted, yet simultaneously feeding her, demonstrating an extraordinary ability to multitask without compromising his work. How impressive! Nuan Nuan opened her mouth to grasp the grape from her brother's hand, her cheeks puffing out as she began to enjoy it. Her sparkling eyes filled with admiration for him. Just as she was relishing her snack, a large hand enveloped her back and lifted her up, placing her comfortably on her brother's lap. Nuan gently pressed her fluffy little head against his chest, casting a brief glance down at her before returning his indifferent gaze to the computer screen. Initially startled by being picked up, Nuan Nuan quickly settled down, her soft little body leaning back snugly against her brother. Her small face rested against his broad chest, and she listened to the gentle vibrations of his voice as he spoke, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. For the remainder of their time together, she remained nestled in her brother's embrace, quietly and obediently watching him work while enjoying the treats he fed her. After nearly an hour of the meeting, Nuan skillfully multitasked, exhibiting a level of prowess that was truly unparalleled. Nuan Nuan stifled a small yawn, and soon the meeting came to a close. As the screen faded to black, her petite head was gently tousled. "Feeling tired?" she was asked, to which the little girl obediently nodded, albeit slightly. "Go ahead and sleep," was the suggestion. However, she shook her head, rubbing her eyes with her delicate little hands, and sweetly murmured, "But my big brother will be finishing class soon, and I promised to pick him up and bring gifts to my fourth brother at school." She had purchased presents for everyone in her family and was determined to fulfill the promises made to her brothers, vowing not to let them down. Nuan responded with a soft running his fingers through her fluffy, soft hair, not insisting further, but instead, he brought over another strawberry. Nuan Nuan patted her little belly, feeling pleasantly full. "I won't eat anymore. Let big brother have it," she declared, a bit shyly. She blushed as she glanced at the nearly empty fruit platter, realizing that most of the fruit she had intended for her big brother had ended up in her own small stomach. In Chapter 45, Nanjing Biwan, cool fingers gently traced the fabric over Nuan Nuan's slightly protruding belly, confirming she was indeed full. Nuan finally relented, leisurely consuming the remaining fruits. While the siblings enjoyed their warm interaction, the atmosphere in the meeting room on the other side became lively as the large screen dimmed. Did anyone catch a glimpse of the girl who referred to our boss's brother? No, judging by her voice, she sounded merely a few years old. Perhaps too diminutive for the camera to capture her at all. Goodness, was that truly our boss just now? Had he not maintained his usual icy demeanor towards us, I might have suspected he had been swapped with someone else. Yet, it is also true that his facial expressions remained unchanged. Still, the ambience was, how shall I put it, distinctly different. My word, I swear I just witnessed our boss smile, the upward curve of his lips at least 1 centimeter. A full centimeter. Indeed. Goodness, Claire, are your eyes calibrated like a ruler to perceive such minutiae? I too saw him smile, and the gentleness in his downward gaze was unmistakable. Surely, he was looking at his sister. By the way, how come we have never heard of our boss having a sister? I am quite curious to see what she looks like. Alas, he doesn't even have a photograph of her. After having a spirited exchange with a few colleagues who seemed perpetually lost in daydreams, Nuan and Nuan Nuan descended from the upper floors. Nan Feng hastily tucked his phone away, lifting his gaze only to be momentarily taken aback by the sight of their frigid boss, Gu Yi, casually descending while cradling a girl who resembled a beautifully crafted BJD doll. The young lady appeared to be even more dependent on Nuan than before. Wrapping her little arms around him and resting her head on his shoulder, her face radiating joy. "Sir," Nan Feng addressed him respectfully. Although he had witnessed this scene previously, it still left him momentarily speechless. "Prepare the vehicle." Nuan responded softly, leaving behind just 2 words before turning to gaze at the warmth he cradled in his arms. His tone softened further as he spoke to her, asking, "Would you prefer milk or water?" The tender little head of Nuan Nuan gently rubbed against her brother's neck, her voice a sweet whisper as she replied, "Milk." Without hesitation, Nuan took her to the kitchen, where he retrieved the warm milk from the thermos and began to feed it to the little one. "I'll take Nuan Nuan to fetch Nuan," Nuan declared as he exited the kitchen, carrying Nuan Nuan along. "Nuan, stop right there." Dad's voice thundered with indignation. "We agreed that I would take Nuan Nuan. Your work is not something I intend to inherit," Nuan retorted. Lima. The son was becoming increasingly challenging to deceive, and Nuan felt a twinge of guilt. However, this was not the end of it. Nuan turned to face Mom, his expression devoid of emotion as he complained, "Mom, behind the portrait of you in the hallway, Dad has hidden his stash of money." Dad stumbled slightly, nearly falling to the ground, as he glared at his eldest son with gritted teeth, too afraid to turn and see his wife's reaction. She smiled and gave her son a thumbs up, saying, You're doing great. Though her husband's expression, filled with suppressed frustration, suggested otherwise. Old Gu. A gentle voice chimed in his ear. Gu Dad closed his eyes and then opened them again. Who would have thought? The successful businessman, known as the smiling tiger in the world, was a henpecked husband at home, compelled to surrender his salary, unfazed by the profound absence of guilt in his father. Gu Nin leisurely departed with the astonished little girl, Nuan Nuan, in his arms. Nuan Nuan, with a hint of concern, tugged at her brother's clothing. Her voice soft and tentative, wondering if their father would be hurt. Should she intervene? Gu Nin nearly chuckled at her innocence. He affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair, reassuring her that their father would be fine. At most, he would lose some pocket money. With a sigh of relief, Nuan Nuan responded. As long as he wouldn't be harmed, everything was acceptable. To Nanjing Biwan, she stated. Confused, she gazed at her older brother, recalling that they were supposed to pick up her older brother from school. A gentle squeeze on the back of her neck prompted her to nestle her small neck against him obediently. Nanjing Biwan is where your brother resides. I'll take you there to familiarize yourself, so you can visit anytime. Okay. Gu Nin understood that she meant the villa at the old Gu family estate, and patiently explained, your brother is growing up and will create his own home. Nuan Nuan blinked, processing the notion that her older brother would also venture out into the world. And what about me? Will I have to leave when I grow up? Gu Nin paused, suddenly reminded that girls, upon growing up, often marry and leave their families behind. The thought disheartened him. His lips pressed into a thin line and his brows furrowed deeply, causing Nanfeng, who was driving ahead, to feel a familiar tension. He knew well that this expression indicated trouble for someone. Yet, it was clear that this time, the unfortunate individual was not Nuan Nuan. After a brief moment, his expression softened as he lowered his gaze to meet the innocent and bewildered eyes of Nuan Nuan. He spoke gently, there is no need. Gu Nan's long fingers clasped Nuan Nuan's delicate hand. The Gu family, your elder brother and second brother, and your little brother, all constitute your family. You may go wherever you wish. There is no need to leave. As for the man who might one day marry Nuan Nuan, Nanfeng nearly wept tears of joy. It was astonishing that Gu Yi could articulate so many words at once. How had he not realized this before? Nuan Nuan blinked, sensing an inexplicable danger emanating from her elder brother at that moment. Nanjing B was a picturesque villa district, akin to the one where the Gu family resided, where every resident was either affluent or noble. Upon arriving, Gu Nin immediately registered her fingerprint and facial recognition into the villa's system, granting her the highest level of access to the premises. It was a significant gesture of trust and privilege bestowed upon her. Nanfeng clicked his tongue in astonishment. This was a private domain where Gu Yi frequently stayed. He had never seen anyone else permitted to reside here, let alone enjoy such extensive freedoms. A clear testament to the importance he placed on the young lady. Elder brother, why is there nothing planted here? Nuan Nuan inquired. The Gu family's old residence boasted an array of beautiful flowers and plants, but the garden here, apart from its lawn, was devoid of any greenery. Gu Nan's reasoning was straightforward. He simply found it tedious to maintain. He harbors a profound aversion to strangers encroaching upon his personal domain, much like a regal beast fiercely guarding its territory against any intruders. Thus, within this villa, apart from himself, the only other presence is that of a cleaning lady who dutifully attends to her tasks at designated hours before departing. Occasionally, Nanfeng visits him for work-related matters. But beyond that, no one else has graced this abode, let alone someone to tend to the flora. He himself is hardly inclined to do so, as he lacks the time and the desire for such endeavors. Consequently, the garden of this villa remains perpetually unoccupied. Chapter 46. The aspiration to cultivate vegetables. Little Nuan Nuan gazes at her older brother with wide, hopeful eyes. Gu Nan lowers his gaze, his dark pupils deep as ancient wells, fixed upon her. What is it? The child shyly pokes at her own fingers, appearing somewhat bashful. Brother, if you do not wish to plant flowers, could you allow Nuan Nuan to grow vegetables? During her time in the village of Shaoxi, she had successfully cultivated an array of vibrant vegetables. Despite her youth, her produce surpassed that of the village elders in flavor. Since returning to the Gu household, she has not had the opportunity to garden, though there is a garden where she could assist in watering the flowers. Yet, she yearns for the satisfaction of harvesting her own crops. Now, with such ample land at her older brother's disposal, it would be a shame to let it go to waste. As she contemplates this, a gentle weight presses down upon her head, tousling her hair slightly. Very well. Do as you wish. Warmly lifted her gaze to the aloof and composed older brother, who uttered the gentlest words in the coldest tone. Taking a small sniff, she suddenly wrapped her arms around Gu Nan's long legs, sweetly cooing, "You are the best, big brother." A smile graced Gu Nan's lips as he guided her to explore the villa and discuss what she wished to plant, assuring her that he would procure the seeds. Warm tugged at his fingers, taking little steps to follow him. "Can I choose the seeds myself?" she inquired. "Yes, you may." Behind them, Nanfeng's expression grew increasingly numb, astonished that the master had indeed consented. When the young lady expressed her desire to cultivate vegetables in such a luxurious villa, he was left speechless, firmly believing that the master would never acquiesce to such an unreasonable request. The mere thought of growing vegetables in such an upscale residence was beyond his imagination. Yet, he had underestimated the master's fondness for his sister. One might say that if she wished for the stars, he would pluck them from the sky for her. After enthusiastically planning in the vacant yard, Warm left with a sense of satisfaction. Upon arriving at her brother's school, they found themselves a few minutes late. From a distance, they spotted Guan standing with two friends, his expression clearly displeased. As Gunan's car came to a stop before Guan, the window rolled down to reveal a cute and adorable little head. Warm immediately called out to Guan in her sweet, soft voice. The previously irritable Guan, upon hearing that familiar tone, found his annoyance gradually dissipating, though his expression remained as haughty as ever. "Why have you only just arrived? Do you have any idea how long I have been waiting for you?" His tone suggested impatience, yet if he were truly annoyed, he would not have remained here all this time. Surprisingly, the seemingly reprimanded Nuan Nuan displayed no anger whatsoever. Her temperament was exceedingly gentle. The two brothers following Guan widened their eyes in astonishment as they heard Nuan Nuan softly address him as little brother. What is happening?" "Well, considering your sincere apology, I shall." Guan. A cold, frosty voice emanated from within the vehicle. It was evident that the proud young master visibly trembled, his earlier expression collapsing in an instant. He gazed intensely into the car, where Gu Nan's indifferent gaze met his. If one were to ask whom he feared most at home, it would not be his grandfather or his father, but rather the very person seated in the car, his elder brother. Guan hastily entered the car, his face reflecting a sense of hopelessness as he silently questioned Nuan Nuan with his eyes. "Why did you come with him to pick me up?" Nuan Nuan looked up at her little brother with wide, innocent eyes, as if to say, "I don't understand what you're talking about." With a heavy heart, Guan bid farewell to his two close friends, lamenting that he hadn't even had the chance to boast about his sister. All his plans were disrupted by his elder brother. "Elder brother," Guan called out wearily after the car started moving. Nuan Nuan, sitting between them, swayed her little legs in delight. "Elder brother, are we going to find fourth brother now?" She tilted her head, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile as she gazed at Gu Nan. "Shall we walk over?" The noble academy of Nancheng was not far from here. It was a street lined with elite institutions, one catering to preschool and elementary students, and the other to middle and high school students. "Yes, let us walk." After saying this, she turned to Guan, asking if he would like to join them. Guan, invigorated, eagerly agreed. Not even the presence of his cold and aloof older brother could deter him from enjoying time with his sister. However, observing the intimate hand-holding between Nuan Nuan and his brother ignited an unexpected fury within him. When did their relationship become so close? It was he who had known Nuan Nuan first, yet now he faced not only Gu Mingli, but also his elder brother, each possessing a bond with her that surpassed his own. This was utterly intolerable. With a fuming determination, Guan marched over and seized Nuan Nuan's hand, casting a provocative glance at his brother. However, a mere cold and indifferent glance from his elder brother rendered him as meek as a quail. Nuan Nuan, delighted that her brother had taken the initiative to hold her hand, couldn't help but beam with happiness. "Brother, you must hold on tightly." Hearing her sweetly call him brother, Guan felt as if he were floating on air. "Rest assured, I will never let you go," he vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Meanwhile, Gunan remained expressionless, contemplating how his younger brother had become increasingly foolish. What would it be like to see three faces, each belonging to the pinnacle of beauty, walking together down the street? The sound of footsteps echoed. A young girl, captivated by the success of others, collided with a tree, while several others, oblivious to their surroundings, narrowly avoided falling. More prominently, they raised their phones with expressions of exhilaration to capture the moment. However, before they could disseminate the photographs, a well-mannered bodyguard clad in a black suit approached, politely requesting, "Miss, could you please delete those photos?" Gunan, seemingly accustomed to such interruptions, maintained an impassive demeanor as he led Nuan Nuan and Gu in towards the prestigious academy in South City. Yet, before they reached the school, a cacophony of chaotic sounds erupted nearby, mingled with shouts and cries of distress. In a dark alley not far ahead, a voice bellowed, "Gu Mingli, I will end you." Upon hearing the name Gu Mingli, Nuan Nuan's eyes widened in recognition. Was it her brother Mingli? As the sounds of conflict escalated, Gu Nan, apprehensive yet resigned, decided to bring Nuan Nuan along. The scene that unfolded before them left Nuan Nuan wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Chapter 47. The brawl of the fourth brother youth is often characterized by impetuous fervor. Every school harbors its share of brawlers. Yet now, Nuan Nuan realized that the combatants included none other than her brother, the fourth. The youth donned a thin, pale blue school uniform, his vibrant red hair a striking contrast to his audacious demeanor. With a swift kick, he sent an opponent flying, and in a seamless motion, he seized another's wrist, executing a stylish shoulder throw. His long legs pressed against another boy's neck, pinning him against the wall, rendering him immobile. This series of actions flowed effortlessly, exuding both ferocity and grace, leaving the onlookers wide-eyed in astonishment, momentarily speechless. When he met Gu Nan's icy gaze, Gu Mingli cursed under his breath. His momentary distraction resulted in a solid strike to his shoulder. He stifled a grunt, maintaining his stoic expression while his eyes hardened with a fierce glint. With a swift motion, he seized the stick that was aimed at him, twisting his wrist to wrest it away, and swiftly delivered a knee strike to the assailant's chest, sending him sprawling. As the confrontation escalated, Gu Mingli grew increasingly fierce, joining forces with his three friends to incapacitate a dozen adversaries in a remarkably brief span of time. Throughout this tumult, Gu Nan remained a silent observer, devoid of any intention to intervene. The Gu family's philosophy in raising their sons has always been self-reliance. They are taught to resolve their own conflicts, including fights, provided that no weapons are involved. Victory or defeat, they must bear the consequences themselves. However, when the situation escalates to a perilous level, the Gu family is resolute in their protection. Such altercations among students belong to the realm of their youthful world, wherein adults seldom intervene. Even now, despite witnessing Gu Mingli endure a few blows, Gu Nan's expression remained unchanged, while Gu Nan watched with keen interest, merely offering encouragement from the sidelines. Gu Mingli, his eyes still fierce as he surveyed the group writhing on the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb and turned to leave. "Hey, Mingge, wait a moment. Ouch, that really hurts. Damn it. Ouch." Tang Lu and the others evidently noticed Gu Nan and his companions standing not far away. The once emboldened youths, who had reveled in their triumph, now resembled quails. "Brother," Gu Mingli called out to Gu Nan, his gaze, however, fixated on Nuan Nuan. Nuan Nuan, with her small hands grasping the big brother's palm, released her grip now that the fighting had ceased, revealing her large, glistening eyes filled with concern. "Fourth brother," she called out softly. And the fierce demeanor Gu Mingli had exhibited during the fight dissipated entirely in the presence of the tender little one. Just as he raised his hand, about to tousle Nuan Nuan's hair, a commotion of hurried footsteps approached, followed closely by the arrival of the school's dean and teachers. Ultimately, all those involved in the brawl were escorted to the office. Nuan Nuan and Gu Nan accompanied them, standing amidst a row of bruised and battered youths, the two clean little ones standing out strikingly. As the teachers reprimanded Gu Mingli, they could not bear to continue their scolding in the face of Nuan Nuan's glistening, innocent eyes. Their voices unconsciously softened. Gu Mingli's lips curled into a smile. He never anticipated that he would evade the teacher's loud admonishments by virtue of his sister. Nuan Nuan clung to Gu Mingli's hand, standing close beside him. Whenever she caught sight of someone chastising her elder brother, her eyes would widen with concern. Gradually, everyone began to notice the disparity in how the teachers addressed them in contrast to Gu Mingli. The students involved in the altercation couldn't help but wonder why none of them had a sister so cherished. Gu Nan grasped Nuan Nuan's other hand. Completely oblivious to the teacher's words, his gaze fixed solely on his sister as he pondered how to elicit more affectionate calls of big brother from her. In contrast, Gu Nan, resembling a figure of authority more than the disciplinary head, sat passively in his chair, listening to the teachers unravel the events surrounding the incident. Ultimately, it was a trivial matter of youthful emotions. A rival had developed affections for a school belle, who, in turn, was enamored with Gu Mingli and bestowed gifts upon him daily. However, Gu Mingli, with his air of aloofness, showed little regard for the offerings, discarding or re-gifting them, never accepting anything for himself. Upon learning this, the rival's frustration escalated. Not only was the girl he admired drawn to Gu Mingli, but Gu Mingli also had the audacity to discard gifts meant for her, deepening her sorrow. Thus, the altercation ensued, initiated by the opposing party. Therefore, it can be said that Gu Mingli was entirely an innocent victim in this unfortunate affair. The teacher's ire was palpable, resulting in everyone being assigned to write self-reflections, while another group was summoned to have their parents compensate for medical expenses. After the director of education finished speaking, he glanced at Gu Nan and, seeing him remain silent, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this influential figure was not one to hold grudges. Otherwise, that group would find it impossible to continue their studies at the school. Once all matters were resolved, the other group left dejectedly. Gu Mingli gently squeezed the small hand of Nuan Nuan, only to find her little body lifted into the air by someone else, not himself. Despite Gu Mingli's rebellious nature, he held a profound respect for his older brother, Gu Nan. He silently regretted his delay, wishing he had picked up the little one before his brother did. As Gu Nan exited the office that morning, Gu Mingli exchanged a few brief words with him before falling into silence. In truth, few could engage Gu Nan in conversation for long. His reticence made it difficult for anyone to muster the desire to speak with him. Gu Mingli decisively shifted his attention back to Nuan Nuan, reaching out to pinch her soft cheeks gently. "Why did you only come to find me today?" he asked. "Yesterday, I fell asleep," she replied. "Does it hurt, fourth brother?" Gu Mingli, feeling a lingering tenderness, pinched her cheeks a couple more times before releasing them. "Just a little," he said, raising his brows with a grin. "Blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore," Nuan Nuan said, filled with concern. She leaned her petite frame towards him, pouting as she blew gently on the spot where he had been struck. "Hoo-hoo." Warm and gentle, the little girl sweetly uttered, "Brother, does it hurt?" and tenderly reached out her tiny hand to caress Gu Mingli's face. Chapter 48. The fourth brother is injured. Nuan Nuan is heartbroken. Gu Mingli chuckled, ruffling her little head affectionately. "Now, brother doesn't he hurt anymore?" Tang Lu and the others felt a pang of envy. They too had faced blows. Yet their treatment was entirely different. Let this world perish. It no longer holds any affection for them. The little girl remained unconvinced, for her brother's injuries appeared quite painful. She stubbornly insisted on taking him to see a doctor. Had it been anyone else, Gu Mingli would have likely shown impatience, for he never required anyone's care. However, with Nuan Nuan, it was different. "All right, for your sake, brother will accompany you to the doctor." Instantly, Nuan Nuan's eyes sparkled with joy as she beamed. "Fourth brother is so good." Gu Mingli puffed. Tang Lu couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha, so good is actually used to describe Gu Mingli. Big brother, let us take fourth brother to see the doctor." Noticing the little one's attention was now on him, Gu Nan's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. He softly acquiesced and, cradling her, turned towards the school infirmary. Gu Mingli followed behind, clicking his tongue in disbelief. Who would have thought that his usually cold elder brother would compete with him for the affection of a sister? Gu Mingli could not help but recall the girl from the distant relatives of the Gu family, who had trembled in fear and was on the verge of tears before Gu Nan, yet still, under the adult's coaxing, attempted to approach him against her own will. He clicked his tongue in thought. Indeed, there was a stark contrast between the reactions of others and those of one's own kin. Just observe how naturally his sister Nuan Nuan interacted with their elder brother. After a visit to the infirmary, Gu Mingli discovered that aside from a minor injury at the corner of his mouth, he bore a large bruise on his shoulder. The Gu family possessed fair skin, and being raised like young masters with silver spoons in their mouths, they seldom found themselves exposed to the sun unless foolishly so. Thus, Gu Mingli's complexion was notably pale, rendering the large bruise on his shoulder particularly alarming in appearance. Nuan Nuan stood behind him, pouting as she blew softly on his injury, her eyes reddening with sorrow, resembling a delicate flower on the brink of shedding tears. For all his bravado, Gu Mingli felt somewhat at a loss that day. Even Gu Nan furrowed his brow, while Gu Nan appeared as though he faced a formidable adversary. "Don't cry, brother isn't hurt," he reassured her. Nuan Nuan's little lips quivered, her sweet voice laced with a hint of a sob. "It hurts. When I fell before, it hurt too, and this hurts as well." As she spoke, she blew on his shoulder again, her eyes glistening with tears, her eyelashes fluttering as droplets of crystal-clear sorrow clung to them. Hearing her mention her past faults, the hearts of the three brothers present felt as though pricked by needles. If Nuan Nuan blows on it, it won't hurt anymore, she insisted, her tender concern evident. Despite being merely a child, at this moment, it felt as though she was comforting a little one, soothing Gu Mingli with an affectionate demeanor that elicited both sympathy and amusement from those present. While I merely observed the situation seriously, one could hardly deny that if it truly hurt, tears would surely follow. Yet the elder brother remained stoic, not even furrowing his brow. Nuan Nuan earnestly scrutinized the scene, and indeed, it appeared to be the case. In her innocence, she gently touched Gu Mingli's face and sweetly inquired, "Brother, does it really not hurt?" As soon as he uttered a single syllable in response, he clenched his teeth, prompting a sheepish smile from the doctor behind him who was applying the ointment, suggesting he would try to be gentler. Gu Mingli inwardly cursed, believing the doctor was doing it on purpose. Nevertheless, he had to maintain his composure and feign indifference to the pain. Nuan Nuan responded with an "oh," then turned to the doctor tending to her brother, imploring, "Big brother, please be a bit more gentle, just a little more." The doctor, under the influence of her soft, sweet voice and the anxious gaze of the little one, indeed adjusted his approach, becoming considerably more delicate in his actions. Tang Lu, the school doctor, was well aware of his reputation for being rather rough when treating those injured in fights, often inflicting considerable pain with his potent concoctions, leaving the patients unable to voice their grievances afterward. Having previously fallen victim to this doctor's ministrations, he now felt an urge to flee upon seeing him. Yet, at this moment, he truly seemed to handle the treatment with remarkable gentleness. Once the medication was applied to Gu Mingli, he found himself confronted by the smiling school doctor approaching him, causing Tang Lu to gulp nervously and shout out, "May I request a different doctor to administer my medication?" The school nurse, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, replied that it was not possible. Within mere seconds, the clinic echoed with blood-curdling screams reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. Wu Kuang and Lu Xingji instantly tensed, their legs itching to flee. When it was Lu Xingji's turn, he observed the bright-eyed Nuan Nuan beside Gu Mingli and, with a sudden inspiration, strode over and swept her into his embrace. Just a brief hug, he seemed to convey through his gaze to Gu Mingli, as if to challenge him to intervene. Gu Mingli relented. "Fine, I'll concede this to you." The school nurse then found herself gazing into the clear, luminous eyes of the young girl. "Doctor," she addressed him. The effectiveness of Nuan Nuan's charm was unparalleled. Lu Xingji felt merely a slight sting where the medication was applied. In stark contrast to Tang Li's dramatic outcry, Tang Li lay on the clinic bed, teetering on the brink, tears brimming in his eyes as he raised his hand to give Lu Xingji the middle finger. "If you, Lu, had this idea earlier, I wouldn't have suffered so much," he lamented, feeling as though he was on the verge of death. Lu Xingji shot him a look of exasperation, silently urging him to reflect on his own experience. After the chaotic medical ordeal, Nuan Nuan finally recalled the purpose of her visit and retrieved the gift she had brought for her fourth brother. "This is for you, fourth brother," she announced. Nuan Nuan and Dad bought it at the mall. In Gu Mingli's eyes, a flicker of surprise appeared as he accepted the keychain from Nuan Nuan's hand, adorned with an adorably soft little white rabbit. Crafted from exquisite white jade and devoid of any blemishes, it exuded an air of innocence that immediately reminded him of Nuan Nuan. Although one might argue that a rabbit lacks a certain masculine charm, the sentiment behind its gifting spoke volumes. Humans are indeed creatures of double standards. The fourth brother found it delightful. Gu Mingli playfully pinched the little creature's cheeks, inexplicably drawn to its endearing features. "As long as you like it, brother," he mused. Meanwhile, Guan stood nearby, visibly irked, puffing up with indignation, his eyes tinged with a fiery hue. Nuan Nuan, sensing his discontent, tugged at his sleeve. "Big brother, Nuan Nuan hasn't forgotten you," she reassured him, producing a ceramic figurine. The figurine depicted a gentle, soft-looking anime girl, with large sparkling eyes and an adorable bobbed hairstyle. Her plump, fair face, with charming chubby cheeks, seemed to mirror Nuan Nuan's own visage, albeit the figurine appeared slightly more rotund. Chapter 49. Studying with Big Brother. Upon glimpsing the ceramic doll in Nuan Nuan's grasp, Gu's eyes lit up with interest. Yet, he was still acutely aware of his anger. To forgive her outright felt somewhat undignified. "Ahem. Since you have prepared this for me, I shall reluctantly refrain from holding it against you. The manner in which you appear to seek my forgiveness due to my magnanimity makes Gu Mingli's fists itch with annoyance. If you wish to avoid this tension, Simply hand over the doll to me, Gu Mingli said coolly. To be frank, he rather enjoys the little doll, though he also cherishes the keychain that Nuan Nuan gifted him. Guan huffed, carefully cradling the doll with her hands, declaring, "This is a gift from Nuan Nuan. Not for you." Nuan Nuan softly bid farewell to Gu Mingli and the others, her gentle voice lingering in the air. The slender fingers of the young boy pinched the little fellow's cheek, reminding her that Friday would soon arrive, and on that afternoon, she was to remember to pick up her brother from school. The notion of having his little sister come to fetch him from school did not seem to embarrass him in the slightest. Gunan cast him a blank stare. Gu Mingli, with a slight upward curl of his lips, mused that he hoped by the time she came to collect him, he would have already grown pleasantly plump. Nuan Nuan, the little one, obediently nodded, her voice soft and tender, replying, Nuan Nuan knows. How wonderfully compliant she is. Gunan, with a cold demeanor, effortlessly scooped up the small, soft figure of Nuan Nuan in one arm. Goodbye, fourth brother, she chirped, her bright eyes flitting to the others as she sweetly bid farewell. Goodbye, brother Tang Lu, brother Wu Kuang, and brother Lu. Tang Lu energetically waved, urging, remember to come and play often, little sister. Just as he finished, Gu Mingli elbowed him with an expressionless face, retorting, that is my sister. As the little girl returned home, she held the hand of an older brother, taking small steps towards the villa's entrance. The moment the two dogs, Da Huang and Mei Xiao, caught a whiff of her scent, they joyfully bounded over. Over the past few days at the Gu family residence, these two had grown plumper than Nuan Nuan, appearing not only tidier than when they first arrived but also a tad larger. Woof, woof, woof. The large dog, nearly the same height as Nuan Nuan, barked loudly, its tail wagging so vigorously that it seemed like a mere blur. Its broad grin suggested an expression of joy as it playfully leapt about, eager to snuggle against the little girl. However, upon approaching within half a meter of Nuan Nuan, the large dog halted, casting a wary glance at the towering man nearby, who always exuded an air of danger that made it hesitant to draw too close. Da Huang approached, prompting Nuan Nuan to release her brother's hands and scamper over to embrace the large dog, her tiny hands gleefully rubbing its broad face. Mei Xiao, with a swift flick of its tail, leaped onto her, its fluffy tail wrapping around her delicate wrist. Its triangular ears perked up as it tilted its head, playfully nudging against the girl's neck, eliciting delightful giggles from the pretty child. Guan scoffed, remarking that his friend's husky was far more impressive. As he spoke, his hand absent-mindedly reached out to stroke the black cat, its soft fur proving somewhat addictive. Yet, the cat merely shot him a disdainful glance before leaping onto Nuan Nuan's other shoulder. Guan. He could almost perceive the disdain reflected in the feline's eyes. A slightly cool hand gently ruffled the warm, fluffy head of the little girl, as her older brother reminded her that he had work to attend to, urging her to play on her own for a while. The little girl obediently acknowledged him with a soft wrapping her tiny hands around her brother's large palm and nuzzling her face against it like a small kitten. Don't tire yourself out, big brother, she said sweetly. After Gunan left, the adults at home, along with Guan, spent some time playing with the little girl in the garden, primarily enjoying the newly installed large swing. The two children sat atop it while their father pushed them from behind, their joyful and innocent laughter resonating throughout the garden. After a restrained half-hour of play, the little girl joined her brother in his bedroom to commence their studies. Come in, let me show you just how luxurious my room is, he exclaimed. It was the little girl's first time entering her brother's room, and as she stepped inside, her curious eyes widened in astonishment at the array of colorful figurines and gaming consoles that adorned the space. Guan, noticing the look of surprise on his sister's face, beamed with pride. He then presented her with a gift he had received, a small clay doll. Clearing space by moving aside a collectible figurine from the popular anime One Piece, he placed the clay doll in the most prominent position. These are all my collectibles. Choose whatever you like as a gift from me, he declared. However, the little girl shook her head, insisting, it's your treasure, big brother, I don't want it. That won't do. You've already given me a gift, so I must return the favor. If you don't like any of these, I'll buy you something else. Just tell me what you like, and I shall get it for you. As such, Nuan Nuan cast a glance at her brother's collection of exquisite treasures, her cheeks puffing up before she pointed at a particular black cat. That one, the one that resembles a lump of coal. Guan, without a hint of reluctance, took down the figurine and presented it to his sister. Typically, he cherished these items dearly, allowing even his closest friends mere observation. But his sister was a different matter altogether. Here you go. Its name is Luo Xiaohei. Nuan Nuan cradled the little black cat figurine in her hands, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at her dashing older brother. Thank you, big brother. Guan's heart swelled with joy, though he maintained a facade of indifference. Let's go. I shall teach you how to read. 2 stools were already positioned before his desk, and Guan retrieved his elementary school books, thanks to his mother's diligent preservation. The siblings settled closely on the stools, their youthful heads bent together over the same book. I will read a passage, and you follow along. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to ask me. All right. Under the soft glow of the lamp, 2 distinct, youthful voices resonated in the bedroom, enveloping the space in an indescribable warmth. The door, slightly ajar, quietly closed as Gu Papa and Gu Mama exited with smiles. This is quite effective. The siblings must interact more to strengthen their bond, Gu Papa remarked, stroking his chin with a hint of regret. It seems Nuan Nuan and I have had less interaction. Upon hearing this, Gu Mama shot him a disapproving glance, chastising him for vying for affection with their youngest son at such an age. Warm and her older brother studied together for an hour. The soft and melodious sound accompanying their reading was a delight to the ears of the listener. Guan discovered the joy of teaching his younger sister, and when their father entered with a glass of milk, they paused, still longing for more. Chapter 50. The brother's friend. As bedtime approached, Warm donned a cozy, one-piece hamster pajamas, her feet snug in fluffy slippers, clutching a light pink rabbit plush as she hurried to her older brother's study. She gently pushed the door open, just as she had in the morning, finding it unlocked. Stealthily, she tiptoed inside and softly closed the door behind her. The study was enveloped in tranquility, the only sound being the rhythmic tapping of keys. Beneath the warm light, Gunan sat upright, his black shirt accentuating his austere demeanor. His sharply defined facial features rendered him strikingly recognizable, and the sight of him engrossed in his work was captivating in Warm's eyes. She padded over in her slippers, her steps light, and when she reached her brother, she remained silent and obedient. Why aren't you asleep yet? Warm, with a gentle disposition, nestled her plush rabbit against him, resting her delicate chin on his hand. Her large, expressive eyes gazed up at her brother, while the soft light cast enchanting shadows from her curled lashes onto her cheeks. Brother, it's time for bed. You've been working for quite a while. Mother says that working too long can be exhausting and might make you unwell. All right. Today, Nuan Nuan accompanied her elder brother to sleep. She blinked her eyes adorably and nodded obediently, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a hint of laughter. Clinging to her brother's neck, Nuan Nuan nestled against him, her fluffy hair brushing against his neck. With a slight, sleepy yawn, the little one leaned against her brother's shoulder and closed her eyes. To others, her elder brother might seem cold, but to Nuan Nuan, he exuded a sense of safety and warmth. Upon entering her brother's bedroom, Nuan Nuan opened her eyes, curious about her surroundings. Unlike her brother's room, which was filled with an array of collectibles, her elder brother's space was rather austere. Not just in decor, but also in color, predominantly cloaked in black. The overall ambience matched her brother's demeanor, appearing both stark and imbued with a noble luxury. The bed was exceptionally large. Gunan gently placed the little one upon it, and Nuan Nuan began to tread upon its expanse with her delicate, bare feet. Clad in a cream-colored pajama set that exuded softness and charm, she appeared somewhat out of place amidst the room's somber decor, yet she infused it with a vibrant energy, bringing a lively essence to Gunan's otherwise cold haven. As the master of the room, Gunan did not reject this burst of vivacity. Stay put while I shower, he instructed. The little girl nodded obediently, her soft, sweet voice, reminiscent of milk, resonating in the room. I will be good, Nuan Nuan assured him. Gunan affectionately ruffled her hair, retrieved his pajamas from the wardrobe, and made his way to the bathroom. After the elder brother departed, Nuan Nuan obediently sat on the edge of the bed, her petite legs swinging playfully without a hint of movement. Suddenly, a buzzing sound erupted as Gunan's phone vibrated beside her, startling Nuan Nuan into a small hiccup. Blinking her eyes, she swiftly lifted her short legs, rolled over, and crawled across the soft bed. Fixating on the incessantly vibrating phone, she deduced that someone was attempting to call. With her brother absent, she clutched the phone in both hands, quickly leaped off the bed, donned her slippers, and scampered to the bathroom door, her little legs pattering against the floor. Brother, your phone is ringing, she called out in her sweet, childish voice from the doorway. I'm busy right now, came Gunan's characteristic cold voice, accompanied by the sound of running water. Nuan Nuan obediently responded with a soft "oh," extending a finger to tap the green button on the phone screen. Her mother had taught her that the green button connected the call, while the red one ended it. As soon as she connected, a deep, languorous male voice resonated from the other end. Brother says he is currently unavailable. Shin Yuqin was utterly unprepared for the absence of Gu Nan's voice. Instead greeted by the soft, innocent tone of a little girl. He nearly lost grip of his phone in shock. Peering closely at the contact displayed, he confirmed it was indeed that icy figure. How could a child's voice emanate from such a connection? Who are you? Shin Yuqin's posture had become notably more refined. And the sweet, childlike voice on the other end of the phone began to speak again. I am Nuan Nuan, my brother's sister. The innocent tone of Shin Yuqin made her feel as if she could almost detect a hint of milk wafting through the screen. Sister? How old are you? Shin Yuqin inquired with growing curiosity, choosing not to terminate the call but instead to engage with the little one. It was quite amusing that Gu Nan had handed his phone to a child. How rare it was to witness such a sight. Nuan Nuan is 5 years old. 5 years old, indeed. When the Gu family had lost their daughter years ago, they had thoroughly searched the entire Lin city, and particularly Gu Nan. His good friend had become increasingly enigmatic and distant due to the incident. Shin Yuqin was aware that Gu Nan had never ceased his search for that little girl, nor had the Gu family given up hope. He was surprised to learn they had actually found her. However, he had not anticipated that this call would inadvertently connect him with the child. With that soft, endearing voice, Shin Yuqin could easily envision what a charming little girl she must be. Given the Gu family's striking features, it was certain that this young lady would be no exception. Nuan Nuan, what is your brother doing right now? Brother is taking a bath. Such a good girl. This was the most profound impression Shin Yuqin had of Nuan Nuan. One could sense a unique, childlike essence simply through her voice. In today's world, children, such as his little nephew, possess an astonishingly loud voice and a rather unreasonable demeanor that can be quite exasperating, causing one to feel a headache just by listening. It is rare to encounter a child who speaks so sweetly and gently. I find myself increasingly curious about what children look like. You see, I am a friend of your elder brother and have a matter to discuss with him. I will hang up now and will call back shortly for you to help me with the video call, all right? Chapter 51, Drying Brother's Hair in Her Innocent Naivety. Little Nuan Nuan did not perceive any deceit in Shin Yuqin's words. Okay, she cheerfully replied, with a delightful smile in her enchanting peach blossom eyes. Shin Yuqin promptly initiated a video call after ending the previous conversation. Meanwhile, Nuan Nuan, obediently holding her phone, suddenly noticed a significant issue. Why was her picture displayed on her elder brother's phone screen? With a grin spreading across her face, her tiny lips curling upward, her eyes resembled crescent moons, exuding an irresistible charm. The anticipated video call was delayed, and just then, the door to the bathroom creaked open as Gu Nan emerged. Coincidentally, at that moment, a video invitation popped up on his phone. Nuan Nuan completely forgot about Shin Yuqin's request to answer the video call. Her small, delicate hands raised the phone towards the young man stepping out of the bathroom. Brother, he said he is your friend. Shin Yuqin's cheerful expression instantly met Gu Nan's cold, emotionless black eyes. The warmth of his smile abruptly froze. Gu Nan held Nuan Nuan's hand as they walked forward, while the other grasped his phone. His expression was a familiar deadpan, one that Shin Yuqin had long since grown accustomed to, as though he owed him a fortune. Though accustomed to it, Shin Yuqin now found it painfully unappealing. He yearned to see the adorable little one wash her eyes. What is it? Gu Nan's voice was frigid. His brows slightly furrowed as he regarded Shin Yuqin's face, which was indecipherably close to the screen. A flicker of disdain flashed in his icy, narrow gaze. Making a call. Shin Yuqin. No, let me see the adorable Nuan Nuan first. However, Gu Nan coldly terminated the video call, scoffing at the notion of wanting to see his sister. After emotionlessly ending the call, he effortlessly lifted the small Nuan Nuan and placed her on the bed. Shin, Gu Nan, you are something. Shin, if you won't show me, at least send a picture. What is our relationship? Your sister is also my sister. Shun, when are we getting together? Bring your sister along too. Shun, hey, speak up. Gu Nan expressionlessly silenced his phone. Wanting a picture was futile. He only had that one. A knock echoed from outside, and he leisurely shuffled to the door, opening it just a crack to find his father standing there. Where's Nuan Nuan? Mr. Gu's face bore a grimace as he looked at his eldest son, whose features were neither here nor there. A growing source of disdain as he matured. She's inside, sleeping with me tonight. The expression on Father Gu's face shifted through a spectrum of colors, a manifestation of his frustration. Why should it be so? Warm had yet to share a bed with me, her father. in response to her father's reproach. Gu Nin remained remarkably composed, his sister's agreement unwavering. With that, she decisively closed the door. Outside, Father Gu was left in disbelief. This son was simply intolerable. "Brother, where's the towel?" Gu Nin turned on his heel to fetch a dry towel. Warm received it and promptly climbed onto the bed, standing as she beckoned her elder brother to join her. "Come here, big brother, let me dry your hair." A subtle smile graced Gu Nin's lips as he took several strides forward, only to have the little one eagerly grasp his hand and pull him down to sit. The small figure stood behind him, placing the dry towel on his damp, tousled hair. His black locks were enveloped by the towel as warm enthusiastically rubbed away. And once his hair was in delightful disarray, she gently used her tiny fingers to smooth it out. Gu Nin did not wish to tire her with the hairdryer. Drying it solely with the towel would be too slow and somewhat burdensome for Warm. She nodded obediently, and as Gu Nin retrieved the hairdryer, the little girl eagerly took it from him, continuing to style her brother's hair. Despite the nearly 20-year age gap, the siblings exchanged no words. Yet a sense of comfort and serene contentment enveloped them, dispelling any notion of awkwardness. Once Gu Nin's hair was dried, it appeared somewhat voluminous, a striking contrast to his usual composed and dignified hairstyle, lending him an unexpectedly softer and youthful appearance. Warm and tender, the little one meticulously helped her older brother tidy his disheveled hair. "All done, brother," she chirped. Gu Nin responded with a soft hum, his gaze lazily drifting to the fluffy, fragrant locks of Nuan Nuan, which still carried the sweet scent of fruit from her recent bath with their mother. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt a pang of regret. He, too, wished to assist Nuan Nuan in drying her hair. Unaware of her brother's musings, Nuan Nuan scampered to the bedside, pulling back the covers and slowly burrowing herself beneath them. As her little head made contact with the pillow, a tiny yawn escaped her lips. Her sparkling, doe-like eyes gazed at Gu Nin, and her delicate hand patted the space beside her. "Brother, time to sleep." After yawning, the drowsiness swept over her like a tidal wave, her voice soft and muffled, with a hint of milk lingering in the air. Gu Nin leaned down, affectionately ruffling her hair before lying down himself. No sooner had he settled than the little creature nestled closer, burrowing into his embrace. Her tiny fingers clutched the fabric of his pajama shirt, while her fuzzy head rested against his neck, her eyes fluttering shut as she drifted into a deep slumber. A smile flickered in Gu Nin's eyes as he gently tapped her petite nose with his elongated fingers before closing his own eyes. After he turned one, he and his twin brother, Gu Bei, were sent by their father to separate rooms, no longer permitted to sleep beside their mother. Until the age of 2, he had always shared a bed with his brother, but thereafter, they had each taken to their own sleeping spaces. Until now, even during my school days, I had purchased a house to live independently, never sharing a room with anyone, let alone a bed. Gu Nin held his diminutive, warm sister in his arms, expecting to be sleepless. However, he unexpectedly fell into a deep, dreamless slumber until dawn. He was roused by a knocking at the door. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 7:30. In the past, he would rise punctually at 6. Beside him, the warmth radiating from the covers revealed only a small, fluffy head. While the little girl curled her tiny hands and feet, her sleeping posture remarkably serene. Her delicate face was flushed, perhaps disturbed by the knocking outside. Her curled, fluttering eyelashes trembled slightly, as if she were on the verge of awakening. Furrowing his brow, Gu Nin rose to open the door, finding a furious Gu Nin standing outside. Initially resembling an enraged pufferfish, Gu Nin wilted upon meeting his elder brother's gaze, becoming as timid as a quail. "Brother," he called obediently, craning his neck to peek inside. "Nuan Nuan slept here last night." "How infuriating. Nuan Nuan didn't he sleep with me?" Gu Nin, looking down at him, inquired. "Is there something you need?" Gu Nin, mumbling, certainly had a matter to discuss. "Hurry and wake Nuan Nuan. She needs to take me to school." Gu Nin replied, "You want your sister to drive you?" Gu Nin shrank back. "Of course. She has been taking me for the past few days." There was a hint of pride in his tone. This is indeed something worth boasting about in front of his elder brother and Gu Mingli. Even if his brother scolds him, he would never yield. Chapter 52. Nuan Nuan is going to farm. As the two brothers were engaged in a silent standoff at the door, Nuan Nuan emerged, cradling her little rabbit. Rubbing her eyes sleepily, with her fluffy little head tilted, she innocently inquired, "What are you doing, brother?" "Nothing," they both replied in unison, feigning nonchalance as if nothing had transpired. "Do you want to sleep more?" Gu Nin asked, gently tousling Nuan Nuan's hair. Guan felt a twinge of urgency, however. If his sister truly wished to continue sleeping, he would feel a pang of reluctance to let her miss the opportunity to accompany him to school, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Nuan Nuan obediently shook her head, indicating she was no longer sleepy. Guan chose not to press further, simply guiding her to wash up. The little girl possessed remarkable dexterity, and once her elder brother had lifted her onto a small stool, Nuan Nuan diligently washed her face and brushed her teeth. Gazing into the mirror, she touched her youthful face, which had become notably smoother due to careful nurturing. Her complexion had brightened considerably in just a few days, showcasing the remarkable recovery capabilities of children. As the saying goes, one white covers a multitude of flaws. Nuan Nuan's natural beauty was already exceptional, and now she appeared even more delicate and charming. Her face had also developed a hint of soft chub, while not as plump as the Huang or the coal-black ball. It was undeniably pleasant to the touch. After finishing her morning routine, Nuan Nuan joyfully took her elder brother's hand and descended the stairs. "Good morning, Dad." "Good morning, Grandpa." Early in the day, the delightful sound of the little one's soft voice fills the air, promising a day brimming with joy. Father Gu wears a tender smile, filled with affection for his little daughter. However, his mood swiftly shifts upon glimpsing his eldest son, Nuan Nuan, holding hands with the boy. To him, anyone who dares to compete for his beloved daughter, aside from his wife, is deemed an adversary. Furthermore, the extent of Nuan Nuan's attachment to her elder brother stirs a pang of jealousy within him. "Today, Gunan is accompanying me to the office." The eldest son of the Gu family, the future heir, shoots a glance at his father and promptly declines to go, asserting that he wishes to take Nuan Nuan to buy seeds. "What seeds?" Gunan inquires as he feeds Nuan Nuan a seafood bun. Delighting in the sight of her cheeks puffing up with happiness, she desires to plant various vegetable seeds on the ample vacant land in Nanjing Bun. Nuan Nuan nods enthusiastically, affirming her intentions. To his surprise, her elder brother takes this matter to heart, leaving Nuan Nuan deeply touched and even more attached to her big brother. Gu Linma observes his daughter with a hint of grievance, pondering why Nuan Nuan does not share her wishes with her father. Grandpa Gu expresses his desire to plant flowers, suggesting they clear the garden to make room. Nuan Nuan immediately shakes her head vigorously, declaring her affection for the flowers. Gunan, with a nonchalant tone, remarks that nothing is being planted on his side, suggesting that she should simply enjoy herself. "Very well then," he concedes. "It would be lovely to water the flowers together with my adorable granddaughter." Gu Linma was quite displeased. He would rather switch places with his eldest son. "When are you going abroad?" Gu Linma inquired with a smile, his fists itching with anticipation. What a pity. If only he had known in his youth. He would have seized the opportunity to land a few punches on you. The tension between the father and son was palpable. Guan shifted his stool closer to his elder brother, leaning towards Nuan Nuan to speak. "Sister, would you like to accompany me to school?" Guan secretly hoped to entice Nuan Nuan into his class, eager for everyone to know she was his sister. At this moment, he had completely forgotten his previous words spoken in front of Nuan Nuan, effectively slapping himself in the face. Nuan Nuan, savoring a bowl of porridge, inquired softly if that was permissible. Guan confidently patted his chest and assured her it was. All right then, after breakfast. It was still Gu Dad who took Guan to school, but this time, the cold and aloof Gunan accompanied them. "Come on, let us go to school together." Gunan and Gu Linma exchanged glances. "Why are you taking your sister along when you have classes to attend?" Guan hesitated for a couple of seconds, then defiantly retorted, "What's wrong with taking my sister to see where I study?" Gu Linma, with a smirk, reminded him who had said Nuan Nuan shouldn't refer to herself as his sister outside. Gunan gazed intently at his younger brother. "Guan, I didn't say that." He shouted vehemently, though his tone betrayed a hint of guilt. He selectively chose to forget who had made that statement, after all. It certainly wasn't him. Warm gazed at her brother, stifling a laugh, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Guan, under her scrutiny, felt a flush of embarrassment. He now regretted being such an arrogant fool in the past. Nevertheless, Warm had already promised him. Gu father gently poked his younger son's forehead, asserting that today was not suitable for such antics. He had classes to attend, and it would be improper to disturb the teacher. In a couple of days, they would be holding a parent-teacher meeting, and he would take Warm along at that time. Reluctantly, Guan nodded in agreement, reminding himself that it was his father's insistence to bring his sister along. After parting ways with Gu father, Gunan instructed the driver to take them to the largest planting base. This place was well equipped with an array of flower seeds, fruit seeds, and crop seeds, complete with ready reference samples. Upon entering the base, Warm was utterly astonished, her mouth agape in wonder. As the staff provided their introductions, she felt her knowledge expanding. Who knew that cultivating vegetables required such extensive learning? Warm had a fondness for both plants and animals. While here, she crouched down, listening intently and observing with great focus. When it was time to leave, she selected seasonal crop seeds and gathered a fair assortment of fruits, including several saplings that would bear fruit in 1 or 2 years. Meanwhile, the Gu family's old residents buzzed with excitement. As their car approached the villa, a throng of individuals approached with eager, flattering smiles. A beaming woman nudged a little girl dressed in a white princess gown, who was of similar age to Warm. The girl, upon catching sight of Gu Nan, trembled slightly in fright, yet with a reluctant yet ingratiating smile, she made her way toward him. As Gu Nan beheld the group of individuals, his previously buoyant mood evaporated instantaneously, replaced by a cold indifference in his gaze. Big brother. The tremor in the voice of the speaker was palpable. Beside a middle-aged woman, an 18-year-old girl cast a resentful and envious glare at her younger sister. Thinking to herself how useless she was, if it were her, she would undoubtedly have ingratiated herself with their cousin. I am not your elder brother. Yunan's voice was devoid of warmth, as he did not spare her a glance, instead bending down to retrieve Nuan from the car, his expression softening considerably. Big brother, came a sweet, soft voice that altered the countenance of those present. The smiles of the adults appeared strained, tinged with reluctance. While the girl was consumed by jealousy, a malicious thought brewing in her mind. Why did Nuan not simply perish outside? Chapter 53. Unwelcome guests of the Gu family yet. When they saw the child Gu Nan had brought forth from the vehicle, they were compelled to wear smiles, for after all, she was the cherished daughter of the Gu family. Woof, woof. Da Huang wagged its tail and bounded over, as Nuan vaguely heard someone call out. Where did this mutt come from? Where is the butler? That filthy dog should not be here. One of the youths among them disdainfully kicked at Da Huang. The dog evaded the blow and bared its teeth at the unexpected intruders. Woof, woof. Da Huang refrained from attacking, as Nuan forbade it. Yet it was more than capable of intimidating the intruders. Get lost, you filthy dog. Nuan pouted, her expression tinged with discontent. While Gu Nan's demeanor had long since turned somber, Da Huang approached, and amidst the startled exclamations of those present, the soft, endearing sound he made rendered them awkward, especially as they observed Nuan affectionately embracing the large dog. Their expressions were a mix of discomfort, disdain, and mockery. After all, she had grown up in the countryside, choosing to keep a mutt as a pet. Ah, you must be Nuan. We are your distant relatives, your uncle and aunt. Come, let me introduce you to your cousins, Ling and the others. They are of similar age, and as family. It would be wonderful for you all to bond and spend time together. The middle-aged woman wore a warm smile and was quite loquacious. Had Gu Nan not been standing beside Nuan, she might have embraced her with enthusiasm. Despite her seemingly amiable demeanor, Nuan remained vigilant. Retreating behind her older brother while clutching his long leg with her small arm, her lips pressed together and her gaze cast downward in silence. She harbored an aversion towards these individuals. Although they smiled, she could sense the malice radiating from them. Particularly as they had bullied Da Huang, she had no intention of forgiving them. Under Gu Nan's icy gaze, the woman fell silent, her previous exuberance dampened. This child. Why is she still so reserved? Gu Nan's voice was cold and demanding. Though he spoke of inconvenience, his tone bore the weight of an order. He had no patience whatsoever for these insipid so-called relatives. However, Nuan's demeanor was somewhat unexpected to him. Typically, the little one remained as pliable as a soft noodle, exhibiting no signs of temper even when bullied by Gu In and Gu Mingli. It appeared that her temperament was not entirely absent. It simply depended on the company she kept. Concerning Nuan's attitude, Gu Nin felt no discontent. Rather, he found it quite reassuring. He departed, his cool palm gently tousling Nuan's fluffy short hair, his tone markedly softer than when he spoke to others. Nuan understood that her elder brother was not angered by her rudeness, and with that realization, she felt completely at ease, her delicate face lighting up with a beaming smile. At that moment, Nuan particularly longed to call him elder brother, for he stood by her side, protecting her. Gu Nin bent down and, amidst the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, lifted the soft little girl into his arms. His previously chilling demeanor visibly softened. Although his expression remained impassive, Anyone with discerning eyes could see that he bestowed all his tenderness upon that little girl. The middle-aged woman, witnessing this, shot a frustrated glare at her daughter, feeling exasperated that if Ling Ling could win Gu Nan's favor, their family could undoubtedly lead a life of luxury. After all, he was the heir to the Gu group, a colossal enterprise worth a fortune. Beside the middle-aged woman stood the young girl Gu Wan, who looked at Nuan Nuan with envy. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, she stepped forward 2 paces and called out to Gu Nan, elder brother. With a gentle voice and a pair of pitiful eyes, Gu Wan gazed at Gu Nan with a delicate innocence. Gu Nan, however, remained indifferent, walking past her without uttering a single word, completely disregarding her presence. Gu Wan felt a pang of embarrassment but dared not harbor resentment towards the formidable Gu Nan. Instead, she silently held a grudge against Nuan Nuan. At that moment, Gu Nan paused and turned around, causing a flicker of surprise to dance in Gu Wan's eyes. She opened her mouth, poised to call out, only to witness Gu Nan cast a detached glance at the young boy. "If you dare show up again, get lost," he warned. The boy, terrified, felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. A middle-aged woman, observing her son's pale visage, felt a surge of compassion but refrained from provoking Gu Nan further. Gu Nan, this. Tung didn't mean it. He was unaware of that dog. Yet, Gu Nan was unwilling to entertain any further explanations, swiftly carrying Nuan Nuan away. At that moment, De Huang seemed to sense that Gu Nan was avenging him. Wagging his tail and approaching without fear, panting as if to express joy while following in Gu Nan's footsteps. Gu Wan, infuriated, clenched her fists, her nails digging painfully into her flesh, feeling that in Gu Nan's eyes, their family was worth less than a mere dog. Upon seeing Nuan Nuan, Gu Mama greeted her with a warm smile, embracing her daughter and signaling to her son. So, did Nuan Nuan suffer any bullying? Gu Nan's expression remained impassive. Gu Mama. Perhaps she should not expect any expression from her son at all. The family that entered afterward appeared to lack the previous enthusiasm displayed when they had gone out to greet, their smiles forced and insincere. Upon seeing this, Mother Gu felt a sense of joy and, embracing the seemingly indifferent Nuan Nuan, remarked, "Thank you for your warm reception of my son. Your hospitality surpasses even that of his own mother. How very courteous of you." The middle-aged woman glanced at Gu Nan, suppressing her disdain. This wretched girl, she thought. The Gu family had truly encountered misfortune in marrying such a woman. After all, she was her cousin. It was evident that this girl lacked respect for her elders and displayed no manners, raising children who mirrored her own lack of upbringing. In front of everyone, Mother Gu addressed Nuan Nuan, saying, "My little treasure, remember, if anyone bullies you, you must tell me, or your brother or grandfather. Regardless of the circumstances, our family will always stand by you." What of it if she openly favored her own? The audacity of their daughter aspiring to be adopted by them was nothing short of fanciful delusion. As they entered the main hall, Nuan Nuan noticed an elderly woman smiling broadly while conversing with Grandfather Gu, whose stern demeanor and imposing presence seemed somewhat at odds with her memories of him. "Grandfather." Nuan Nuan called softly, and Grandfather Gu's face instantly brightened, transforming into an entirely different person. The elegantly dressed elderly woman observed Nuan Nuan with a fleeting glint of calculation and disdain in her eyes, which she quickly masked with a warm and amiable smile. Chapter 54. Tantrums. Here comes Nuan Nuan. "Dear child, you have suffered over the years. Come here, let me take a look at you. Your little face resembles that of your sister-in-law, as if it were carved from the same mold. You are indeed a fortunate one." The elder approached with a smile, reaching out to embrace Nuan Nuan, yet the little one clung tightly to her brother's neck, burying her face against him. Gu Nan sidestepped, casting a cold gaze in her direction. "Oh, you children." The elder squinted, clearly displeased, showing no respect for her elders. "I am your aunt. To enter without greeting is one thing, but what is this attitude? I must say, cousin, the manners of your grandchildren leave much to be desired. We have come here specifically to visit, yet the daughter-in-law did not offer a greeting upon our arrival, and neither did the grandchildren extend any form of acknowledgement." "Enough," Grandfather Gu interjected sternly, slamming his teacup onto the table with force. Grandfather Gu was a generally accommodating man. His father's generation had endured the hardships of famine, fostering strong familial bonds. When his father ventured out to make a living, he left his only son in the village, where his uncle had taken good care of him. Consequently, after achieving success, he had often looked after his cousin. However, kindness can sometimes breed complacency. His cousin, though gentle and easily swayed, had married a wife lacking in discernment yet rife with ambition, who often sowed discord in front of him. As disappointments accumulated, Grandfather Gu gradually distanced himself from his cousin. Until his demise, this sister-in-law shamelessly exploited the deceased's reputation to solicit valuable possessions from him. While he could endure her other transgressions due to his advanced age, the notion of substituting his beloved granddaughter for Nuan Nuan was utterly intolerable. To criticize his granddaughter in his presence was an affront he could not abide. Madam, the esteemed Mr. Gu regarded her with a languid gaze, his discerning eyes emanating an oppressive intensity that was difficult to confront, coupled with an incisive sharpness. After all, he was once a prominent figure of his era. Although he had remained subdued in recent years, it did not imply that his authority had diminished. The affairs of my daughter-in-law, my grandchildren, those are matters for my family alone, and it is not the place of outsiders to cast judgment within my household. The elderly woman trembled in fright, taking a moment to comprehend that she had been chastised. And to be reprimanded thus in front of so many younger generations caused her face to flush with shame. She placed a hand over her heart and took a few steps back. Her son hurried forward to support her. "Mother, what is the matter? You wretched Gujanwa," she stammered, her finger trembling, and then, with a dramatic slap of her thigh, she sank to the ground and began to wail. "What a calamity! I am your sister-in-law. When your father went out to work, it was our family that raised you, and now you treat us in this manner. An entire family of ingrates. May you meet a wretched end." Draped in opulent garments, adorned with gold chains and bracelets that could serve as a display, her actions mirrored those of a rural shrew. Despite her luxurious appearance, the warm, starkly contrasting eyes fixated upon the elderly woman, invoking memories of Grandma's son from the village of Xiaoxi, a similarly malevolent figure. Her grandson frequently tormented her, and this wicked old hag not only failed to reprimand him but also berated the old woman, calling her a burden and pinching her flesh until it ached. This crone and that wicked witch were indistinguishable. Gu Nan covered his ears, for the old woman's vitriol grew increasingly unbearable, almost intolerable. His grandfather trembled with fury. Gu Nan remained composed on the sofa, his piercing gaze sweeping over them, and a voice devoid of emotion broke the tense atmosphere. Though not as thunderous as the old woman's, it resonated sufficiently for all to hear, sending shivers through the family. "Uncle, the project materials you oversaw a month ago resulted in a loss of 30 million, which my father covered for you. When do you intend to repay that? Furthermore, 6 months ago, due to inadequate safety measures, a worker was severely injured and hospitalized. The medical expenses, compensation, and costs for replacing safety materials, along with the bribes to silence the journalists, total 80 million, which I have fronted. When do you plan to repay that?" Gu Nan's expression remained impassive as he articulated these words, each syllable piercing through the family like a blade of ice. The middle-aged man averted his gaze, unable to meet his eyes, while the old woman ceased her wailing, now cowed by fear. Since their rise to affluence, their capabilities had diminished, yet their spending was unrestrained. Their expenditures had only escalated. Repayment seemed a distant thought, for they had little savings left, having relied on dividends to sustain their living over the years. The most unfortunate circumstance was that her son had succumbed to a gambling addiction, rendering their financial situation increasingly dire. Consequently, they had set their sights on the couple, Gu Linma and his wife. With the loss of Nuan Nuan and her granddaughter being of the same age, the Gu family was engulfed in sorrow. Their decision to adopt Gu Ling was ostensibly for their own benefit, and if they could also extract some financial gain from this arrangement, it would be all the better. The elderly woman gritted her teeth in resentment. Her lofty dreams lay shattered, intensifying her disdain for Nuan Nuan, a girl who would eventually marry off, deemed a liability. Her cousin's family truly cherished her as a treasure. Nuan Nuan sat beside him, her petite frame leaning against her elder brother, her wide eyes fixated on the individuals before her. She resolved to remember their faces, vowing to keep her distance in the future. From her vantage point in the corner, she observed the affectionate bond between the siblings, jealousy igniting within Gu Wan's eyes until they turned red. She bit her lip in frustration, casting a venomous glare at Nuan Nuan, simultaneously seething with resentment at her own circumstances. Had she been Gu Ling, she would not have been so ineffectual. She would have undoubtedly endeared herself to her uncle's family. In that case, the relationships she now envied with Gu Nan and the others would have belonged to her. In such a scenario, she would have been the beloved jewel of the Gu family, surrounded by 3 doting elder brothers, along with adoring parents. She would have attracted much admiration. Unlike her current predicament in a household where her grandmother favored males, showering affection on her brother and eldest sibling. The legacy of their rural origins, coupled with her grandmother's narrow-mindedness and propensity for tantrums, filled her with a profound sense of shame. Father is a man of little capability, yet he indulges in gambling. Mother spends her days engaged in mahjong with others. The eldest brother is as useless as a wet noodle, and the younger brother is a good-for-nothing well. This household has become unbearable for her. If only she had been born into her uncle's family, then there would be an abundance of wealth, and she would be pursued by all the noble science. Lost in her thoughts, Guwan's beautiful daydream was abruptly shattered by her grandmother's acerbic voice. The old woman wore a haggard expression, her slanted, beady eyes radiating sharpness and malice. We are all family, besides. Isn't it quite normal for your projects to come with risks and losses? As for the safety issues you mentioned, shouldn't that be your company's responsibility? Chapter 55. The Old Money Loser. The old woman's beady eyes darted toward Gunan, revealing her intent to behave like a shameless rogue, clearly planning to deny her liabilities. Gunan cast a cold glance in her direction, his formidable presence far surpassing that of an ignorant, provincial old woman. She quivered under the chilling, emotionless gaze, hastily averting her eyes, unable to meet his stare. His voice, devoid of emotion, flowed steadily, even when confronted with the unreasonable tantrums of an elderly woman, maintaining a composure akin to that of a high-ranking executive in a corporate setting. The innate arrogance that emanated from him instilled a sense of oppression that was insurmountable. That project was one your son begged my grandfather to grant. Gunan's uniquely frigid voice resonated, drawing the attention of everyone present. At this moment, an eerie silence enveloped the room. No one dared to interrupt Gunan while he spoke. This is the unique command he possesses as the future heir of the Gu family. Prior to this, all security equipment employed the latest technology, and I still retain the purchase records. However, following your son's takeover, all the equipment deteriorated into substandard old models within a few months. As for the whereabouts of the new devices, Gunan cast a cold glance at the middle-aged man. I have discovered the transaction records between you and Gao Wei, along with some incoming financial information. Would you care to see it? Just a single sentence left the opportunistic middle-aged man as pale as a ghost. His legs trembled slightly, and he lowered his head, unable to meet Gunan's gaze, instead pleading silently for help from his mother. The elderly woman immediately felt a pang of sorrow. She naturally cared for her son and believed no one could surpass his prowess. She would not permit anyone to speak ill of her son. And even in the presence of the formidable Gunan, her favoritism for her son allowed her to confront obstacles head-on. What are you doing? What are you doing? The elderly woman, known for her tenacity in the face of adversity, began to wail uncontrollably. This is intolerable. A whole family is bullying us. A widow and her orphan child. Gunan, is this how you speak to your own uncle? We are your elders. One cannot simply write the character Gu in one stroke. Is it too much to ask for a few million from you, given your wealth? How can you be so stingy with your impoverished relatives? I can't bear it any longer. When your father passed away, why didn't he take me with him? It would have been better than enduring this torment here. Wailing, she caught sight of Nuan Nuan. Your uncle is indeed a son of the Gu family, the only son of your great-grandfather. You lavish so much money on this little troublemaker, yet I have never seen you offer any support to your uncle. Bang. At the moment the old woman referred to Nuan Nuan as a troublemaker, Gunan abruptly stood up, a dark scowl on his face, and kicked the chair in front of the old woman over. His eyes were filled with fury as he glared at the old woman throwing a tantrum. In that instant, the elderly woman, usually adept at causing a scene, felt a surge of panic and fear. She looked at Gunan, who resembled an enraged tiger, trembling in terror and collapsing onto the ground. You old troublemaker, dare you utter another word about Nuan Nuan? Gu Mama, seething with anger, rushed forward wielding a rolling pin. Our Nuan Nuan is the treasure of the Gu family. You, a woman yourself, have lived so long. How can your tongue be so foul? I call you an old troublemaker. Are you pleased with that, old troublemaker? The elderly woman, incensed, rolled her eyes in exasperation, each utterance of old money loser piercing her like a dagger to the lungs. You wretched. Gunan leisurely rolled up his sleeves, resembling a tiger whose territory had been encroached upon. Even as he fixed his gaze upon the intruders, he retained an air of elegance and nobility. Yet an aura of ferocity emanated from him, a king of beasts whose very presence commanded respect and fear with every calculated step he took. leaving a trail of impending doom in his wake. The elderly woman's son and daughter-in-law were visibly shaken, particularly her son, who seemed to envision the gruesome fate of his own fingers severed. His face turned ashen as he trembled, clutching his hand in trepidation. Though they witnessed their mother collapse in fright, none dared to approach and offer her support. They cowered like ostriches, paralyzed by their own fear. Gunan regarded them with a cold, sardonic smile. Gu Mama cast an appreciative glance at her son, her resolve bolstered as she glared fiercely at the group before her. Akin to blood-sucking parasites, she harbored a lingering resentment for the elderly woman's derisive remarks towards her beloved Nuan Nuan, for she was a mother fiercely protective of her offspring. Nuan Nuan was her tender spot, cherished and safeguarded as if fragile porcelain. Yet these intruders had audaciously ventured into their home, trampling upon her vulnerabilities. And she could no longer tolerate such affronts. With the pent-up frustrations from earlier, she unleashed her wrath. The elderly woman, subjected to the relentless taunts of old money loser, felt both fury and fear, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Trembling, she glanced towards Gu Lao, seeking his intervention against his son and daughter-in-law. He leisurely sipped his tea, his voice gentle as he beckoned Nuan Nuan over, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere surrounding them. In truth, it was a one-sided torment they were enduring. Witnessing the small, insignificant girl, whom he had previously looked down upon, joyfully rush to the elderly gentleman's side was disconcerting. The elder tenderly lifted her, playfully covering her ears, as if to shield her from the sordidness of the world outside. The man before them, seething with anger, appeared enraged merely because she referred to herself as a little loser. In the past, he had remained unfazed by far worse provocations. Yet now he was incensed by a single phrase. As the elderly woman pondered this, she suddenly found herself breathless, her vision blurring before she fainted. Mother, grandmother. The young Guling, frightened, burst into tears and sat on the ground. Gunan calmly addressed the middle-aged man, suggesting they take her to the hospital, devoid of any shame for having caused an elder to faint. For some individuals, enduring a little would only embolden them to push further. Hence, it was better not to endure at all. Chapter 56. Were you frightened? The middle-aged man, along with his wife, trembled as they hastily carried their unconscious mother away. Stumbling at his words, they quickened their pace, oblivious to their two daughters who lagged behind, unaware of the unfolding drama. Amusingly, the pampered Gu Tingfei, instead of offering assistance to his grandmother, who had always cherished him, hastily sprinted to the front. As he ran, he inwardly chastised his grandmother, blaming her for provoking Gu Nan, which led to their disgraceful expulsion. Gu Wan stood hesitantly in place, torn between her desire to leave and her envy of Nuan Nuan. For the first time, she witnessed Gu Nan's fierce anger. He would resolutely rise to defend his sister. Why? Oh why? Was such a brother not hers? Why was she not Nuan Nuan? Gu Wan bit her lip hard, her ears filled with the irritable cries of Gu Ling. Instead of comforting her, she felt a sense of disdain. Gu Nan, with an impassive expression, beckoned, and Nan Feng approached from the doorway. Sir, please escort them out. Gu Wan was reluctant to leave, and Gu Nan equally wished to be rid of them. Upon hearing his words, Gu Wan's face turned pale. Gu Nan truly harbored no feelings for them. Miss Gu Wan, if you would be so kind, Nan Feng said with a standard smile, urging them to depart. Gu Wan managed a forced smile as she picked up her sister, her voice trembling with unshed tears. It must be noted that among her family, Gu Wan possessed the most intelligence, yet this slight cleverness was as naive as that of a child when faced with the seasoned schemers of the business world. Mother Gu gazed at Gu Wan with a slight pout, having previously perceived this child as the most cunning among the cousins, and her suspicions were confirmed. Gu Nan, oblivious to the unfolding drama, approached Nuan Nuan, his cool fingers brushing against her ear. Did I startle you? The little girl obediently perched on her grandfather's lap, her clear and innocent eyes observing the older boys. She lifted her small arms to embrace his neck as he lifted her into the air, like a soft kitten. Her fluffy little head nuzzled against him, warm and tender. No, I was scared. My big brother, grandfather, and mother all protect me. Nuan Nuan felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. She now had family to safeguard her, and that brought her immense joy. Miss Gu Wan, please this time. The smile on Nan Feng's face vanished as he firmly insisted that they leave. Gu Wan clutched her younger sister tightly, consumed by jealousy. Yet she understood that to foster good relations with the Gu family, she would likely need to placate this little cousin in the future. The very thought of it made her feel uneasy, and her grip tightened, causing Gu Ling to wail even louder. Once the two departed, tranquility finally enveloped the Gu family villa. Concerned that Nuan Nuan might have been frightened, Mother Gu took her to the kitchen, preparing a variety of delightful confections, many of which were shaped like adorable animals, small cookies and cakes. Dressed in her charming Hello Kitty apron, Nuan Nuan's tender little face was speckled with white flour, her bright black and white eyes sparkling as they beheld the freshly baked cookies, her rosy lips forming a round O as she gasped in awe. Mother is truly remarkable. The soft, sweet praise filled Gu's heart with satisfaction. She picked up a small rabbit-shaped cookie and fed it to Nuan Nuan. The little girl munched happily, her cheeks puffed out, exuding an adorable charm. Observing her contented expression, Gu sighed in relief. It seemed she had not been frightened after all. Gu had been concerned that her confrontation with that family today might leave Nuan Nuan with the impression that they were bullying elderly relatives. Thus, she intended to gently clarify everything to her. Nuan Nuan nodded enthusiastically while nibbling on the cookie, understanding that those who were kind to her parents, grandparents, and brothers were good people, while the unkind ones were bad. Listening to her innocent reasoning about distinguishing between good and evil, Gu felt a mix of amusement and warmth. Why hadn't the little cat included herself in that judgment? What if someone were to bully Nuan Nuan? Bite them, Nuan Nuan declared, puffing her cheeks and attempting to adopt a fierce demeanor. However, her innocent appearance resembled that of a puppy just sprouting its first teeth, endearingly fierce yet utterly lacking in intimidation. If someone were to poke a finger at her little head, she would merely whimper and flail her tiny paws without the ability to truly bite. Gu couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Nuan Nuan, it seems your mother has little faith in you. The little one huffed in frustration before taking another bite of the fragrant, crispy cookie. Nuan Nuan, do you think that old man was bullied by mommy and your brothers today? The little girl nibbled on her cookies, shaking her head at the mention of wrongdoing. No, it was them who were bad. She had no intention of reporting the incident. Instead, she calmly recounted her past experiences of being bullied. When she spoke of her previous hardships, her eyes remained clear and innocent, devoid of any shadows, only radiating joy. She understood that she was now protected by her family. For this reason, Nuan Nuan completely dismissed the grievances she had endured, choosing instead to look forward. Presently, she felt blissfully content, so much so that the suffering of her past faded into oblivion. However, Mother Gu covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes, as a single drop cascaded down her cheek. Standing at the doorway, Gu Nin clenched his fists tightly, his phoenix eyes dark and cold, resembling an unfathomable icy abyss. My Nuan Nuan has suffered. Mother Gu knelt down to embrace her precious daughter. They had previously learned that there were 1 or 2 families in the village who treated Nuan Nuan poorly, yet the specifics of their mistreatment remained unclear. Chapter 57. A feathered visitor arrives at home. Nuan Nuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon her eyes sparkled with delight, smiling like a little angel, sweet and soft. She gently wiped away her mother's tears with her tiny hand, reassuring her, "It's not painful, Mommy, don't cry. How obedient you are." Mother Gu tenderly patted her little head, her tears transforming into a smile. Gu Nan lingered at the door for a moment, his face set in a cold expression, as he sent a message to his assistant, Nan Feng, instructing him to investigate who had bullied Nuan Nuan during her time in Little Creek Village. Although it may not be as extreme as the murders depicted on television, Gu Nin felt it was necessary to create some trouble to vent his frustrations. Not long after, the infidelity of Sun Posi's son in Xiaoxi village was discovered by his wife, a fierce woman who, accompanied by her family, stormed in to confront him. She beat Sun Posi's son mercilessly, and upon hearing the news, Sun Posi demanded her son divorce his wife. Consequently, their family became the laughingstock of Xiaoxi village, their home in disarray. However, that is a story for another time. Unbeknownst to Nuan Nuan, her brother was contemplating revenge on her behalf. After comforting their mother, she clutched a fragrant biscuit with both hands, exclaiming, "Mom, I'll take this to brother." Her soft, delicate voice filled the air with the sweet aroma of freshly baked treats. Nuan Nuan, with her short legs, dashed forward, nearly colliding with her brother's legs, but fortunately, a pair of long hands steadied her small frame. Big brother. Once she regained her balance, the little one tilted her face upward, her strikingly bright eyes transforming into crescent moons, revealing a charming dimple as she smiled. Nuan Nuan, now slightly plumper, resembled a beautifully crafted BJD doll, captivatingly sweet and visually enchanting. "Slow down." Gu Nan, looking down at his obedient sister, couldn't help but smile. Brother will share this with you. Mom and Nuan Nuan made it together. Nuan Nuan eagerly offered her little bear-shaped biscuit to her brother, extending it with delight. The cookies at her lips exuded a delightful milky fragrance, and Gunan, maintaining an impassive demeanor, consumed them one after another. With her thumb, she gently wiped the flour dust from the little girl's face. The small child obediently stood by, occasionally tilting her head to nuzzle affectionately, resembling an endearing, snow-white kitten, her paws still adorably pink. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Gunan's eyes as she effortlessly lifted the tiny being into her arms. Warm, obedient, and with a sweet smile, the little one offered a cookie to her older brother. In the afternoon, the sky turned gloomy, and rain began to fall. Warm sat in a suspended basket on the small balcony of her bedroom, clutching a lump of coal, while beside her lay a large yellow dog. In her hands, she held a primary school book, articulating the words clearly, reciting the lessons that her older brother had taught her the day before. What many considered to be mundane content resonated with a soft, sweet voice, akin to a sprite in the rain, imbued with a unique warmth and romance. Not only did the cat and dog present listen intently, but even the birds, their wings dampened by the rain, were drawn to the enchanting sound, landing on the windowsill. The fluttering of their wings against the glass produced a gentle flapping sound. The soft, melodious voice of the little girl paused, and she padded over with her bare feet, delicately opening the window with her tender toes. A small parrot, white with a warm yellow tuft atop its head and rosy cheeks, immediately hopped in. Indeed, this was the very bird that had flown in upon hearing Warm's reading. "Hello, hello," a melodious and crisp voice uttered the peculiar greeting. Warm, taken aback by the sight of a talking bird for the first time, stood in awe. Even De Huang and the coal ball approached, gazing at the unexpected visitor with their furry faces raised. Warm was astonished as she beheld the little bird perched on the windowsill, greeting it with a polite, delicate voice. "Hello, little beauty," it chirped, repeatedly calling her by this endearing name. Warm, her cheeks flushed with shyness as her soft, slender fingers gently touched the bird's head, conversing with it in a tender manner. "What is your name?" "I am Warm." "Dodo, Warm, Warm." It seemed to revel in reiterating its words. Warm welcomed this sudden guest into her home. She opened her small hands, asking, "Shall I take you to dry off?" "Yes. Thank you. Thank you," the little bird replied, perching its tiny feet in the palm of her hand, then comfortably settling down. It affectionately pecked at her fingers with its short beak, a sensation that was not painful but rather ticklish. Unsure if it had fallen into the dirt during its flight. As its feathers appeared somewhat soiled, Warm softly proposed giving it a bath, to which the bird consented. After preparing warm water, the bird dipped its claws to test the temperature, and finding it suitable, it flapped its wings and joyfully splashed into the water, rolling about in delight. In that moment, Warm's mouth opened wide in surprise as she exclaimed, "Coal ball, look! The little bird can bathe by itself, yet you are still reluctant to wash." The black cat, perched gracefully at the edge of the table, flicked the tip of its tail, its striking emerald eyes fixated on a bird that was elegantly preening its feathers. The bird, engaged in its bathing ritual, suddenly felt the unsettling sensation of being regarded as potential prey. With a wary glance cast towards the feline, it emerged from the water, clutching a warm finger in its beak, believing that this gesture offered the utmost safety. Warm, assuming the bird sought her assistance in its ablutions, diligently set about cleansing its plumage, and in no time, it was impeccably clean. The diminutive soaked bird, still damp, was gently placed upon a dry towel by Warm, who meticulously dried its vibrant feathers, starting from its back, then its little belly, and finally attending to its dainty claws, all with remarkable patience. "Thank you, thank you," the bird chirped, shaking off the moisture from its partially dry feathers. Warm, in turn, placed it inside a dryer specifically intended for coal balls. Within minutes, a beautifully pristine bird emerged. The little creature continued to preen its fluffy plumage with its beak. Unsure of the bird's species, Warm decided to seek her older brother's insight. Wearing her little slippers and cradling the bird that had found its way into her home, she trotted towards Gu Nan's study, with two tails trailing behind her. After gently pushing the door open and peeking inside, she noticed that her brother was not engaged in a video call at that moment, prompting her to tiptoe inside. Big brother, Big Brother." Warm rushed to the side of the aloof young man, extending her little arms to offer the small bird in her hand. To her surprise, the white bird squawked and flapped its wings, taking flight. How fierce it was, even more so than a cat. Yet, how delightful it was to hear it utter several words. Warm gazed at her empty palms in bewilderment, wondering how it had escaped. Gunan glanced at the escaping parrot with his elongated, phoenix-like eyes. Big brother, this bird can talk. What kind of bird is it? Warm's innocent gaze brimmed with curiosity. Gunan gently ruffled her hair. It's a blue-streaked lory. Chapter 58. The Cat in the Rain. Gunan effortlessly identified the species of the parrot. It must have been domesticated. Warm nodded in understanding. Then is its owner searching for it? The small parrot buried its head beneath its wings, mumbling in a peculiar tone, I don't know. Then please come down. The blue-streaked lory circled above Warm, flapping its wings. Big bad wolf. Warm had a slight idea of whom it was referring to and felt a twinge of irritation. How could her wonderful big brother possibly be a big bad wolf? This bird, like those children, clearly lacked an appreciation for character. Meanwhile, Gunan, unfazed by being called a big bad wolf, said calmly, forget about it. Is Gunan teaching you your primary school textbooks? Warm rested her little arms on her brother's thigh, her weight leaning against him, and obediently nodded in response. I'll go get the book, and you can teach me, brother. The warm, grape-like black and white eyes of Nuan sparkled with enthusiasm as she eagerly grasped her older brother's hand. Her soft, cherubic face nuzzled affectionately against him. Thank you, big brother, she murmured sweetly before darting off to retrieve her textbook. Observing this, the parrot, Dodo, flapped its wings in a futile attempt to follow, but was unable to keep pace with Gunan. The door swung shut abruptly, nearly pinching Dodo in the process. Big bad wolf. Help, Nuan. Help? Dodo squawked in a high-pitched voice, trembling at the prospect of facing the formidable Gunan alone. His piercing gaze fixed upon the bird, commanding silence. Fine. Dodo conceded, closing its beak, fearing it might soon find itself served as a dish. You may stay, but should you relieve yourself in the study or Nuan's room, I will pluck your feathers, Gunan threatened coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. If Feng Nan and the others were to witness such a scene, they would surely be astounded, unable to fathom that their once-dreaded leader would stoop to threatening a bird. Understood, Dodo replied, obediently subdued under the icy glare of the big bad wolf, its heart longing for the gentle presence of the little beauty. When Nuan returned, clutching her book, she was blissfully unaware of any discord. Dodo dared not complain to Nuan in front of Gunan, knowing that she would undoubtedly side with her brother. Seated together, as Gunan's deep, resonant voice recited the text from the book, it resonated with a noble elegance akin to that of a cello, captivating Nuan, who cradled her delicate face, lost in rapture. The elder brother's reading resonates with an enchanting melody, akin to a song, despite the absence of emotional fluctuations throughout. The tender and soft timbre of his voice seamlessly intertwines with the innocent and pure tones of his younger sister, as they read together a seemingly childish elementary school textbook. Strangely, this melodic duet evokes a whimsical sense of romance, dancing upon the notes. The once apprehensive little being, now unbidden, flutters to the table before them, gently shaking its wings in quietude, while a coal-black ball rests cozily in the warmth of Nuan's embrace. Its agile, ebony tail encircles her delicate wrist like a bracelet, the stark contrast of black and white accentuating the porcelain softness of her skin. In that moment, the study is filled solely with the harmonious voices of the siblings, and even Gunan seems to radiate an increased warmth. As the time approaches for Guan's class to conclude, the rain in the sky shows no signs of abating. Nevertheless, Nuan is determined to greet her brother after school. She believes that his heart swells with joy upon seeing her, even if unspoken. The sparkle in his eyes speaks volumes. Nuan herself feels elated when she picks up her brother, and today he has forgotten his umbrella. Clutching her umbrella tightly, she dons her little rain boots. The drizzling weather carries a slight chill, but her mother has dressed her in a pristine white plush coat that flows like a dress, covering her calves entirely, complete with a hood adorned with 2 rabbit ears. With her fluffy, soft hairstyle complementing her inherently gentle demeanor, she appeared as an enchanting, snow-white bundle of softness, evoking an irresistible desire to cradle her in one's arms. Nuan, remember not to get out of the car. Let the big brother fetch the little brother, all right? Nuan understands, she replied, concerned that Nuan might catch a chill from the rain. Mother Gu reiterated her instructions, only allowing them to depart once she saw Nuan nod obediently. As they entered the vehicle, A flash of white darted past and swiftly nestled inside. Just as Nuan Nuan settled in, a beautiful little parrot landed gently on her shoulder, burrowing into her hair to conceal itself, affectionately nuzzling against her delicate neck. Little beauty, bring Dowdo. At home, there is an old black cat that constantly glares at it, causing its feathers to almost stand on end. Dowdo fears that a mere nap might cost it its life. Nuan Nuan tenderly patted Dowdo's fluffy little head, then turned to grasp the big brother's clothing, gazing at him imploringly. Big brother, could we take Dowdo along? The timid Dowdo did not dare to show itself. Upon hearing the man's affirmative response, Dowdo, whose feathers were taut with anxiety, relaxed so much that it nearly slipped off Nuan Nuan's tiny shoulder, but fortunately managed to hold on just in time. For the remainder of the journey, it nestled against her neck, creating a warm cocoon. Upon arriving at school, Nuan Nuan leaned against the window, observing the numerous cars arriving to pick up children. Guan gently stroked her head, saying, I will go fetch Guan. Do not get out of the car. Warmly nodded obediently, watching the older brother emerge from the vehicle with a black umbrella, droplets of rain cascading to the ground, dampening the leather and the hems of his black suit trousers, albeit only slightly. Guan stood composed amidst the rain, still embodying a regal presence, impervious to the whims of the weather. Be careful, big brother, warmly called out, raising her small hand in a wave. Guan responded with a simple acknowledgement, shutting the door behind him as he departed. In the interim, warmly leaned against the car window, gazing outside. The rain had lessened, allowing her to discern the world beyond. Their vehicle had parked in a somewhat secluded area, as the spaces ahead were fully occupied. Upon her glance, warmly noticed a small, shivering creature nestled in the corner of the school's wall. Instinctively, she flung open the car door, eliciting a startled reaction from the driver. Miss Warmly, you cannot go out. In her haste, she had momentarily forgotten her mother and brother's warnings. Biting her finger, she pointed outside, exclaiming, but there's a cat. Indeed, huddled in the corner, struggling to evade the rain yet to little avail, was a small white cat, trembling in the downpour. The driver, casting a quick glance, unfurled his umbrella and dashed into the rain. Miss Warmly, please stay put. I shall retrieve it. Chapter 59. Guan and Dodo in his determination to rescue the feline. The driver's clothes became soaked, yet he wore a joyous smile as he presented the cat from his coat, as if offering a precious treasure to Warmly. The driver is a simple-hearted middle-aged man who once had a daughter the same age as the young girl, Nuan Nuan. Tragically, his little girl succumbed to leukemia at a tender age. In his moments of despair, it was the Gu family who offered him this job and generously provided him with a substantial financial aid of 100,000 yuan to help cover the exorbitant medical expenses. Although his daughter ultimately passed away, she left this world with joy, having received her favorite gifts from her father. Thus, he holds deep gratitude towards the Gu family, particularly towards Miss Nuan Nuan, who resembles his beloved daughter. Each time he sees her, he is reminded of his sweet girl, prompting him to shower her with kindness. However, the Gu family is abundant with people who care for her, including the esteemed Mr. Gu, his wife, the elderly patriarch, and even the eldest son. Therefore, being able to do something for this little girl genuinely brings him joy. Please, come into the car, Nuan Nuan urged him, quickly offering the clean blanket from her big brother to the driver. Uncle, dry yourself quickly, we don't want you to catch a cold. The driver chuckled heartily and, with a grunt, placed the cat from his clothing onto his lap, using it to wipe the rain from his hair and clothes. Uncle, you can place the cat here. Nuan Nuan pointed to the spacious area at her feet, which could easily accommodate it. The little girl gently poked the feathers of the cat with her finger, signaling it to remain calm. The driver hesitated, holding onto his clothing. But what if it gets dirty in the car? What's the matter? A cool, familiar voice interrupted, causing the driver to shiver as he looked at Gunan, who stood at the car door, holding an umbrella. The stoic youth, however, did not direct his gaze towards him, but instead focused on Nuan Nuan. Upon noticing that she remained dry and content, he nodded approvingly, evidently pleased with his sister's obedience. Guan, taking advantage of his smaller stature, was the first to ascend the vehicle, settling next to Nuan Nuan. He playfully pinched her soft hand before taking hold of it. How comforting. What were you discussing just now? A faint meow interrupted the moment, and it was only then that Guan noticed the cat in the driver's hands, exclaiming in surprise, how come there's a cat? Guan cast his gaze down towards Gu and pouted slightly, shifting his position to sit closer, since his sister occupied the middle seat. Guan placed Nuan Nuan in the center. Brother, a cat, she said, her delicate little hands grasping her elder brother's palm, her striking black and white eyes gazing up at him earnestly. Do you want to keep it? Nuan Nuan's eyes sparkled as she looked at her elder brother, nodding her head obediently and softly murmuring, "It's raining now. The cat mother and her babies must be so pitiful." Gunan gently tapped Nuan Nuan's tiny nose with his finger before addressing the driver. "Please bring it over." The driver promptly acquiesced, placing his own coat at Nuan Nuan's feet. The drenched cat mother appeared quite unkempt, looking notably emaciated, as she sheltered her two trembling babies beneath her. Guan glanced at the unfortunate sight, disdainful at the realization that the once graceful cat was now so disheveled. He was indeed one who judged solely by appearances. Nuan Nuan also gazed longingly, while Gunan quietly admonished her not to touch. The little girl obediently nodded, understanding that she must refrain from touching. First, they would visit the pet hospital. If she wished to adopt the cats, it was imperative to have them dewormed, vaccinated, and their claws trimmed. He would not allow the presence of anything that could jeopardize her health. Should the cats behave amiably, he would not mind caring for them. However, if they proved to be untamed and posed a risk to her, he would arrange for them to be rehomed. As they drove to the pet hospital, Gunan handed the driver a card to procure a new outfit. The driver, touched by this gesture, concealed his gratitude and hurried to buy the clothes, mindful not to catch a cold, as that would hinder his ability to drive Miss Nuan Nuan and the young master. The mother cat and her kittens were soon taken by the veterinarian for the necessary examinations. The three of them settled onto the sofa, where Guan used his phone to teach Nuan Nuan how to play video games. While she struggled to grasp the more intricate games, she found delight in simpler ones like match-3 puzzles and Tetris. Guan, while teasing his sister for her childishness, accepted a ranked match invitation from a friend to join Nuan Nuan in her game. "Wow, brother, you're amazing." Each time she cleared a level, her sweet, sincere praise and sparkling eyes filled Guan with a sense of pride. "There's nothing to commend. It's quite simple," he replied dismissively. Yet he focused more intently on advancing through the levels. Gunan, maintaining a stoic expression, mused to himself how, in just half a month, his younger brother had become increasingly insincere. Impressive indeed. A peculiar and whimsical voice emanated from Nuan Nuan, causing Guan to nearly drop his phone in surprise. With a startled gaze, he turned to discover a small parrot nestled within his sister's fluffy hair. Where did this bird come from? He breathed a sigh of relief, for he had feared something was amiss with his sister's voice, which would have been quite alarming. Nuan Nuan smiled with her crescent-shaped eyes, delicately scratching the little parrot. "Dodo," beneath its chin. "It flew home by itself, and its name is Dodo," she explained. Intrigued, Guan observed the bird and asked, "Can it speak? Call out for me to hear." Dodo tilted its head, flapping its tiny wings as it responded, "What do you want me to call you for?" Guan burst into laughter, realizing the little creature was quite clever. "Oh, so you dare to take advantage of me," he exclaimed, glaring at Dodo while reaching out to catch it. Dodo flapped its wings energetically, squawking in a frenzy, "Help! Help! Someone's attacking the little master." "Stop right there," Guan shouted, to which Dodo retorted, "I won't." The two engaged in a playful standoff, glaring at each other like two feisty roosters. Nuan Nuan's eyes curved into crescent moons, incredibly charming as she gently interjected, "Brother, don't fuss with Dodo." Clearing his throat, Guan conceded, "All right. In light of your plea, I shall refrain from quarreling with a mere bird." Dodo fluttered down, about to speak, but was abruptly silenced as Nuan Nuan covered its beak with her hand, declaring, "You mustn't bully my brother." Dodo immediately drooped, subdued. With a sense of triumph, Guan felt as proud as a victorious rooster, eagerly pulling his sister along to enthusiastically teach her how to play the game. Chapter 60, The Beautiful Cat, Ding Dong. The sound of a message notification echoed from Gunan's phone. "Shin, Gunan, I will visit Uncle and Aunt tomorrow. The cat is well behaved." JPG, at a glance, Gunan discerned Shin's true intention. His claim of visiting his parents was merely a guise to see his sister. "Gu, no need. Take her to Nanjing B1 tomorrow." "Shun, I will also go to Nanjing B1. "Shun, what a coincidence. I happen to be heading to Nanjing B1 tomorrow, huh?" Such words dripped with insincerity. Shin Yujin stared, bewildered, at the message from Gunan, pondering the meaning behind that simple response. Did it imply he had no objections to his visit? He had initially planned to persistently pursue a glimpse of the legendary sister, yet he was taken aback by Gunan's willingness today. Rubbing his chin, Shin Yujin felt an unsettling sense of conspiracy brewing. Indeed, It was a scheme. Tomorrow, Gunan intended to take Nuan Nuan to Nanjing B1 for farming. He had already arranged for the vacant plot around the villa to be tidied up, and though the soil had been turned, he was not opposed to having a willing helper in Nuan Nuan, who wished to plant herself. Dear guests, your cats have been bathed, dewormed, and their nails trimmed. Would you like to vaccinate them? Gunan nodded nonchalantly, instantly abandoning her game. Nuan Nuan scampered over on her little legs to gaze at the 3 cats in the cage. The mother cat, impeccably clean and gently dried, is a pristine long-haired feline, resembling a striking transformation from an ungainly duckling to a graceful swan. Guan couldn't help but wonder if the pet hospital had swapped their cat. Her fur, a dazzling white devoid of any impurities, is now fluffy and soft, reminiscent of a Maine Coon, albeit smaller in stature, suggesting a mixed breed. The 2 kittens, also long-haired, are irresistibly adorable, sporting large, sparkling eyes akin to those of Nuan Nuan. Each pair of bright, clear eyes engages in a delightful exchange. As the tiny kittens mewl in sweet, high-pitched voices, their delicate, pink, furry paws reaching out inquisitively towards Nuan Nuan. With a gentle smile, Nuan Nuan bends down to observe the 2 kittens, playfully touching her finger to their soft, tiny paws in a gesture of camaraderie. Meow, the kittens respond with their soft, gentle cries. One kitten mirrors its mother's snowy hue, while the other boasts a warm orange coat, with only its belly and paws adorned in white. Both kittens inherit their mother's striking beauty, truly captivating in their appearance. Where might one procure such beautiful cats? De Huang, accompanied by Meichio, approached with a wagging tail. Upon spotting De Huang, the mother cat momentarily stiffened, her fur bristling in alarm, her long, fluffy coat transforming into a comical, cloud-like mass of pristine white. Nuan Nuan tenderly reassured the mother cat, while De Huang, with his tongue lolling out, curiously observed the trio without making a sound. The coal ball gracefully leaped from the large yellow head to the ground, its long legs approaching the cat nest with an elegant gait. The coal ball possessed striking beauty. Albeit a different kind from that of its mother, it exuded a certain commanding charm, its muscular lines being both balanced and elongated. Were it not for its diminutive size, one might easily mistake it for a black panther. However, the coal ball was still quite young, not yet a year old, and still had room for growth, though it remained uncertain how large it might become. It sat elegantly beside the cat nest, radiating an inexplicable air of nobility, its sleek black tail curling from behind to the front, the tip entwining with its neatly gathered front paws. Its emerald green eyes fixed intently upon the trio of cats. Coal ball, you must learn to coexist harmoniously with the mothers, it seemed to say. After soothing the cat mothers, Nuan Nuan sweetly introduced the 3 newly joined members to the coal ball. After dutifully instructing the cats not to quarrel, Nuan Nuan returned to her studies with her brother. Is Nuan Nuan all right? Was his immediate concern, recalling the previous family's attempts to have Gu Ling adopted by them. It was evident that the old woman would not take a liking to Nuan Nuan, but that was of no consequence. His precious daughter did not require the approval of such a person. However, should anyone dare to harm Nuan Nuan? The thought of that old woman referring to his daughter as a little money loser made Gu's mother feel a wave of indignation. It was one thing for her to favor sons over daughters, but why should she dare to come into their home and belittle his daughter? Mother Gu refrained from articulating her thoughts clearly, for she found it difficult to utter the phrase little money-losing darling, particularly since those words were used by that elderly woman to describe her precious daughter. Although she did not express herself explicitly, Gu Linma could roughly infer the implications from her words. A chill enveloped him, yet he maintained a smile that exuded an unsettling aura. It appeared that they had been living too comfortably. Upon hearing this, Mother Gu immediately recognized that family was due for misfortune, and she welcomed the prospect with delight. This time, that elderly woman had not merely provoked her. It was evident that father was also irked today. Over the years, father's patience with that family had dwindled, and this time, even if he were to deal with them, he would likely turn a blind eye. He needed to attend to feeding Nuan Nuan's cat some milk. The feline's temperament was not as haughty as a coal ball, and it was rather pleasant to stroke its soft fur. Gu Linma observed his father moving aside without uttering a word, prompting him to chuckle. When he saw his father entering with a glass of milk, Nuan Nuan jumped off her chair and scampered over, calling out Daddy in a sweet, innocent voice that was utterly endearing. Father Gu felt his heart soften, pondering why there were those unfortunate souls who could not appreciate his wonderfully obedient daughter. Nuan Nuan enjoyed her milk and then had some fruit. Each day, Feeding his daughter was an incredibly fulfilling endeavor. Nuan Nuan nodded and softly uttered a good. With both little hands cradling the cup of milk, she diligently took small sips, realizing that such a large glass would take her quite some time to finish, as she relished the sweet, creamy milk. After finishing a cup, it seemed as though the entire essence of a rich, milky fragrance enveloped him. Chapter 61. I want to complain to Mom. Guan hurried over. But the moment he caught sight of his father carrying milk, he scrunched up his face in disdain and attempted to flee, only to be caught by his father Gu's outstretched arm, which seized his collar. Where do you think you're going? Come back and drink your milk. Guan struggled, protesting. No, milk is only for children. I've grown up, and I want to drink it. I am an adult now, and in 2 years. You won't stand a chance against me, I tell you. With an exceptionally loud voice, Guan stood his ground, determined to resist his father to the end. Gu Linma chuckled in amusement, swiftly pivoting his arm to hoist Guan up, face down, delivering several swift smacks to his backside. You little rascal. Are you trying to revolt? Guan, having been spanked in front of his sister, felt utterly humiliated, as if all his dignity had been stripped away. Gu Linma remarked with a hint of seriousness, You really thought I couldn't handle you if I didn't let you know who your father is? Guan squealed. You can't hit my backside. How could you do that? Don't you know that a man's backside is off limits? Dad, I'm telling you. This is like hitting a tiger's backside. You're finished. Gu Linma leisurely replied, Oh? What do you intend to do about it? Guan, his face flushed with indignation, bellowed the most cowardly declaration, I'm going to tell Mom. Gu Linma. Warm. What a promising young man. Once released. Guan obediently drank his milk, making an effort to reclaim his lost dignity on the floor. I am not drinking milk under your coercive influence. I simply wish to set a commendable example for my sister. Nuan Nuan blinked her eyes, for she would obediently consume her milk regardless of any role model. Guan met her innocent, bewildered gaze, and his face flushed crimson, firmly refusing to acknowledge that his compliance stemmed from his inability to defy their father. Gu Linma twitched his lips, pondering which parent this foolish son had taken after. It was time for bed. Nuan Nuan intended to sleep with her parents tonight. Previously, he had been overly indecisive, but his obedient daughter had now acclimatized well to home life. After being startled today, she undoubtedly required her father's care and comfort. Guan, who was currently sipping his milk, immediately protested. Why should that be? He wiped the milk foam from his mouth, boldly placing his cup down and seizing Nuan Nuan's small hand, pulling her behind him, puffing out his little chest, and standing defiantly before his father, tilting his head like a proud rooster. Yesterday, it was his elder brother who accompanied their sister to sleep. Tonight, it should be me, the little brother, who shares her slumber. Guan perked up again, envisioning the joy of cuddling his fragrant, warm sister, far more comfortable than a pillow. Gu Linma narrowed his eyes at his son, bemused by how this little rascal could not go 3 seconds without causing a scene. Moments later, Mom, save your son, Dad is hitting me. Nuan Nuan, still clutching her milk cup, wore a perplexed expression on her delicate face as she watched their father brandish a clothes hanger and chase after her brother. The little brother ran with remarkable agility, leaping and bounding about like a monkey. Finally, father calmly carried Nuan Nuan out, gently closing the door behind him. While the sounds of Guan's various protests echoed from within, the gazes of Mother Gu and Gu Nin met at the doorway, filled with unspoken questions. Why had Mother struck her son again? The word again was aptly chosen, hinting at the frequency of such occurrences in their household. Nuan Nuan clung to her father's neck, her large, watery eyes fixed on the door to her brother's room, though in reality, father hadn't harmed her brother at all. It was merely that he had exaggerated his cries dramatically. Gu Linma, cradling his fragrant daughter, scoffed softly, asserting his claim over Nuan Nuan for the night. At this, Mother Gu instantly redirected her attention away from her son. Gu Nan cast an expressionless glance at his parents, his gaze ultimately settling on Nuan Nuan, feeling an inexplicable twinge of disappointment. Nuan Nuan observed him intently and, astutely perceiving the unspoken emotion behind her brother's stoic demeanor, softly called out, Big brother, tomorrow I will sleep with you. Her tender voice was endearing and considerate. Upon hearing Nuan Nuan's words, the corners of Gu Nan's mouth finally lifted into a slight smile. Nuan Nuan nestled against her father's side, content to spend the evening with her parents, while thoughts of her brother lingered in her mind. After all, who could resist his charms? Yet, Nuan Nuan felt a pang of uncertainty. Alas, what a conundrum it was. She had both her parents and big brother, yet she could only be one person. Gu Linma. Tomorrow, I had intended to cradle my sweet daughter in slumber, but it now seems that such a desire is unattainable. He cast a disdainful glance at his elder son. The rain had fallen intermittently throughout the night, and the stark contrast in temperature between the indoors and outdoors made one particularly fond of remaining cocooned in the warmth of the blankets, nestled between her parents. The little one, Nuan Nuan, slept soundly, her fluffy head and the rosy half of her delicate face peeking out from the covers, embodying innocence and charm. Her soft, pink lips, akin to blossoming peach flowers, parted slightly, emitting even breaths. She was always such a well-behaved sleeper, yet her serene demeanor was heart-wrenching. Curled up in the comforting embrace of her tall father, her slender, soft fingers clutched at his pajama fabric, bathed in the gentle light streaming from above. Her elegantly curled eyelashes fluttered slightly, reminiscent of a lovely butterfly shaking its wings in the morning light. Nuan Nuan slowly opened her eyes, her fluffy head receiving a gentle caress from a broad, warm hand. "Have you awoken, Nuan Nuan? Would you like to sleep a little longer?" The little girl, with her glistening, bewildered eyes, shook her head slowly, tilting her cherubic face upwards, her clear, misty gaze fixed intently on her father for a prolonged moment, as if still processing her surroundings. This adorably dazed appearance was utterly enchanting. Gu Linma's long fingers pinched her tiny face, which had begun to acquire a hint of softness. "Daddy," she murmured in a soft, muffled tone. Gu Linma, resembling a foolishly delighted father, broke into a smile, his usual composed and astute demeanor fading away. Cradling her obedient daughter in her arms, she affectionately nuzzled her. "My daughter is simply too well-behaved. What are you up to?" Gu Mama playfully swatted her husband, rescuing the little one, whose hair had become a wild mane resembling a lion's, from his embrace. The little darling's cheeks were flushed, her eyes sparkling with innocence, and her gentle temperament left her unaware of how to resist. What a state her hair is in. Gu Mama shot a disapproving glance at her foolish husband before taking warm and fluffy Nuan Nuan to groom and wash her up. Once her hair was clean and styled, she transformed into an adorable and delicate little cutie. Today, she was still clad in a fuzzy outfit, resembling a cream-colored little hamster, complete with a pair of round-eared hairbands. She looked as if she had become a magical little hamster, irresistibly cute. Gu encircled around his sister, holding her hand and comforting her. "Tonight, you must tell Mom and Dad that you will sleep with your big brother, understand?" Nuan Nuan blinked her beautiful eyes, but hesitated. But Nuan Nuan promised the big brother that she would sleep with him tonight. Guan felt as if he had been struck by lightning, nearly on the verge of tears from the unfairness of it all. Chapter 62. Xin Yujin. For this reason, Guan spent the entire morning casting sarcastic glances at his older brother, occasionally huffing in irritation, yet lacking the courage to confront him directly. Then, Gunan couldn't help but shoot him a deadpan look, stating plainly that if there was something to discuss, they ought to get to it. His voice was icy, causing Guan to shiver, completely deflated, as he looked at him with a pitiful expression. "You question me, despite the fact that just the day before, you had cradled our sister in your arms. Tonight, it is my turn to hold her close." Gunan let out a cold laugh, challenging. "When do you think you will ever defeat me?" Guan retorted, "Isn't this an unreasonable demand? Shall we wait until you are old and frail?" With a face full of indignation, Guan begrudgingly shoveled rice into his mouth, his visage resembling that of a little pig. Eventually, he donned his backpack and set off for school, grumbling and sulking throughout the day. However, upon exiting the vehicle, his sister, Nuan Nuan, planted a kiss on his cheek. Her voice sweet and melodious as she called out, "Goodbye, big brother. I will come to pick you up after school." Who else could possess such gentle and affectionate charm? None. Only in his household does such adorability reside. Instantly revitalized, Guan touched his cheek where his sister had kissed him, the delightful scent lingering, reminiscent of milk. He chuckled foolishly a couple of times and leaned in to plant a kiss on her soft, fragrant little face. So tender. How could his sister be so well-behaved and delightful? Truly, she was a treasure. With his spirits lifted, he strode into the school with an air of confidence, drawing the attention of the gatekeeper, who raised an eyebrow at this exceptionally conspicuous child, pondering which affluent family's foolish son he could be. Today was yet another day when the elder brother did not go to work. Several meetings were conducted via video calls, and much of his work was managed from his study, while Nan Feng was dispatched to tend to the elder brother's orchard, planting fruit trees and vegetables. Nuan Nuan appeared lively and jubilant, radiating happiness. Grandfather Gu donned a youthful attire, leisurely strolling alongside Nuan Nuan with his hands clasped behind his back. He observed the little one bustling about like a busy bee. She needed her small hoe and the planting records she had meticulously kept earlier. After donning her rain boots and a charming pair of overalls, she finally led the faithful dog, De Huang, making for a perfect ensemble. However, where was the coal ball? It was only then that Nuan Nuan realized it had vanished. She took De Huang on a search, ultimately discovering it with Mama Cat. The audacious coal ball was shamelessly vying for milk with two tiny kittens. Nuan Nuan was utterly taken aback, her eyes and mouth wide open in astonishment. Her delicate little face displaying a look of disbelief as she witnessed the conspicuously lazy black cat, having pushed the two pitiful kittens aside, occupying the majority of space beneath Mama Cat's belly. It rhythmically kneaded her belly with its paws while noisily suckling, emitting contented purrs. Despite the cat's unkempt appearance, everyone could perceive an air of disillusionment etched upon Mama Cat's face. Nuan Nuan covered her face, wishing to feign ignorance of the coal ball's antics. Grandfather Gu, upon witnessing this, burst into hearty laughter. Mother Goose stifled a giggle behind her hand, as all present witnessed the brazen act of the domineering cat, Coal Ball, indulging in Mama Cat's milk. Coal Ball, with a soft purr, eventually relinquished its position to the two forlorn kittens, gracefully trotting over to Nuan Nuan's feet, tilting its fluffy little head to nuzzle against her calf. Nuan Nuan knelt down to gently pinch its ear. The Coal Ball, with an air of innocence, looked at Nuan Nuan and mewed softly, a facial expression that seemed to convey, "I have no idea what you are talking about." Quite the rascal. The cat mother, needing to tend to her young, was unable to accompany them to Nanjing Biwan. Ultimately, they left behind a cook to look after the household, while everyone else, including the old steward, ventured to Nanjing Biwan. From the front, the villa at Nanjing Biwan appeared unchanged since their last visit. However, upon reaching the back courtyard, one could observe that the previous lawn had been uprooted and the soil had been turned, ready to receive whatever they intended to plant. Having rained just yesterday, the ground was quite moist, and stepping on it left muddy imprints on their shoes. Today, Gu Nan, for once, was not clad in a suit. Gu Mama eagerly pulled him down to the ground. "Ha ha, this is how a son should be, showcasing youth. You shouldn't wear black suits all the time. It makes you look several years older. People on the street even say I am your sister." Yunan, listening to his mother's incessant chatter, maintained a stoic expression, though his eyes betrayed a hint of exasperation. Nuan Nuan gingerly retrieved the planting diagram she had created with her older brother, which illustrated what to plant in each area. Many lines were drawn with precision and fluidity, complemented by her beautiful penmanship, while some sections bore the uneven and childlike sketches of flowers and plants that others might find indecipherable. Those quaint and crooked strokes were undoubtedly Nuan Nuan's handiwork. "Grandpa, let's follow this plan." Warm and gentle, Nuan Nuan presented the blueprint to her grandfather as if it were a treasured gem. The old man and the young girl exchanged quiet murmurs of deliberation before they took up their small shovels and ventured into the field. Nuan Nuan, with her short legs, waddled through the damp earth like a fledgling penguin learning to walk. The family busily dug holes in the corners of the yard to plant peach trees, the kind that bore large fruits. As Gunan prepared to carry the seedlings at his mother's urging, his phone rang. "Hello, Anan, I'm at your doorstep. Could you please come and let me in?" Gunan replied in a cool tone, expressionless as he brushed the dirt from his hands. A young master who had never planted a flower, he had fumbled with the soil even more clumsily than his grandfather. Nuan Nuan, with her little shovel, handled the task with far greater finesse, leading to her mother and grandfather teasing him for quite some time, remarking that he finally had something he could not accomplish. It's merely a matter of inexperience, he thought to himself. Now, with someone even less skilled arriving, he felt he would shine by comparison. With this thought, Gunan lengthened his stride toward the door. Shin Yujin, clad in a pristine white suit, exuded an air of sophistication and charm. He held a gift for Nuan Nuan in his hand, leaning against a gleaming blue Lamborghini with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, appearing rather ostentatious. As the door swung open, he opened his arms, his tone laced with playful mischief. "Surprise. Long time no see. Are you surprised? Delighted? Unexpected indeed." Shin Yujin stared in astonishment at Gunan, who was clad in a black t-shirt and casual trousers, both noticeably smeared with dirt. "Goodness." Shin Yujin was taken aback by Gunan's appearance, uttering an expletive. He circled around Gunan twice, even poking his finger at Gunan's arm. "Is that really you, Gunan?" Not your twin brother, Gubei? No, even Gubei wouldn't look like this. Yunan, with an expressionless face, swatted Shin Yujin's hand away. His tone cool yet familiar. Shin Yujin. Oh my goodness, it truly is you, buddy. What happened to you? Shin Yujin burst into laughter. You have to pose for a photo. This moment must be captured. He aimed his phone at Gu Nan and snapped several pictures, laughter causing tears to stream down his face. However, Shin Yujin soon found no reason to laugh, as his good friend unexpectedly asked him to move tree seedlings. He thought Gu Nan must have lost his mind. Gu Nan bent down, picked up a half-person high seedling, and tossed it at Shin Yujin. Here, take this. Ouch. Gu Nan. You're inhuman. I'm wearing a white suit worth millions. You'll have to compensate me. An indignant voice rang out as Nuan Nuan, carrying a small plastic bucket, approached to gather seeds. With her short legs, she made her way toward her big brother, followed by two fluffy tails and a chattering parrot fluttering above. Big brother. The little one called out softly, Big brother, and caught sight of a striking figure beside him, who was in a fit of rage. Shin Yujin was exceptionally handsome, his almond-shaped eyes exuding a flirtatious charm, and a gentle smile often graced his lips, making him appear exceedingly kind. This demeanor frequently drew a throng of women eager to engage him in conversation, and he thrived effortlessly in their company. When Nuan Nuan laid eyes on him for the first time, she could not recognize him, yet his voice seemed vaguely familiar. In the midst of his fury, Shin Yujin suddenly heard the soft call of Big Brother, causing his sturdy frame to shudder. At last, he beheld the legendary Gu Nan's cherished sister. Albeit under such chaotic circumstances, turning around, he spotted the delicate little girl standing not far off, her large, luminous eyes gazing at them. Adorned with a small fisherman's hat and clad in cute bear-patterned overalls, she radiated an enchanting charm. This must be the fabled little angel, indeed. The Gu family possessed an undeniable allure, each member more stunning than the last. Shin Yujin, a connoisseur of beauty, could not help but smile. He relished interactions with those of striking appearance, as it was a delight to the eyes. This soft-spoken, adorable little creature was precisely to his aesthetic liking. Nuan Nuan. Do you remember your brother? Gu Nan's piercing gaze swept over, demanding, Who is your brother? Ignoring Gu Nan's intense stare, Shin Yujin gritted his teeth, brushed the dirt off his clothes, and squatted down with a beaming smile, looking at Nuan Nuan. At that moment, Nuan Nuan finally recalled who this person was. A look of dawning realization graced her delicate features. With a gentle voice, she murmured, I remember now, he is my elder brother's friend. How sweet. She longed to tousle her hair, yet upon glancing at her own hands, Shin Yujin fell silent, harboring a tinge of resentment towards Gu Nan, this childhood companion. Nuan Nuan's clear eyes gazed at him. What should I call you? I am your elder brother's childhood friend, the kind who grew up together. And I am also your brother. You may call me Jinggu. The young girl obediently nodded and politely addressed him, Jinggu. Her soft, mellifluous voice was truly delightful. Just as he wished to hear her call him again, a sudden force from behind pulled him up. Do not waste time. He is here to help plant trees. Shin Yujin thought to himself, when did I ever say that? Thank you, Jinggu, the little one replied. Her eyes crescent-shaped with joy upon hearing that the elder brother was there to assist with planting. Shin Yujin took a deep breath, resigning himself to his misfortune. Who could have anticipated being put in such a predicament by his childhood companion? He cast a sidelong glance at Gu Nan. You truly have the audacity to ask a young master, who has never even planted a flower, to plant trees. Gu Nan met his gaze with a nonchalant expression. Who isn't in the same boat? In that instant, Shin Yujin understood and obediently hoisted the tree, his expression somewhat contorted as he followed into the backyard. Upon entering, he was taken aback to discover a lively scene. The old master and madam were indeed present. Little Jean has arrived. Upon seeing Shin Yujin carrying saplings, Mother Gu's face immediately blossomed with joy. Why did you come to help? Shin Yujin chuckled, thinking to herself that it was indeed her son who had led her into this predicament. He remarked on how unexpectedly agreeable the old gentleman had been the previous day. After digging for a while, the elderly gentleman was coaxed by Nuan Nuan to sit down and rest. The little girl was incredibly diligent, bustling about to serve him tea and preparing some easily digestible snacks and fruits. Just sit there and watch us plant the trees, Grandpa, she urged, concerned that he might tire himself out. Old Mr. Gu felt a surge of sweetness in his heart as he gently ruffled Nuan Nuan's soft hair. Very well. I shall refrain from causing any trouble. Nuan Nuan, like a little kitten, nuzzled against his hand before resuming her toil with the small shovel. After planting several peach trees and sowing some vegetable seeds, it was nearly time to call it a day. Gunan was slightly out of breath. After all, it was physically demanding work, and he felt a bit fatigued, a testament to his consistent exercise regimen. Meanwhile, Shin Yujin was utterly exhausted, slumped beside the old gentleman. Nuan Nuan's little face was flushed with excitement as she chattered incessantly. The peach blossoms are so beautiful. When they bloom next year, I will write wishing Daddy, Mommy, and my brother's good health on a wooden plaque to hang up. Grandma says peach trees ward off evil spirits, so everyone will be healthy. And when the peaches ripen, we can eat them too. The peaches I planted before were so delicious. Everyone is aware that the grandmother referred to by Nuan Nuan is the elderly woman who adopted her. One cannot help but feel a sense of regret that they have not had the opportunity to express their gratitude to her properly. As they listened to Nuan Nuan's soft and tender voice, she spoke at length, and suddenly, everyone felt invigorated. After all, they are all busy individuals, and it is simply impossible for them to come every day to plant trees. Today is merely an opportunity for them to experience it. Given the vast expanse of the garden, it is essential to engage knowledgeable gardeners to assist in planting the remaining fruit trees. Upon returning home, he swiftly changed out of his completely unsightly white suit and donned Gunan's clothing. The two share a similar height, but Gunan's frame is somewhat larger, making Shin Yujin appear more slender in comparison, thus resulting in the clothing looking a tad oversized on him. Clad in Gunan's black shirt, he wore an expression of disdain, particularly regarding Gunan's taste. Don't you possess any garments in other colors? Just look at those, either deep gray or deep blue, or an abundance of black. Even if the styles differ, they are still black. Is it too much to ask for at least one piece of clothing in a more vibrant hue? He silently scorned Gunan's monotonous color palette. Gunan leisurely rolled up his sleeves, then gracefully descended the stairs with his long legs. Shin Yujin remarked, "Your foul temper is something only shared by those who grew up together." Chapter 64. This little creature is rather charming. Young Shun has come to dine. Mother Gu greeted Shin Yujin with a warm smile. All right. Just moments ago, Shin Yujin, who had been complaining about the clothes, hurriedly dashed over to present the gift he had purchased for Nuan Nuan. You girls adore dolls, so this is for you. It was a BJD doll that he had painstakingly acquired from his cousin, who treated those precious items with the same affection as one would a beloved child. Securing one was no small feat. The exquisite BJD doll, with its stunning makeup and finely crafted garments, far surpassed many real individuals in beauty. The only drawback being its lack of mobility, as Nuan Nuan cradled the BJD doll with sparkling eyes. Others might perceive it merely as a more delicate and animated beauty holding a smaller doll, both equally enchanting. Thank you, Brother Jean, she said, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight as she sweetly called him Brother Jean. Shin Yujin dramatically clutched his heart, insisting that no thanks were necessary, eliciting a beaming smile from the young girl. During mealtime, Shin Yujin finally understood why the elderly Gu patriarch appeared so vigorous. Watching Nuan Nuan eat was indeed a delightful spectacle. If his grandfather could consume as much as old man Gu in a single sitting, he would undoubtedly be robust as well. Observing Nuan Nuan, her cheeks plump with food and her eyes radiating happiness, Shin Yujin mused, one day, Nuan Nuan should come visit my home. If my grandfather saw her enjoying her meal, he would surely match old man Gu bowl for bowl. At this, Gu Mama and old man Gu burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, your grandpa Gu, was just thinking of introducing Nuan Nuan to those old fellows. In her heart, Mama Gu secretly scoffed, pondering that this was not an introduction but rather a display of ostentation. Nuan Nuan, with her innocent little eyes, gazed at everyone in confusion, unable to comprehend the laughter surrounding her, when suddenly a hand rested atop her head. A big brother seated beside her gently ruffled her hair. Nuan Nuan tilted her head slightly, nuzzling against him, her lips pursed into a subtle smile, revealing a sweet, cherubic grin. Today is Friday, and in the afternoon, Nuan Nuan, accompanied by the big brother, went to fetch the little brother from school, and afterwards, they would head to the South City Noble Academy to collect the fourth brother. Leaning against a verdant tree at the school gate, the coolly dressed Gu Mingli, adorned in a black duckbill cap, sported white Bluetooth earphones. Clad in a blue and white school uniform, he stood effortlessly, exuding a youthful vibrancy mixed with an air of rebellious coolness. His long legs seemed to have no place to settle, embodying the essence of a lively youth that many schoolgirls find irresistibly captivating during their adolescence. Curiously, the aloof and cool Gu Mingli, seemingly indifferent to the world, was engrossed in his phone. However, upon hearing the soft, melodic call of fourth brother, he instantly lifted his head. His strikingly handsome, yet formidable visage emerged into view, and one could faintly hear the excited whispers of numerous girls exclaiming about his charm. Nuan Nuan leaned against the car window, raising her tiny hand to wave at Gu Mingli, her bright, crescent-like eyes sparkling in the warm sunlight, resembling fragments of warmth itself. Both beautiful and extraordinarily gentle, Gu Mingli removed his headphones and, with his long legs, strode over, gently tapping his fingers on Nuan Nuan's forehead. "I thought you had forgotten," he remarked. Nuan Nuan shook her head and softly explained, "Of course not. I was going to pick up the little brother from school." Guan, with his fluffy head, leaned in, his youthful face brimming with mischief as he provocatively regarded Gu Mingli. "The fact that Nuan Nuan came to pick me up first signifies. It signifies that you are rather foolish." Before Guan could finish his sentence, Gu Mingli interrupted him, prompting Guan to exclaim in frustration, "You are the foolish one. You are the most foolish." Gu Mingli, disinterested in sparring with this little simpleton, glanced at the back seat, realizing there was no space left. "Why is the elder brother here?" he muttered as he settled into the passenger seat, with everyone else having gone to the Gu family's old residence. Upon learning that everyone had gone tree planting that morning, Guan immediately insisted on bringing his sister along. Nuan Nuan, munching on the large grapes offered by her fourth brother, nodded enthusiastically. "Of course, we can go again tomorrow." The following day, after breakfast, everyone except Gu Nin headed out to plant trees for a few hours. Under the watchful gaze of their father, Gu Nin finally went off to work. So exhausting. Guan, having experienced the rigors of planting for less than half an hour, felt utterly drained. Shaking his arms and gazing at Nuan Nuan as if she were an enigma. "Aren't you tired?" He could hardly believe that he was outperformed by his soft and squishy sister. Nuan Nuan shook her head cheerfully, placing the cabbage seeds into a small hole meticulously prepared by De Huang with his paws. With great enthusiasm, she wielded her little hoe to cover them with soil, finding the task quite effortless. Afterward, she merrily proceeded to sow more seeds. "Guan, must you be so spirited? You make me appear utterly useless." Gu Mingli, too, felt a touch of fatigue. After all, he was a young master who had never planted a flower before. Yet, the experience proved to be quite delightful, especially watching the charming, gentle little creature bounce about in the soil like a little rabbit. The morning's experiential activity concluded, and they chose not to venture out in the afternoon. Guan settled in front of the cat nest, captivated by the two tiny kittens whose mews were adorably high-pitched. They seemed so clumsy, unable even to walk properly. The little kittens, with their eyes as enchanting as transparent glass, gazed around curiously. Their soft, tiny paws wobbled as they stumbled about, often tripping over themselves and falling down. When Guan playfully poked the forehead of the cream-colored kitten with her finger, it tumbled clumsily into the cat nest, its four little paws flailing about. Nuan Nuan extended her hand to help it back up. Once steady. The two newly awakened kittens mewed sweetly, wobbling on their unsteady little paws as they attempted to approach Nuan Nuan. The moment they stood up, they were sure to topple over. Guan couldn't help but burst into laughter, teasing, "How can you be so clumsy?" Achoo! The milky white kitten let out a delightful little sneeze, and as it stood up, the sneeze caused it to stumble back 2 steps, only to plop down on its tiny bottom shortly thereafter. It wobbled its fluffy little head, gazing at everyone with a particularly bewildered expression. Guan chuckled, while Gu Mingli, with a subtle smile, lightly remarked, "Foolish." Nuan Nuan was utterly smitten, extending her finger to gently poke the kitten's round, soft belly. Guan, too, attempted to prod it, then turned to Nuan Nuan with a serious expression, stating, "It resembles your sister's face a bit." Nuan Nuan puffed out her cheeks in protest. "Not at all." Guan leaned in to pinch her cheeks, earnestly challenging her, "Why don't you give it a try?" Nuan Nuan blinked, placing her hands on her own face to feel it. Soft indeed. Gu Mingli crouched down to join in, and when Gu Mama arrived, she saw her son and nephew playfully pinching her daughter's cheeks, leaving her small face flushed, her big eyes glistening with innocence, as though she had been thoroughly bullied. Gu Mama. Chapter 65. Nuan Nuan's wrapped the morning sunlight cascaded through the window, filtering through the misty haze and casting a gentle glow within the cozy room. An object resembling a rolled pancake squirmed on the floor before suddenly falling still. Nuan Nuan awoke in a daze, attempting to rub her eyes with her hands, only to realize that her hands were immobile. The air was stifling, and a fluffy little head emerged from the blankets, revealing a rosy little face. As her eyes fluttered open, She appeared somewhat dazed, staring blankly at her surroundings. Ultimately, the resolution came when the three siblings gathered in the elder brother's bedroom, where the two brothers decided to settle their differences through a game. She took on the role of referee, clutching a pile of snacks and a bottle of Wangzai milk, leisurely munching and sipping away. As she watched them play, drowsiness overtook her, and her subsequent memories faded away. Thus, upon awakening, she found herself in this peculiar situation, perplexed as to how she had become ensconced in the blankets. After struggling for quite some time with little success, she let out a soft huff of frustration. Hearing some commotion nearby, she turned her head to discover that she was not the only one trapped in the blankets. Guan had also wriggled within the confines and was finally stirring awake. "Goodness, did you roll me up in this, Guan?" Guan exclaimed, desperately writhing in the blankets, rolling and crawling until she accidentally bumped into Nuan Nuan. Startled, Nuan Nuan rolled dizzily to the side. A feeble voice emerged from the depths of the blankets. Brother Nuan Nuan instinctively shrank her head back into the cocoon. I'm so sorry, Nuan Nuan. I didn't mean to. Are you all right?" "I'm fine," came Nuan Nuan's soft, muffled response from within the folds. After much effort, she finally managed to extricate herself from the blankets, only to discover that there were actually 3 of them rolled up on the floor. Her fourth brother was also present. Guan stepped out and kicked towards Gu Mingli's blanket, exclaiming, "You can keep your own blanket, but why must you involve me?" Gu Mingli, irritated, opened his eyes to reveal dark circles beneath. He had stayed up late playing games the previous night. "Don't push me to hit you. If you hadn't been kicking the blanket around in the middle of the night, who would willingly roll you up?" Nuan Nuan. So it was all because of fourth brother's antics. But why did he roll her up? Guan huffed, yawning as she dragged Nuan Nuan to wash up. After an entire night of gaming without a clear victor, Nuan Nuan had fallen asleep at the small table. Concerned that she might catch a chill, Gu Mingli, with surprising skill, had wrapped her snugly in the blanket and placed her on the bed, all while Guan looked on in disbelief. As they continued their game, fatigue overtook him, and he too succumbed to sleep. Little did he know that Gu Mingli, with unabashed boldness, remained behind, leaving him entangled in a heap. However, how did his sister end up rolling off the bed? Nuan Nuan was equally baffled. Only Gu Mingli felt a twinge of guilt. He was known for his restless sleep, often tossing and turning until he found himself ensnared in the blankets and rolling off the bed. Last night, he had been clutching the blanket around Nuan Nuan as they slept, and somehow, she ended up on the floor. He sighed, lifting the covers and standing up. It was best not to mention this incident. What if she grew to dislike him and refused to sleep close to him in the future? Today was the weekend, and Nuan Nuan awoke early to discover a gift from her older brother waiting for her, though she felt a tinge of disappointment that he was not there in person. Ninfeng handed her an adorably designed light pink phone. "Miss Nuan Nuan, this is a mobile phone specially crafted for you by me, containing the contact numbers of your family, along with a unique tracking feature. Please ensure you keep it close at all times. The phone is adorned with a strap designed for you to hang around your neck." The petite and lightweight device fits comfortably in Nuan Nuan's hand. She obediently responded with a soft "oh," and as her little face leaned towards the screen, it unlocked effortlessly. Having previously used her parents' phones, she was familiar with making calls and eagerly opened the contacts list, where the first entry was her elder brother's number, simply labeled as Big Brother. The other 2 brothers and Father Gu, who were stealthily observing, noted Father Gu's subtle request for Nuan Nuan to show him the phone. He intended to set his number as the first contact, but to his dismay, Gunan's number stubbornly remained at the top, impervious to deletion attempts. The trio was taken aback by the surprisingly mischievous behavior of their usually composed eldest brother. Sensing potential trouble, Ninfeng discreetly slipped away. With a sour expression, Father Gu managed to set his name as the second contact before returning the phone to Nuan Nuan. Pondering why that mischievous lad had so eagerly taken on the task of buying a phone for her, Nuan Nuan looked up at her father, puzzled by his demeanor. Gu Linma gently ruffled the little one's hair, assuring her that all was well, though he felt a slight urge to reprimand his son. "Now, I shall call Big Brother." The little one, cradling her phone, donned a sweet smile as she dialed her elder brother using her brand-new device. Meanwhile, Gunan, having rested for less than 4 hours, sipped a cup of coffee while collaborating with a group of individuals who, despite their fatigue, radiated an unusual excitement. Their company's holoscopic game, which had been in development for over 2 years, was set to launch in less than a month. Presently, the holographic technology represented a crucial area in need of breakthroughs across the nation, and while progress in other countries was sluggish, they had achieved significant advancements, integrating this technology into their games for preliminary testing. At this moment, their studio was the sole entity in the country applying this technology commercially, a privilege made possible by the remarkable Gu twins, who were envied by many. Furthermore, this was a notably mature holographic technology. Its release would not only create a sensation within their nation but could potentially sweep across the entire country. Consequently, the entire studio was fervently engaged in their work, with little time for rest, often taking turns to recuperate, as they aimed to ensure the flawless operation of all systems in the final stretch. Nuan Nuan's modeling skills were nothing short of miraculous. She had crafted the most exquisite and lively little girl I had ever seen. Where did you find such a beautiful model, Nuan Nuan? Gunan had personally overseen the modeling process, and although only a third of it was complete, everyone present was a professional, and once the modeling was finished, it would undoubtedly become a beloved figure nationwide. Although Nuan Nuan is merely a minor NPC from a grand sect within the game, she has garnered significant attention from her superior. Multiple modeling versions have been dismissed by him, and just when everyone assumed this NPC might be eliminated, he unexpectedly declared his intention to personally oversee her character design. Gunan, observing the intricate little figure gradually taking shape on his computer, felt his typically sharp gaze soften considerably. It was at this moment that a distinctive ringtone echoed through the air. Gunan paused, unfazed by the many eyes upon him, as he retrieved his phone, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Chapter 66. Gu Dog. It seems Nuan Nuan has received his gift. As soon as he answered, Nuan Nuan's sweet, soft voice filled his ears. Gunan responded with a calm yet the slight upward curve of his lips was unmistakable, and his demeanor noticeably softened. The surrounding individuals were taken aback. Had their stern superior finally lost his composure, or was it they who had gone mad? The situation escalated, as they soon heard this usually meticulous and reserved leader, known for his brevity and seriousness, speaking at length. His words flowed like gold, his tone significantly gentler than when addressing them. Within the studio, everyone leaned in, keenly attentive, more invested in uncovering the identity of the person on the line than in their own work. Then, they distinctly heard him utter the name Nuan Nuan. The entire studio was in a state of shock, their eyes bulging as they stared at the person seated at the head of the table. Goodness! Their leader was actually engaging in self-serving behavior. After Gunan hung up the phone, he found himself surrounded by curious gazes. Sir. Boss. Who was that just now? We seemed to hear Nuan Nuan. A group of men looked at Gunan with thirsty eyes. My sister. The studio erupted in excitement. Meanwhile, Nuan Nuan, after finishing her call with her older brother, was taken out to play by her fourth brother, accompanied by her other brother. Nuan Nuan leaned against the car window, peeking out with her fluffy little head and waving. Where are we going? Nuan Nuan obediently shook her head, indicating she didn't know. Her eyes filled with bewilderment. She truly had no idea where would be fun, but as long as she was with her brothers, she was content. Let us go skateboarding. Ice skating. To the arcade to play games. Gu Mingli pondered for a moment. Then let us start with skateboarding. Nuan Nuan had no idea what skateboarding was, but she nodded obediently. She would follow her brothers. Upon arriving at the skateboarding venue, Nuan Nuan held on to one brother's hand, watching in awe as the cool, hipster youths performed tricks on their small skateboards. Several of them soared into the air off the U-shaped ramp, spinning gracefully before landing. It was Nuan Nuan's first encounter with such a spectacle, and her little mouth gaped in amazement, her dark eyes sparkling with delight. As Gu Mingli and his companions arrived, 3 boys rushed over. Minggu, Nuan Nuan, I've missed you so much. Have you thought about brother Tang Lu? The moment Tang Lu dashed forward, he scooped up the petite Nuan Nuan, bringing his large face close to her small one, playfully rubbing against her. Gu Mingli's fist instantly tensed, and he swung a punch toward him. A cry of anguish echoed as Tang Lu clutched his chin, casting a resentful glance at his dear friend. Where are the things? Lu Xingji approached with a skateboard, handing one to Gu Mingli and another to Guan. Finally, under Nuan Nuan's eager gaze, he produced a children's scooter, the kind with a handle, versatile for both sitting and standing. Nuan Nuan. Tang Lu quickly forgot his earlier pain, grinning as he placed Nuan Nuan onto the scooter. Come on, Nuan Nuan, give this a try. It can glide very swiftly too. Nuan Nuan stood on the scooter, gripping the handlebars with both hands. Under their expectant gazes, she tentatively pushed off with her feet. In that instant, a cascade of vibrant, multicolored light erupted from the scooter beneath her, a dazzling sight even in the daylight. Most importantly, Nuan Nuan, caught off guard by the sudden brilliance, inadvertently pressed a button on the handlebars. Two little tigers, running fast, running fast. One has no ears, one has no tail. How strange, how strange. In that moment, all eyes in the vicinity were drawn to Nuan Nuan, instantly elevating her to the status of the event's MVP. Nuan Nuan. On this day, when Nuan Nuan turned 5, she experienced what it truly meant to be caught in a grand social embarrassment. The boisterous nursery rhymes echoed in the ears of everyone present for 2 cycles before the flustered Nuan Nuan, with her rosy cheeks, managed to turn it off. She dashed down from her scooter and leaped into the embrace of her 4th brother, burying her little face in his chest and refusing to emerge for quite some time. Gu Mingli, holding the soft and small figure in his arms, cast a fierce glare at the 3 others. What on earth did you buy? Lu Xingji and Wu Kuang, in perfect agreement, pointed accusingly at Tang Lu, who, looking around in despair, crossed his arms and directed his ire at the 2 ungrateful companions. Tang Lu, this scooter now belongs to you. He then snatched the scooter from Tang Lu, intending to teach Nuan Nuan how to ride it shortly. Tang Lu gazed at the scooter before him, his mind haunted by the image of 2 clumsy tigers. To ride this, he would rather perish. Ultimately, Nuan Nuan was appeased by a fluffy cotton candy, resembling a cloud, which Tang Lu had gone to procure. The little girl obediently sat to the side, delicately licking her treat. Her petite ears were slightly flushed, and her bright, clear eyes watched the boys energetically skateboarding. Her 4th brother was the most skilled, performing an array of tricks with grace. When he soared through the air, he resembled a leopard, exuding a wild yet beautiful aura, capturing the attention of many who cheered and whistled in admiration. He possesses an extraordinary charm, akin to a dazzling point of light that instantly captivates the attention of many. Guan cast a glance at Gu Mingli, curling his lip, perceiving him as a simple-minded, showy individual with a well-built physique. Warm, come here, I will take you. Guan glided over on his skateboard towards Warm. However, a figure darted past him with even greater speed, like a gust of wind, swiftly scooping up the soft little girl and placing her at the front of the skateboard. The young boy's strong hands supported her body, skillfully maneuvering the skateboard to carry her along, maintaining a speed that was comfortable for Warm, with the wind tousling their hair. Warm exclaimed in delight, her eyes, starkly black and white, sparkling brightly as she looked up at Gu Mingli's smiling gaze. If you're scared, just tell 4th brother. Warm nodded vigorously, her beautiful eyes twinkling like stars, not feeling frightened at all. I'm going to speed up now. All right. Guan, feeling thwarted, thought to himself that this household was intolerable, as everyone only knew how to bully him for his youth. He resolved to run away from home and take his sister with him. After nearly 2 hours of skateboarding, Warm was taken to the ice skating rink, a sport she had never tried before. After donning her skates, she stepped onto the ice and promptly fell over. She simply could not get up. In the end, it was 4th brother and his friends who helped her to her feet, and she slowly began to clumsily learn how to skate, feeling as if her feet no longer belonged to her, possessing their own will. Not long after they began skating, a raucous group arrived at the rink, audaciously demanding everyone to clear the space. Everyone leave. This place is reserved by young Master Yang. The loud voice made Gu Mingli's ears ache. And when he turned to look, he locked eyes with a youth sporting white-dyed hair. Gu dog, the boy exclaimed, immediately recognizing Gu Mingli. Tang Lu cursed under his breath, incredulous that he could encounter this fool anywhere. Chapter 67. Leave it for the new year, don't fish for it now. A mere glance ignited palpable tension between the 2 parties. There are always individuals in this world who have been at odds since childhood. From kindergarten onward, Gu Mingli and Yang Xingchen were the kings of their respective realms, sharing similar domineering styles and a penchant for brawling. The result of their union was mutual disdain. Gu Mingli and Yang Xingchen could be said to have fought from kindergarten through high school. Even though they attended different schools in high school, their encounters invariably led to conflict. They each had their victories and defeats, but in one-on-one confrontations, Yang Xingchen would undoubtedly be no match for Gu Mingli. In group fights, however, the outcome often depended on who brought more allies. Currently, Gu Mingli's side appeared to be at a disadvantage, accompanied by 2 deadweights, Nuan Nuan and Guan. The opposing side, not counting the girls, boasted at least a dozen members. Tang Lu stealthily moved closer to Gu Mingli and whispered, "Brother, we can't take them on today?" Gu Mingli fixed his gaze on Guan, whose striking red hair stood out, and gestured for Nuan Nuan to move to the side. Even with a sparse crowd, the atmosphere remains formidable. Escape is simply not an option, for in Gu Mingli's lexicon, such a word does not exist. The opponent is not so depraved as to assault children. Thus, this is merely a conflict between them. After just a few days of absence, his hair has turned white. And if this continues, shall I soon find myself dining at your home? Gu Mingli stood with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. His words laced with sarcasm. Yang Xingqian, having dealt with him for years, was well aware of his vitriolic tongue. It is mutual. The red-haired pig is hardly in a better position. Yang Xingqian advanced with his companions, the flames of indignation flickering fiercely in his eyes. He had always been at odds with Gu Mingli, and to add insult to injury, the school belle he had fancied yesterday seemed to have an affection for that scoundrel. Gu, where was he to place his pride? Observers skating nearby, upon witnessing the unfolding situation, hastily retreated. It was unclear who struck the first blow. But a brawl soon erupted. Nuan Nuan, watching from a distance, was on the verge of tears, distressed by the sight of her fourth brother being encircled and assaulted. Guan reassured her not to fear. It was merely a scuffle, nothing to be overly concerned about. Unbeknownst to them, the phone around Nuan Nuan's neck had activated automatically. Danger detected in the environment, initiating alarm mode. Just as she heard the announcement, Nuan Nuan picked up the phone, and the line connected. Hello. This is the Lynching Public Security Bureau. How may I assist you? Nuan Nuan exclaimed urgently. My brother is being beaten, in a state of urgency and fear. Her soft, tender voice trembled with a hint of tears. The police quickly inquired about their location. There was no need for Nuan Nuan to speak, as her smartphone effortlessly revealed the precise address. How is it that my phone lacks such impressive capabilities? Master, I am Xiao AI. A cheerful face appeared on Nuan Nuan's phone screen. Thank you. The young girl expressed her gratitude, her curiosity piqued by Xiao AI. But her apprehension was now predominantly directed towards the altercation involving her older brother. Guan watched with envy, itching to join the fray. Yet he understood that his primary duty was to protect his sister, leaving him to anxiously create a ruckus from the sidelines. Fight. Beat them to a pulp. Gu Mingli. Aren't you tough at home? Kick him in the rear. Poke his belly button. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Where did this little troublemaker come from? At that moment, Gu Mingli was straddling Yang Xingqian, pressing his head down, while several others lunged to restrain him, pulling him up and binding his arms. With a long stride, Gu Mingli delivered a kick to Yang Xingqian's backside. Enraged, Yang Xingqian sprang up from the ground and recklessly charged at Gu Mingli, resulting in a chaotic scuffle that left bystanders helpless to intervene. The skating rink descended into turmoil, and by the time the police arrived, nearly everyone bore bruises and scrapes, with Gu Mingli's side suffering the most severe consequences. Gu Mingli and Lu Xingji were exceptionally skilled, able to handle multiple opponents with ease, aside from appearing somewhat disheveled. Their injuries seemed relatively minor. In stark contrast, Tang Lu and Wu Kuang were thoroughly bruised and battered, though their adversaries were in a similarly poor state. A group of individuals was escorted to the police station, including Nuan Nuan and Guan. The timid and bashful children, entering a police station for the first time, appeared visibly anxious. The little one thought, woo-woo. The police only capture bad people. Have I become a bad child? The officer observed the two children, noting the older boy's somewhat arrogant demeanor, which mirrored that of the other youths present, showing little concern for the situation. Meanwhile, the younger girl stood there exuding an aura of innocence, clearly fraught with tension and fear, her large, expressive eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at them with a look of pitiable helplessness. Just look at yourselves. The child is nearly in tears, the officer remarked. For Gu Mingli, who had visited the police station numerous times without a hint of trepidation, this was a first. Nuan Nuan, with tears welling in her eyes, looked at him and whimpered, "Aren't we going to jail?" Her soft, tender voice was heart-wrenching, but upon hearing her words, those present felt it unnecessary to worry. It was merely a fight after all. Gu Mingli found himself both amused and exasperated. His facial expression exaggerated to the point of pulling at his lips. With a soft click of his tongue, he gently pinched the little girl's chubby cheeks, saying, "Who told you we were going to jail?" In the comforting glow of the television, the narrative unfolds, depicting how the nefarious individuals apprehended by the diligent police officers inevitably face incarceration. However, amidst the frightful scenes that may unsettle a child, a gentle policewoman approaches, tenderly embracing the frightened little one named Nuan Nuan. offering her a reassuring explanation. With the understanding that she would not be imprisoned, Nuan Nuan's tears ceased, giving way to a bashful demeanor. As the scuffle came to a close, it was evident that a lesson in accountability was in order. Though Nuan Nuan was exempt from such consequences, the little one was taken aside, treated to a lollipop, and sat quietly beside the officer, observing a group of bruised youths across the way receiving their reprimand. Surely, this was not their first encounter with the law. To engage in such unruly behavior in the presence of a child was indeed audacious, leaving one to feel a sense of embarrassment on their behalf. The group of seasoned troublemakers found themselves under the gaze of Nuan Nuan's innocent and pure eyes, and inexplicably, the once brazen youths felt a twinge of shame, as if they had crossed a line this time. After the educational session concluded, the officer dialed the first contact on Nuan Nuan's phone, only to be met with a notably cold voice on the other end. Gunan could scarcely believe that his sweet, docile sister had ended up in such a predicament. Now, he found himself on his way to retrieve her. As he processed the unfolding events, the young man remained indifferent, thinking to himself, let the other two remain inside to celebrate the new year. They are not worth the effort. Chapter 68. Terrifyingly, so Gunan arrived promptly, being the first among all the parents to reach the scene. When the tall, aloof figure appeared at the police station, Nuan Nuan was the first to notice and the first to leap from her seat, her little legs carrying her as she opened her arms and rushed forward. Big brother. The little girl had missed her big brother dearly, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at the young man, who was undeniably handsome. Many had initially assumed that this inherently cold youth would possess no tenderness, but at the moment he knelt down, they realized their error. The young man embraced the small child who had lunged towards him, and the warmth radiating from his gaze was entirely devoted to the delicate little one. Did I startle you? Gunan gently ruffled Nuan Nuan's little head with his cool fingers. The obedient girl shook her head vigorously. Recalling the police officer's reassurances that they would not be incarcerated, fights were merely a part of childhood mischief, not indicative of bad behavior. Nuan Nuan felt a sense of relief. As long as her brothers were not taken away, she had nothing to fear. Her fourth brother and his friends had sustained injuries. Grasping the big brother's hand, she implored, we must take them to the hospital. Gunan's gaze shifted to the group of youths, his eyes instantly turning icy, causing them to shiver as they straightened their backs, standing even more obediently than before their stern teacher. Yang Xingchen felt a surge of panic. Why was this formidable figure here? Simultaneously, the earlier scene had left him so stunned that he questioned his very existence. The Gu family's cold-hearted enigma, a nightmare in the eyes of children, was, at this moment, kneeling down so tenderly to stroke a child's head. He was torn between being astonished that the seemingly indifferent demon king could exhibit a trace of tenderness and marveling at the audacity of the child. Ultimately, he could not withstand the warm, worried gaze of Nuan Nuan and, with a stoic expression, led Gu Mingli and his companions out. Observers felt an inexplicable sense of his reluctance, as though he genuinely wished for them to remain seated. Gu Mingli and the others exchanged glances, then, somewhat sheepishly, followed him to the hospital, where they tended to everyone's wounds, allowing Nuan Nuan to breathe a sigh of relief. Fourth brother, does it still hurt? Let me blow it better for you, she said in a soft, tender voice, her anxious tone and expression prompting Gu Mingli to reflect on whether he had acted too impulsively. It doesn't hurt. This minor injury will heal quickly, he assured her. From today onward, for a month, you are prohibited from taking Nuan Nuan anywhere. I expect a written reflection to be submitted to me, Gu Nin decreed. Gu Mingli, acutely aware of his fault, sheepishly acknowledged it. The thought of not being able to take Nuan Nuan out for fun was tormenting. There were so many delightful experiences he wished to share with the little one. And a written reflection? The agony. He struggled to produce one at school, only to face the ridicule of his peers after reading it aloud, followed by relentless pursuit from teachers. Sigh. What a challenge. Upon returning home, the Gu family patriarch had learned of the incident, leading to Gu Mingli and Guan being chased and scolded by both their grandfather and father. Guan protested indignantly. What does this have to do with me? Warm. Please stop. I'm fine QAQ. Fourth brother is still injured. It hurts when he runs. The obedient and sweet little girl rushed out and threw herself into her uncle's embrace. Uncle stopped hitting brother since he was hurt. Gu Mingli felt a surge of emotion in his heart. He hadn't suffered for this little one in vain. Guan was infuriated. He was the real brother. Uncle Gu affectionately picked up the koala from his lap and gave her a kiss on her little face, laughing heartily. All right, Uncle will heed Worm's request and won't hit that troublesome boy anymore. Later, he would team up with his wife for a mixed doubles match. Gu father, feeling a pang of jealousy, approached and asked, "Whose daughter are you holding?" His sorrowful gaze seemed almost tangible as it fixed on Uncle Gu. "Uncle Gu brother, how could you be such a big brother?" After Worm was taken by Gu father and kissed him on the cheek, Gu father's jealousy dissipated, and he chuckled like a foolish dad while holding his soft, obedient daughter. If today's events had occurred on a regular day, their parents might have expressed concern for their son's well-being. But alas, they had chosen to bring Worm to a fight. One might think it was fine for them to brawl, but Worm was clearly a well-behaved girl. What if she were frightened and left with psychological scars? Fortunately, the little girl was not scared at all. Doomingly mumbled, "How could that be? Can our fight be scarier than Big Brother?" The crowd, this statement, perhaps, held a grain of truth. With a cold, piercing gaze akin to a dagger, Gunan fixed his eyes upon him. Soon, the dreaded Monday arrived, and rising from bed early in the morning proved to be an arduous task for the academically challenged. Last night, Nuan Nuan had shared her slumber with her older brother, while Gunan resumed his habitual morning jog. He awoke even earlier than Guan, the diligent student. Nuan Nuan, initially curled up in her brother's embrace, dreamily clutched his clothing with her delicate little fingers, sleeping soundly until his movement roused her. With a dazed blink, she opened her captivating eyes, resembling a kitten as she stifled a small yawn. A veil of mist enveloped her clear gaze. "Brother, I'm going for a morning run. You continue to sleep," she said, shaking her little head before emerging from beneath the covers. "I want to join you, big brother." Gunan cast a glance at her, then approached to assist her in getting dressed before leading her to the washroom. The two stood side by side, brushing their teeth and washing their faces together. Finally, she tilted her little face upwards, requesting her brother to apply some fragrant lotion, and it was done. Gunan's morning jog took him around the villa, a solitary endeavor in the past, but today he was accompanied by a small shadow and an exuberantly energetic dog. De Huang, wagging his tail and barking excitedly, sprinted ahead, only to stop abruptly, lifting his rear to leave a mess behind. Displeased, Gunan's brows furrowed in distaste, only to see Nuan Nuan retrieve a bag from his pocket. Her little brow furrowed in concentration as she scolded De Huang for the foul deed while dutifully picking it up. Gunan's brow furrowed in greater complexity. "Just summon the servant," he said. Nuan Nuan raised the disposable gloves in her hand. "It's all right, brother. I'm wearing gloves, after all." They have no idea where De Huang relieved himself. What if someone steps in it? That would be quite odious. The young girl exhibited a commendable sense of responsibility towards her beloved dog. "Very well," Gunan replied. Yet his expression remained impassive as he fixed his gaze upon De Huang, rendering it unable to relieve itself in the moment of distress. De Huang whimpered and scurried away, exclaiming, "This person is terrifying." Nuan Nuan observed De Huang and shared her brother's sentiment, unwilling to retrieve the dog's unpleasant droppings. "All right then," De Huang lamented, "alas. The joy of frolicking outside to relieve myself has been utterly extinguished." Chapter 69. Uncle Mother, where's Uncle's house? This inquiry prompted their forthcoming journey. Gumama gently patted her head. "We shall arrive swiftly by plane. Your uncle resides in the Jiangnan region. Must we fly?" Nuan Nuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at her parents. Gu Liman nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, we shall travel by plane, our family's private jet." The first-time flyer, little Nuan Nuan, felt a mix of nervousness and exhilaration. Upon witnessing an actual airplane, she stood speechless, her mouth agape in astonishment. "I never realized that the small planes we see in the sky are actually so large." The interior of the airplane was exceptionally luxurious, with an abundance of food and beverages available. Worm, unaffected by motion sickness, comfortably nestled on the plush sofa, gazing out the window at the world beyond. As the aircraft ascended, the buildings and pedestrians on the ground transformed into diminutive black dots, gradually fading from view. Above the clouds, she discovered that what appeared from the ground as fluffy cotton-like formations were, in reality, thick layers of pristine white, vast as the ocean and seemingly limitless. Some clouds billowed gracefully, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Since boarding the plane, Worm had been in a state of excitement and curiosity, exploring her surroundings. After nearly an hour, her inquisitiveness began to wane, and she settled quietly on the soft sofa, her head bowed as she cradled her phone. "Shall I?" she softly called, her voice gentle and delicate. "I'm here," responded a mechanical yet endearing voice, accompanied by a high-tech smiley face that appeared on the phone's screen. Worm blinked in surprise. But weren't you turned off? Xiao Ai's smile quickly morphed into a look of disappointment. Does the master not like Xiao Ai? Warm hastily shook her head. No, it's just that my parents said it's best not to use phones on the plane. Xiao Ai's expression brightened once more. That's all right. The phone is off, but if the master needs me, Xiao Ai can still be activated. Warm suddenly smiled brightly, her eyes crinkling with delight as she conversed with her parents on the airplane and chatted with Xiao Ai, completely free from boredom. There were so many delicious treats that by the time they disembarked, her little belly was already quite full. They were nearing their destination. Her uncle, who appeared quite stern, was a university professor. His role required him to manage numerous students, necessitating a serious demeanor, yet beneath that exterior lay a gentle heart. You have 2 older cousins. When we informed them, they were both abroad. The eldest cousin is a doctor engaged in a closed medical research project, while the second cousin is a remarkably talented artist. You must have seen the paintings of parents displayed in the hallway. All of those were created by your second cousin. It's a pity that he seldom paints portraits. Your father and I possess only one portrait of ourselves. Nuan Nuan. Her eyes widened in astonishment. She had indeed noticed those paintings, which resembled her parents perfectly and were exceptionally beautiful. She had always thought they were photographs, never realizing they were painted. How amazing! Her eyes sparkled with admiration, transformed into glimmering stars. How could her brothers be so exceptionally talented? Mama Gu chuckled, playfully pinching her increasingly plump, soft cheeks, which had turned a creamy white in such a short time, making her resemble her grandmother more and more. Gu's family is also one steeped in literary tradition, with generations of esteemed educators who have made significant contributions to the field of education. However, in comparison to the Qin family, they fall somewhat short. The Qin family, being the maternal lineage of Grandma Nuan Nuan, is a true century-old bastion of erudition, having historically specialized in educating princes and nobles. Their educational practices are notably rigorous. Despite the occasional emergence of wayward scions, they remain steadfast in adhering to family rules and ancestral teachings, never straying into impropriety. The picturesque waters of Jiangnan are characterized by elegant architecture, predominantly featuring pavilions and towers that emphasize a harmonious integration with nature. The Bai family's ancestral home is nestled in a tranquil and scenic locale, manifesting as a beautifully adorned Sihiyuan, exuding a unique charm that has persisted through the ages in the land of Xia. At the entrance, 2 stone lions stand sentinel, exuding an aura of majesty. Upon entering through the main gate, one is immediately greeted by the sight of a grand ginkgo tree, its trunk substantial enough for 4 individuals to embrace. Currently, the leaves of the ginkgo are transitioning to a golden hue, and the cascading branches, lush as a waterfall, are adorned with fan-shaped leaves that resemble exquisite little fans, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Beneath the ginkgo, the bluish-gray stone ground is blanketed in a layer of golden leaves, radiating a natural beauty. Nuan Nuan stands beneath the tree, gazing up in awe at its grandeur, momentarily immobilized by the sheer wonder of it all. This innocent girl, lacking worldly experience, is utterly captivated, her bright, clear eyes reflecting the magnificence of the splendid ginkgo. Isn't it beautiful? This courtyard, an old estate, has seen several generations of inhabitants, and the ginkgo tree has stood here for countless years, long before the previous owners took residence. Nuan Nuan grasped her parents' hands and nodded obediently, truly delightful to behold. Shall we go and take a look? She inquired softly, gazing up at her mother, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. Of course, my dear, her mother encouraged. With that gentle reassurance, the little girl cautiously stepped onto the pristine flagstones, making a concerted effort to avoid stepping on the fallen leaves, and gradually made her way to the grand ginkgo tree. With a heart full of reverence and excitement, Nuan Nuan delicately placed her slender white hand upon the gnarled texture of the tree trunk. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the leaves of the ginkgo to rustle softly, as if a hand were tenderly brushing through her fine hair, greeting her in a whimsical manner. Her clear eyes sparkled with joy, and in that fleeting moment, it seemed she heard a faint voice, or perhaps a myriad of voices harmonizing together, whispering, "Hello." Nuan Nuan pursed her rosy lips into a delicate smile, her eyes crescent-shaped like a gentle moon, scattering warm golden rays around her, radiating tenderness. "Hello," the little girl replied sweetly to the grand tree. Suddenly, she heard her mother calling out, and upon turning around, she spotted a serious-looking middle-aged man wearing spectacles. He stood tall and straight, not with the rigidness of a soldier, but with an innate sense of pride that emanated from his very core, his posture reminiscent of a resilient pine, noble and unyielding. He emanated an air of scholarly elegance, his hands clasped behind his back, adorned in a deep gray long gown, reminiscent of the esteemed educators from the Republic of China era, commanding yet imbued with a persuasive grace. Chapter 70. The Beauty in Qipao Nuan Nuan. Come here, this is your uncle. Uncle. Her voice, sweet and gentle, called out to him, her small hand nervously gripping her mother's. Indeed, her uncle exuded the dignified presence her mother had described, compelling the child to instinctively adopt a demeanor of utmost propriety in his presence. The middle-aged man regarded the little girl with a slow nod, his demeanor neither overly warm nor distinctly aloof. How do you find this tree? Standing tall beneath the tree, he slightly raised his chin, his wise eyes peering over his glasses at the ginkgo tree, appearing calm and composed, yet with the familiarity of an old friend. Nuan Nuan glanced at him before turning her gaze to the ginkgo tree, her voice soft and melodic. Just now, it greeted me. I heard it say hello. Bai Jingyan's eyes flickered with curiosity. Why do you say that? Nuan Nuan, striving to quell her nervousness, spoke in a gentle tone. Though her words were deliberate, they flowed clearly, pleasing to the ear. I honestly do not know. I heard many voices. A faint smile graced Bai Jingyan's lips as he naturally waved his hand. Nuan Nuan looked back at her parents, and with their encouraging nod, she took her small steps towards him. Her uncle's gentle hand rested lightly upon her head, a comforting gesture. The ancient tree possesses a spirit, while the child embodies a rare, pure essence. Warmly standing beside her uncle, she smiled with her crescent-shaped eyes, her fluffy little head nuzzling against his palm. The Bai family's old residence exudes tranquility, not a solitude that weighs heavy, but a serene comfort that soothes the heart. At that moment, a beautiful woman clad in a qipao emerged, and her mere presence radiated a sense of historical grace, reminiscent of a captivating figure stepping out from a painting, exuding an air of quiet elegance. This was her aunt. Gently, Mama Gu patted the little girl's head, introducing her before turning to the woman with a nod and a smile, addressing her as sister-in-law. The aunt responded with a smile, her lips curving upward, despite nearing 50. Time seemed to have paused for her, with only a few strands of silver mingling in her hair, preserving her enchanting charm much like her youth. Come here, warm. The qipao-clad beauty spoke softly, her voice imbued with a warm, calming light. The little girl approached her slowly, only to have her aunt gently grasp her delicate hand, observing her with a tender smile. How lovely you are, so much like your grandmother. In the future, you will undoubtedly become a renowned beauty, and your father and brothers will surely find it quite a challenge, she remarked sweetly. The aunt's gentle words resonated with Warm, who, drawn closer by affection, gazed up at her with a touch of bewilderment in her clear eyes, though her attention was captured by another matter entirely. Does my aunt know Grandma as well? Indeed. She is a goddess to both me and your mother. Nuan Nuan's eyes widened in awe. Grandma is truly remarkable, having garnered such admiration from so many. Of course, having heard numerous stories about her from my mother, Nuan Nuan also holds Grandma in high regard. Unfortunately, she can no longer see her, and all she possesses is a carefully cherished photograph of Grandma. In contrast to the opulent villas that exude grandeur, the courtyard house radiates a delicate beauty, embodying a different style of elegance. Once seated in the living room, my aunt gracefully poured tea for everyone, her movements both poised and elegant. The group sat upon wooden chairs in tranquil silence, savoring the tea, yet the atmosphere felt far from oppressive. Instead, it evoked a leisurely charm akin to being surrounded by exquisite scenery. He mentioned tomorrow, but as you know his temperament, he might surprise us. Nuan Nuan sipped her tea delicately, the emerald green brew in the purple clay pot resembling a piece of translucent jade. The wispy white steam, carrying a faint aroma of tea, wafted to her nose, an exquisite scent indeed. Nuan Nuan blew gently on the tea before taking another small sip, her clear eyes sparkling with delight, resembling a crescent moon. Her gentle face radiated an overwhelming sense of happiness. Seeing this, my aunt, adorned in a qipao, smiled even more, unable to resist pinching the little girl's cheek. With only 2 sons of her own, she has developed a fond affection for this sweet and gentle little girl from her sister-in-law's family. The little girl, with a gentle temperament, allowed her aunt to pinch her soft, plump cheeks. Perhaps out of shyness, a delicate blush, reminiscent of peach blossoms, graced her milky white face. and she appeared as tender as a fluffy cream puff. She sat quietly to the side, listening intently to the adults' conversation, though oblivious to the surprises they spoke of. "This is the jade bracelet I wore in my childhood," her aunt remarked, noting that there were no girls in her family to pass it down to. Now, it was entrusted to Nuan Nuan for safekeeping. The translucent green jade bracelet looked exquisite on her fair wrist. However, she instinctively sensed its value, and a hint of nervousness flickered in her gaze as she looked towards her mother. Evidently, Mother Gu was also taken aback. "Isn't this the bracelet you wore since you were a child?" she questioned. It became apparent that this bracelet held significant sentimental value for her aunt. The graceful figure in the qipao merely smiled, suggesting that its worth lay in the affection it represented rather than its material value. Ultimately, it was merely an inanimate object, meant to be worn and cherished. Hiding it away for too long would only be a disservice to its essence. Seeing this, Mother Goose ceased her objections and nodded towards Nuan Nuan, indicating that she should graciously accept the gift from her elders. Nuan Nuan responded with a soft her delicate hands neatly resting on her lap as she sincerely expressed her gratitude to the woman. "Thank you, Auntie. I will treasure it well." The woman smiled warmly, ruffling her hair affectionately. At that moment, the dignified uncle pushed a wooden box before her. "This is a gift from your uncle," he announced. With eager eyes, Nuan Nuan gazed at him and asked, "May I open it?" Bai Jin Yan raised his hand, took a sip of tea, and nodded slowly. Chapter 71. Cousin Bai Mo's painting. "Thank you, Uncle. I really like it," Nuan Nuan expressed earnestly, her voice soft and sweet. Indeed, her uncle appeared as stern and formidable as her mother had described, yet he possessed a gentle demeanor. Bai Jin Yan lifted his teacup to take a sip, attempting to mask his inner tension. Upon hearing the little girl express her fondness, he felt an immediate sense of relief, the corners of his serious mouth subtly lifting, and the eyes behind his glasses sparkled with warmth, reflecting Nuan Nuan's angelic smile. His wife shot him a playful glance, reproaching him silently. It was evident that he relished the moment yet insisted on maintaining a facade of sternness, unconcerned about intimidating the little one. After a flight that lasted over an hour, fatigue began to set in. Under the calming fragrance of incense, Nuan Nuan listened quietly to the adults' conversation, her eyelids gradually becoming heavy. Her long, curled eyelashes fluttered shut, only to open quickly again. After several such instances, she let out a small yawn, her eyes glistening, and with a gentle lean, she fell asleep against her father's shoulder. Gu Linma swiftly wrapped his arms around her petite form, smiling indulgently. "She has fallen asleep. Auntie, please hand Nuan Nuan to me. I shall carry her to bed," he requested. Although Mr. Gu yearned to hold his daughter himself, he felt it would be rather impolite to do so while conversing with his elder brother, and besides, it would be more comfortable for her to sleep in bed. Ultimately, he reluctantly relinquished the little one to her aunt. Though in an unfamiliar setting, Nuan Nuan slept soundly, and when she finally opened her eyes again, she was momentarily disoriented, unsure of the time or place. Nuan Nuan rubbed her eyes, drowsily gazing at the charmingly antiquated room. Sitting there in a daze, she took a moment to remember that she seemed to be at her uncle's house. "Who are you? How did you come to be in my home?" A voice as clear as a spring echoed from behind her. Turning around, Nuan Nuan met a pair of curious, beautifully clean eyes that matched the purity of the voice. The boy, appearing no older than 18, had a slender frame, soft black hair, and fair skin. His features were delicately refined, exuding a gentle and clean demeanor reminiscent of a child. His cat-like, round, and clear eyes sparkled with laughter as he slightly bent forward, holding a sketch pad on his back and resting his slender, artist-like hands on his knees, observing the little girl before him. Nuan Nuan's long, dark eyelashes fluttered twice as tears, resembling glistening pearls, clung to them, giving her red eyes a pitiful appearance. "Why are you crying?" The boy's clean voice flowed like a refreshing spring, soothing to the ears. He extended a hand, gently wiping the tears from the little girl's eyes. "Be good, don't cry anymore, okay? Brother will buy you some candy." Nuan Nuan sniffled, her voice sweet and soft as she replied, "My mommy and daddy are missing." "Ah, so you are looking for your parents. You must be the guest who came to my house today. Wait a moment, I will call my mom." It was only then that Nuan Nuan remembered she also had a phone. She scrunched her little nose, feeling quite foolish. "Xiao Ai, I am here, master. Is there anything you require assistance with?" Just as Bai Mahua was about to call her mother, she paused momentarily, tilting her head in curiosity as she gazed at the light pink phone in Nuan Nuan's hand. "Ah, I will call Dad." "Very well. No sooner had Xiao AI spoken than the phone automatically transitioned to the dialing page, connecting directly to Nuan Nuan's father. Hello, Nuan Nuan. Have you awakened? Be a good girl and wait in your room. Daddy will be there shortly. Nuan Nuan quickly replied, Dad, I'm already outside. What? You're outside? Where are you? Daddy is coming to find you. No, you just arrived at Uncle's house and don't know your way around. Let me make a video call so I can see where you are. Uncle, Bai Mahua, who had been standing beside Nuan Nuan, now squatted down and called out curiously towards her phone, recognizing the voice. The person on the other end seemed taken aback for a moment before exclaiming joyfully, Mahua? Bai Mahua nodded, her smile bright and her voice pure and clear, even though the person on the other side could not see her. So, you all came to our home. Dad and Mom didn't even inform me. Has Annie come too? The little girl beside her referred to her father as uncle, which made the boy, filled with surprise and warmth, wrap his arm around Nuan Nuan's small shoulder. His eyes wide with excitement as he looked at her from side to side. You are my little cousin. Nuan Nuan blinked at the boy before her and softly called out. Second cousin. Ah, what a good girl, he replied warmly. Bai Mahua leaned closer, her gentle face brushing against the warm, soft cheek of Warm, nuzzling affectionately. At this moment, Warm was no longer sad. She felt a delightful shyness being embraced by her handsome cousin, overshadowed by a greater joy. Uncle, you need not worry. My little cousin is with me. Gulinmo, where are you? In the small garden, Gulinmo replied succinctly before hanging up the phone. Bai Mahua cradled Warm's delicate face in her hands, gazing at her from side to side, her eyes sparkling with mirth, as radiant as sunlight. Upon hearing this, Warm's cheeks flushed even deeper. Haha, do not be shy, what I say is true. My little cousin is truly beautiful. Would you like me to draw your portrait? He was not particularly fond of drawing people, as he preferred to portray the beautiful things that resided in his eyes. When it came to humans, it was not merely about outer beauty. They also needed to possess a commendable bone structure, a rarity indeed. Yet, his little cousin was a lively little sprite. He had sensed her charm even when she had her back turned to him moments ago, and to his delight, this enchanting little sprite turned out to be his own cousin. His little cousin, as pure and soft as white jade, was simply adorable. Warm, nestled in his embrace, dazedly nodded, inhaling the faint, clean scent of paint that clung to her cousin, reminiscent of the gentle warmth of afternoon sunlight, bringing forth a sense of comfort. Just as she nodded, the slender, clean young man lifted her effortlessly into the air. Chapter 72. Downing this glass of milk, Bai Mahua gently poked her slender, fair fingers against the warm, soft cheeks of her little cousin, creating a small indentation. The fragrance emanating from her little cousin was delightful, making it impossible to hold her enough. When several adults arrived, they were greeted by the cheerful sight of the cousins enjoying each other as company. Indeed, it was time for a game of chess, and it seemed that Nuan Nuan had just awakened. Aunt looked at Nuan Nuan with a hint of guilt, feeling she should have been more attentive to her. The adults were engaged in a game of chess and sipping tea in a nearby room, unaware that Nuan Nuan would awaken so soon. Embarrassed, Nuan Nuan shook her head softly, admitting that she had forgotten to call her parents on her phone. The adults gathered around, expressing their concern. The little girl sweetly shook her head, assuring them she was fine. It was only natural for them to worry. After all, she had been crying. Bai Mahua pinched her little face, finding her utterly pitiable. Upon hearing this, Father Gu and Mother Gu felt even more heartbroken. Nuan Nuan, not wanting to cause them distress, snuggled against their hands, playfully revealing her true feelings. Mom, didn't you feel surprised to see me? Bai Mahua sat aside her drawing board, smiling brightly at her parents. The charming young boy's smile easily endeared him to others, especially the elders in the family. Bai Mahua chuckled as he pulled them down to sit and chat for a while before lifting Nuan Nuan into his arms. Aunt and Uncle, I'm taking Nuan Nuan to play. Nuan Nuan appeared adorably dazed, looking remarkably easy to tease, obediently offering no resistance whatsoever. Go on, take good care of your sister. Understood. Bai Mo hurriedly ascended the stairs, cradling Nuan Nuan in one arm while clutching his sketchpad in the other. Upon entering his room, Nuan Nuan was captivated by the myriad oil paintings adorning the walls, many of which depicted breathtaking landscapes, the resplendent snow-capped mountains under the golden sunlight, a waterfall that seemed to emerge from a fairy tale beneath a vibrant rainbow, and a delicate lotus flower, its every detail meticulously rendered. Each painting was a visual feast for Nuan Nuan. After embracing Nuan Nuan in his room, Bai Mo promptly ascended to the small loft. drawing back the curtains to reveal a grand floor-to-ceiling window that offered a crystal-clear view of the outside scenery. This loft served as Bai Mo's artistic sanctuary, simply adorned, with paints, brushes, and paper neatly stored in a wooden cabinet against the wall. At the center stood an easel and a stool, while the most striking features of the room were the paintings hanging on the walls, in contrast to the smaller artworks displayed in the bedroom below. The paintings in this loft were grand in scale. The most prominent piece was a towering ginkgo tree, over 2 meters high, which Nuan Nuan instantly recognized as the very tree that graced the courtyard outside. Not far from the ginkgo tree hung another painting, depicting an elegant beauty clad in a blue and white porcelain qipao, standing with her back to the viewer before an antiquated reddish-brown window ledge. Only a hint of her face was visible, yet the painting exuded an air of refined grace and poise befitting a noble lady. Such beauty is universally admired. It is my aunt. Nuan Nuan gazed at the flag-draped beauty in a qipao, softly calling out to her. Although only a portion of her visage was visible, those familiar could instantly recognize who it depicted. Bai Mahua had just returned from another excursion, carrying a black backpack and dressed in different attire. "Cousin, you are truly remarkable," Nuan Nuan exclaimed, her admiration for the young artist palpable, having only heard tales from their mothers. Witnessing these artworks firsthand made her feel as though her cousin's hands possessed some extraordinary magic. Under the gaze of the little girl, sparkling with awe, Bai Mahua felt a twinge of bashfulness, scratching his head as his ears flushed a delicate pink. He was, indeed, shy. "It's not that impressive. Everyone has their own talents. One day, you too shall discover what you love and become exceptional in your own right." As he spoke, he placed the backpack onto the expansive balcony outside the floor-to-ceiling windows and waved to the young girl. "Come here and see if you enjoy these treats." Obediently, she approached, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed into the backpack filled to the brim with an array of snacks. Bai Mahua, clad only in white socks, stood on the plush carpet of the balcony, where the warmth from the heating kept the chill at bay. In the comfort of his home, he preferred a crisp white shirt paired with light gray cropped pants that revealed a glimpse of his fair calves. A gentle smile adorned his face, and his dark hair fell softly, casually yet elegantly, resembling the exquisite beauty of white jade. Nuan Nuan also removed her shoes and walked over, sitting cross-legged beside him, her delicate little hands accepting the Wangzai milk the boy offered. "Here, Nuan Nuan, let us drink milk." Unlike Guan, who constantly boasted about being a little adult, Bai Mo embodied the essence of childhood, eagerly sharing his favorite treats with Nuan Nuan. "This little cake is delicious, and these spicy strips are my absolute favorite. They are a bit tricky to eat, but I love picking them up one by one with my hands. Nuan Nuan, you must try." Nuan Nuan, with her petite mouth agape, leaned in to nibble on the spicy strip he held, her cherubic face radiating joy as she savored it. So tasty." Bai Mo chuckled gleefully, raising his greasy finger, his cat-like eyes sparkling with delight. "Isn't it?" The two children sat together, as if they had known each other for years, happily munching on an array of snacks. Eventually, Bai Mo let out a burp, raising the Wangzai milk. "Come, let us toast to welcome my little cousin to my home." Nuan Nuan mimicked his gesture, her small hand raised, her eyes twinkling as she cheerfully echoed, "Cheers to this milk." Although it was merely milk, the two managed to imbue the moment with the spirit of a toast. All right. Let us tidy up quickly and wash our hands." Bai Mo adeptly cleared the items from the windowsill and then led Nuan Nuan to wash their hands clean. On 2 pairs of hands, delicate white foam adorned their surfaces. One pair was slender and pristine, resembling white jade, while the other was petite and charming, with a creamy complexion. The latter, plump and warm, displayed a few adorable dimples on its back. "Come, cousin, let us paint," he declared with enthusiasm. Without hesitation, the youth, with his elongated fingers, clasped the soft, warm hand of the little one, resting his chin in search of a picturesque scene. However, after exploring several locations, he remained unsatisfied. This scenery lacks vibrancy. It does not complement you at all." Suddenly, the little one, following closely, spotted a half-grown orange cat perched on a nearby tree. The feline seemed eager to descend but was gripped by fear, meowing helplessly while clinging to a branch. "Brother, look at the cat," she tugged at Bai Mo's sleeve. In its anxiety, the orange cat tumbled down, landing in a neighboring yard. Bai Mo was taken aback, his wide eyes reflecting shock. How did it end up in someone else's yard? Chapter 73. Youth like jade, exquisite and graceful. Nuan Nuan gazed curiously at her cousin. "Bai Mo, filled with trepidation, recalled that his family owned a very large dog, and he worried whether the little cat might become a meal. I must climb up to check, he resolved. Setting down his sketchpad, he distanced himself slightly, taking a running leap. With a resounding thud, he collided with the wall, his forehead striking the surface. The clean and handsome youth, holding his head, paused, tears welling in his eyes. I apologize, I overestimated my physical abilities. I cannot scale this wall. Nuan Nuan, filled with anxiety, hurried over to her second cousin. Are you all right, brother? Hiss. I'm fine. Bai Mahua grimaced, his fair fingers rubbing his forehead. His skin was already pale, and after the collision, a red mark marred his forehead, making it look rather unfortunate. Nuan Nuan gently massaged it with her small hands, pouting slightly as she blew on it a few times. Brother, why don't we just enter through the main gate? Nuan Nuan's voice was soft and sweet, her tiny finger pointing towards the nearby entrance. Bai Mahua replied, because I was frightened by that dog when I passed by there earlier. Although the remarkably handsome child living in the house had apologized afterward, the apology had only made him cry, as the child had approached with the dog in tow. Since then, he had developed quite a phobia of that dog, even though he adored cats. How about we take a look inside? After a moment of contemplation, Bai Mahua suggested, his concerns stemming from the fear that the dog might harm the cat. Nuan Nuan also felt anxious, unsure if the cat had been hurt from falling from such a height. Hand in hand, the two of them encouraged one another as they approached the grand entrance of the estate. Much like the Bai family's gate, two imposing stone lions flanked the entrance. Just as they hesitated, they suddenly heard a deep bark followed by a cat's cry, which sounded slightly mournful to their ears. In an instant, the two innocent souls could no longer hesitate. They pushed the door open and rushed inside, only to lock eyes with a large black dog. Wow, it's truly enormous. Warm felt as if it had risen to a height surpassing its own, resembling a colossal beast. Even from a distance, the oppressive aura was palpable. Beside it, Bai Mohua's face went pale with fright. The large black dog merely cast a glance at them before suddenly lowering its head and opening its mouth to bite at the corner where a trembling little orange cat cowered. Stop it, Bai Mohua exclaimed, his fear overcoming him as he rushed forward. Warm followed closely behind, but before they could reach the scene, they realized their misunderstanding. The large dog was only carefully cradling the orange cat in its mouth, without any intention of biting down. Although the small cat emitted a somewhat mournful cry, it was merely a result of its fright. The black dog, with the little orange cat in its mouth, approached the two with a steady and inexplicably resonant gait. Bai Mohua trembled like the orange cat, yet he resolutely positioned himself in front of Warm, arms outstretched to shield the little girl behind him. Warm's delicate fingers clutched her second cousin's clothing, and from behind him emerged a fluffy little head, with large, contrasting eyes fixed on the imposing dog. In truth, she felt little fear compared to Bai Mohua. Warm, you stay back. Don't come out, brother. Brother will protect you, he stammered, his voice trembling. The little girl felt a warm glow in her heart. Each of her brothers was so wonderful, filling her with happiness. However, she truly was not afraid of dogs. Thus, this time, it would be Warm who would protect her second cousin. The young girl approached, her clear and pristine eyes fixed upon the towering dog before her. Her cousin, seemingly unfazed, exclaimed, "The big dog." Suddenly, the imposing black dog stood in front of them. It cast a brief glance at the pale-faced Bai Mohua, who appeared utterly terrified, then lowered its head to gently place the trembling orange cat on the ground. The dog sat down with an air of dignified composure, emitting no sound nor displaying any signs of aggression. Nuan, with a tentative movement, raised her small arm, her delicate hand hovering just a palm's breadth from the formidable creature. The black dog remained still, maintaining its poised posture. In that moment, under the watchful gaze of Bai Mohua, the little girl placed her hand upon the dog's broad head. The dog tilted its head, softly nudging her hand with affection. Nuan beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling like crystal, forming a crescent shape as her lips curled into a delightful smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. She looked utterly endearing. Brother, the big dog won't bite. At last, Bai Mohua's spirit, which had felt as though it had fled, returned to him. After a moment's hesitation, he managed to give a thumbs up to his courageous little cousin, who seemed braver than he, leaving him feeling somewhat inadequate. With a nervous demeanor, the young boy slowly crouched down to scoop up the little orange cat that had remained on the ground. We should go. Before he could finish his words, a melodious and enchanting sound of strings suddenly wafted through the air, as if drifting like jade, captivating all who heard it. The large black dog turned to glance into the depths of the residence, abruptly rose, and, with a gentle grip on the warm little garment, ventured further inside. Warm was compelled to follow, while Mo Hua, clutching the cat, mustered the courage to glare at the black dog before hastily trailing behind. Put down my little cousin. They arrived at a lush bamboo grove, where a quaint bridge arched over a flowing stream, creating a scene rich in poetic charm. Moreover, as they drew closer, the sound of the zither grew increasingly distinct. What had once been mere fragments of notes now unfolded into a complete melody, imbued with an inexplicable sense of solemnity that engendered an unsettling tension. Crossing the small bridge and traversing a pebble-strewn path between the bamboo, they beheld a pavilion from whence the music emanated. A young man sat poised before an ancient zither, his elongated fingers, seemingly carved from the finest white jade, moved with an imperceptible velocity, producing a sound reminiscent of the intensity of a battlefield. Who are you? The music came to an abrupt halt as the jade-like youth lifted his gaze. His eyes, dark as an ancient well, regarded them with an unwavering calm. He appeared as if he had stepped out of a painting, exuding an ethereal grace, as if crafted solely for him. I apologize. We did not intend to intrude, Warm stammered, her cheeks flushed under the young man's scrutiny. Her inherently shy disposition rendered her even more embarrassed upon being discovered in his home. Mo Hua pointed at the large black dog. It's your dog that stubbornly dragged my little cousin here. The blame was shifted with an air of unwarranted confidence. Chapter 74. The young Su ran upon hearing these words. The boy seemed to pause for a moment. Then his gaze fell upon the large dog beside Nuan Nuan. I apologize. His voice was like jade, crisp yet imbued with an innate chill. He rose slowly from the small pavilion and walked over. His short black hair and attire of a black tang suit adorned with exquisite bamboo branch embroidery, presenting a figure as upright and elegant as a green bamboo, evoking a sense of serene beauty. Were it not for his dark hair, Mo Hua might have thought her little cousin had transcended time to meet a distinguished young master from an ancient noble family. Despite his youth and the lingering innocence on his face, he exuded a poise and gravitas characteristic of adulthood, instilling an inexplicable sense of trustworthiness. The boy shone like a precious jade, embodying perfection in both appearance and essence, second only to her little cousin in Mo Hua's eyes. The first, of course, was her little cousin, who, despite her tender age and childlike demeanor, would undoubtedly blossom into a great beauty in the future. Xingyun. He raised a finger, and the large dog standing beside Nuan Nuan wagged its tail and trotted over, nudging its head against the boy's finger before settling comfortably beside him. I am Su Ran, and this is my dog, Xingyun. Nuan Nuan stood beside her cousin, her soft voice tinged with nervousness as she introduced herself. I am Gu Nuan Nuan. Everyone calls me Nuan Nuan. The young boy nodded slowly. Hello, Nuan Nuan. My grandfather always says that guests are to be welcomed. Please, come in. Mo Hua. I haven't even introduced myself yet. Su Ran spoke with a voice as clear as jade. I know you, by Laosher's son, Mo Hua. 2 years ago, you were frightened to tears by Xingyun, and I was the one who took Xingyun to apologize to you. Mo Hua. You needn't mention that, he replied, not wishing to tarnish his image in the eyes of his little cousin. The three of them, along with a dog and a cat, arrived at the pavilion. Su Ran drew the bamboo curtain, and the atmosphere inside the pavilion gradually became warm. The 15-year-old boy behaved with the poise of an adult, pouring tea for the 2 guests, while there were also 2 plates of pastries on the table. Mo Hua instinctively held the cat close, keeping a safe distance from the large black dog, his expression wary. Xingyun 1 tea bite, Su Ran reassured him. I always have it on a leash when we go out. Mo Hua muttered. Well, it looks intimidating. Su Ran observed the little girl, who was sipping tea delicately from her cup. Even when Xingyun leaned closer, she showed no fear and even smiled as she patted the dog's head. He fell silent for a moment, contemplating the notion that perhaps the size of a person's courage does not correlate with their age. In an instant, Mo Hua felt as though he had been stabbed. This child's words cut like a knife. How did you come to my house? Su Ran inquired as Nuan Nuan gently stroked Xingyun's head, her voice sweet and melodious as she recounted the incident of discovering a kitten that had fallen into their yard. Her speech was articulate and coherent, and Su Ran could not help but gaze at the exquisitely beautiful child a moment longer. Xingyun would not harm a cat, nor anything else for that matter. He was once a military dog, retired due to injury and has since found a home with us. Nuan Nuan's clear, Innocent eyes were filled with curiosity as she asked, "Brother Su Ran, what is a military dog?" Su Ran possessed a classically refined and gentle beauty, though his youthful features still bore a hint of childishness. His demeanor exuding a sense of aloofness that paradoxically made one feel at ease in his presence. He explained to Nuan Nuan what a military dog is, heroes who protect the nation, in a manner both simple and enlightening, also sharing the tale of Xing Yun's experiences. Nuan Nuan's gaze towards Xing Yun shifted, her large, expressive eyes sparkling with admiration and concern. "Does Xing Yun still hurt?" The little girl leaned closer, pressing her cheek against the dog's head, and the large canine, clearly fond of this gentle and soft-hearted child, shifted closer to her, as if to shield her from falling off the chair. Su Ran, with his obsidian-like, deep black eyes, glanced at the child and the dog. "Sometimes it hurts." He paused and added, "But Xing Yun is very fond of you." When Xing Yun first arrived at his home, he devoted much of his time to her, and soon she became his companion, the sole playmate in this place. Nuan Nuan smiled with her eyes curved in delight, her pure and unblemished gaze causing the young man to press his lips together. "I also have a younger sister." Su Ran suddenly glanced at Bai Mohua. "Having a sister is quite remarkable. I have one too, you know." Yet, to his surprise, the young man shook his head, his attractive brows slightly furrowing. "I do not like that sister. She always tries to take my things. She is neither as lovely nor as pure as Nuan Nuan. I wish to exchange her for a different sister." Bai Mohua, Nuan Nuan. Could such a thing even be exchanged? Why could he speak so earnestly and with such certainty? Bai Mohua grasped one of Nuan Nuan's arms, regarding Su Ran with a vigilant gaze, akin to that of a protective dog. "She is my sister." Bai Mohua enunciated the words "my sister" with particular emphasis, as if fearful the young man across from him might not hear. "If she is exchanged, then she becomes my sister. It is not a big deal." Bai Mohua retorted, "How can someone who appears so presentable speak in such a crude manner?" "Brother Su Ran, sisters cannot be exchanged." Nuan Nuan quickly waved her hand towards Su Ran, emphasizing that this was not permissible. She still wished to remain the child of her parents. Su Ran sighed in disappointment. "But you have already called me brother." Nuan Nuan, with a soft and gentle voice, patiently explained that it was because brother Su Ran was older than her. Bai Mo furrowed his brow, expressing his displeasure, and said, "Your sister often takes your things. Why not inform your parents? They can assist you in resolving this matter." Su Ran pursed his lips, replying, "Father would only tell me to yield to her, while my aunt often utters peculiar remarks, which only seems to exacerbate my father's irritation towards me." As he spoke, he merely frowned slightly, as if discussing the affairs of others, his gaze remarkably calm. Bai Mo was momentarily taken aback. "Wait, your sister? Oh, she is the daughter of the mistress." After a brief pause, he continued, "I heard from others that those two were involved even before my mother divorced my father. The woman is referred to as the mistress." Bai Mo nearly succumbed to his blunt words, noticing Nuan Nuan's innocent and bewildered expression as she persistently cast sidelong glances at Su Ran, imploring him, "Please do not corrupt the young child with such talk. Are these matters suitable for a pure and lovely child to hear?" Su Ran failed to comprehend Bai Mo's gaze and merely felt as though his eyes were twitching. After a moment's hesitation, he casually offered, "Would you like me to call the family doctor to check your eyes?" Bai Mo replied, "No need. What kind of straightforward man is he?" Listening to him, it seems there are quite a few intrigues within his family. How could they raise someone so oblivious? Bai Mo felt that conversing with him was stretching his already clever mind to its limits. Chapter 75. Feeding Nuan Nuan. "I sense that your home is not particularly safe. Perhaps I should take my little cousin and leave." Bai Mahua gently urged Nuan Nuan to rise. Although he was oblivious to many aspects of life, he understood that families where a mistress ascends, displacing the legitimate spouse and their children, are seldom tranquil. Su Ran cast a glance at him and replied, "There's no need. It's just my grandfather and me living here. I found him and that woman bothersome, so I sent them away." Bai Mahua exclaimed, "Wait, is there something amiss with this situation? You expelled your father?" Such audacity was indeed striking. Su Ran nodded, his tone remarkably calm, a slight smile gracing his lips. "I am the next heir of the Su family. This residence has been bequeathed to me by my grandfather. If I wish for them not to reside here, I will simply send them away. They are too bothersome. Do you think I am being unreasonable?" He tilted his head slightly, gazing at the two with eyes as dark and unfathomable as a deep well. The youth resembled a beautifully unfurled painting, seated upright like a bamboo, every gesture exuding an aesthetic grace. "Nuan Nuan, with her clear and innocent eyes meeting his, softly responded, "When someone I dislike takes what's mine, I will indeed be upset. However, for those I cherish, I willingly offer my belongings." Nuan Nuan nodded, his curiosity piqued. He was particularly intrigued by this rather peculiar gossip. With an insatiable thirst for knowledge, he asked Su Ran, "Did they accept your expulsion willingly?" Su Ran shook his head. Of course, they were unwilling. He did not perceive this as a disgraceful or significant matter, and his sentiments towards the father were rather indifferent. The grandfather had once stated, "This is my domain. I shall do as I please, as long as it brings me joy." Their presence often caused him displeasure, and thus he naturally expelled them. If they were reluctant, he would simply have Xingyun intimidate them. Nuan Nuan propped her delicate chin as she listened to their conversation, perched on a small stool, resembling a soft and fluffy little creature, utterly obedient. Su Ran suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to feed her, akin to how he fed Xingyun, though this one was decidedly more delicate. With this thought in mind, he proceeded to do just that, holding a piece of osmanthus cake to the small girl's lips. Osmanthus cake is exquisite. Nuan Nuan blinked her eyes, then opened her tiny mouth to take a small bite of the snow-white delicacy adorned with osmanthus syrup. Immediately, her beautiful, clear eyes sparkled with delight, curving into a radiant smile. As she consumed the treat, her milk-white cheeks puffed adorably, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch or poke them. Su Ran's gaze lingered on her soft, plump cheeks for a few moments. When Nuan Nuan opened her mouth for a second bite, he couldn't resist gently pressing his finger against her soft cheek, his expression momentarily betraying surprise. "How soft?" Nuan Nuan paused her eating for a brief moment at the unexpected poke, but she quickly resumed her feast, deciding to overlook it in light of the feeding she was receiving. Beside them, Mo Hua stared wide-eyed, almost in disbelief at the unfolding scene. "There is no need for your assistance. My little cousin can feed herself." Su Ran responded slowly, yet continued to feed her. Nuan Nuan sat obediently, opening her mouth to accept whatever was brought to her, resembling a soft, pristine little rabbit. Mo Hua initially intended to intervene, but upon witnessing his little cousin's delightful way of eating, he felt an irresistible urge and offered her a piece of cake. The little girl continued her feast, delicately nibbling on the cake with her rosy lips. When thirst struck, her glistening eyes fixed upon the teapot. Before she could pour it herself, a graceful hand gently tilted the teapot, pouring a fragrant cup of tea into her hands. Nuan Nuan cradled the steaming cup, her voice sweetly murmuring her thanks. "Thank you, Brother Su Ran." With her endearing demeanor, Su Ran couldn't help but sigh wistfully. Is it truly impossible to exchange for a sister like her? Or perhaps, is it feasible to raise one? Of course, these were merely his private musings, irrespective of others. The individual beside Nuan Nuan would certainly not allow such a notion. "Ranner," an aged voice resonated from outside. Su Ran rose to open the bamboo curtain of the pavilion, revealing a sprightly elder clad in traditional attire. He gazed at the two young individuals and his grandson with mild astonishment. "To think you have guests here, how remarkable." He chuckled heartily. The elderly man, with a flowing white beard and a stature as upright as a pine tree, exuded a kind and benevolent demeanor, his laughter resonating with a refreshing and carefree essence. Grandfather Su, Nuan Hua stood respectfully, addressing him. Although he had not encountered Su Ran frequently, he was well acquainted with the elder before him. "You are from the Bai family? My, how you've grown." Despite the proximity of their families, the children of today seldom crossed paths, primarily due to their studies and boarding school commitments. Grandfather Su, you still remember me. This is my little cousin." Nuan Nuan, with her distinctly bright eyes, gazed at the elder, her voice sweet and obedient, greeting him. "Hello, Grandfather Su." Following her cousin's lead was undoubtedly the right choice. The elder gently stroked his beard, observing Nuan Nuan with a warm smile and a nod. "I haven't seen you before." The little girl seemed somewhat familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly paused. "What is your connection to Qin Qingqian?" Oh, it dawned on him. This young girl bore a striking resemblance to the Qin family member. It had indeed been quite some time. "She is my grandmother," Nuan Nuan replied. The elder's face brightened with understanding. "Ah, I see. I had forgotten. That girl from the Bai family married into the Gu family in Linqing. When Qiqian wed that old man from the Gu family, that lad certainly bore the brunt of our reprimands." He chuckled heartily as he reminisced. "Nuan Nuan, Bai Mahua, is it truly appropriate to speak of such matters in front of their granddaughter?" He remarked with a playful tone. Come, it's quite cold here. Let us retreat to Grandfather Su's home for a while." As he spoke, He approached and gently held the small hand of Nuan Nuan, as if she were his granddaughter. When you were born, your grandfather must have been overjoyed. His pursuit of your grandmother was nothing short of legendary. Your grandmother, cherished by her family and with 2 elder brothers, was the apple of their eye. How could they possibly bear to see your grandfather so flamboyantly wooing their beloved sister? During their school days, he certainly faced no shortage of trouble from them. As the old man reminisced, a glimmer of nostalgia sparkled in his eyes. He shared that your 2 uncles were friends and treated Qin Qian as their own sister, thus putting considerable effort into hindering your grandfather back in the day. Nuan Nuan, taking small steps, mirrored his movements. Yet, despite all odds, your grandfather did marry your grandmother, showcasing his prowess. Chapter 76. This is the elder brother's sister. Hearing this, old Master Su burst into hearty laughter, declaring Nuan Nuan to be quite the clever little girl. Nuan Nuan and Bai Mo, who had not been at the Su residence for long, when Papa Gu called to inquire about their whereabouts, ultimately coming to pick them up. As they were leaving, Su Ran accompanied them along with Xing Yun, asking, "When will you be departing?" Papa Gu affectionately patted his darling daughter's fluffy little head. "We should stay here for a few days." Su Ran nodded in understanding. Despite being merely a 15-year-old boy, he carried himself with an air of noble pride, exuding a distinguished presence that captivated those around him. "I will visit Teacher Bai's home tomorrow." Bai Mahua's face radiated with a brilliant smile, inviting warmth. And the distance was not great. She could visit whenever she wished. Upon learning that Xing Yun was a military dog, his apprehension towards the large black dog diminished considerably. Nuan Nuan, with her crescent-shaped brows and eyes, waved cheerfully at her newly acquainted friend. "Goodbye, Brother Su Ran." Su Ran nodded, responding with a soft goodbye. On their way home, Father Du gently inquired about the delightful events of her day. Nuan Nuan, with her childlike voice, recounted the joyful occurrences she had experienced, her sweet tones seemingly infusing the air with a sugary essence. The bright tangerine hue of her little orange cat, with a white belly and limbs, was particularly endearing to both Nuan Nuan and Bai Mahua. Almost as soon as they arrived, the little orange cat mewed and followed them closely. Nuan Nuan caressed the cat's fur and turned to Bai Mahua, asking, "Cousin, would you like to adopt this little orange one?" Bai Mahua squatted down beside the little girl. Her fair legs curled beneath her, clad only in socks as they rested on the plush blanket. Delicate fingers playfully poked the cat's belly. "But don't you want to keep it?" Nuan Nuan's charming smile twisted with concern. Bai Mahua raised her eyebrows slightly, her eyes widening in mock seriousness. "Will you hit the coal ball or the cat?" The little girl's glistening eyes looked at the orange cat with sympathy as it continued to groom itself, oblivious to the playful banter. Suddenly, the little orange cat, startled, shook its whiskers and gazed at Nuan Nuan with a bewildered meow. The white ink painting evoked laughter. As the cat's eyes curved playfully, illuminated by the halo of light surrounding him, the youth appeared both radiant and gentle. "To prevent little Ju from being bullied by the coal ball, I shall take care of him," he mused. He had long harbored the desire to raise a cat. Yet his impending journey abroad for painting left him little time. "You shall be my first feline companion." Embracing the small orange cat, he gently nudged their noses together. The little orange cat's ears twitched, its soft limbs languidly draping as it let out a delicate meow. What supplies does one need for a cat? He pondered, retrieving his phone to begin shopping. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he placed the freshly washed little orange cat upon his lap, leaning closer to warm Nuan Nuan as they browsed together. "What brand of cat food should I choose? This one seems appealing. I shall acquire several varieties to test. And this cat tree looks delightful," he noted. Nuan Nuan pointed to a fluffy cat bed, declaring, "Little Ju will surely adore this." "Nonsense, it's you who likes it," he retorted, yet he couldn't help but select the cozy cat bed with a mere tap of his finger. Nuan Nuan giggled softly, their 2 heads nestled together in conversation, ultimately accumulating quite an array of items. Just as she was lost in thought, her phone chimed, signaling a video invitation, one featuring her grandfather and the young gentleman. Without a moment's hesitation, she accepted the call. As the faces appeared on the screen, Nuan Nuan's voice, sweet and melodic, rang out, "Big brother, grandfather." The tender lilt of her voice seemed to imbue the screen with a delightful sweetness. The obedient granddaughter misses her grandfather, doesn't she? Upon hearing the affectionate call of Grandpa, Mr. Gu's smile deepened the wrinkles on his face. Guin, however, scoffed, asserting that she had not missed him at all. "If you want me to make a video call, I absolutely refuse. She has forgotten all about us." Her tone was laced with pride. yet it unmistakably carried a hint of grievance. Mr. Gu shot a disapproving glance at Guan. Who is it that keeps pacing before me, waiting for Nuan Nuan's call? How much effort does it take to simply initiate a video call? You've been stubbornly delaying it until now. With her secret exposed by her grandfather. Guan's face flushed crimson as she defiantly retorted to Nuan Nuan. Grandpa misunderstood. I definitely do not miss you. Nuan Nuan's eyes sparkled with laughter as she sweetly replied. Nuan Nuan misses the big brother very much. With that single sentence, Guan instantly puffed up with pride. I knew you couldn't get by without me. If you miss me so much, why not just call? Don't you remember? Guan said, her fierce expression contradicting her soft words. Nuan Nuan gently explained that she was busy giving the cat a bath with her second cousin, then seamlessly shared some amusing anecdotes from her day with her brother and grandfather. Although the stories were mundane, she relayed them with such joy that the two listeners on the other end were patient and attentive. When the conversation turned to the large dog from Su Rant's family, Guan huffed in response, what is so impressive about that? I can take you to see Siberian Huskies and Alaskan Malamutes, both large and strikingly beautiful. Upon hearing Nuan Nuan mention Old Master Su, Grandpa Gu's tone took on a touch of melancholy. In his youth, he had suffered no small amount of grievances at the hands of his two maternal uncles. Regrettably, as time passed and his career took precedence, many years had slipped by without a meeting. Moreover, following Qin Qian's untimely demise, his two uncles had blamed him for not caring for her adequately, resulting in a significant reduction in their communication. However, such matters were best left unspoken in the presence of children to spare them unnecessary sorrow. Yet, how remarkable it was that Grandma ultimately chose to marry Grandpa. This single sentiment instantly brightened the old man's spirits. Nuan Nuan, obedient and gentle, nodded in agreement, and reluctantly ended the video call. The little girl, yearning for her elder brother, initiated another video call. At that moment, Gunan was still in the studio, leading his colleagues through a late-night work session. When the call came through, he, not having discerned its nature, answered it, inadvertently connecting his phone to the large screen. The adorable little figure, exquisitely charming, appeared before the eyes of everyone in the studio. Big brother. The sweet and tender voice calling out to him melted the hearts of the rugged men in the studio, who were fixated on the screen. Well, hiss. So this is the boss's sister. Finally, we see her in the flesh, albeit through a video. Chapter 77. Cousin is truly impressive. Gunan swiftly tapped his finger to disconnect his phone from the display. Instantly, a chorus of lamentations erupted in the studio. No, boss. Please let us see your sister again. Nuan Nuan looks even more enchanting on the video than in her photos. The leader, we shall watch in silence. Do not leave. Gunan coldly rejected and departed the studio, clutching his phone amidst the wails of the crowd. As he reached the doorway, they faintly heard a soft, sweet voice inquire. What's wrong, big brother? That voice surpassed any lowly voice they had ever encountered in its natural sweetness. Such a delightful little sister. Alas, she was not theirs. The crowd went wild. Gunan explained with a hint of indifference, gazing at the delicate, gentle face on the screen, a wave of tenderness washing over him as he softly asked what she was doing. Nuan Nuan had been video calling her big brother for quite some time. Although he spoke little, her sweet, chattering voice filled the air. Big brother, today I had osmanthus cake. It's as white as snow, topped with fragrant honey. So sweet and soft. I also made a friend, a very handsome big brother. Gunan's lips curled slightly. He believed that the osmanthus cake could not possibly be sweeter than his little sister. However, regarding that friend, Gunan narrowed his eyes, discreetly clarifying the matter. Upon learning it was Su Ran from the Su family, he felt a slight relief. Although he did not know him personally, he had heard of the next heir being personally nurtured by old Master Su. The little girl babbled on, stifling a small yawn as sleep threatened to overtake her. Yet she was reluctant to end the call. Gradually, her voice grew softer and softer until the phone slipped from her hand and fell onto the bed. In the end, all Gunan could hear was the gentle sound of Nuan Nuan's soft breathing. Gunan furrowed his brows, uncertain whether Nuan Nuan was properly covered by her warm quilt. As he pondered whether to rouse her, the door to Nuan Nuan's bedroom swung open. Bai Mahua, clad in a shirt and casual three-quarter pants, entered while stifling a yawn. Her delicate fingers smudged with paint, and her soft hair in a delightful disarray. Nuan Nuan? Bai Mahua approached the bedside and glanced at the little girl, who was peacefully asleep in her pajamas. He gingerly lifted her and tucked her back into the quilt. His gaze fell upon the phone resting atop the covers. As he picked it up, he was met with the cold, stern visage of Gunan. Ah! With a startled cry, the phone slipped from his grasp. flying through the air. Bai Mahua's fingers stiffened, her wide cat-like eyes reflecting her shock. Something felt off. That person looked vaguely familiar. Gunan Gu, she exclaimed in horror, scrambling on the bed with all fours, finally seizing the phone in her grasp. Kneeling atop the bed, she repeatedly apologized. I'm so sorry. Gunan Gu, when I first glanced, I thought you were a ghost. Ah, no, I didn't mean to imply you were a ghost. I meant you looked like one, but that's not. After a lengthy, incoherent explanation, Gunan interrupted her. Be quiet. Instantly, Bai Mahua fell silent. Her head and shoulders drooping in compliance, her eyes fixed on the figure in the phone. Don't disturb Nuan Nuan. Bai Mahua mimicked a zipping motion across her lips to indicate her understanding. Make sure she's covered well. We wouldn't want her to catch a cold. Check the room temperature. It shouldn't be set too low or too high. Once everything was properly arranged, Bai Mahua followed suit, and with great care, tucked in the slumbering Nuan Nuan before stepping outside. Gunan left his phone behind. As he exited the bedroom, he suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. This was indeed his own bedroom. Moreover, Gunan had spoken quite a bit today, attentively instructing him on numerous matters. Goodness, was that truly Gunan? His little cousin felt so warm and cozy. He chuckled to himself. The following morning, Bai Mahua, brimming with excitement, took Nuan Nuan to his studio. On the easel, the previously blank canvas now bore distinct lines. The room was pleasantly warm, and the youthful, clean-cut boy, clad in a sweatshirt and white capri pants, joyfully held the little girl's hand, dashing forward like a child eager to showcase his cherished toy. Nuan Nuan, look. This is the composition I envisioned last night. Once I complete it, I'll gift it to you. How does that sound? On the easel, the figure depicted was none other than Nuan Nuan herself, a delicate and beautiful young girl, sitting obediently within a wooden pavilion, being fed like a cherished pet. In each hand, she held a delectable, snow-white pastry, one of which bore a small bite mark. Perched on a low stool, her round cheeks bulged with delight, her expression radiating pure happiness. The two figures feeding her were rendered in a softened manner, shrouded in a veil of haziness that obscured their features, yet hints of youthful charm could still be discerned. Only the little girl in the center was strikingly clear, a testament to the unfinished masterpiece. How delightful! Cousin Heir is truly remarkable. When praised by the little cousin's earnest and sweet voice, Bai Mahua felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction in his heart, even surpassing the joy of receiving accolades for his artwork. He scratched his head, and his fair ears gradually turned crimson, betraying a hint of shyness. Just wait. I will finish it soon, he declared, settling down to continue his painting. Nuan Nuan, ever obedient, remained silent on her little stool beside him, cradling the small orange cat that mewed playfully at her feet. Their clear, innocent eyes were fixated on his artistic endeavor. When individuals engage in activities they cherish, they often exhibit intense focus, and Bai Mahua was no exception. At the moment he put brush to canvas, he transformed. The youthful naivety faded, giving way to a composed dedication. It was as if, for him, this was not merely painting but an act of infusing the artwork with soul. Isn't Cousin Heir's head like a camera? Every strand of fabric on her clothes is captured so vividly. The magic of his hands felt almost enchanting. Nuan Nuan. Someone called her name. She turned to see her mother standing at the corridor's entrance. The little girl immediately rushed over, cradling the sleeping orange kitten nestled in her arms. Mama. Gu Mama smiled, affectionately ruffling her hair. The exquisite and lovely little girl tilted her head adorably, her fluffy head nudging against her mother's palm in a tender gesture, reminiscent of a soft kitten. Your friend has come to see you. The warm, beautiful eyes gazed at her in confusion. What friend? She wondered, as a rather large black dog accompanied him. In that instant, a realization struck her, and her eyes sparkled with a gentle smile. It's Brother Su Ran who has come. Chapter 78. My name is Su Ran. Not Ran. She did not wish to, nor dare, to disturb her cousin, and thus decided to take the little orange cat to find Brother Su Ran herself. Upon entering the hall, she immediately spotted the exquisitely refined young man seated gracefully on the sofa, engaged in conversation with several adults. Despite his tender age, he exhibited a calm and dignified demeanor that garnered appreciative glances from those around him. Brother Su Ran, she called softly, cradling the little orange cat as she approached. Initially, she had expected the cat to resist, and she intended to set it free. However, to her surprise, the once timid little orange cat was now tranquil and obedient. As she drew nearer, it nestled comfortably in her arms, its fluffy tail playfully flicking, ears perked up, and tiny paws reaching out in an attempt to connect with the person nearby. Though perhaps due to its timidity, it only ventured to within a mere centimeter of the other's nose, playfully batting at the air. Warmth filled her eyes as she smiled, her lips curling to reveal a few pristine, charming little teeth. Warm, the 15-year-old jade-like youth exclaimed, a smile breaking upon his face at the sight of the young girl. He then formally extended an invitation card he had been holding. 3 days hence marks my grandfather's birthday, and I wish to extend an invitation to you, Nuan Nuan, and by Mo Hua to partake in the celebration. Nuan Nuan, upon receiving the invitation, gazed at her parents with a hint of uncertainty, unfamiliar with such an occasion and unsure of how to navigate it. Gu's mother, gently patting her small head, smiled and reassured her, stating that since they are friends, they should indeed attend, and that they would accompany her as well. With the presence of her parents, Nuan Nuan felt a sense of relief. She accepted the invitation with a gentle smile and a soft, polite expression of gratitude. Feeling somewhat timid, she had initially felt emboldened by her position. Yet when faced with the actual situation, her confidence waned. What about by Mo Hua? Su Ran inquired, subtly asking Nuan Nuan if she wished to join me for a walk with the dog. The children exchanged glances, and after a nod of agreement, they proceeded to harness the dog. Nuan Nuan, cradling the little orange cat, joined them for a stroll with the dog and cat. Xing Yun displayed exemplary behavior. Unlike the exuberance of a husky or Samoyed that would tug relentlessly at their owner's leash, instead, it matched the pace of the two children, exhibiting both steadiness and gentleness. Just as they were about to step outside, Gu's father began to express his concerns, fretting over various safety issues, wishing he could tether Nuan Nuan to himself. Gu's mother, rolling her eyes in exasperation, reminded him that Nuan Nuan deserves the freedom to make friends, and that he should simply express his concern without infringing upon her social liberties. With great restraint, Gu's father suppressed his urge to accompany his daughter, bidding her farewell at the door with a tearful wave. Yes, Dad, I remember, she replied. By Jin Yan, what has transformed the once charming and cheerful tiger of the market into this nagging and bumbling father figure? Brother Su Ran, where shall we take the cloud for a stroll? Su Ran replied calmly, indicating that a leisurely walk would suffice. The residents of this neighborhood are predominantly affluent. Yet the proximity between some neighbors remains quite close, as these ancient residences bear a rich history. Even after renovations, the distance between the houses remains unchanged. Grandma Lu cultivates a greenhouse of strawberries that are quite delectable. She often finds herself at home, and those in the vicinity can trade for her strawberries if they wish. Shall we go? Warm asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Can we pick them ourselves? Su Ran nodded in affirmation. Thus, the two made their way to Grandma Lu's house. Just as they were about to knock, the mahogany door swung open abruptly. An elderly man clad in black cloth shoes emerged, holding a red bucket filled with lively carp. Close behind him was a gray-haired old woman, brandishing a shoe and scolding him as she hurried after him. You old fool, you've gone fishing in my pond again. Stop right there. The old man, momentarily delayed by the two children at the door, was caught off guard by the approaching woman. She switched the shoe to her other hand and seized his ear with her free hand. How many times must I tell you not to fish in my pond? You pestering old man, you've devoured all the koi I raised. The old woman exerted little effort, yet the old man set down the water bucket, tilting his head and exclaiming in exaggerated distress. It's merely a few fish. I can buy you some more to raise. Don't be so harsh. The children are watching. Let him save face. With a huff, the old woman released her grip and turned to Nuan Nuan and Su Ran with a gentle smile. Ran has arrived. Come in quickly. What would you like to eat today? Grandma Lu will prepare it for you. Upon finishing her words, her gaze fell upon Nuan Nuan, and her face instantly lit up with joy. Whose little fairy is this? So vibrant and beautiful. What is your name? You've come to the right place. Just tell Grandma Lu what you desire to eat. I can make plenty of things. I am Nuan Nuan, the little girl stammered, twirling her fingers. Her soft, delicate voice was imbued with a sweetness that was enchanting. Suddenly showered with compliments from the elderly lady, she became bashful, her fair complexion blooming with a soft pink hue, reminiscent of lively peach blossoms. Her pair of clear, glistening eyes sparkled, captivating the two elders. Their own children had grown up, and their grandchildren were often kept close by their parents, showing little interest in visiting the old homestead. As they aged, they found themselves increasingly fond of this obedient and gentle child. Grandma Lu hurriedly ushered Nuan Nuan into the house. Ah, Nuan Nuan, What a lovely name. It evokes the warmth of a cozy little quilt. However, I haven't seen you around here before. You must be a relative of Ran Ran. Su Ran, with her jade-like visage, earnestly corrected Grandma Lu. Please call me Su Ran. I am unfamiliar with anyone named Ran Ran. Nuan Nuan is the daughter of teacher Bai's sister. We just met yesterday. Have your strawberries ripened? I brought her here to enjoy them. Regardless of whose child she is, Grandma Lu, I warmly welcome Nuan Nuan. You have come at the perfect time. My strawberries have turned quite red. Come, Grandma. Let me take you both to pick strawberries. Ran Ran, keep up. I'm Su Ran. Not Ran Ran, she reiterated firmly. Understood, Ran Ran. In a couple of days, it will be your grandfather's birthday, won't it? The elder said. The young boy affirmed with a hum and once again corrected her. I am Su Ran. The elder nodded and chuckled as she led them toward the greenhouse in the yard. Su Ran. Nuan Nuan observed the blank expression on Su Ran's face, nearly bursting into laughter. Chapter 79. Strawberry picking. Grandma Lu's strawberry greenhouse was modest in size, yet every strawberry within was plump and succulent. Upon entering, one could distinctly perceive the sweet fragrance unique to strawberries. Here are some baskets for you. Please feel free to enter and pick, she offered. Nuan Nuan, cradling the bamboo basket, tilted her little face upward, her eyes crescent-shaped as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Grandma Lu. The obedient and gentle little girl thanked her in a soft, melodious tone, prompting the elder to affectionately ruffle her fluffy, soft hair and smile. It's just my husband and me at home. We can't possibly consume them all. Take as many as you wish. Plenty more will ripen by tomorrow. The greenhouse was not particularly large, and since Xingyun was too big to enter, he obediently sat at the entrance, waiting. Little Orange was embraced by Nuan Nuan, its round, curious eyes darting around, seemingly intrigued by everything inside. Go play, but don't run off, Nuan Nuan gently nudged its soft fur. As soon as Little Orange was placed on the ground, it scampered about with its fluffy little paws, nimbly exploring. It lowered its head to sniff at a vibrant red strawberry, then promptly extended its delicate tongue to give it a lick. When Nuan Nuan turned back after picking 2 large strawberries, she was surprised to see that Little Orange had already nibbled quite a bit from one of them. She playfully patted its little behind. No more nibbling on the strawberries. With its mouth slightly dampened by the treat, Little Orange softly meowed at Nuan Nuan. Come over here. Nuan Nuan. Hearing Su Ran call her, Nuan Nuan stood up with her bamboo basket and trotted over to squat beside him. Brother Su Ran. The young boy offered her a large white strawberry, nearly the size of her palm, exuding a rich, milky fragrance. This is a milk strawberry, the largest one inside. It's for you. After handing it to her, he affectionately tousled her soft, fluffy hair. Nuan Nuan beamed with delight as she cradled the strawberry. Thank you, Brother Su Ran. You should enjoy this one. Pick a few more. Nuan Nuan nodded, and together with Su Ran, they gathered a small half-basket before making their way out. As they reached the exit, they were taken aback to see Little Orange trotting outside, proudly carrying a milk strawberry in its mouth, its tail wagging as it walked daintily. It then placed the strawberry at Xingyun's feet. Xingyun tenderly licked the soft fur atop Little Orange's head, effortlessly flipping the tiny creature over. Brother Su Ran, look. Little Orange and Xingyun's relationship has improved. The little cat even brought a strawberry for the large dog to savor. Su Ran responded with a soft gently holding the warm little hand as they leisurely sought out Grandma Lu and the others. Having consumed the strawberry, Xingyun, still carrying Little Orange, followed at a leisurely pace. Suspended in midair, Little Orange curled up its paws and tail, remaining utterly still and obedient. Grandma Lu, I will bring you a pot of orchids that Grandpa has nurtured, Su Ran announced. The residents in this area were typically affluent, hence Su Ran intended to barter with Grandma Lu using other items. As the elderly woman adored all varieties of flowers and plants, Grandma Lu chuckled heartily. Ran Ran, you're going to fetch your grandfather's orchids again? Aren't you afraid of his reprimand? Su Ran replied nonchalantly. It's nothing, just a few scoldings. If only he could avoid being called Ran Ran, it would be even better. All right then, Grandma will await your orchids, she said. Nuan Nuan blinked her eyes. What about my share? Yours is included in the orchids. My grandfather's orchids are quite valuable. Su Ran explained. Grandma Lu laughed joyfully. Yes, yes. Just a few strawberries. In exchange for Su's orchids, I still come out ahead. Su Ran, holding Nuan Nuan's hand, bid farewell to the 2 elders. We shall take our leave now. The little girl sweetly waved goodbye, Grandma Lu and Grandpa Lu. Please come to play often. She followed closely behind Su Ran as they departed, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, brother Su Ran." Su Ran's lips curled into a smile, radiating a gentle warmth akin to jade, his complexion fair and luminous. His features, strikingly handsome, possessed a beauty that transcended the confines of gender. Yet the youthful exuberance on his face revealed a lingering innocence. This smile was nothing short of breathtaking. "If you wish to express your gratitude, then please allow me to pinch your cheeks," he suggested playfully. The young girl, with her beautiful large eyes, looked up at the significantly taller youth with a hint of confusion. Her delicate, curled eyelashes fluttered like the wings of a butterfly, gracefully dancing in the air. Her face was small and warm, with a pointed chin and soft, pillowy cheeks that resembled creamy gelatin, enticingly tender and almost irresistible to the eye. Regrettably, biting was not an option, yet he yearned to pinch them instead. "I will give you strawberries if you let me pinch your cheeks," Su Ran proposed earnestly, as though negotiating a delightful trade, secretly reveling in the prospect of both feeding and enjoying the tactile pleasure of her cheeks. Such a splendid arrangement was rare indeed. The little girl furrowed her brow, contemplating the situation. Given the abundance of delicious strawberries she had received, it seemed that Su Ran, merely asking to pinch her cheeks, was the one at a loss. Coming to this realization, her expression quickly transformed into one of relief and delight. Su Ran, amused, watched the subtle shifts in her demeanor. It was an entertaining spectacle. "Then, let me pinch your cheeks, Su Ran," she finally acquiesced, moving closer while clutching the basket of strawberries and eagerly presenting her small face. Su Ran's eyes sparkled with mirth as he gently pinched the soft flesh of her cheeks with his jade-like fingers. Soft and tender, with a fair complexion, her cheeks yielded unmistakably under his touch, creating two gentle indentations. He dared not apply too much pressure, fearing he might mar the delicate features of the little one. Even so, when Su Ran withdrew his hand, the warm, creamy visage of the girl bore the marks of his fingers. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Su Ran lightly brushed his finger across her small face. "Here, have this," he offered, presenting the strawberries he had picked. "Nuan Nuan belongs to me." Nuan Nuan, ever obedient, responded with a soft "oh," and, believing her brother's earnestness, opened her mouth to take a small bite from the berry. The unique sweetness of the strawberry spread indulgently within her mouth, causing her cheeks to puff adorably, while her glistening eyes sparkled with sheer delight. Throughout their journey home, Su Ran found himself perpetually feeding Nuan Nuan, becoming increasingly addicted to the act. After escorting her to her home, a look of regret crossed Su Ran's refined and jade-like face. He could no longer indulge her. Nuan Nuan nodded, contemplating for a moment before wrapping her arms around the young man, her fluffy little head nuzzling against him like a kitten. "Goodbye, brother Su Ran," she said. With a smile gracing his lips and laughter dancing in his eyes, he playfully flicked her petite, exquisite nose as he took his leave. "I'll come to pick you up on grandfather's birthday." Nuan Nuan nodded obediently, her voice soft and sweet as she replied, "Okay." Chapter 80, Uncle. Her grandfather was engaged in a game of chess with himself when Su Ran approached and seated himself opposite, placing the half-basket of strawberries before him. "Did you go to old Lu's house again?" Old Su cast a glance and instantly discerned where the young lad had ventured. The elder and the youth engaged in a game of chess, exchanging moves in a quiet, contemplative manner, while Xingyun rested silently by the table, not a word spoken. Eventually, the moment arrived. "Grandfather, I have lost." Su Ran placed his pieces down and rose, his stature reminiscent of a slender bamboo, upright and graceful. "You enjoy your strawberries. I shall attend to my homework." Su Ran hesitated momentarily, mumbling a casual remark. However, he swiftly turned and discreetly excavated an orchid from his grandfather's modest garden before slipping away unnoticed. When old Su finished his strawberries and leisurely strolled, as was his custom, to admire his flowers, he was met with the sight of the empty hole and fell into a contemplative silence. A few seconds passed before Su Ran, the elder, seized his cane and set off in pursuit of the culprit, while a certain someone, well aware of the impending chaos, had already taken refuge with Xingyun. Hidden away, kneeling upright on the cushion, Su Ran maintained a straight posture, diligently wielding his brush under the flickering light, absorbed in his work. Unbeknownst to him, all was unfolding warmly in the other room. Bai Mahua had been ensconced in the studio for several hours, and when Nuan Nuan entered with freshly washed strawberries and milk, he was a canvas of paint, his clean, fair face splattered with colors. "Cousin, Nuan Nuan." Bai Mahua flexed his stiff limbs. stretching lazily before pounding his shoulders with a clenched fist. So sore. With delicate hands, Nuan Nuan lifted a strawberry, standing on her tiptoes to present it to him. Her voice soft and sweet. "Cousin, try this strawberry. It is truly delightful." Bai Mo'hua bent down, taking a bite out of the strawberry, savoring its sweet flavor tempered with a hint of delightful tartness. "Delicious. When did you buy these? They seem quite fresh." "Bai Mo'hua. When did you go? Has Su Ran been here?" She was utterly bewildered, knowing nothing at all. Nuan Nuan nodded, blissfully enjoying a strawberry herself, her bright, dewy eyes fixated on her cousin's nearly completed painting, which left her utterly captivated once more. "Wow. I feel as though I am gazing upon another version of myself," she mused, as the light filtered through the bamboo curtain, casting a gentle glow upon her likeness in the artwork, which added an extra layer of softness. "It's even more beautiful than Nuan Nuan." "Nonsense," Bai Mo'hua countered, approaching her to pinch her cheeks. "Clearly, Nuan Nuan is the most beautiful." Embarrassed, Nuan Nuan munched on her strawberry, thinking to herself that she wasn't nearly as lovely. Her cousin was merely flattering her to brighten her mood. After finishing dinner, the painting was finally complete. Bai Mo'hua carefully tidied up all his tools and gingerly took down the artwork. "I'll have it framed tomorrow and then gift it to you." "Thank you, cousin." Nuan Nuan exclaimed joyfully, embracing Bai Mo'hua while gazing adoringly at the painting, her eyes sparkling like stars. Seeing her delight filled Bai Mo'hua with immense satisfaction. "Cousin, let me give you a shoulder massage," she offered, feeling a pang of sympathy for her cousin who had spent nearly the entire day working on the piece. With her small hands, she grasped his hand and led him to sit down, then scampered behind him, her tiny fists poised as she began to playfully knead his shoulders. The pressure was just right, and Bai Mo'hua squinted her eyes in comfort, inquiring with a hint of surprise, "How do you know how to do this, little cousin?" The little one was diligently massaging Bai Mo'hua's shoulders, reminiscent of how her grandmother would assist her when her shoulders ached. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Mo'hua realized who she was referring to and felt a pang of sympathy. He had heard stories of his little cousin's previous living conditions from his mother. He resolved to treat her with utmost kindness in the future, for the gentle and tender-hearted little cousin truly deserved such affection. After a while of massage, Bai Mo'hua invited her to indulge in a delightful feast together, as they sat cross-legged, accompanied by a fluffy little orange cat. Bai Mo'hua took turns feeding both his little cousin and the cat, feeling like a true victor in life. After spending 2 days at his uncle's house, on the third day, his parents dressed her and styled her hair, announcing that they would take her to meet her great-uncle. Even back at Su Ran's house, she had heard Grandpa Su mention this great-uncle, and now, as they were to meet him, Nuan Nuan felt a flutter of nerves, gripping her parents' hands tightly throughout the journey. Grandpa Gu reassured her, "Your 2 great-uncles will surely adore you." Nuan Nuan, holding onto his fingers, eagerly asked, "Really?" Grandpa Gu nodded affirmatively, confident that while he might not know others well, he was certain of the affection her great-uncles held for her mother. Seeing Nuan Nuan would undoubtedly evoke a warmth far surpassing that which they felt for him, their own grandson. Gu Linma stepped out of the car, cradling his daughter in his arms. His gaze fell upon a group of individuals gathered a short distance away, among whom 2 venerable elders, their hair adorned with silver strands, stood at the forefront. They appeared to be slightly older than his grandfather, their expressions exuding either sagacity and authority or cultured elegance as they regarded the direction where Nuan Nuan and others were. "Uncle." Gu's father addressed the 2 with utmost respect as he approached. The elders' attention lingered on him for but a fleeting moment before they nodded and shifted their focus onto Nuan Nuan. One of the elderly gentlemen seemed momentarily lost in thought, softly calling out to Nuan Nuan. Momentarily taken aback, Nuan Nuan regained her composure and politely responded, "Great-uncle, second great-uncle." Yet, this mere gentle smile elicited astonishment and even disbelief among the younger members of the Qin family. The stern elder, known for his formidable demeanor, had smiled, something he had never done even towards his own grandchildren. Several younger ones felt a pang of envy, stealing glances at the little girl. She was rather striking, perhaps. "Come here, great-uncle wishes to see you." Nuan Nuan trod forward on her tiny feet, obediently grasping the outstretched hand of her great-uncle while softly calling out to him. The smile on the elder's face grew more pronounced, reflecting a warmth that was previously unseen. From behind, a few gasps were heard, laughter mingling with joy. The elder's demeanor was now markedly gentler, as if he feared startling the little girl before him. He praised her for being well-behaved, dispelling any doubts they had harbored about their earlier perceptions. The two elderly gentlemen appeared oblivious to their surroundings, one gently holding the hand of the sweet girl named Nuan Nuan as they made their way home, while a throng of younger relatives trailed behind them in a daze. Yet, they were acutely aware that this gentle little girl was not their sister. Their temperaments differed too greatly. Nuan Nuan, we are both quite aged now, and your second uncle is unwell and unable to travel to Lynching to visit you. You must promise to come see us old men often, all right? Of course, Nuan Nuan replied. The second uncle smiled warmly, his hand lightly pressing down on the top of her head. You are such a good girl. It is truly wonderful to see you, Nuan Nuan. The little girl tilted her head, her eyes sparkling as she beamed at them. During their first encounter, both uncles had bestowed upon her numerous gifts. Yet Nuan Nuan only accepted the small trinkets, politely declining the more extravagant offerings. Uncle, I like these little things. There is no need for cards or money. My big brother and dad have saved plenty for me that I'll never use up. The elder uncle even contemplated transferring a portion of his company shares to Nuan Nuan, causing her father to nearly cling to his leg in desperation. Are such things to be given away so freely? We are here to visit family, not to create enmity. The elder uncle's displeasure was evident. Yet Nuan Nuan gently urged him, Uncle, I want to earn my own money. The gifts you have given me are already more than enough. I must not be greedy. Otherwise, I might turn into a bad child. The sight of that little face, wrinkled with distress and entanglement, truly amused the elder to no end, prompting him to relent. Deep down, he recognized that his suggestion of gifting shares was somewhat excessive. Yet, he found it impossible to resist. How perplexing it is, this phenomenon of growing older. The younger generation, particularly the two daughters-in-law of the elders, breathed a sigh of relief as they observed the scene, their perception of Nuan Nuan becoming more favorable. It was not that they were excessively covetous of the shares their father possessed. Should the shares indeed be bestowed upon Nuan Nuan, it would undoubtedly be unjust to their own children, leaving them with an uncomfortable sentiment. Moreover, to them, Nuan Nuan remained an outsider, and any ensuing troubles would affect everyone adversely. Upon alighting from the vehicle, cousin Nuan Nuan dashed into his embrace, her fluffy little head nuzzling against him affectionately. The once lethargic atmosphere of the household brightened as by Mo Hua, cradling the small child, erupted into joyous laughter. Did you miss me, little cousin? Nuan Nuan giggled softly, nodding her head like a chick pecking at grain, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing her cherubic face against his clean, handsome visage. Her voice, sweet and tender, resonated delightfully. Yes, I missed you. Laughter erupted throughout the courtyard, while Father Gu observed from the side, feeling a twinge of jealousy. After all, she was his daughter. Why were so many vying for her affection? Chapter 81. The proper way to enjoy double skim milk soon. The day of old Master Su's birthday arrived. Nuan Nuan donned a delicate pink dress and, accompanied by her mother and aunt, set off with her second cousin early in the morning to get their hair styled. My cousin's hair has grown considerably longer, and if not meticulously groomed, it often obscures his eyes, while it exudes a certain aesthetic reminiscent of a Japanese handsome youth. His habit of constantly running his fingers through it becomes rather cumbersome, given his naturally slender and delicate features. The additional length might lead others to mistake him for a girl. Nuan Nuan's hair has also seen some growth, particularly her bangs, which now slightly cover her eyes. As before, she retains her adorable bob, with her lush, inky black hair framing her petite face. Her small chin is pointed, her skin a creamy white, and her large, sparkling eyes glisten with life. Her lips, a soft pink like peach blossoms, are pursed as she gazes at her reflection in the mirror, marveling at the significant changes. In such a short span, her skin has transformed into a velvety softness, and her facial features have become more rounded and refined, resembling a delicate fairy. The stylist who attended to Nuan Nuan's hair was utterly charmed by the sweet and demure young girl, though her parents forbade any photographs. Of course, after his haircut, Mo also looked quite dashing, radiating a clean-cut, studious aura. With a somewhat cherubic face and eyes akin to a cat's, round and inviting, his warm smile is effortlessly endearing, making him quite likable. After they departed, the staff at the barber shop couldn't help but discuss the striking beauty of this family. Oh, that little girl resembles a porcelain doll. Her skin so flawlessly milky that not a single imperfection is discernible. How exquisitely beautiful she is. I can scarcely imagine what she will look like as she matures. One must wonder why the goddess Nuan is so partial. This girl appears as if sculpted from jade, while we seem merely cast from clay. The young man is equally striking, slender, and tall, with a waist so trim that he seems to have stepped right out of a comic book. Moreover, his smile is refreshingly pure. How can such a boy exist in this world? Today has truly been a feast for the eyes. The few who had departed were oblivious to the discussions that ensued about them. Bai Mahua held Nuan Nuan's hand as they walked ahead, while the two women chatted behind. In the blink of an eye, the two children found themselves at the entrance of a milk tea shop. "Mom, Aunt, would you like some milk tea?" Bai Mahua called out, her voice clear and melodious, instantly drawing the gaze of numerous passers-by, who found it impossible to look away. Did those two seem to radiate light? Their skin's condition is simply exquisite. "We won't have any. You two can order for yourselves," the two women replied. Although they were in their 40s, nearing 50, their charm remained undiminished, and they were exceptionally well-preserved beauties. It could be said that the four of them walking down the street constituted the most captivating sight. Bai Mahua purchased 2 cups of double-skim milk for herself and Nuan Nuan, one adorned with grapes and the other with strawberries and mangoes. With a spoon in hand, I scooped a generous portion of silky, creamy double-skim milk adorned with fruit bits into my mouth. As I took a bite, both the large and small figures beside me beamed with delight, their eyes curving in joy. This spectacle elicited an enthusiastic inner scream from a girl nearby, who was about to purchase bubble tea, her heart aching with the desire to capture this moment on camera, yet feeling shy in the presence of others. "Is the double-skim milk delicious?" I inquired. The petite girl nodded obediently, her soft voice affirming, "It's incredibly delicious. Warm, you should try some for my brother." I then offered a generous spoonful of my strawberry mango double-skim milk to a cherubic figure. The little one obediently opened her mouth, taking a hearty bite that filled her cheeks, her large, bright eyes sparkling like a well-fed, fluffy chipmunk, utterly adorable. "Cousin, you should also taste some of mine," she insisted, presenting a spoonful of her double-skim milk to me. With a smile lighting up my eyes, I took a bite and exclaimed, "Delicious." Onlookers watching from a distance gasped in excitement. The duo, blissfully indulging in their double-skim milk, strolled along, blissfully unaware of the attention they garnered. Two mothers trailing behind wore satisfied smiles as they captured the moment on their phones, whispering amongst themselves about which photo turned out best. In a bustling street filled with people, it was inevitable that Warm and I would find ourselves photographed and filmed, quickly rising to prominence across social media. The right way to enjoy double-skim milk today. The blogger ventured out to purchase milk tea and unexpectedly encountered 2 adorable little ones, whose charming interaction while feeding each other double-skim milk left me utterly enchanted. This is truly the quintessential way to enjoy double-skim milk. How can such delightful little beings exist in this world? The images depict a grid of 9, showcasing moments of Bai Mahua feeding Nuan Nuan, and vice versa. How I adore the bond between these two cuties. The way the brother feeds his sister double-skim milk is so endearing. In comparison to other siblings, I reflect on my brother, who only commands me while gaming. I approach him, and he responds with a kick. Perhaps it's time to reconsider this brother. The sight of the little one's smile has taken my breath away. I wish to nurture such joy, albeit not with my own family. Count me in. This duo is simply too sweet. And that double-skim milk looks utterly delectable, perhaps with strawberry, mango, and grape flavors. Let us go. I must get one too. Watching them indulge has made me crave it. Thanks for the invitation. The delivery is on its way. No one anticipated that just a few photographs would resemble an advertisement, leading to an astonishing surge in the sales of double-skim milk at that milk tea shop and its branches, quickly resulting in a sellout. Who could have foreseen this? Meanwhile, oblivious to the commotion, Nuan Nuan and Bai Mahua have been taken to a hotel by Su Ran, as the adults attend to their social engagements, while Bai Mahua leads Nuan Nuan to a quiet corner to enjoy their meal. In truth, within families such as theirs, Bai Mahua, at this tender age, could easily engage with elders and forge connections among adults. However, he harbored a disinterest in such socializing. Despite his youth, he had already established himself as a renowned prodigy in the art world, rendering social networking unnecessary given his current stature. Thus, Bai Mahua resolutely accompanied Nuan Nuan to the banquet in search of delectable treats. The two resembled mischievous little hamsters, seated in an inconspicuous corner, tasting and sharing their delightful discoveries. Yet, unbeknownst to them, their desire for discretion was thwarted as they entered alongside Su Ran, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. After all, it was common knowledge that Su Ran was the heir apparent of the Su family. Before long, a few young masters and young ladies approached them. "You must be Bai Mahua," exclaimed one young master, his voice tinged with excitement. "I saw your painting at the exhibition hosted by Mr. Daniel in Country F last year. You are truly remarkable. Your piece, Reflections in Water, fetched 3 million at auction. In an instant, the gazes of nearly all the young masters and ladies converged on by Mo Hua, filled with envy. This privileged group had been coddled, with some still engaged in their studies while others indulged in leisurely pursuits devoid of serious occupations, their thoughts refreshingly uncomplicated. Hearing the young master's remark about Mo Hua's remarkable ability to earn such a fortune through his art at such a young age, they couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration and envy. The young gentleman continued to chatter away. I have seen your painting, and it is truly exquisite. When I accompanied my mother to the art exhibition before, I found many pieces incomprehensible and overly abstract. Yet, your artwork captivated me at first glance. It is not only visually appealing but also imbued with warmth. I felt as though I were standing in the lake depicted within the painting. As he spoke, he settled beside Mo Hua, and soon, other young lords and ladies gathered around to engage in conversation. Mo Hua and Nuan Nuan were not averse to their company, and the dialogue flowed pleasantly. Among them, a young heiress kept her gaze fixed on Nuan Nuan, smiling whenever Nuan Nuan looked her way. You are so adorable. May I pinch your cheeks? Nuan Nuan hesitated. Just once, please. The girl clasped her hands together in a pleading manner, her expression pitiful. Nuan Nuan, seeing her so earnest, scrunched her little face and nodded, her voice soft and sweet as she set a condition. Just once, okay? She held up a slender, delicate finger. The girl nodded and let out a tiny cheer, cautiously pinching Nuan Nuan's soft cheeks. Her face lit up with joy as she cradled her own cheeks in delight. I knew it. I knew your face would be so soft. I have wanted to pinch it ever since I saw your picture. And me. Little sister, what is your name? May I touch your face too? The request came quite suddenly, and Nuan Nuan could hardly believe that she and her cousin could be surrounded while simply sitting quietly and enjoying their meal. The soft, tender visage of the little girl was flushed with a rosy hue, her warm, clear eyes gazing in a bewildered manner at the fragrant young ladies surrounding her. Your demeanor while enjoying double-skim milk is simply adorable, Nuan Nuan. May I take a photo with you? I never anticipated encountering you at this banquet. It brings me immense joy. These young ladies shared a close bond, often indulging in online activities due to their leisurely schedules. Prior to their arrival, they had spotted the trending topic online featuring the girl relishing double-skim milk. The image of her cherubic face, round and chubby while savoring her treat, was utterly enchanting, reminiscent of their cherished dolls. However, unlike the dolls, her face was soft and supple, possessing an exquisite texture. When they finally beheld her in person, disbelief washed over them. Just moments ago, they had been squealing over her photos, and now, here she was before them. What is this? Nuan Nuan's voice was sweet and melodic, melting the hearts of the girls around her. One of them produced her phone, revealing the now third most trending topic. Look, this is you and your brother. But I must say, you are even more stunning in person than in the photos. Nuan Nuan leaned in, her companions chirping softly as they read the comments below. The rosy hue of her delicate face and ears deepened as she listened. The comments predominantly featured fans affectionately referring to them as cousins, showering them with various compliments about their beauty and charm. How can this be? This is so embarrassing. The little face of Nuan Nuan was filled with terror as she hurriedly waved her hands in refusal, her pretty cheeks flushed. No, I can't steal Nuan Nuan and brother. Her adorable response prompted a nearby girl to embrace her tightly, rubbing her cheek against Nuan Nuan's. Nuan Nuan. Mo Hua gently extracted the surrounded Nuan Nuan, holding her close, and murmured with a hint of disappointment, thinking of brother Gunan. Moreover, I can't even raise her. Sigh. Why couldn't Nuan Nuan be his biological sister? Amidst the lively atmosphere, the spotlight suddenly focused on a point at the speaking platform at the front of the hall, accompanied by a wave of applause and gasps of astonishment. Everyone beheld Su Ran, dressed in a striking red tang suit, seated gracefully before a guqin. His delicate fingers danced upon the strings, producing a melodious birthday tune that captivated all, silencing the crowd as they listened intently. Visually and orally, the youth on stage left an astonishing impression. The striking red attire of Su Ran created a stunning visual effect, a hue not everyone could carry with grace. Yet, the young man, with his jade-like complexion, was further accentuated by the vibrant color, mesmerizing all as he played. As the performance concluded, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, and the elderly men seated beside old Master Su congratulated him on having such an exceptional grandson. Old Master Su humbly acknowledged their praise, though the pride on his face was unmistakable. Naturally, amidst the chorus of admiration, there were also some uncomfortable sentiments, including those from his father. The exceptional talents of his son merely served to accentuate his own perceived inadequacies. How many now secretly mock him for his lack of ability? To the extent that his father has chosen to bypass him in favor of a mere 15-year-old boy as the heir? Yet, it is the woman standing beside him who feels the most discomfort and envy. Darling, she said, with the elder's assistance, Su Ran has essentially taken charge of certain company matters. Tian Ci is quite intelligent. After all, they are brothers. Perhaps you could speak with Su Ran about arranging a position for Tian Ci. Brothers supporting one another will surely foster greater development. Those who overheard her words could easily discern her ulterior motives. Yet Su Minhao, in his naivety, failed to grasp the insincerity and instead deemed her thoughts wise. Rest assured, I am his father. The Su family's enterprise is vast. Can he truly manage it alone? Having Tian Ci assist him would be beneficial. My father seems utterly oblivious to my existence, entrusting everything to a mere child. My capabilities are not lacking. As he mumbled on, the woman beside him couldn't suppress a twitch of her lips. Enough, she interjected. Every time you bring up those previous losses of several million, it pains me. Your abilities are hardly commendable. They are, frankly, quite embarrassing. Internally scoffing, she maintained a facade of sweetness, recognizing the rarity of finding someone so easily appeased. After Su Ran concluded his toast to his grandfather, he leisurely made his way to where Gu Bai Mo and the others were gathered. Oh my, is Su Ran really coming this way? No way, it can't be true. With her snow-white complexion and striking red attire, Su Ran was undeniably eye-catching and attractive, drawing numerous gazes as she approached. Brother Su Ran, Nuan Nuan exclaimed, her cheeks puffed with cake, her eyes sparkling as she waved her arms and greeted him in a sweet, melodic voice. In an instant, the attention of those around shifted towards her. Under the scrutiny of so many, her delicate, pale face flushed a deep crimson, and she shyly buried her little face in her cousin's neck, revealing a glimpse of her exquisitely petite, rosy ear peeking out from her soft hair, adorably charming. Chapter 83. I can't continue. Bayamo, with a smile in her eyes, gently patted her shoulder, soothing her in a soft voice. Do not be afraid. As Su Ran approached and ruffled her hair, Nuan Nuan slowly lifted her flushed face, only to realize that everyone was still watching her. She instinctively clutched her cousin's clothing, subtly retreating behind him, revealing just a small portion of her adorable head, resembling a bashful little hamster. Brother Su Ran, she called softly to the youthful figure before her, and Bayemo handed her the unfinished piece of cake. The little girl instinctively opened her mouth and took a small bite. As she indulged, her shyness began to fade. And sitting between her cousin and Su Ran, her eyes sparkled with sincerity as she complimented, Brother Su Ran, you were amazing earlier. The tune you played was so beautiful. Everyone praised you. Suddenly, Su Ran leaned closer and asked, would you like to learn the guqin? Nuan Nuan blinked in surprise, her expression reflecting her astonishment as she gazed at him. Can I learn too? Nuan Nuan asked, unable to resist pinching her own face. Su Ran replied, his tone clear and melodious. As long as you have the desire, I shall teach you. Nuan Nuan felt a flutter of excitement. She was enamored by the sound of the guqin, yet this seemed so simple. Su Ran, untroubled, suggested, let us arrange a time for our video call, and I will instruct you in playing the guqin. If you wish to learn other instruments, I have some knowledge in those as well. Nuan Nuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she eagerly grasped her small phone, gazing at him with anticipation. Brother Su Ran, let's add each other on WeChat. The two successfully exchanged contact information. Contemplating the alias, Nuan Nuan mused, does this mean Brother Su Ran is now my teacher? Su Ran responded with a soft his attractive brows arching slightly. If you perceive it that way, then so be it. Teacher, Nuan Nuan exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she sweetly called him. As he observed the charming, delicate girl before him, Su Ran felt his heart soften. He gently ruffled her fluffy hair with his jade-like fingers, and she tilted her head, nuzzling into his palm, delightfully soft. Such a good girl. Nuan Nuan felt a bit shy and murmured, I haven't given my teacher a gift yet. You need not worry about that, Su Ran replied. Bayamo Hua, watching from the side, was somewhat bewildered. How did their conversation transform into a teacher-student relationship? Nonetheless, since Nuan Nuan was eager to learn, having Su Ran as her instructor was not a loss. Today, Su Ran was quite occupied. So he merely came to greet Nuan Nuan and Bai Mo Hua, exchanging a few simple words before he had to take his leave. The little girl joyfully changed Su Ran's contact name to teacher, only to be surrounded by a group of girls shortly thereafter. Nuan Nuan exclaimed, so enthusiastic. Eventually, overwhelmed by the fervent attention of the older girls, she discreetly tugged at her cousin's arm, and they slipped away. To ease any potential worries of their guardians, they sent a quick message to their parents before departing. Bai Mo Hua placed her hands on her hips, inhaling deeply. It's much better here. The crowd in the hall felt rather stifling. The two cousins made their way to the fountain in the garden, where Bai Mo Hua mysteriously retrieved an assortment of snacks from his suit pocket, including candies and easily accessible fruits. Nuan Nuan's eyes widened in delight as she exclaimed, wow, cousin, you're amazing. Bai Mo Hua felt a surge of satisfaction as he offered her a grape, well aware that it was her favorite treat. Thank you, cousin. You're so kind, Nuan Nuan chirped, her sweet voice ringing out as she thanked him, even giving him a soft hug. Bai Mo Hua beamed with joy. In the serene ambience, undisturbed by others, the two little food lovers stuffed their mouths full, when suddenly they heard a voice. Nuan Nuan Bai Mo Hua. Why are there people here? And isn't it rude to eavesdrop on others? Although it was not their intention, the siblings exchanged a glance, hands full of snacks, preparing to sneak away. Nuan Nuan's ears perked up at the sound. It seemed to belong to her brother, Su Ran. It's Su Ran. The young girl nervously tugged at her cousin's shirt, her voice soft as she urged him to take a look. Their concern for Su Ran stemmed from the rude remarks of another voice. I'm your father. They heard a middle-aged man exclaim with irritation as they entered. Is it too much to expect you to secure a job for your brother? Tion Ci is your brother, after all, bound by blood. This family needs you brothers to support one another to grow stronger. Can outsiders compare to your brother? Just arrange a general manager position for him. Oh, how could he possess such audacity to speak so shamelessly with such conviction? Bai Mo was taken aback, realizing how little he had witnessed. As the middle-aged man's voice faded, Su Ran's resolute tone emerged. Impossible. Su Minhao retorted, it must happen. I have the final say in this matter. Su Ran replied, then I will inform Grandpa right now. You. Su Minhao, feeling frustrated by his obstinate son, said, what trouble is there in bothering Grandpa over such a trivial matter? He is elderly. Can you not show him some consideration? Su Ran's dark eyes gazed coolly at the man before him. You, as a son, do not consider the elderly. Yet you expect me to? Caught off guard, Su Minhao resorted to stubbornness, insisting, you must secure a position for your brother in the company. And it cannot be lower than general manager. What if he gets bullied otherwise? Su Ran earnestly emphasized that his mother had only given birth to him. Su Minhao's gaze betrayed a hint of guilt, yet it was predominantly filled with resentment. Regardless, he remains your elder brother. I am your father, and my affairs are beyond your purview. Both of you share the blood of the Su lineage. Why the disparity? You are still young and inexperienced. How can you manage so many responsibilities? Wouldn't it be beneficial to have your brother assist you? Tianci, having graduated from university, should be able to handle certain corporate matters. You dare to flaunt Su Tianci's academic record, which necessitated your donation for a building to secure his admission. You brazenly suggest him for the position of general manager. Do you perceive me as foolish or ignorant? Subordinates, at the very least, are motivated by wages to perform their duties diligently. What do I gain by incorporating Su Tianci into the company? Is it his incompetence, his capacity to create complications, or his ambition to usurp my inheritance? Pray tell, which illegitimate son and legitimate heir coexist harmoniously? You should rejoice that I haven't instigated any trouble. If you persist in causing me grief, I will not hesitate to have Su Tianci ambushed and beaten. Do you comprehend? You unfilial son. Su Minhao, incensed, raised his hand to strike. Su Ran calmly regarded him. Strike me, and I shall have Su Tianci beaten tenfold. Furthermore, forgo any future living expenses, and I shall withdraw your Nanshan project. Before you strike, calculate the financial repercussions of this slap. Su Minhao, the blow, remained undelivered. Chapter 84. The unexpected arrival of Gu Mingli. Su Minhao, filled with impotent rage, could only leave while cursing under his breath, clearly agitated. Once tranquility returned, Su Ran calmly adjusted his attire, his obsidian-like eyes glancing towards the other side of the rockery. Come out, he called softly, his voice as gentle as an autumn breeze. Bai Mo Hua, with an awkward expression, pulled Nuan Nuan out. Teacher, Nuan Nuan's large, contrasting eyes gazed eagerly at the boy and read across from her. Beneath the moonlight, he appeared to exude an otherworldly charm. his sharply defined features seeming to shed the innocence they once knew, and his tall, slender figure carried an inexplicable sense of solitude. "It's you two." The boy's tone shifted, now warm as he recognized them, a smile dancing in his narrow eyes. "Did you hear everything just now?" The two nodded obediently, while Bai Mahua expressed her frustration. "How could your father be like this?" Nuan Nuan, equally indignant, puffed up her delicate face and nodded in agreement with her cousin. "How outrageous." The two words, uttered by the petite girl, carried a surprisingly fierce tone. Su Ran watched them, a smile tugging at his lips. Despite being younger than Bai Mahua, they appeared far more mature and composed. "Brother Su Ran, please don't be sad," Nuan Nuan said with concern, her voice sweet and soothing. "Even if they don't like you, my brother and I do." Bai Mahua felt a bit touched. Su Ran smiled, bending down to gently ruffle her hair. "Do I look sad to you?" The youth spoke with a casual tone, having long abandoned any expectations of him. "Ever since his divorce from my mother, I have regarded him as non-existent, raised solely by my grandfather, and my feelings for him are perhaps even less than that of a stranger." Bai Mahua sensed that this fellow was merely putting on a facade of cheerfulness. Su Ran stroked his chin, a glimmer of mischievous amusement flashing in his eyes. Each time he confronted him and witnessed his explosive fury, yet found himself utterly powerless against me, it proved quite entertaining. Moreover, the reins of financial power were firmly in my and my grandfather's hands. Every time I wielded this threat, it hit the mark perfectly. Yet he persisted in his futile battles. How spirited he was. Bai Mahua and Nuan Nuan. It seemed they had both misunderstood. But is it truly appropriate to display such a countenance, as if to toy with one's father? The banquet was nearing its conclusion. "Would you care to join us now?" Su Ran was both amused and exasperated. "Just how much have you consumed?" Nuan Nuan, feeling shy, tugged at her cousin's shirt. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. At her father's beckoning, she stepped forward with small, delicate strides, charmingly greeting her two uncles, only to be seized by the two elderly men who proceeded to discreetly showcase her within their social circle. Many in this gathering were unaware that they had a grandniece, let alone that the Gu family had a daughter. As the introductions continued, Nuan Nuan felt a tinge of shyness yet held her ground, sweetly addressing everyone, instantly winning the hearts of the elderly present. As one ages, who does not cherish such a gentle, lively young girl? Nuan Nuan's two uncles cast envious glances her way. The two elderly gentlemen felt a profound sense of satisfaction, reluctant to part as the banquet concluded, gently grasping Nuan Nuan's hand and urging her to visit them frequently. The little girl obediently promised, "Tomorrow, I will go see you with my parents, dear uncle and uncle." "Splendid, splendid," the two elders nodded repeatedly, bidding her a fond farewell. Nuan Nuan crouched down to embrace the little orange cat, her beautiful, clear eyes sparkling with joy as her soft cheeks rubbed against its fur. "Meow, meow." Bai Mahua also approached, enthusiastically cuddling both her little cousin and the orange cat. "Little Orange must have missed us," she mused. The adults exchanged knowing smiles beneath the vast canopy of the majestic ginkgo tree, its golden leaves fluttering down like delicate butterflies in the gentle autumn breeze, which failed to chill the warmth shared beneath its branches. The following day, Nuan Nuan selected thoughtful gifts for her two uncles and their elder relatives, and once again accompanied by her parents, she visited them. Most of her day was spent fishing, reading, and even observing the two gentlemen as they played chess. They took the opportunity to teach her the game, though it was clear that mastering Go in a single day was an ambitious endeavor. As for Gu Mingli, Nuan Nuan? She emerged, a perplexed expression adorning her face. Gu Mingli, with a voice rich and magnetic, replied, "I am outside the Bai residence." "Ah." Her small voice rose in pitch, thoroughly conveying her astonishment. She dashed outside in her little slippers, her fluffy short hair dancing in the breeze. Sitting cross-legged beside him was Bai Mahua. "Where are you going, little cousin?" He quickly followed her out, realizing it was already bedtime. Where could she possibly be going in her pajamas in such cold weather? As he opened the door to join Nuan Nuan, he beheld a youth standing amidst the night. Resembling a panther lurking in the shadows, his brows and eyes exuding a wild and defiant spirit. Bai Mahua was taken aback. "What brings you here?" Nuan Nuan, like a butterfly, fluttered towards him. Gu Mingli's lips curled into a smirk, his arched brows framing his narrow eyes that sparkled with amusement. He crouched down, arms wide open, and caught the soft little bundle of joy. "Fourth brother." The tender, sweet voice brimmed with delight, evoking a warmth that melted hearts. "Did you miss me?" The little girl chirped, her lips curving upwards as her tiny arms wrapped around his neck, her fluffy head nestling against him, refusing to emerge. I did. I really missed you, fourth brother. Her soft voice emerged from the crook of his neck, prompting Gu Mingli to tilt his head back slightly, revealing Nuan Nuan's creamy, delicate face. His long fingers playfully pinched her chubby cheeks, noting her delightful softness. Looks like you've been eating well, he remarked, pleased. Nuan Nuan pouted her rosy lips, her big, watery eyes gazing up at the young man with a pitiful expression. Fourth brother. Chapter 85. You pig, can you not see me? A voice floated through the air, as Bai Mahua half squatted beside the two, his melancholic gaze almost tangible. Nuan Nuan. What is the matter? Do you have an objection? His brows arched with a defiant flare, exuding an air of wildness. Bai Mahua pouted. Why are you here? You came and started competing with me for Nuan Nuan. It's quite disheartening. Nuan Nuan turned to her fourth brother, her bright, clear eyes brimming with curiosity, as she too desired to pose the same question. Brother, don't you have class tomorrow? Why are you here? Her little head tilted, and her round eyes widened as she added, Are you skipping class? Gu Mingli, stop fooling around. There's an important GP race here. I registered for it earlier. The competition starts tomorrow, and I came to see you today, so just enjoy the moment. Nuan Nuan blinked. What is GP? Motorcycle racing. I'll take you to watch it tomorrow. Cheer for me, but you mustn't tell Uncle and the others. Bai Mahua let out a cold snort to assert his presence. Gu Mingli shot him a sidelong glance and suddenly ruffled his fluffy head. The gesture akin to petting a dog. Bai Mahua. What are you doing? Gu Mingli, holding Nuan Nuan, leaned against the stone lion and grinned at him with a mischievous air. Be good, don't tell Uncle and the others, all right? The final HM, accompanied by a somewhat malevolent glare, served as a stark warning. Bai Mahua, I am older than you. Who granted you permission to touzle my hair? With this thought, Bai Mahua raised his hand to strike Gu Mingli on the head, but midway, a strong hand seized his wrist and twisted it. He winced in fear, letting out a startled gasp as Gu Mingli yanked his arm, spinning him towards the stone lion. The movement was not swift. Yet Bai Mahua instinctively braced himself against the stone lion, feeling the rush of air as Gu Mingli's long leg came perilously close, just 2 centimeters from his ear. All this transpired in mere seconds, and before Nuan Nuan could comprehend the situation, it appeared that her 2 older brothers had already engaged in a scuffle, albeit one-sided in Gu Mingli's favor. Bai Mahua, this posture is utterly humiliating, akin to apprehending a criminal. Enraged, Bai Mahua's fair complexion flushed crimson, his indignation palpable. He struggled momentarily, only to realize he was powerless to break free. Let me go, or I shall scream, he exclaimed, frustration boiling within him. How infuriating. Despite being older, why could he not prevail? The other party could easily restrain him with a single hand. Gu Mingli held Nuan Nuan securely with one arm, while with the other, he effortlessly pinned Bai Mahua down. Go ahead, try shouting, he taunted with a smile, though the tone was laced with malice. Nuan Nuan's expression reflected her anxiety, her small arms clutching Gu Mingli's arm tightly. Fourth brother. Don't worry, I won't go too far, he winked at the little girl, understanding that her older brother was merely teasing her cousin and had no intention of truly bullying him. Nuan Nuan still felt a twinge of concern. Let me go. I won't tell anyone, Bai Mahua murmured, feeling utterly helpless, unable to even struggle against the grip. Gu Mingli smirked, loosening his hold and stepping back slightly. Although he was merely a few years younger than Bai Mahua, his towering height cast an imposing presence. Bai Mahua glanced at his wrist, which had turned red from the pressure, and shot Gu Mingli an indignant glare, gently blowing on his sore skin in self-pity. Nuan Nuan, struggling to free herself from her older brother's grasp, approached him with small steps, tenderly cradling her cousin's hand to soothe it. Does it hurt, cousin? Gu Mingli clicked his tongue, tousling his hair in a dismissive manner. So fragile. Bai Mahua's anger flared. How could this person be so shameless? Ridiculing him for being weak while inflicting pain? You pig. With all the bravado he could muster, Bai Mahua unleashed what he believed to be the most scathing insult he could conjure. Yet, immediately afterwards, fear of repercussions gripped him, and he turned on his heel, sprinting home. Summoning his courage, he hid behind the ginkgo tree, contemplating what he would do if that person dared to follow him. He would indeed call for help. After yelling in his mind, he shrank back behind the ginkgo tree, witnessing the entire scene where Gu Mingli and Nuan Nuan. Cousin, you are indeed adorably timid. Gu Mingli couldn't help but chuckle, utterly taken aback that someone would resort to such childish words to insult him. Nuan Nuan tugged at her older brother's sleeve, her voice soft and delicate. "Brother, please don't laugh. Cousin might get upset." Gu Mingli playfully pinched her little nose. "Is he angry like just now? Even a cat is fiercer when it is upset." This statement held no flaws, and he added with a smirk, "Of course, he is much fiercer than you." "Nuan Nuan, are you looking down on someone?" The little girl puffed up her soft cheeks, resembling a pufferfish. "All right, I only came to see you. It's time for me to leave. Remember not to tell Uncle and the others. Tomorrow, let Bai Mahua take you out, and I will come to fetch you for the match." Nuan Nuan obediently nodded, responding in her sweet, soft tone, "Okay. But, brother, it seems you have upset cousin. Will he come to watch your match tomorrow?" Gu Mingli leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "If you do this." After hearing his words, Nuan Nuan nodded, nuzzling her fluffy little head against him. "Brother, where will you sleep?" After Nuan Nuan left, he unzipped his jacket and enveloped the soft little figure within it. Gu Mingli radiated warmth, akin to a furnace, and Nuan Nuan felt comfortably cocooned in his coat. As she clung to her older brother, she shared a few words, prompting Gu Mingli to call out to Bai Mahua. Reluctantly, Bai Mahua poked his head out. "What is it?" The tone was particularly unpleasant, akin to a cat sulking, devoid of any real threat, merely a symbolic extension of its claws. With that, Bai Mahua swiftly dashed over, scooping up Nuan Nuan and taking off like a streak of oil. He was surprisingly quick. Gu Mingli watched as the figure rapidly vanished into the night, clicking his tongue in annoyance before turning to meld into the darkness as well. Why was he becoming increasingly irksome as he grew older? How dare he threaten me? My wrist was left red from his grip. Was he a pig with such strength? This was utterly excessive. Chapter 86. Fierce, what fierce? As Bai Mahua sulked and muttered in irritation, he tucked Nuan Nuan snugly under the covers before burrowing into them himself. His skin was remarkably pale, giving him a somewhat frail appearance due to prolonged hours spent indoors painting. To put it simply, he looked rather delicate, the kind that Gu Mingli could easily overpower with a single hand. Thus, the bright red mark encircling his left wrist stood out sharply. In truth, Gu Mingli had not exerted much force, but Bai Mahua's exceptionally fair and fragile skin rendered him vulnerable, much like Nuan Nuan's. Not one to utter curses, nor adept in physical confrontations, he would inevitably be at a disadvantage should conflict arise. Of course, with his somewhat naive and sunny disposition, he was unlikely to engage in altercations unless provoked by someone gravely ill. Bai Mahua rubbed his wrist, the imprint of fingers glaringly visible against his milk-white skin. Nuan Nuan sat up, her little legs crossed, delicately tracing the circle of fingerprints with her slender, pale fingers. "Does it hurt, cousin?" the soft, tender voice inquired, her little lips pouting as she blew gently at him. She resolved to defend her cousin when she saw her fourth brother, for her cousin appeared to be in quite a pitiable state. "It doesn't hurt." Bai Mahua gently ruffled the warm, fluffy little head. Indeed, it truly did not hurt. However, the thought of it still ignited a wave of anger within him. He had never suffered such a blow throughout his life. Henceforth, he decided to limit his interactions with this fourth brother of hers, who was excessively violent. Unable to confront him directly, Bai Mahua discreetly cast a few subtle jabs at Gu Mingli while cuddling with Nuan Nuan. As night had fallen, Bai Mahua embraced the soft little one, snuggling her in, before swiftly tucking her into bed and settling down for the night. It was delightfully warm to sleep with such a tender and fragrant little cousin. Bai Mahua was a carefree soul, unburdened by grudges. Yet the incident with Gu Mingli lingered in his mind until the following morning. The moment he saw Gu Mingli's name flashing on Nuan Nuan's phone as he called, his temper flared anew. Nuan Nuan was still nestled in her cozy haven, unaware, while the phone vibrated on the bedside table. Upon seeing the name fourth brother, he mustered his courage to hang up. Mere seconds later, the phone rang again. This time, Bai Mahua, emboldened, swiftly added him to the blacklist. He chuckled triumphantly, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Stretching his arms and yawning, his own phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number. "Hello? Bai Mahua." A somewhat gloomy voice belonging to Gu Mingli resonated, followed by a cold chuckle. "You certainly possess a fair amount of audacity." That sinister tone seemed to coil around his wrist through the phone, startling him into tossing the device away in fright. Gu Mingli. You nearly scared me to death. What is wrong with my cousin?" A soft, drowsy voice emerged from the side. Nuan Nuan, having woken up at some point, was rubbing her eyes and gazing at him with a dazed expression. "It's nothing." Bai Mahua's gaze flickered, betraying a hint of guilt. No sooner had he spoken than a video invitation arrived on Nuan Nuan's phone. It was from Gu Mingli. Bai Mahua quickly scrambled off the bed to escape. Bai Mahua. However, Nuan Nuan's reflexes were evidently quicker. Upon connecting the video call, Gu Mingli appeared, clad in an all-black ensemble, exuding an effortless coolness as he leaned against the balcony with his elbow propped up. He resembled a languid great cat, his brows arched in a wild defiance, his elongated eyes piercing through the screen, locking onto the individual poised to flee. He resembled a fierce, untamed black panther fixating on a timid deer ready to bolt. The moment Gu Mingli called Bai Mahua's name in that chilling tone, every hair on her body stood on end. Nuan Nuan? She sensed an unusual tension between her fourth brother and her cousin. Nuan Nuan, have him remove me from your blacklist. Gu Mingli directly lodged a complaint, causing Bai Mahua to feel even more apprehensive, her voice faltering. Just remove you. Why are you being so fierce? With a soft hum, he picked up the warm phone, seated cross-legged on the bed. His cheeks, flushed with irritation, puffed up slightly as he ground his teeth, his feline eyes ablaze with fury. Delicate, glistening fingers pressed insistently against the screen. All right, came the voice of Bai Mahua, prompting him to pout in self-defense. Just now, Nuan Nuan was sleeping, and I was worried about disturbing her, which is why I blocked you. Gu Mingli chuckled lightly. Should I then express my gratitude on behalf of Nuan Nuan? The clean-cut young man feigned composure. That won't be necessary. As long as you understand, Bai Mahua retorted, Nuan Nuan's cousin has gone to brush his teeth. With that, he swiftly took his leave. Nuan Nuan. His tone softened as he personally instructed her on how to find him later, ultimately asking her to hand the phone over to Bai Mahua. Cousin, fourth brother is looking for you. The little girl, clad in her tiny slippers, scampered over to Bai Mahua, tugging at his shirt while she stood on tiptoe to present her phone. Bai Mahua's expression was one of clear resistance. His lips pursed in displeasure. What does he want with me? We're not acquainted. Nuan Nuan gazed at her cousin with pleading eyes. Could you accompany me to watch fourth brother's match? Bai Mahua lamented. How infuriating. How can one use Nuan Nuan to coax me? His expression contorted with inner conflict. Denying her would only deepen her sorrowful look, making him question whether he was being too heartless. Agreeing to this would only play into Gu Mingli's hands, for he has no desire to watch his match. Cousin, you could go and see if fourth brother might lose. This was what fourth brother had taught her yesterday. Upon hearing this, Bai Mahua's eyes lit up. Indeed, she could observe and, should Gu Mingli falter, revel in the opportunity to mock him. She did not respond immediately, but inquired, how many times have you participated in the competition? Nuan Nuan, clutching her phone, diligently acted as a conduit between the two, her voice sweet and soft echoing in their ears. Fourth brother, cousin asks how many times you've competed. Gu Mingli replied, naive, it's my first time. Bai Mahua perked up instantly. A first-time competitor was unlikely to triumph. All right then, I shall agree. With that, she took the phone, and once Gu Mingli clarified where he would meet Nuan Nuan, she ended the call. After finishing breakfast, Bai Mahua seized the opportunity to take Nuan Nuan out for a day of fun. The little girl's soft voice chimed in, got it. Upon arriving at the agreed location, Gu Mingli awaited them, dressed in the same casual black attire as that morning. He appeared somewhat bored, lazily leaning against the railing by the road. His face obscured by a mask, it was difficult to discern his features, yet the visible portions were already captivating enough. Especially his tall, well-proportioned figure and long legs. The languid, wild aura about him only enhanced his allure. Passers-by, regardless of gender, could not help but steal glances at him. Some furtively, others boldly. Chapter 87. The competition. Gu Mingli, the fourth brother, was undeniably conspicuous, making it impossible to overlook his presence. Bai Mahua, cradling Nuan Nuan, sighed and reluctantly approached him. The youth, exuding an extraordinary aura, reached out to touzle Nuan Nuan's fluffy head. Do you find me handsome? He inquired, his voice having matured past adolescence, resonating with a clear, yet languid charm, truly melodious. Absolutely handsome, Nuan Nuan replied, her delicate, jade-like eyes sparkling as they fixated on the dark locks of the fourth brother, cropped short to unveil his smooth, radiant forehead, enhancing his wild allure. An ear stud of a deep crimson hue adorned one of his earlobes, and even beneath a mask, his captivating charm was unmistakable, shrouded in an air of mystery that explained the throngs of admirers drawn to him. In stark contrast stood Bai Mahua, a prodigious artist already renowned within his circle despite having graduated. Yet, he retained an essence of youthfulness, his demeanor as pristine as that of a student. Not only did he exude a similar aura, but his countenance appeared more delicate and harmless, making it seem as though he were the one still attending high school. While Gu Mingli assumed the role of the older figure, Bai Mahua, feeling somewhat disheartened, found himself at a loss. The juxtaposition of two distinctly handsome youths alongside a beautifully crafted young girl created a luminous spectacle in the night, drawing not only the attention of passers-by but also the curious glances of those within the surrounding shops. Let us proceed. Embracing Nuan Nuan in his arms, Gu Mingli hailed a taxi and set off towards their destination, leaving behind a fervent discussion and exchange among the remaining crowd. Gu Mingli's upcoming competition was a venue race, taking place in an arena several times larger than a typical stadium. At this moment, the stands were already filled with spectators. After arranging for Bai Mahua and Nuan Nuan, he departed. The atmosphere was electric, bustling with predominantly young males who thrived on the adrenaline rush that such exhilarating sports provide. Despite the inherent dangers associated with these activities, the allure remained irresistible. Nuan Nuan and Bai Mahua occupied seats near the front, where a large screen was positioned to offer a clearer view of the competition as it unfolded. As the announcer began to introduce the participants, competitors soon entered the arena, each met with enthusiastic cheers from their fans. The screen displayed close-up shots of each contestant's face, ensuring that everyone present could recognize these athletes. Next to enter was a contestant from Xia country, named Gu Li. The venue fell silent for a brief 2 seconds before erupting into a cacophony of cheers. Nuan Nuan even caught the sound of a girl's voice exclaiming in excitement, "Ah, who is this person? I need to know his name." The crowd was captivated, exclaiming, "Wow!" Just his presence and looks overshadow everyone. This young man certainly exuded an air of arrogance. Is this his first time participating in the competition? I have never seen him before. Had I encountered him, I would undoubtedly remember this handsome figure. What is his name? Goodness, he is so striking. I hope your performance is as remarkable as your appearance. Such fervent admiration is typically reserved for renowned race car drivers with vast fan bases. Yet this contestant, known as Gu Li, has merely made a fleeting appearance. This incited a tinge of envy among the other competitors. In a corner, several individuals exchanged glances, silently concocting plans to teach this arrogant young man a lesson on the track. Warmly, Nuan Nuan's sparkling eyes were fixated on the screen displaying her fourth elder brother. Indeed, the contestant named Gu Li is none other than her brother, Gu Mingli. Wow, so many people adore my fourth brother. The tender-hearted young girl found immense joy in the realization that her brother was so cherished and pursued, even surpassing the delight of savoring a delicious treat. Perched on her seat, she craned her neck repeatedly to catch a glimpse. Her cheeks flushed with excitement, and her eyes shone like stars, radiant and bright. Though reluctant to admit it, through Bai Mohua's discerning gaze, Gu Mingli undeniably exuded charm, not merely in appearance, but also in the wild beauty that emanated from his very essence, a type she appreciated, albeit in an artistic sense. However, the recollection of him nearly striking her the previous day filled Bai Mohua with indignation. Not handsome at all, she stubbornly refused to concede. Yet still, her hands itched to draw, if only just a tiny bit, as small as a fingernail. This competition also features participants from various nations, including those of striking appearance. Among them, the popular contender, Chris, possesses the quintessential chiseled features of European descent, with his dazzling golden locks inciting fervent cheers from the crowd. However, Gu Mingli leaves an even more profound impression. He resembles a youthful leopard or a formidable black panther. It remains uncertain what accolades he will achieve during this contest. True to the image of the Black Panther cherished by many, as he elegantly mounts a sleek, stylish black mid-sized car, he exudes the readiness of a prime predator spotting its prey. At the sound of the starting signal, a symphony of engines roars to life, as the racers lean into their machines, launching forth at speeds imperceptible to the naked eye. The audience erupts in enthusiastic shouts, rallying behind their favored competitors. The screen continuously monitors the performance of all participants, while the young spectators clench their fists in anxious anticipation. Warm and by nature reserved, fixate their gaze upon Gu Mingli, refraining from joining the fervent shouts of the spirited youths, yet their palms betray their tension with beads of sweat. As the race commences, there appears to be no significant advantage among the competitors. However, as time progresses, distinctions begin to emerge, particularly evident as they approach the first bend. Having navigated the initial curve, leading the pack is Andre from Saudi Arabia, closely pursued by Chris, their velocity astonishingly swift. Heavens! The young lad from Xia country has also dashed out, yet it seems he has encountered some difficulties. At this moment, he is entangled with 3 other contestants. One wonders if the Xia country participant, who has left a profound impression on everyone, can break through the encirclement. Chapter 88, Nuan Nuan. In light of such circumstances, the audience expressed a sense of disappointment. In their hearts, they believed that for a young man, barely of age and participating in such a grand competition for the first time, victory was nearly impossible, unless he possessed the ability to fly. Nuan Nuan's eyes were brimming with tears, reflecting her anxiety. This young man stands no chance of winning. It was all in vain to hope. Initially, expectations were high, but ultimately, he is too young and lacks experience. He is nothing more than a decorative piece. I always felt he was inadequate. Nonsense. Amidst the discussions of several youths, a soft, petulant voice pierced through, tinged with a hint of tears. They were confronted by a furious little girl with a delicate appearance. She seemed fragile, yet at that moment, her eyes were filled with tears, radiating a fierce determination that belied her innocent facade. The youths were momentarily taken aback. How could she be crying? My 4th brother is exceptionally talented. Nuan Nuan, resembling a protective hen, would not allow anyone to speak ill of her brother. He is truly remarkable. At this moment, Bai Mahua found himself aligned with Nuan Nuan, despite any previous quarrels with Gu Mingli. He had no fondness for others speaking ill of him, for he was, after all, Nuan Nuan's brother, not merely a decorative figure, but rather fierce in battle. The crowd. How did the conversation shift to fighting? Nevertheless, those few young men were astute enough to realize how they had provoked this child. Discovering that he was indeed her brother, this revelation created an awkward atmosphere. Who could have anticipated that the young lady's sibling sat among them? Suddenly, an uproar erupted throughout the venue, a cacophony so intense it could lift the roof. Nuan Nuan and Bai Mahua swiftly turned their gazes to the large screen, where they beheld Gu Mingli, along with his motorcycle, leaping into the air. His sleek, jet-black heavy bike soared gracefully like a panther, tracing a sharp and elegant arc as it soared above 2 vehicles before landing. The young man, with a piercing gaze, darted forward like a cheetah, careening recklessly and without regard for his safety. The spectators could only glimpse a fleeting shadow of his speed. The competitors on the track dared not impede his path. This was an all-out effort. Who would dare provoke him? Goodness, was he a mad dog? I find myself rather enamored with him. This is exhilarating. Upon finishing his statement, the competitor hastened to pursue him. What on earth? Wasn't he being restrained by Gray and the others from behind? The riders in the lead were oblivious to the unfolding drama behind them. Yet the cheers from the audience suggested that this young man was certainly about to execute something extraordinary. Goodness, he has caught up with Kier. Kier is the one who previously overtook Gu Mingli on that blue and white heavy motorcycle. From the earlier collaboration with Gray and the others, Gu Mingli realized they were in cahoots. Kier also noticed the pursuer closing in from behind and immediately unleashed a torrent of curses. He accelerated, eager to keep Gu Mingli at bay, but as they approached a sharp turn, the youth, like a beast unleashed, completely caught up, executing a drift that positioned him squarely in front of Kier. The defiant young man steadied his bike with one hand while raising the other, giving Kier a thumbs up, only to swiftly invert the gesture to a downward thumb. His audacity was brazenly evident, yet he had the prowess to back it up. Gooly gooly. This unrestrained arrogance resonated profoundly with the youth, instantly transforming them into fervent admirers, their voices rising in a cacophony as they chanted his name. At that moment, everyone etched the name of this young rider, Gu Li, into their memories. Nuan Nuan and Bai Mahua could not contain their excitement and stood up, vocally cheering his name, one calling out 4th brother, while the other shouted Gu Mingli. These 2 voices were destined to be drowned out in the collective roar, yet their faces flushed with enthusiasm, their eyes sparkling with delight. I told you 4th brother is remarkable. Indeed, Bai Mahua exclaimed, lifting Nuan Nuan in a spirited response, only to freeze in place. It seemed he had come to cheer for Gu Mingli and enjoy his misfortune. How did things come to this? Moments ago, in a fit of excitement, I found myself shouting his name like a madman. Bai Mo covered her fair, pristine face, her ears flushed with embarrassment. She was reluctant to admit that the frenzied individual from earlier was indeed herself. Meanwhile, the group of young men who had been discussing Gu Mingli slowly regained their composure, exchanging awkward glances. Particularly, the one who had dismissed Gu Mingli as merely a decorative figure now faced a stinging rebuke. However, the thrill of the competition had undeniably been exhilarating. This sport possesses an extraordinary allure. Once ignited, it can make individuals forget everything, immersing them in the fervent emotions of the moment. The race continued, with Gu Mingli surpassing Ke, only to astonishingly close the gap on the competitors ahead, overtaking Chris, who held second place, and finally racing neck and neck with the leader, Andre. The finish line loomed ever closer, the two motorcycles weaving in and out of each other's paths, each vying for supremacy. The onlookers, their palms clammy with tension, felt their hearts pounding fiercely, their throats dry with anticipation. Countless eyes were glued to the large screen, unwilling to miss a single second. At last, as they neared the finish line, Andre and Gu Mingli surged forward in a final sprint, a blur of motion crossing the line in an instant. Keen observers noted that the swift youth, akin to a Black Panther, had claimed victory. The cries of excitement this time were louder than ever before, crashing like waves one after another. Some individuals, in a fit of exhilaration, tossed their clothing and hats into the air, while everyone cheered for the young boy. The little girl, her face radiant as the sun, was cradled in her cousin's arms, calling out fourth brother in a soft, endearing voice, nearly overpowering herself with the volume. Realizing this, she hastily covered her mouth with her tiny hands, yet her beautiful eyes sparkled with uncontainable brightness, her expression brimming with pride, as if she were the one winning the competition. Bai Mahua, too, found a smile creeping onto his face, only to be followed by a moment of conflicted hesitation. Never mind, I'm not that petty, he thought. Having made peace with himself, Bai Mahua allowed joy to bubble forth, laughing heartily as he planted a kiss on his little cousin's soft cheek. He had triumphed. How handsome he was. Fourth brother was truly remarkable. At the finish line, the young boy removed his helmet, revealing a strikingly handsome face, his lips curling into a confident smirk as he gave a thumbs up towards the camera. Although his words were lost to the crowd, those adept in reading lips attempted to interpret his message, seemingly articulating, Nuan Nuan I won. The young lad was spirited and full of life, embodying the very essence of youth. Chapter 89. Hey, hometown, is this your brother? The outcome of the competition took everyone by surprise. Who could have anticipated such a formidable dark horse emerging? Regarding the contestant named Gu Li, the impression he leaves on everyone truly embodies the saying. It begins with appearance and is sustained by talent. He is an unexpected competitor, a prodigy who astonishes all. Ever since the conclusion of the competition, the radiant smile upon Nuan Nuan's face has remained unwavering, bright and sweet, her eyes sparkling with pride for her elder brother. Particularly when she witnessed her fourth brother addressing the camera with the words, Nuan Nuan, I have won, her heart fluttered with excitement. Indeed, her fourth brother is remarkable. When Bai Mahua escorted her to seek out her brother, Gu Mingli had yet to change his attire, surrounded by a throng of admirers, including fellow racers from the earlier competition and a number of astute businessmen clad in tailored suits. These businessmen, undoubtedly recognizing the potential that Gu Mingli embodies, sought to entice him to join their clubs. Presently, several clubs were represented, all eager to recruit this young talent from Xiagua who had triumphed over Chris and Andre, each presenting increasingly enticing offers in a bid to secure him. Such treatment is the envy of countless racers, who would fervently wish to be the ones surrounded by the representatives of those prestigious clubs. However, Gu Mingli expressed, I'm not currently inclined to join any club. Despite being the object of envy, he maintained a consistent stance towards all the clubs, turning down each proposal. The rejected clubs were somewhat bewildered. How could one with such an advantage choose not to align with a club? Yet, Gu Mingli remained resolute, leaving them with no recourse. You truly excel. After shaking off those who invited him to join the club, the young man with deep brown hair gave Gu Mingli a thumbs up, praising this captivating boy who resembled a Black Panther in somewhat halting Chinese. He gesticulated animatedly, mixing Chinese with a smattering of Arabic. Yet his meaning was not difficult to comprehend. Gu Mingli accepted Andre's compliments with a smile. I am exceedingly proud this time. When we meet again in the next competition, I shall regard you as my rival. Gu Mingli bumped his fist against Andre's, expressing his eagerness for their next contest. Despite their youth, they were far from timid. Chris also approached to offer a few words of praise. He was not one to shy away from competition either. Among the onlookers, it seemed only Ke and his few companions regarded Gu Mingli with begrudging envy. Particularly, Ke, who, remembering the provocation during the match, could not swallow his indignation. Gry, you are audacious, daring to provoke me on the field. I shall make you pay for it." After issuing his threat, he departed, fully aware that succumbing to his impulse to retaliate would spell the end of his GP career. Gu Mingli watched him leave with a cold gaze, dismissing Kerr's threats with indifference. However, Andre and Chris expressed concern for GRY, advising, "Be cautious. Kerr is a despicable character, and he may seek someone to harm you." Gu Mingli nodded, expressing gratitude for their well-meaning warning. "I shall be just fine. I hope so. Best of luck, Grigory." Just as Andre's words faded, a soft, melodious voice echoed from the doorway. This utterly charming voice instantly captivated the attention of most in the room, and soon they beheld a delicate little darling, exquisite as a beautifully crafted butterfly, soaring towards the young man. The boy's previously defiant demeanor softened considerably, his eyes now sparkling with a captivating smile and gentleness. He knelt on one knee, arms wide open, ready to embrace the tender little creature. Warmth. Gu Mingli smiled radiantly, cradling the little one who had burrowed into his embrace, gently ruffling her fluffy little head. "Fourth brother." The girl's sweet voice brimmed with evident joy, her small arms tightly wrapped around the young man's neck, her fuzzy head nuzzling against him. "Fourth brother, you are amazing. My cousin and I watched all your matches, and everyone adores you." Her eyes sparkled with excitement, her cheeks flushed with enthusiasm. The once shy and demure girl animatedly gestured with her tiny hands as she spoke. "They all say fourth brother is incredible. I'm so proud. Are you happy?" The porcelain-skinned girl smiled brightly, revealing a perfect set of teeth, nodding vigorously with her crescent-shaped eyes. "Happy. This is the first trophy my brother has earned. It's for you, Warmth." Gu Mingli turned and presented the trophy from the competition, placing it gently into the little girl's arms. Suddenly presented with such a grand trophy, the little hands of Nuan Nuan struggled to embrace it, staggering momentarily before she exerted considerable effort to stabilize herself. Her delicate face flushed a deep crimson as she exclaimed, "Oh, how heavy it is." Laughter erupted around her, one voice chiming in, "Is this your sister, Guli? She is utterly adorable. How wonderful it would be to have a sister as charming as her." Nuan Nuan's face turned even redder, overwhelmed by shyness. It was only then that she realized the presence of so many people. Moments before, her eyes had been solely fixated on her elder brother, oblivious to the onlookers who were now gazing at her. Noticing the young girl's embarrassment, Gu Mingli could not suppress a smile as he gently took the trophy from her grasp and set it down. As anticipated, Nuan Nuan swiftly leapt into his embrace, burying her flushed face against him, her delicate hands clutching his clothing tightly, reluctant to reveal herself. "I feel so ashamed," she thought, wishing to hide from the world. Yet her reaction only drew forth more laughter, all in good spirit. "Hey, Guli, is this your younger brother?" boomed a tall, robust man, playfully tapping Bai Mahua on the shoulder. Bai Mahua found himself unable to smile, his fair complexion gradually turning red with frustration. Gu Mingli lifted Nuan Nuan to stand upright, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he refrained from retorting, instead observing Bai Mahua with an expression of amusement. The individuals here possess a robust stature, with many standing at least around 1.80 m, while Bai Mahua, at just over 1.70 m, appears as a mere younger sibling among them, accentuated by his delicate and slender physique. His youthful appearance often leads others to mistakenly identify him as Gu Mingli's younger brother, a misconception that is hardly surprising. In Chapter 90, Third Brother Gu Mingyu, I am his brother. The astonishment is palpable when several exclaim, "What? You are clearly so small." Bai Mahua feels stifled by their incredulity. Anger wells up within him, and he perfectly channels this frustration towards Gu Mingli. Throughout their return journey, he resolutely maintains a displeased demeanor. Meanwhile, Gu Mingli strolls leisurely behind, cradling his soft and fragrant younger sister, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. "Hey, are you really that petty? It's not as if I was the one who said it, so why take it out on me?" Bai Mahua, visibly vexed, walks ahead without acknowledging him. Gu Mingli shrugs. "You're being unreasonable. At your age, how can you still project your anger onto others?" Bai Mahua turns sharply, glaring at him. "Then why don't you clarify? Also, I haven't forgotten how you nearly hit me yesterday." With an exaggerated raise of his eyebrows, Gu Mingli grins. "Are you really that sensitive? I was merely trying to scare you." Bai Mahua, with utmost seriousness, retorts, "This isn't about being sensitive. Look at my hand. It still hasn't healed." He fervently lifts his arm, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a prominent circle of red marks on his slender wrist, which, after a night's passage, has not only failed to fade but seems to have worsened. Gu Mingli's eyelids twitched, remarking on how your complexion mirrored that of Nuan Nuan. Both of you being merely 20, yet possessing such youthful skin. He mumbled to himself, yet he was well aware that the fault lay with him. I apologize. I did not anticipate this. Does it hurt? Should we consider a visit to the hospital? Upon hearing his apology, Bai Mahua felt a tinge of embarrassment, hastily adjusting his sleeves to cover himself. It doesn't hurt, it merely appears alarming. Gu Mingli's temperament bore a resemblance to Nuan Nuan's, soft and yielding, evoking a sense of vulnerability. With his demeanor softened, the prickliness of the situation dissipated. However, you were truly impressive during the competition. Gu Mingli, may I draw a few portraits of you? Once Bai Mahua set aside his initial irritation, he grew more familiar, his fair and delicate visage radiating a sunlit, pure smile as he stood beside him, his cat-like eyes curving gently, his chatter unceasing. Nuan Nuan had witnessed her cousin's artistry and diligently nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Cousin's paintings are exquisite. He even created one for me, which is incredibly remarkable. Gu Mingli looked at Nuan Nuan, questioning if she deemed everyone as remarkable. He notably emphasized the word remarkable. The young girl's fair cheeks flushed slightly. Nuan Nuan was merely speaking the truth. The young man pinched her cheek, opting not to comment, instead turning his attention to Bai Mahua. I recall Aunt mentioning that you do not easily draw portraits. Bai Mo drew in a breath, scratching his head with an apologetic smile, explaining that it was simply because he hadn't found any appealing subjects to paint. Oh, are your standards so high? There are plenty of attractive individuals in the entertainment industry. Have you not found anyone to your liking? He was asked. Bai Mo huffed, insisting that not only must the exterior be pleasing, but the underlying structure must also be harmonious. I don't follow the entertainment scene, but there is indeed someone I wish to portray. Gu Mingli's interest was piqued. Who might that be? Just as Bai Mo was about to reveal the name, his eyes were drawn to a dazzling image displayed on a billboard across the street. He pointed excitedly. Gu Mingli and Nuan Nuan turned their gaze toward the enormous advertisement, where a strikingly beautiful young man, transcending the boundaries of gender, flashed a captivating smile at the camera, instantly enchanting everyone present. A chorus of gasps and squeals erupted from the crowd. What? Where is he? I must go to the airport. You forever. I adore him. Quickly, quickly. He.S. at XXX Airport. We can still make it. Goodness, why was there no news earlier? Wah. Yu has worked hard filming. I wonder if he has lost weight. Such reactions were ample testimony to this individual's immense influence. Nuan Nuan observed the frenzied crowd, indifferent to gender, her little mouth agape in astonishment. This is truly outrageous, she murmured. Not this flamboyant one again. Nuan Nuan gazed at her fourth brother with a bewildered expression. Uttering a dazed huh? Gu Mingli erupted into laughter. Oh, my silly little girl. You didn't recognize him? He is your third brother, Gu Mingyu. Nuan Nuan was left utterly stunned. That individual, that remarkably beautiful person, is actually her third elder brother. Third elder brother. Bai Mohua was momentarily taken aback, then foolishly remarked, oh, his name is Gu Mingyu. In contrast to Gu Mingli, whom he occasionally encountered during visits to the Gu family, Gu Mingyu was someone he had only glimpsed during his childhood, remembering him solely as a strikingly handsome figure, but thereafter had seen little of him. Due to one striving in the entertainment industry, while the other merely immersed in painting at home. He had learned of Gu Mingyu through someone within the circle, who happened to be a fan of Gu Mingyu. At that time, he simply thought the person was attractive and wanted to sketch him, without any deeper thoughts regarding the Gu family. Gu Mingli was at a loss for words. This person was genuinely quite foolish. He pressed his tongue against his cheek, pinched the equally naive little nose of Nuan Nuan, and inquired. The plump little girl felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Although it was not her first encounter with her brothers, she always felt nervous each time they were about to meet. After all, they had previously been strangers, and she was both worried about whether her brother would like her and excited for each meeting, her little face scrunched up in distress. Thus, Gu Mingli decisively took matters into his own hands. Come, let me take you to meet your third elder brother. Nuan Nuan, with her delicate white fingers clutching his collar, timidly suggested. Should I bring a gift for third elder brother? Gu Mingli responded. What gift does family need to bring? Nuan Nuan's grip on his collar tightened further, her little face filled with apprehension. I shall bring a gift for my third brother. His pitiful demeanor resembles that of a soft, fluffy puppy. Bai Mahua, observing from the side, expressed a hint of jealousy, lamenting that warmth hadn't given her any gifts. Bai Mahua, who is particularly easy to placate, soon brightened up, and the three of them headed directly to the mall. After selecting the perfect gift, Gu Mingli hailed a cab and took them straight to the entertainment company where Gu Mingyu was, also calling his brother's agent. Chapter 91, Sister? After being surrounded by fans at the airport for an extended period, Gu Mingyu finally managed to calm the wildly enthusiastic crowd. But as soon as he got into the car, fatigue washed over him. His assistant, feeling sympathetic, poured him a cup of hot water. Brother Yu, perhaps it's best you don't get out next time. Isn't there a bodyguard? It's fine, came his magnetic and languid voice. It has been said that Gu Mingyu's voice is akin to that of a legendary siren, capable of stirring one's soul with merely a single utterance. Indeed, even after spending ample time by his side, the assistant would occasionally feel her heart race upon hearing him speak. It was utterly unfair. How could a being so perfect exist in this world, with even the strands of his hair appearing flawless? Yet now, with his face etched in fatigue, Gu Mingyu exuded a fragility that tugged at one's heartstrings. Leaning back, he removed his sunglasses, revealing a face that was flawless beyond reproach, with enchanting, expressive peach blossom eyes and a perfectly placed red beauty mark at the corner, which added to the allure of his snow-white complexion. The conspicuous red gemstone earrings adorning his left earlobe are strikingly vivid, while others may struggle to carry such a dazzling hue on him. It resembles a proud plum blossom amidst a sea of pristine white, truly a sight to behold. Gu Mingyu possesses a countenance that transcends the boundaries of gender, complemented by a cascade of silky hair cascading to his waist. Yet, despite his exquisite beauty, no one could ever mistake him for a woman, for his noble and graceful demeanor is reminiscent of a regal young lord from the Middle Ages. After a brief slumber in the luxury vehicle, they arrived at the office. Donning sunglasses, Gu Mingyu descended, greeted warmly by his manager. With a languid and affectionate murmur, he acknowledged the greeting. Inside the elevator, he casually placed his hands in his pockets, exuding an effortless allure that left no room for criticism. Indeed, those blessed with beauty seemed to embody perfection in all their endeavors. Gu Mingyu tilted his head slightly to regard his manager. He knew it. This individual appeared flawless, yet, in truth, he was exceedingly self-absorbed. Not only had he created a pseudonym to infiltrate his fan group and revel in their adoration, but he also led the charge in such flattery. His audacity was nothing short of astonishing. He could hardly tolerate any criticism directed at him, especially attacks on his appearance. While he could endure accusations of lacking talent or being difficult to work with, any insinuation that he was unattractive or had undergone cosmetic enhancements was utterly intolerable. Upon discovering such remarks, he would roll up his sleeves and personally ensure that the offender received a thorough verbal onslaught, devoid of any vulgarity, leaving them thoroughly chastised. This aside, he still felt that using a secondary account for venting was insufficient. Had he not exerted strict control over his primary account, he might have indeed engaged in a reckless display of hostility towards detractors. Rest assured, after your departure, tranquility will reign. No one shall speak ill of you. Excellent. Gu Mingyu felt a sense of satisfaction. Ah, by the way, your brother has arrived. Gu Mingyu paused, removing his sunglasses, his enchanting, soulful peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly, resembling a regal, languorous feline. What mischief has this brat come for? As the elevator doors opened, Gu Mingyu elegantly stepped out with his long, slender legs. Surely, he has come to see you. Huh? Would that little rascal be so kind as to visit me? More likely, he has come seeking refuge after some misadventure. The agent. Oh, right, he even brought along. Before Gu Mingyu could finish his thought, he had already pushed open the door to his office. Instantly spotting his brother, seated with one leg propped up, arms sprawled across the back of the sofa, exuding an air of a ruffian, alongside a gentle, soft girl perched on his lap. Beside them sat a refined, clean-cut young man, diligently sketching something with a pen and notebook. This peculiar trio caused him to hesitate, questioning whether his entrance had been somehow amiss. His raucous, rebellious brother had allowed a young girl to sit on his lap. Just then, his phone rang, and it was his mother calling. Within the confines of the office, three individuals turned in unison as the ringtone of his mobile device pierced the air. Two pairs of bright, clear eyes were fixed upon him, glistening with curiosity, while his younger brother arched an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth curling into a playful smirk. Hello, Mom, what's the matter? Ordinarily, he might have indulged in some light banter, but with several pairs of eyes scrutinizing him, even his thick skin prompted him to speak earnestly. Gu Mingyu held the phone, listening intently as his mother rambled on about their cousin from his uncle's side. While his gaze fell on his younger brother, a delicate figure akin to a finely sculpted piece of jade. Cousin, the younger sibling, with warm, clear eyes, nervously gazed at their stunning older brother by the door. Her slender fingers anxiously clutched the hem of his shirt, and upon hearing him gently call out sister, her eyes transformed into bright crescents of joy. Her soft, petal-like lips curled into a sweet, innocent smile, revealing a charmingly delicate visage. Gu Mingyu, not only self-admiring but also an ardent connoisseur of beauty, had always been captivated by aesthetics, which often led him into playful competition with his uncle's family to win the affections of the fragrant little cousin. Now, he longed to embrace that exquisite, gentle girl and give her a playful squeeze. Warmly, the little one leapt down from her older brother's side. Her wide eyes filled with eagerness and trepidation as she looked towards their third brother by the entrance, reminiscent of a forlorn little puppy awaiting its master's call. All right, I understand. After ending the call, Gu Mingyu slowly made his way inside. Come here. He raised his hand and beckoned towards Nuan Nuan. The young girl's eyes instantly sparkled as she trotted over to his side. Gu Mingyu smiled, resembling a pitiful little puppy, utterly endearing. Nuan Nuan lifted her delicate and beautiful face, her clear and pure gaze fixed upon him, her curled and fluttering eyelashes trembling slightly, while her slender white fingers nervously intertwined. Three brother. Her soft, gentle voice was as tender as that of a kitten, and her timid yet obedient demeanor was truly heartwarming. The manager and assistant nearby looked on with envy, wishing they could present all the world's beauty before him. Nuan Nuan blinked her enchanting big eyes, tilting her head with a playful smile, her lips curving upwards in a bashful and joyous expression. Three brother is petting my head. Does that mean you like Nuan Nuan? Chapter 92. Three brother, look at me. Nuan Nuan's kitten-like reaction amused Gu Mingyu, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with mischief, enhancing his already striking appearance. Nuan Nuan. Gu Mingyu called softly, his voice melodious. The little girl obediently nodded, her sweet, soft voice resonating like honey. Three brother, it's Nuan Nuan. The agents and assistants clutched their hearts, marveling at how the Gu family had produced such striking individuals. Each one possessed an extraordinary level of beauty and distinctiveness. The two before them were no exception. One could be deemed the pinnacle of attractiveness, a visage so flawless that even the most skilled cosmetic surgeon could not replicate it. The other, still in their youth, was delicately chiseled like a porcelain figurine, exuding an ethereal charm that promised a beauty rivaling Gu Mingyu as they matured. Then there was Gu Mingli, whose handsome yet rebellious demeanor was matched only by his brother Gu Mingyu, albeit in differing styles of male beauty. Accompanying Gu Mingli was a youthful gentleman, radiating a clean, unique aura infused with artistic sensibility. Today, the room was filled with such exquisite beauty, a true feast for the eyes. The assistant's eyes sparkled with delight. It was sheer bliss. Meanwhile, Gu Mingyu had already lifted the soft, endearing little one into her arms, the delicate chin nuzzling against her fluffy hair. She playfully squeezed the tiny, fair hands and patted the tender, delicate face, akin to teasing a kitten. Her peach blossom eyes sparkled with joy, reflecting her uplifting mood. The little one, soft and pliable, offered no resistance. Gu Mingli sighed contentedly within. This was indeed his sister. The same little girl who once needed his hand to steady her as she wobbled along, now grown yet still remarkably beautiful. With a gentle disposition that was both charming and sweet, how could anyone possibly resist her? Third brother, this is for you. The little girl cradled a string of red jade beads in her small hands. Suspended from a black cord were several beads, as crimson as blood, intricately engraved with lotus flower motifs, simple yet strikingly resplendent. Upon first glance, Nuan Nuan felt it was perfect for her third brother. It was not overly expensive, and since she liked it, she decided to purchase it. When Gu Mingyu delicately lifted the bracelet with her snow-white, slender fingers, the interplay of the stark white, deep black, and vivid red created a visual delight, particularly after Gu Mingyu adorned it upon her wrist. Her manager felt that the bracelet outshone even the exquisite diamond watch on his wrist. Her discerning eye was commendable. Gu Mingyu smiled, her lips curving upwards, gently pinching the plump earlobe of the delighted Nuan Nuan in praise. The compliment made Nuan Nuan's eyes sparkle with joy, rendering her even more charming. Gu Mingyu cast a languid glance towards Gu Mingli. Had it been anyone else, that gaze would have rendered them utterly mesmerized, yet Gu Mingli lounged on the sofa, exuding a demeanor of nonchalance akin to that of a swaggering bandit. Nuan Nuan nestled comfortably in the fragrant embrace of her third brother, her voice sweetly chiming in. She observed that many admired her third brother, all extolling his good looks, and then her fourth brother brought her and their cousin to see him. Gu Mingyu, charmed by her cheerful demeanor, playfully pinched her soft little cheek and inquired with a smile, "Does Nuan Nuan like her third brother?" The sound of her voice was delightful, sending a pleasant shiver through the listener, truly a treat for those who were captivated by sounds. "I do. Third brother is so handsome," she exclaimed. The little girl nodded without a hint of hesitation, her soft and melodious voice ringing out clearly, her bright, contrasting eyes sparkling with excitement. Gu Mingyu smiled, embracing the small child in his arms and planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. What a discerning taste! The little girl's eyes widened in surprise. And just as Gu Mingyu pondered whether he might have been a touch too effusive, she suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a sweet, cherubic kiss on his face, her cheeks flushing with shyness as she nestled into the crook of his neck. "Third brother," came her soft, muffled voice. Gu Mingyu, in high spirits, affectionately tousled her hair and asked with a tenderness that softened his tone, "Have you eaten yet?" Not at all shy in her response. Eventually, the group arrived at a private dining establishment. Gu Mingyu, clad in a mask and a cap, possessed a tall and slender physique that appeared even more elongated compared to his brother. However, this was merely a superficial impression. In reality, he had a well-defined physique that was sculpted and harmonious, making him look splendid in any attire he donned. Even with his mask and cap, his fans could undoubtedly recognize him at a glance, some even identifying him solely by his distinctive hair. Nonetheless, the mask and cap provided some degree of anonymity. The staff at the private dining establishment were also admirers of Gu Mingyu, and upon spotting him, their breaths became noticeably shallower. "Yu," a young waitress whispered in a hushed, excited tone. Gu Mingyu's slender index finger rested delicately by her lips, exuding an alluring charm that rendered the waitress speechless, hurriedly covering her mouth and nodding in acquiescence. "My apologies, we are here merely to dine and wish to avoid drawing undue attention." Gu Mingyu's voice dropped to a sultry whisper, akin to a lover's tender murmur. Imbued with an irresistible affection that no one could bear to reject, it felt as though one's ears might swell with delight. The young waitress's heart raced, her excitement barely contained, though she maintained commendable professionalism. "I understand, and I assure you that I will not allow anyone to disturb your meal," she exclaimed. "Please follow me. I have prepared the finest private room for you. It must be the best. Anything less would not be worthy of my esteemed guest." With a mixture of astonishment from Nuan Nuan and by Mahua, the waitress transformed into a determined warrior. Gu Mingli had long since grown accustomed to such displays. The private room was adorned in a vintage style, boasting both exquisite decor and splendid aesthetics. Even the incense wafting through the air was of the finest agarwood. As the dishes were served, Gu Mingyu was the first to inquire about Nuan Nuan's preferences. The little girl obediently settled between her third and fourth brothers, while Bai Mahua, unable to sit beside Nuan Nuan, opted for a position directly across from his little cousin. Observing her eat was the most delightful sight. "I am not picky," she replied. It was then that the waitress realized, regardless of age, everyone accompanying her idol was a beauty. Except for the manager and assistant. But they were inconsequential in her eyes. Manager-assistant, is this how you express politeness? Though not particularly finicky, Gu Mingyu still held the menu for Nuan Nuan to peruse, each dish accompanied by a beautifully presented image, allowing her to choose freely. After selecting the dishes, the waiter promptly departed, leaving Nuan Nuan to marvel at the enchanting scene before her. How strikingly handsome Yu is. She couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Is it true that only those who are beautiful associate with others of beauty? The companions accompanying Yu are equally appealing. Chapter 93, Settled. While dining, Nuan Nuan's phone chimed, her cheeks puffing adorably as she retrieved it. It was her father. She swallowed her soft, chewy food and spoke in a gentle voice, her large, glistening eyes fixed on her third brother. Gu Mingyu, with a playful poke at her plush cheek, observed her with delight, having scarcely touched his own meal, captivated by the sight of her enjoying her food so blissfully. Nuan Nuan blinked, letting out a soft "oh" before answering the call. "Daddy," she chirped, her voice sweet and innocent. "Nuan Nuan is out eating with cousin, fourth brother, and third brother." Third brother said he would take Nuan Nuan out to play. "What?" Gu Mingyu leaned back slightly in his chair, crossing his legs. This posture, while appearing somewhat brazen in some, exuded an air of noble elegance on him. "Uncle." He answered the call, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "I cannot leave Nuan Nuan here. I am not at ease." Gu Mingyu wore a smile upon her face, yet her tone conveyed a heart-wrenching sorrow. "Unlike you who can frequently spend time with her, I find myself often preoccupied, flying to various locations for filming, and it is likely that I will not have the opportunity to truly enjoy her company in the future." The crowd surrounding them, particularly Gu Linma across from her, felt the weight of her words. Gu Linma took a deep breath, poised to express his frustration, when his phone was suddenly snatched away by his wife. "Mingyu dear, I am your aunt. Why not take Nuan Nuan and enjoy a few days of leisure? But do remember to keep warm and avoid falling ill. And do not be too disheartened." Gu Mingyu's voice was filled with surprise, tinged with disbelief. "Really, aunt? But what about uncle?" Her words trailed off delicately. Gu Mama, with a gentle expression, reassured her, "It is quite all right. Take your sister and have fun. Your uncle will be here with me." Gu Papa, still in shock, interjected, "But, all right, remember to have Nuan Nuan video call us in the evening. Your aunt will hang up now," she concluded. And the line was met with a series of beeps. Gu Mingyu's lips curled into a smile as she exchanged a knowing wink with the astonished Nuan Nuan beside her. "All done, Nuan Nuan. Third brother, you are truly amazing." Nuan Nuan was left speechless for a moment, unable to close her little mouth. Just moments ago, they had been laughing, and yet such sorrowful words had emerged. Gu Mingyu passed the phone to her, a simple gesture. Bai Mohua, filled with curiosity yet hesitant to speak loudly, leaned close to Gu Mingli, whispering conspiratorially in his ear. "Is this what it means to be an acclaimed actor? Your brother truly possesses remarkable talent." Gu Mingli was rendered speechless. He had a penchant for performance since childhood, deceiving many along the way. After finishing dinner, he asked the waiter for an autograph, donned a mask, and left while holding Nuan Nuan's hand. He gazed at her with a feeble expression, and upon closer inspection, the dark circles beneath his eyes were quite pronounced, though it could be attributed to his exceptionally fair complexion. The little girl cradled his exquisite face, her heart aching at the sight of his weariness. Nuan Nuan nodded vigorously, her voice sweet and gentle, urging, "All right, third brother, please go rest." Gu Mingli stretched lazily, akin to a sated leopard, and once in the vehicle, he occupied a considerable portion of the seat, tilting his head against Bai Mahua's shoulder in a languid manner. "May I rest my head on your shoulder?" Bai Mahua, feeling somewhat suffocated by the weight of his heavy head resting upon him, was visibly displeased as he attempted to push Gu Mingli's head away. "Could you please move over a bit?" With his eyes closed, Gu Mingli replied, "I can't. I've grown tall, and you're so small. It's not like you can't accommodate me. I just need to lean a little. My head hurts." Bai Mahua grit his teeth in frustration. This person only bullied him because he perceived him as weak. "Then lean on your brother instead. His scent is far too overpowering." Just as he finished speaking, he received a light smack, and Gu Mingyu squinted at him with a dangerously playful expression, the smile on his face growing slightly frosty. "My dear brother, please clarify the meaning of what you just said." Gu Mingli mumbled, "I was merely speaking the truth. Could you perhaps refrain from dousing yourself in so much perfume?" Gu Mingyu scoffed, her exquisite pink lips curling into a mocking smile. "I haven't even complained about the odor of your sweat. It's only because you are my dear brother that I have tolerated you until now. If it were anyone else, they would have been discarded long ago. You've turned this perfectly fine car into a suffocating chamber, forcing me to hold my breath just to feel somewhat comfortable. You might think it exudes masculinity, but anyone unfamiliar would assume I had placed durians inside the vehicle. At least durians can be consumed. What good are you other than being a nuisance with your stink?" With her sharp tongue, Gu Mingli regretted his earlier remarks. He shouldn't have been so reckless. Knowing full well his brother's penchant for retorts, a single comment from him could provoke a torrent of 10. "Brother, I was wrong." Gu Mingli swiftly admitted his fault. If it were a physical altercation, he wouldn't shy away, but in a verbal dispute, no one in the family could outmatch him. Gu Mingyu, amidst the adoring gaze of Bai Mo, exuded an air of elegance and nobility as she collected herself. She removed her cap and exhaled heavily. "Why must you provoke me, Gu Mingli? If someone were to strike you, I would undoubtedly be an amused spectator. I might even lend a hand." With a sardonic chuckle, Gu Mingyu remarked, "I apologize, but I doubt such an opportunity will arise. Your brother travels with several bodyguards, after all." Just as she finished speaking, the driver's expression darkened. "Boss, we are being followed." Gu Mingyu's beautiful face lost its composure. "Another stalker?" The driver nodded in confirmation. Gu Mingli gleefully chimed in. It seems someone forgot to bring their bodyguards today. The agent and assistant promptly contacted me, instructing to summon the bodyguard immediately. Gu Mingyu decisively found a secluded spot to halt. Nuan Nuan, somewhat anxious, clutched at her elder brother's attire, her delicate visage betraying signs of distress. Sengu. Gu Mingyu gently squeezed her soft, slender fingers, offering reassurance. Do not be afraid. It will be resolved shortly. Chapter 94. You, my fans. As their vehicle came to a stop, the cars trailing behind swiftly followed suit, and a group of fervent young men and women emerged. Gu Mingyu exchanged a brief word with his agent before stepping out of the car with his younger brother. At this moment, he felt no need to assert his authority. You, we are your fans, a young girl exclaimed, her gaze fixated on Gu Mingyu, her voice laced with excitement and eagerness. May I embrace you? Gu Mingyu's tone was firm and unyielding. No. As the girl froze in shock, he surveyed the others. It is permissible to be my fan. But please pursue your admiration rationally. But we are so desperate to see you. Another girl stepped forward, her eyes filled with a hint of grievance. As if Gu Mingyu had wronged her in some way. There are so many of us who adore you. With your bodyguard by your side, we cannot draw near. We do not wish to intrude, yet how can we get close enough to meet you? And how will you remember us? Gu Mingyu's gaze turned icy as he addressed them. Could you please leave now? No. A lecherous man emerged, his gaze fixated on Gu Mingyu. After much effort to trace your whereabouts and follow you, we cannot leave empty-handed. Surely, you could grant us a mere embrace. Indeed, Yu. We have toiled tirelessly to find you. Yu, we are your fans. May we have a hug and take a photo? Our demands are modest. The manager was nearly apoplectic, incredulous at the audacity and shamelessness of such individuals. Nuan Nuan's face puffed in indignation, her large, glistening eyes glaring defiantly at the intruders, scolding them for bullying her elder brother. Those rascals! Gu Mingyu found it amusing. Anyone who could be brothers with Gu Mingli couldn't possibly have a commendable temperament, nor could he endure this nonsense. You, my fans? He crossed his arms, casting a scornful glance at the group. Please spare me the embarrassment. When have I, Gu Mingyu, ever acknowledged illegitimate fans? With such repulsive appearances, do you think you can embrace me? Do you possess the ability to crush a train or pilot a spaceship with that face? Have your parents ever taught you how to behave? Following and tailing someone in such a crowded place, should anything go awry, what would you do but shift the blame? You are truly the outliers of the 9-year compulsory education system, blatantly disregarding the law while harboring fanciful delusions. You, who are not even pleasing to the eye, dare to dream so grandly. Each of you, prancing beneath my aesthetic threshold, aggravating my vision, and yet desiring to embrace me. What if I were to catch your ugliness? Would I complain to Nuan? Since you are unwilling to leave, then do not. Instead, let us escort you to the police station for proper reform. All present were left speechless. The agent subtly smirked while covering his face, realizing that the brother had forgotten he was still recording. At that moment, the deluded fans were left in a state of confusion, utterly taken aback by the unembellished mockery. Once they regained their composure, they stared at Gu Mingyu in disbelief. How could you say that? We are your fans. Don't you fear disheartening us with such words? Why call the police? We haven't done anything wrong. Suddenly, a lecherous man lunged towards Gu Mingyu, his expression contorted with malice. With an air of calm elegance, Gu Mingyu stepped back, ceding the stage to Gu Mingli. Just as the repugnant man was within mere inches of Gu Mingyu, his face twisted into an excited, distorted grin. A long leg shot out from the side and delivered a powerful kick. The hefty man, weighing over 180 pounds, was sent flying, crashing into the van with a resounding thud that echoed with a hint of pain. A chorus of screams followed. Gu Mingli casually dug at his ear, regarding them with a disdainful, languid expression. Such audacity to act like fans? Standing side by side, one exuded a wild, rebellious aura while the other radiated an aristocratic charm reminiscent of a noble prince. Despite sharing the same smile, the effects were entirely different. The only commonality being the contemptuous gaze they directed at the crowd. They both appeared as sovereigns, elevated above the rest. When the police arrived, they promptly escorted the group of deluded fans away. Seated in the car, Gu Mingyu raised his hand, requesting the agent to show him the video recorded moments ago. The agent wore an expression of vigilance. What are you doing? Let's wait until I finish editing. Gu Mingyu exuded an air of elegance tinged with languor. Her other hand draped over the petite shoulder of the warm little girl leaning against her. Has the recording been captured? The agent nodded. Gu Mingyu lazily stifled a yawn. Then it's settled. There's no need for editing. I'll just post it online. I haven't done anything inappropriate. Even if my younger brother got into a scuffle, it was merely self-defense. The agent was taken aback. You haven't done anything yet. Just the things you've said. If they get released, people will surely seize upon your sharp and caustic words. Gu Mingyu blinked innocently. What is there to fear? Once this is out, won't it serve to bolster my retorts in the future? The agent, expressionless, interrupted. It will not. Gu Mingyu clicked her tongue in disappointment. How dull. With that, she rested her chin atop the warm, fluffy head of the little girl, who was utterly obedient and showed no signs of resistance. Having such a gentle and soft younger sister is truly a blessing. Although the video was unattainable, Gu Mingyu still posted a Weibo update. Stalkers, don't say I'm a fan accompanied by a picture of a van in the rearview mirror and a vomiting emoji. As soon as it was posted, it sparked a sensation. Within a minute, countless comments and shares flooded in. Oh my, has my husband been chased by stalkers? Feeling for you. I hope she's alright. Those invasive fans, akin to dogs drawn by a foul scent, are utterly repugnant. I am overwhelmed with disgust. The expression on Yu's face is so vividly illustrative. It is an affront to dogs, for their loyalty manifests in protecting those they adore, while these individuals resemble nothing more than sinister, rancid rodents lurking in the shadows. I am deeply concerned about my beloved's well-being. I cannot fathom how such loathsome individuals exist within fandoms. Is it not sufficient to admire one's idol from a distance? Why must they intrude upon their lives? Such individuals are undoubtedly psychologically distorted, lacking upbringing and awareness of the law. These intruders do not deserve the title of fan. My heart aches for Yu, and I hope for her safety. The fan seems momentarily stunned as a throng of envious onlookers rushes towards this sister. I harbor not a shred of envy, nor jealousy. Oh woe, beloved, glance my way and bestow a fleeting look upon your humble admirer. Away with you. He is indisputably my beloved. Thank heavens, Yu is unharmed. Those who disregard the law must be dealt with by the authorities. Yu, we shall eternally stand by you. With delicate, fair hands, the little girl clutches Sanji's arm, her dainty chin resting upon the soft back of her hand, her fluffy head leaning in to share in the comments. Her bright, curious eyes shimmer with fascination, exuding an endearing softness and clinginess that surpasses even that of a little kitten. Chapter 95. Yu is the most beautiful. The warm, dark eyes sparkled with an enchanting brilliance, particularly when she beheld the myriad comforting and complimentary comments directed at her third brother. The sight of his smiling visage seemed to bring her even greater joy than that of Gu Mingyu himself. Yet, the young girl found herself pondering a rather perplexing question, which she gently voiced. Third brother, why do they call you husband and also Yu? The assistant, who was momentarily quenching his thirst, could no longer contain himself. However, knowing that Gu Mingli was present, someone not easily trifled with, he swiftly turned away, stifling a laugh. His manager, seated beside him, bore the brunt of the assistant's mischief, his expression remaining impassive as he regarded the assistant. I apologize, brother. Gu Mingyu playfully pinched the little girl's nose, explaining. It's because they all wish to be your third brother's girlfriend, but alas, I am the one they cannot have. Thus, they resort to teasing and calling me husband. As for the name Yu, it derives from your third brother's name, Gu Jingyu. Yu means fish, which adds a touch of endearment. Consequently, my fans affectionately refer to themselves as fish fans. Nuan Nuan, with a semblance of understanding, nodded her little head as she and Gu Mingyu continued to browse the internet. During this time, she stumbled upon a disparaging comment from a hater. I truly don't understand what you all see in Gu Mingyu. Personally, I cannot appreciate his looks. I prefer a more rugged masculine image. Nuan Nuan watched as Gu Mingyu rolled up his sleeves and deftly switched to another account, clicking into the hater's profile, which revealed it to be a male. With determination, he began to type furiously in response. The fish is indeed the most captivating. It seems you speak with an abundance of confidence. Do you possess the visage or physique of a rugged hero? Are you adorned with 8 sculpted abdominal muscles? Do you stand at a stately height of 180 centimeters? Are the blemishes and freckles upon your face still present? Is your hair still lush and full? Are there admirers pursuing you? Have you secured enough savings for this year's housing payments? Should you lack even one of these attributes, what audacity do you possess to pass judgment upon others? What grants you such self-assurance? Is it your broad visage or your ample heart? My dear fish is worthy of admiration, yet your jealousy, masked beneath a facade of envy, reveals your shortcomings. Enough, may you rest in peace. My fingers ache from typing. Ah, I see you again, my esteemed one, ever the steadfast guardian, your vigor undiminished from days of yore. How amusing. Your words cut to the quick. I find it quite strange that some assert that those endowed with beauty cannot also embody strength. Were they blind to the radiant performance of our fish, the dashing hero, or do they feign ignorance? The hero boasts 8 chiseled abs, both handsome and daring. He could single-handedly contend against 10 foes. How can he not be deemed a rugged hero? It is mere jealousy, for each time I witness you confront others, I am invigorated. You may criticize my fish in other respects, but you must not disparage his looks or physique. He possesses 8 genuine abs, undeniably real. Perfect. Gu Mingyu joyfully switched accounts, glancing at the astonished Nuan Nuan beside her, and, in a moment of delight, playfully pinched her soft cheeks. Are you taken aback? Nuan Nuan blinked her lovely eyes, her expression somewhat dazed, and simply murmured a soft reply. 3 older brother, you are truly amazing. Gu Mingyu's spirits soared as she affectionately planted a kiss on the cherubic face of the little one in her arms. Before long, they arrived at Gu Mingyu's apartment. The security measures in this residential area were commendable, and her abode was spacious and quite luxurious. Upon entering, she stifled a yawn, promptly slipping off her shoes to tread on the thick, plush carpet in her socks. Gu Mingli, not one to be impolite, found a pair of clean slippers to wear, while Mo happily dashed in barefoot. Were it not for the studio's propensity to get messy, he would have loved to cover the entire space with soft, fluffy carpets, for the sensation of walking on bare feet was simply delightful. Nuan Nuan cast a glance at the shoe cabinet, but before she could examine it closely, a long arm reached out, effortlessly scooping the soft little girl into its embrace and carrying her inside. The young lady hadn't even had the chance to remove her shoes. She dangled in midair, face down, her limbs suspended. In a flurry, she clutched onto the solid, powerful arm of her 4th brother, emitting a few adorable whimpers, compliant and silent. Would you like to drink? Gu Mingyu asked, tugging at his tie and pulling it off, unbuttoning 2 buttons of his blue shirt. Beneath it lay his long, elegant neck, adorned with exquisite collarbones, presenting a languid yet slightly mischievous demeanor. Nuan Nuan wants milk, she replied. Before he could ask again, he had already decided on her drink. Anything is fine. I will have milk too, he said, casting a sidelong glance with his charming peach blossom eyes, a smirk curving his lips with a hint of mischief. Still just a child, after all. The white ink painting is certainly not, he vehemently retorted, wondering why everyone perceived him as small. In reality, he was undeniably larger than Gu Mingli. It was merely that he had developed a penchant for drinking milk. He quietly defended himself. Gu Mingyu burst into laughter, shaking her head as she went to fetch a drink. He poured himself a glass of red wine, while his younger brother opted for beer, and the 2 little ones each held a full glass of milk. With warm little hands cradling the milk cup, they sipped delicately, their rosy lips resembling flower petals, tinged a milky white, their clear, innocent eyes fixed intently on the milk. Gu Mingyu sat elegantly on her chair, her long legs crossed, the toes of her suspended foot gently tapping. With a hint of laughter in her peach blossom eyes, she glanced at her little sister, who was earnestly savoring her milk, the corners of her mouth lifting in a smile, a delightful surprise on this day. Sipping the crimson liquid slowly, her rosy lips barely parted. She resembled a noble vampire indulging in blood, exuding an air of sophistication and intoxicating allure. After finishing her drink, she stood up, inviting the warm one to take a nap, suggesting that any of the adjacent rooms could be used for their rest. Mahua responded with a soft "oh," settling cross-legged on the sofa, his gaze stealing toward Gu Mingli's phone. Gu Mingli's long fingers danced swiftly across the screen, but upon noticing Mahua's subtle actions, he leisurely took a sip of his beer and looked up, his tone casual, projecting a carefree demeanor. "Want to play?" Mahua nodded honestly, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he inquired, "What are you playing?" "Wangzhe. Have you never played before?" Chapter 96. Playing games. Mo Hua swiftly shook his head. During his school days, he was a model student, wholly devoted to his studies and painting, without ever indulging in games. Gu Mingli let out a scoff and suddenly bombarded him with a flurry of questions. "You truly were a dedicated student then. Did you ever skip classes? Were you ever reprimanded for being in a relationship too early?" Mo Hua was taken aback by the barrage of inquiries, especially at the last question. which caused his fair complexion to flush a deep crimson, his ears turning as red as a boiled shrimp. Gu Mingli gazed at him in astonishment. Really? You're that innocent? Just asking you this has made you shy. How have you grown up to this point? Bai Mo Hua shot him a fierce glare. I was merely watching you play games. Why are you asking these things? Seeing his reaction, Gu Mingli became intrigued. Just tell me. I'm quite curious. Moreover, you're so young and tender-looking. Did any girls pursue you during school? Were they the type that seemed quite mature, like older sisters? Bai Mo Hua. He forcefully pushed Gu Mingli's head away. Don't ask about that. No. His demeanor suggested he was becoming flustered. If pressed further, he might just explode with anger. Gu Mingli shrugged and shifted the topic. All right then, what about the first two questions? Bai Mo Hu let out a huff, remarking, do you truly believe everyone is like you? Casually discussing skipping classes and writing self-reflections as if they were mere trifles? They are not. Gu Mingli clicked his tongue, retorting, your student life is utterly incomplete. A youth should embrace a bit of rebellion. Skipping class, indulging in early romances, or leaving early are all part of the experience. At the very least, one should engage in gaming. As he spoke, his slender fingers danced across the phone screen, eliminating an opponent with a swift maneuver. The sound of a successful kill echoing from the device. A saccharine voice emanated from his headphones, with the opposing player Yao pleading, gee, please spare me. Yet Gu Mingli remained unfazed, promptly targeting Yao and pursuing her relentlessly. How could you provoke the enemy's Han Xin? Yao exclaimed. How was I to know? Woe is me. Gee, did you mistakenly target the wrong person? Gu Mingli calmly replied, indeed, your voice is simply too irritating. I cannot help but eliminate you first. How infuriating. Yao lashed out, her final exclamation drowned by Gu Mingli's decisive strike that sent her away. After dispatching Yao, he removed his headphones and cast his gaze upon the fluffy head that had encroached upon his space. You are obstructing my view. Bai Mo Hu quickly straightened up, apologizing softly. I didn't mean to. After concluding the match, he lifted his chin, inviting Bai Mo Hu to retrieve his phone. Shall I guide you through a game? As Bai Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement, he promptly retrieved his phone, sitting cross-legged beside him. He was soon drawn into a queue, and Gu Mingli briefly introduced himself before diving into the game. Nuan Nuan enjoyed a brief slumber, dozing for an hour. She sluggishly rubbed her rosy cheeks against the warm quilt, her entire being resembling a delicate peach. Gu Mingyu also opened his eyes, cradling his soft little sister in his arms, gently nuzzling his chin against her fluffy head, gazing at her fair, rosy face. He playfully pinched her cheek and leaned closer to plant a kiss, her skin fragrant with the scent of milk. The drowsy little Nuan Nuan stared blankly at the handsome third brother before her expression dazed and confused. It took several gentle pinches to her face for her to regain her senses. The voice of her third brother was sweet and soft as she sat up, clutching the blanket, appearing extraordinarily docile, still seemingly unaware of her surroundings. Gu Mingyu poked her smooth forehead. Are you still not awake? Would you like to sleep a little longer? The gentle little girl slowly shook her head, stifling a tiny yawn, rubbing her eyes with the back of her hand. Her large, expressive eyes appeared even more lustrous, clear, and beautiful. Gu Mingyu glanced at her, then rose to rummage through the wardrobe for clothes. After nearly emptying the contents of the closet onto the floor, he finally selected an outfit, heading to the bathroom to change before emerging anew. When he emerged, Nuan Nuan had already awakened and neatly arranged the previously disheveled bedding. Now, with her smooth and fair little feet exposed, she bent over, puffing gently, as she gathered the clothes strewn across the carpet. The carpet was a plush, snow-white expanse, thick and soft, ensuring that even bare feet would not feel the chill. As it was impeccably clean, each time he searched for his garments, he had a habit of tossing one aside after another, resulting in a chaotic scattering across the floor. Gu Mingyu had grown accustomed to this disorder and felt little concern. However, witnessing the little one diligently picking up and organizing his discarded clothing stirred a rare sense of shame within him. If his agent and assistant were to discover this, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. How could someone so shameless still possess a shred of modesty? Nuan Nuan, don't bother. I'll take care of that later. Initially, he intended to suggest that his assistant handle it, but he altered his words, opting for himself instead, unwilling to leave a frivolous impression on his sister. His assistant, due to the additional tasks of following him, received a considerably higher salary than others. Gu Mingyu was quite self-aware. He often left his room in disarray and seldom tidied up, thus delegating these chores entirely to his assistant. Nuan Nuan responded with a soft, obedient "oh," as her delicate little hands meticulously hung one of her brother's shirts on a hanger. Gu Mingyu walked over, covering his face in a playful manner, and scooped the little one up in his arms. The carpet was clean enough, they could simply rest there. Nuan Nuan nodded obediently, yet her gaze remained fixed on the scattered clothes. Gu Mingyu hurriedly carried her out. Just as they exited the bedroom, Gu Mingli's slightly irritable voice echoed. "How can you be so foolish? I asked you to heal me, not to heal the enemy team. You seem quite clever. Yet your gameplay shows a blatant inability to distinguish between friend and foe." At that moment, the enemy player who had just been healed by Mahua was suddenly struck down. Gu Mingli exclaimed in disbelief, "What a toxic heal. Well done, Mahua. How can your gameplay be so inconsistent?" He fumbled with his character, while the laughter of his teammates resonated in his ears, infuriating him further, prompting him to retaliate with a healing spell directed at Gu Mingli. Mere moments later, Gu Mingli was ambushed by several opponents. No matter how skilled he was, it was impossible for one to fend off multiple attackers, and soon the screen faded to gray, signaling defeat. Gu Mingli, their team was using voice chat, and several exclamations of disbelief filled their ears. "What a toxic heal. My friend, you should heal the enemy team." Mahua replied, "It's all just a coincidence." Chapter 97. The novice gamer Gu Mingli, rarely at a loss for words, stared blankly at the flustered figure beside him, who was frantically gesturing at their phone. Mahua, slightly guilty, gasped as he glanced at his own screen, murmuring despondently, "I'm dead." Gu Mingli, crossing his arms, chuckled, "Have you healed yourself?" Mahua, "No. Haraha. I am utterly amused. Not yet, my friend. You truly are a gem. You merely replenished your health and were swiftly eliminated. How delightful. Oh dear, where did you find such a treasure? This individual has monopolized my laughter for an entire year. Haraha. I remain silent solely to indulge in laughter." Joyful chuckles resonate through my headphones, and Mahua, sensitive as he is, finds his fair complexion turning a brilliant shade of crimson from mirth. "I told you. I am ill-suited for the role of a healer." Yet, Mahua cannot resist offering a quiet defense for himself. Gu Mingli glances sideways. "Recalling how you previously played as a support, yet insisted on charging to the front lines as a main attacker, impossible to restrain." Mahua shrinks his neck. "I was inexperienced during my initial attempt, lacking control and positioning. A marksman engaging in melee. Well, I was not proficient either. Why hide behind the tank when you could be near the mage? That was merely learning from the previous two experiences. I refrained from rushing forward this time." Mahua's voice diminishes, and Gu Mingli clutches his heart, gasping for breath as anger overwhelms him for the first time. The others in the team overhear their exchange, laughing heartily, their previous grievances forgotten, for they had been burdened by Mahua's antics several times before. Yet, upon hearing their banter, those grievances pale in comparison. Haha. How can there exist such an adorable person in this world? Gu Mingyu, who had come to listen to their entire conversation, is also in fits of laughter. "You truly are a remarkable talent." Warm, with a look of utter bewilderment, had never played this game before and was therefore completely in the dark. Mahua, feeling despondent, questioned his own abilities. Was he truly that incompetent? Gu Mingyu, offering a reassuring pat on his shoulder, replied, "It's all right. I'm quite inexperienced at gaming as well." Instantly, Mahua's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, and both their gazes turned toward Gu Mingli. An icy chill enveloped Gu Mingli as an ominous premonition of being dragged into trouble washed over him. This foreboding soon materialized as he found himself ensnared by the two, who insisted on him guiding them through the game, making him acutely aware of the sensation of time dragging on interminably. Watching his rank plummet precipitously, Gu Mingli clutched his heart, nearly overwhelmed by the anxiety. Warm, perched beside her elder brother, gazed admiringly at him alongside her cousin, as he deftly silenced the foul-mouthed players opposing them with elegance and civility, sending them offline in defeat. Despite Gu Mingli's intimidating demeanor, he was undeniably kind to his own. Just after commencing a game, the friends Gu Mingli had summoned swiftly made their escape, with one laggard. They could barely manage to secure a victory under the guidance of such a formidable player, but with two, those two were akin to explosives, leaving their minds buzzing after each match, and they fled. In the end, only Gu Mingli remained, unable to escape the relentless pulls of his younger brother and Mahua. Enduring match after match, meeting defeat time and time again. Exhausted from the continuous losses, Gu Mingli finally cast his phone aside and sprawled on the sofa, declaring his resignation. If you insist on continuing, just let me perish. Gu Mingyu reluctantly put away her phone, casting a sidelong glance at her younger brother. You are incapable. Gu Mingli, with his notorious temper, had been thoroughly cornered by the two of them, yet he had the audacity to claim otherwise. She seized a cushion and hurled it at her brother. Anticipating this, Gu Mingyu swiftly turned and fled, grabbing 2 cushions along the way, one she offered to Bai Mahua, urging her teammate to join the fray, while she herself wielded the other as a shield. Come and assist. Why are you just standing there? Bai Mahua, dazed, responded with an obedient "oh," instinctively raising her cushion and gently nudging it towards Gu Mingli. Gu Mingli shot her a fierce glare, causing her to panic and sprint away. Her cries echoing, "I can't fight back." Warmly joined the fray, albeit serving merely as a hindrance. She was like an anchor, dragging down Gu Mingli's long strides. The 4 of them engaged in a childish skirmish, yet collectively, they were no match for Gu Mingli alone. Ultimately, Warm was taken hostage. The little girl gazed innocently at her 3 brothers and cousin opposite her. Gu Mingyu scrutinized the duo, exclaiming, "I suspect Warm is a spy." Bai Mahua nodded earnestly in agreement. Just when they thought they had grasped the situation, an absurdity akin to that of a cinematic star emerged, leading events to unfold in the most unexpected manner. Gu Mingyu raised her cushion in a manner reminiscent of aiming a firearm, her expression sorrowful as she gazed at Warm. "Confess, why have you betrayed us? You must have deliberately allowed him to take you hostage. Your aim is to extract our secrets." In the realm of white ink paintings, a gentle girl, nestled in Gu Mingli's embrace, waved her tiny hands vigorously while shaking her head, her voice sweet and childlike. I do not. Gu Mingyu, however, possessed the secret that he was acutely aware of how much we cherished you. Yet, even in the face of such understanding, I would rather perish than reveal the truth. The veins on Gu Mingli's forehead throbbed ominously. Before he could utter another word, he pointed his finger like a gun, his expression unyielding and his voice calm as he declared, "Bang." Gu Mingyu clutched her heart, her fingers trembling as she pointed at Gu Mingli, crying out defiantly, "I will not let you succeed." Almost immediately, her pupils dilated, and she collapsed as if genuinely injured. In the midst of this chaotic scene, a voice echoed, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here?" At that moment, the door swung open, revealing the agent at the threshold. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, he hesitated before retreating and shutting the door, perhaps having misjudged the manner of his entrance. When he dared to open it again, he found his artist and boss sprawled lifelessly on the floor, while the others clutched their pillows, Gu Mingli's expression stony and dazed, and both Nuan Nuan and Bai Mo Hua appearing bewildered. "Agent." Gu Mingli kicked his own brother with a look of disdain. "All right, this farce is over. Your performance was commendable." Gu Mingyu gradually opened her eyes and sat up, tidying her attire with a smile gracing her lips. Her strikingly beautiful face dazzled, retaining that air of nobility and elegance. Had one not witnessed her earlier antics, the onlookers might have been utterly convinced by her faade. Gu Mingli had evidently become immune to such scenes, having been thoroughly desensitized by them, and he adeptly understood how to expedite the conclusion of this performance. His resilience was commendable. Although his expression appeared somewhat stoic and his lines delivered with a hint of detachment, it did not hinder Gu Mingyu, the consummate performer, from showcasing his talent. The manager timidly inquired, "What are you all doing?" Gu Mingyu replied with a smile, "Just playing a game." The manager responded, "But why does it seem so strange? What kind of game allows you to lie on the ground like that?" Chapter 98. A flurry of activity. The manager and Gu Mingyu ventured off to discuss work. Though their meeting was brief, upon his return, the group proceeded to the Bai residence. As soon as they arrived, the young girl was swept up in the embrace of her father, who greeted her with affectionate kisses on her soft cheeks. He cast a scrutinizing glance at Gu Mingyu, who approached with a rather audacious smile, waving cheerfully. "Uncle, it's been far too long. I've missed you. And Aunt, I miss her too." His smile radiated elegance and warmth, as if he were not the one who had taken Gu Linma's daughter. "You certainly have a sweet tongue. I could hear your voice from afar." Gu Mama, clad in a stunning qipao, emerged, linking arms with her sister-in-law. Both women donned kipeos, one exuding grace and dignity, while the other radiated charm and allure, making them appear as if they were in their 20s. Upon seeing her mother in a qipao, Nuan Nuan's striking black and white eyes sparkled with delight. "Mom, you look beautiful." The little one, with a sweet and resonant voice, offered compliments. Her eyes as clear and pure as glass, filled with earnestness. Mother Gu covered her mouth in laughter, becoming even more enchanting, leaving Father Gu mesmerized. His wife appeared more graceful than in her youth. Mother Gu shot a playful glance at Father Gu before tenderly embracing Nuan Nuan, planting a kiss on her soft, delicate, fair cheek, which exuded a delightful milky fragrance. Mama, Nuan Nuan, with her crescent-shaped eyes, wrapped her arms around her mother's neck and affectionately leaned in for a kiss. Watching the harmonious and intimate interaction between mother and daughter, Father Gu felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Alas, there were those who, lacking awareness, chose to intrude upon their moment. "Auntie, you both look so youthful that standing beside you makes others mistake you for my sister," Gu Mingyu chimed in. Drawing close to Mother Gu, her words flowing effortlessly as she quickly had the two women beaming with joy. However, Gu Linma's expression darkened in an instant. "That mischievous boy. Auntie, for the next couple of days that Nuan Nuan stays here, please entrust her to me. I've just finished filming and plan to take a couple of days to manage affairs here and rest. Tomorrow, I'll take her out to explore. There are many historical sites and scenic spots to see. Children ought to venture out more, refresh their spirits, and broaden their horizons." Father Gu could not help but interject, "Are you certain? Just be cautious not to be surrounded by your fans. It might frighten little Nuan Nuan. Moreover, if photos circulate online suggesting that Nuan Nuan is your daughter, it would be quite embarrassing." Gu Mingyu blinked her enchanting almond-shaped eyes and replied, "I can clarify the situation." Father Gu muttered, "What about Guan? Are you comfortable letting those two children go out to play?" His gaze swept across the room, landing on Gu Mingli with a grave expression. "Mingli, when did you arrive here?" Gu Mingli replied, unfazed, "I came this afternoon." By Mo Hua. Each one of them is highly skilled. He felt rather inadequate. Nuan Nuan looked at her fourth brother and blinked her eyes. Taking advantage of her uncle's distraction as he conversed with his brother, Gu Mingli signaled him to be quiet. The little girl, with her gentle brows and crescent-shaped eyes, nodded obediently, her lips pursed in a joyful smile. In the end, Father Gu was unable to take Nuan Nuan away, leaving with a sorrowful expression. "My precious daughter, remember to think of your father." Nuan Nuan earnestly nodded, her voice sweet and soft. "Yes, Nuan Nuan is already thinking of Daddy." Father Gu felt instantly satisfied. Indeed, a well-behaved daughter is delightful. The little girl, held tenderly by her third brother, waved her small hand, her eyes reluctantly watching her parents depart. Her little face scrunched in a frown. "What's wrong?" Gu Mingyu playfully pinched her chubby cheeks, finding amusement in her distressed expression. Nuan Nuan, cradling her phone, gazed eagerly at her third brother with her lovely large eyes, her voice sweetly innocent. "Gu Mingyu, your business seems quite busy." During their video call, he remained silent, his eyes radiating a mix of anger, frustration, and helplessness. Nuan Nuan, feeling a twinge of guilt, sweetly called out to him. Her tone significantly more saccharine than usual, exceeding all limits. However, Guan remained irate. If his eyes weren't red and brimming with tears, she might have believed him. "I'm sorry, brother." Seeing him on the verge of tears stirred her urgency, and suddenly, an idea struck her. "Why don't you come over here as well? Third brother and fourth brother are here, along with second cousin." Guan's eyes sparkled momentarily before he quickly reacted, exclaiming, "When did Gu Mingli go over there? Why didn't he take me along?" This is a betrayal of brotherly affection. It took considerable effort for Nuan Nuan to soothe the sulking Guan, and she promised to pick him up from the airport the next day, managing to placate her proud brother. Just after hanging up the video call with him, an incoming call from her eldest brother interrupted. Nuan Nuan sighed, feeling overwhelmed by the multitude of brothers in her life. Upon seeing the composed and steady expression of her eldest brother in the video, she softly called out to him, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him. "Are you with Gu Mingyu?" Gu Nan's voice was as cold as ever, yet today it seemed even chillier, tinged with a hint of displeasure. Although his expression remained unchanged, Nuan Nuan could sense the difference. "All right then, it seems I must coax my elder brother once more," she mused, with her delicate, fair hands propping up her soft, plump cheeks. Her milk-white face bore a crinkled expression. Nuan Nuan is here with third brother. Big brother, Nuan Nuan misses you." She gazed at him with a pitiful look, her soft, tender voice adding to her sorrowful demeanor. Chapter 99. A surprise. Gu Nan arrives in the end. Gu Nan relented. After all, his sister looked so woeful that he couldn't bring himself to speak harshly. However, after hanging up the phone, he stroked his chin, a flicker of contemplation shining in his dark eyes. Tomorrow morning, that rascal Gu Nan would also be coming over, An idea suddenly formed in his mind. Unbeknownst to Nuan Nuan, when she went to pick up her elder brother the following day, there would be an unexpected surprise awaiting her. Having agreed on an early flight arriving at 7, Nuan Nuan rose at 5:30, but due to a certain someone's penchant for lingering in bed, she didn't fully awaken until 6. After being roused for the umpteenth time by the little girl, Gu Mingyu finally ceased his efforts to snuggle back into the soft warmth of Nuan Nuan and stretched lazily. "Third brother, you must get up quickly. We are going to pick up big brother." Warm, with a puffing effort, lifted Gu Mingyu, her exhaustion evident as her petite face flushed, resembling a tender and succulent peach. Gu Mingyu, with a languid and sultry voice, acknowledged her, gently cradling the soft and adorable little sister, pinching her cherubic cheeks and planting a kiss on her plump visage. "Why the rush? It's merely a 30-minute drive," he remarked. Warm's fluffy hair was tousled by his hands, her cheeks reddening further. In a sweet, soft tone, she replied, "Because there's still some tidying up to do. If we arrive late, brother might become upset." Such apprehension over Gu and's displeasure. Warm's expression contorted, for it was indeed challenging to appease when he was angry. Gu Mingyu chuckled at the memory of her pitiful attempts to placate her two brothers the previous day, pondering that having multiple brothers was not necessarily an advantage. He felt a twinge of regret that his sister was not born of the same parents as he, and that he was not her sole brother. Under the little girl's urging, Gu Mingyu hastened his morning routine, eventually donning his clothes as she lazily pushed him out. He hadn't even applied his facial mask yet. Fourth brother. To his surprise, he found fourth brother to be the most dependable among them. "Good morning." Gu Mingli playfully tossed Warm into the air, effortlessly catching her, and then planted a kiss on her creamy, cherubic face. "Good morning, fourth brother." Her voice was soft and sweet, her eyes curved like crescent moons as she affectionately pressed her small face against her older brother's handsome visage. Observing this tender moment, Gu Mingyu felt a pang of envy. She leaned in, pinching the plump earlobe of the girl affectionately, her slender fingers pointing at her own profile. "You haven't even given a kiss or a hug to third brother yet," she remarked, with a gentle twist. The little girl blushed and bestowed a kiss and a hug upon third brother. Just as the final traces of Bai Mahua's slumber were fading, she buzzed around like a diligent little bee, urging her cousin to awaken. Yesterday, he had joined them, bringing along his sketch pad. After some delay, the group finally prepared themselves and boarded the vehicle. Bai Mahua, still drowsy and seemingly unrefreshed, was met with a bun presented near his lips. Without even glancing to see who offered it, he instinctively opened his mouth like a puppy and seized it. The little girl nibbled on the soft, white bun, its texture mirroring the plumpness of her own cheeks. "Thank you, fourth brother," she mumbled, her mouth full. After expressing her gratitude, she reached out for the soy milk. But Gu Mingli evaded her grasp. "I'll hold it for you," he said, his tone languid yet tinged with a hint of possessiveness. The girl lifted her glistening eyes to meet his gaze, and upon encountering fourth brother's look, her beautiful eyes immediately sparkled, clear and pure like glass. She took the soy milk, sipping it with familiarity, then returned to her bun, savoring each bite with utmost seriousness, her cheeks puffed up adorably. Gu Mingli finished his breakfast in a few bites, unable to resist poking a finger at the small girl's cherubic face. Her cheeks dimpled, creating a tiny indentation, and her rosy lips parted slightly. Another poke, and they parted again. Warm shifted her little bottom, intending to distance herself from the brother who had interrupted her meal. Yet, she ultimately could not escape. With a couple of soft protests, she succumbed to his playful antics. "I want soy milk too," came a clear and youthful voice from beside her. Gu Mingli pointed to the pocket containing their breakfast. "Help yourself." "Oh," Bai Mahua replied, her voice a bit dazed, as she rummaged through the pocket. Even in the car, boredom was a distant memory. Once Bai Mahua fully awoke, she became quite talkative, engaging with anyone around her. Soon, they arrived at the airport, where the morning air was particularly brisk, especially as autumn was nearing its end. Warm donned her fluffy little jacket like a dress, the fabric enveloping her tiny knees like a bell. The back of her hat sported long, fluffy rabbit ears, and the front boasted two pockets that kept her small hands pleasantly warm. She wore fleece-lined leggings and cute little boots adorned with a round, fluffy pom-pom, creating an utterly adorable appearance. At this moment, she resembled a pristine little rabbit, gently holding her brother's hand as she obediently followed beside them. At the airport exit, she craned her neck, anxiously peering around with her crystalline, glass-like eyes wide open, intently observing the individuals emerging from within. They did not wait long before they spotted a familiar figure. When she beheld the tall young man clad in a black trench coat and masked, her eyes widened in surprise. "Big brother," she exclaimed, her excitement causing her little frame to rise onto her tiptoes, utterly unprepared for his arrival. The young man, towering and exuding an air of authority as he walked in his trench coat, was partially obscured by his black mask. Yet it could not conceal the striking depth of his features. With a black suitcase in tow, he stood out in the crowd, drawing the covert glances of many who speculated whether he was a celebrity. Meanwhile, the genuine star, Gu Mingyu, also donned a mask and a baseball cap, his enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowing as he spotted someone who stood out so distinctly. Without waiting for the crowd to disperse, the little girl dashed eagerly to the exit. As Gu Nan emerged, he set his suitcase aside and effortlessly lifted the gleeful little one, whose eyes sparkled with joy. "Big brother," she said, wrapping her small arms around his neck, affectionately leaning against him, her fluffy little head nuzzling against him like a soft kitten, holding his tender little sister. Gu Nan's sharp gaze softened, his large hand gently enveloping her petite shoulder. Chapter 100. Boiling Big brother, what brings you here? Warm and soft. She spoke as her petite frame leaned against him, her tender little arms tightly encircling Gu Nan's neck. A radiant smile revealed her neat, white teeth, and her innocent eyes sparkled with myriad lights, enchanting and lively. The stoic young man gently rubbed his chin against her fluffy little head, his gaze softening with affection. "I missed you, so I came to see you." Gu Mingyu stroked his chin, contemplating. His elder brother's demeanor clearly indicated he was nurturing Nuan Nuan as though she were his daughter. However, it was understandable, given the nearly 20-year age gap between the siblings. With his little sister being so adorably small, who wouldn't wish to dote on her? Nuan Nuan put her down. As someone whose height was not particularly remarkable, Guan felt utterly overlooked beside Gu Nan's towering stature, and he was currently quite irked. Nuan Nuan. Suddenly, she recalled that she had come specifically to pick up her older brother. "Big brother," the sweet, gentle little friend Nuan Nuan murmured softly as she was cradled, her gaze meeting Gu Nan's fiery eyes. Instantly, she sweetly called out "Big brother," her voice laced with an excessive amount of sugary sweetness. Gu Nan, in a heartbeat, he lost his desire to be angry. After all, his little sister was so well behaved. It was all his elder brother's fault, yet he dared not voice it. At the airport entrance, even in the early morning, the throngs of people bustled about. Each individual present radiated an almost luminescent quality, and the effect was magnified when they gathered together. A considerable number of onlookers had already begun to surround them, snapping photographs, prompting Gu Mingyu to lower his hat's brim and urge them onward. Departing from this place is the first order of business. His admirers possess keen eyes, and Gu Mingyu is undeniably easy to recognize. Lingering any longer might lead to inevitable identification. Gu Nan cradles the delicate Nuan Nuan in one arm, while dragging a suitcase with the other, his towering height nearing 2 meters, and his physique impeccably proportioned. Adorned in a black trench coat, his mere presence commands attention and exudes an undeniable aura. His sharp, deep-set eyes render him unapproachable to those around him. Nuan Nuan, petite and soft, nestled in his embrace, resembles a finely crafted BJD doll, creating a striking contrast between the icy, domineering figure of Gu Nan and the sweet, adorable child, captivating countless onlookers. Gu Mingyu and the others follow closely behind. Though slightly shorter than Gu Nan, their stature and presence are enough to overshadow the crowd. Aside from Bai Mahua and the diminutive Guan, who stand out due to their height, the group of men strides out of the airport in a line, each embodying distinct charm and charisma. Even Guan, a young beauty in his own right, contributes to the cinematic atmosphere that seems to envelop them. As they exit, the buzz of conversation within the airport escalates. "Oh my goodness, these men are extraordinarily handsome. I can hardly breathe. What incredible luck today, they are simply too stunning. That man in the black trench coat is so tall and commanding. It's a shame his face is obscured by a mask. The figure in the cap looks so familiar, both in height and silhouette. Oh, that individual adorned with black earrings seems remarkably familiar to me. His demeanor exudes an air reminiscent of those dashing warlords from the Republic era, and their legs are strikingly long. How delightful. I am particularly fond of that clean-cut young man. When he smiles, his eyes seem to radiate light, embodying the essence of that charming neighborly boy, his aura exuding such purity. The pairing of a domineering CEO with an adorable child is simply enchanting. Of course, Guan is still but a child and does not fall within the realm of discussion among the women. Some have captured photos, excitedly sharing with their friends, while others have taken to the internet to disseminate videos and images. Then, oh my goodness. Sister, what is wrong with your eyes? The one in the duckbill cap is my dear Yuyu's husband. Heavens, what incredible luck you have to encounter my husband. Who are your husbands? I'm currently experiencing a bit of a dilemma. I must apologize to Yuyu's husband for a moment, but the man holding the adorable child is simply stunning, radiating an overwhelming aura of masculinity. I can't help but chuckle. Oh, please, only children make choices. Adults, of course, desire them all. Well, let us set aside that underage child, as I am not a pervert, but the others are truly captivating. My heart is currently shattered into countless pieces, each one capable of being given to different individuals. Goodness, their presence together carries such an aura, it's as if they come with their own soundtrack. At a glance, I thought a new blockbuster had just been released. Oh my goodness, this is truly extraordinary. Each individual possesses such striking beauty and unique charm. It seems that handsome men have gathered in droves, and there's even a lovely little beauty among them. I wonder if that person holding the adorable child is her father. While you all are preoccupied with the men, my attention is solely on the little darling. She is simply too cute, especially when she smiles. It appears as though her beautiful, large eyes are illuminated, and I can hardly believe those eyelashes truly exist. At last, I've encountered those descriptions in novels, like tiny fans. Her eyes resemble exquisite glass beads, so pristine. Oh, how I adore her. That man certainly knows how to captivate. The way he holds the child is both charming and utterly enchanting, leaving me weak at the knees. I desire both the father and the little one. My heart remains steadfast. My love for you, Yuyu, is eternal. It must be said, there's truth in the saying that beautiful people associate with other beautiful individuals. It seems every one of them is a pinnacle of attractiveness. I can hardly bear to look at my own reflection in the mirror. I am curious about their relationships. Any news regarding Gu Mingyu invariably ascends to trending topics in record time. After all, there are several men here who rival Gu Mingyu in allure, particularly the tallest among them, whose presence is undeniably commanding. After confirming that it is indeed their boss, they hastily dial Gu Nan. What kind of presence does the name Gu Nan hold within the circles of the affluent and aristocratic? Among the younger generation, there exists an unspoken consensus to refer to him as Master Gu. Despite being merely 24 years of age, he stands on equal footing with the elder statesmen of society. Without his express consent, the media dares not report on any matters concerning him. Yet today, the trending topic has surged purely due to the fervor surrounding it. Masked and cradling a beautiful child, Gu Nan's public relations team was initially taken aback, unable to recognize him. Who could have anticipated that their typically aloof Master Gu would exhibit such tenderness while holding a child? By the time this revelation was made, it had already claimed the top spot in trending discussions, the speed of which was astonishing. Chapter 101. I own a private island, Master Gu. Could you take a look at the trending topic? It's you, isn't it? When the call from the public relations department came in, Gu Nan was still in the car. Upon understanding the situation, he furrowed his brow. Withdraw it. Gu Nan abhors public discourse about himself and his family. Thus, apart from mandatory interviews with financial magazines, he forbids any personal photographs from circulating. Moreover, this video and the accompanying images feature Nuan Nuan. Although the comments are largely complimentary towards her, the internet is never devoid of those with darker intentions, and over time, negative remarks are inevitable. His sister, Gu Nan believes, requires no evaluations from outsiders. Gu Mingyu held no objections regarding this matter. He did not leverage the reputation of the Gu family in his entertainment career, nor did he wish to be associated with it in his professional endeavors. Thus, to this day, no one has uncovered his familial ties to the Gu clan. A fourth brother has also made it to the trending topics. A soft, melodious gasp echoed as everyone's gaze turned toward the commotion. Nuan Nuan eagerly embraced her phone, engrossed in scrolling, when she stumbled upon a video that ranked third in trending searches, one showcasing Gu Mingli during a previous competition. Gu Mingyu, upon glancing at his own phone, confirmed this, his attention drawn to his younger brother. So, the competition you mentioned yesterday was indeed this one? Gu Mingli let out a grunt, pulling out his own device to join in the scrolling, astonished that his video had climbed to the third spot among Gu Mingyu's trending topics, a testament to its considerable popularity and discussion. Wow, he is so handsome it makes my legs weak. Is this competition really that impressive? The rider in black is simply phenomenal, and he is so good-looking. Those cars must have been deliberately obstructing him. How disgusting. I have a new crush now. His gaze is simply mesmerizing, exuding an arrogance as if he considers no one worthy of his attention, yet he possesses the right to be proud. Are riders today really this attractive? He could easily rely on his looks, but chooses to depend on his talent instead. Nuan Nuan leaned against her elder brother, her voice soft and sweet as she read aloud the comments, her face illuminated by a dazzling smile. Fourth brother. They all adore you. Gu Mingli playfully pinched her chubby, tender cheeks. Why are you so delighted by my popularity? The little girl nodded obediently. Her petal-like pink lips puffed up, glistening like translucent jelly. Brother is amazing, Gu Mingyu chuckled. Have you said this to several brothers? Bai Mahua raised her hand. Warm Warm has said that to me as well. Warm Warm gazed at the brothers with her glistening, moist eyes, as if she had indeed said it to them all. Embarrassed, she buried her small face into the elder brother's shoulder. Guan furrowed his brow in contemplation, then puffed up his exquisite little face in annoyance. Warm Warm, it seems you haven't said that to me. Warm Warm shyly peeked out, revealing a fraction of her delicate little face, her soft fingers tugging at one of the elder brother's fingers, her voice sweet and soft. Elder brother, you are also very amazing. All right, every brother is exceptional. This little one truly spreads her affection evenly. This time, they did not go to Gu Mingyu's apartment, as it was too cramped with so many residents. Gunan provided an address for Gu Mingyu to drive to. He owned a villa there. The villa, having been uninhabited for an extended period, appeared rather desolate, with the kitchen devoid of any supplies. Who will cook? The men exchanged glances, only then realizing none of them could cook. Warm Warm timidly raised her hand. I can stir-fry a little. Gunan pinched her small white hand, his expression unchanged. Let's eat out. However, their group was rather large, necessitating a location that ensured privacy and had fewer patrons. Gu Mingyu shook her phone and entrusted the matter to her agent. The agent acted swiftly. Once Gu Mingyu and her companions brought their luggage from the past 2 days, they headed straight to the restaurant he had arranged. Where are you planning to have fun? Bai Mahua inquired, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the thought of an amusement park or an aquarium. Gu Mingyu coldly dismissed the suggestion, stating, No, that's not feasible. There are too many people. If I appear there, I'm sure to be recognized, and then no one will enjoy themselves. Gu Mingli shot her a sidelong glance, remarking, So, you are the one holding us back. He then suggested, How about a haunted house, an escape room adventure, or perhaps watching a Marseille match or an extreme sports competition? Gu Mingyu chuckled lightly. I see you are more eager to participate. What if Nuan Nuan gets frightened? Guan raised his hand, exclaiming, Brother, let's go to the zoo to see lions, tigers, and giant pandas. Nuan Nuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Gu Mingyu noted, There will be many people there too. Nuan Nuan pouted her little lips, obediently sitting still. Gu Nin leisurely wiped his mouth and declared, I own a private island. In an instant, all eyes in the room turned to him. Nuan Nuan didn't quite understand what a private island was, but she, too, gazed at her older brother with her big, glistening eyes. Gu Nan's indifferent gaze swept across his younger siblings, and with a calm voice, he asked, Shall we go? Let's go? Everyone responded in unison. Bai Mahua raised her hand, like a student, asking, Can little Ju come along? Gu Nin inquired, Little Ju? He nodded lightly, instructing someone to have the child brought over promptly. Bai Mahua, beaming with joy, made a phone call. Thus, the destination for their outing was settled. After dining, they were to be picked up by a helicopter, piloted by Nan Feng. The sleek, black helicopter caught the admiration of Gu Mingli and Guan. With fervent eyes, Gu Mingli exclaimed, Brother, I shall take a helicopter pilot's exam one day. Will you let me take a turn? Gu Nan, cradling Nuan Nuan, promised, Once you get into college, I will buy you one. However, as Gu Mingli reflected on his academic performance, his expression turned grim. It seemed he would have to earn the funds to purchase such a helicopter himself. How long would it take him to be able to pilot one? Perhaps he should simply indulge in his brother's generosity for now. Brother, what about me? Buy me a helicopter as a birthday gift. Gu Nan, succinct as ever, proclaimed. First in the grade. Guan retorted, Your request is excessive. His grades fluctuated too greatly and were notoriously unstable. The only constant was that he had never ranked within the top 3 of the grade. Once aboard the helicopter, Nuan Nuan pressed her small face against the transparent, pristine window, her large eyes wide with wonder as they ascended. The little girl's face flushed with excitement as they soared higher. So high, she exclaimed. Meanwhile, a small orange cat, tethered by a leash in by Mo's arms, curiously placed its tiny paws on the glass, mewing softly as it gazed outside. Guan protested. Why must I be first in the grade? Gunan replied with a cool glance. Because you are not the younger sister. Guan. He lamented his lot as a boy. Nuan Nuan affectionately rubbed her cheek against her older brother's hand, declaring, I don't want that. I just want to ride in my big brother's helicopter. Gunan presented you with a gift, a warm and cozy token. That elder brother gifted a soft airplane. And when the younger brother matures, he shall take to the skies. Guan gazed at the warmth with a face full of emotion, holding his small hand and smiling with an unmistakable pride. I have not labored in vain for your affection.